My graduation project was a lithography machine. Everyone mocked me for overestimating my abilities. The breakup with his girlfriend was because of this. But they didn't know. There's a divine-level technology lab in my brain. It's filled with futuristic black technology beyond its time. When my mentor and the dean joined forces to suppress me, I immediately published the complete design thesis in retaliation. Unexpectedly, this paper directly alarmed the nation's highest scientific research institution and was classified as top secret. Academicians of the Dragon Academy went wild over my design blueprint. They sent military vehicles overnight to pick me up. Yet, this was only the beginning. Nanotech troopers, controllable nuclear fusion. More incredible technologies are still waiting for me to unlock. When those who once mocked me were still struggling to graduate, I had already become the helm of the nation's technology. But the next piece of cutting-edge tech I'm about to reveal even shocks me. Chapter 1: The Badass on the Verge of Graduation Delay. South China University of Electric Power Optoelectronic Engineering Penguin Group. Have you heard? A real tough guy emerged from our senior class this year, didn't even pass the proposal defense. Damn! Which big shot is this powerful? Seems like he's a big shot from the electronics major class 3, getting rejected even at the proposal defense. Put. The proposal got rejected? Right. He failed. I have to say this big shot had quite an idea. His thesis topic was about lithography machines. What followed was a series of shocked expressions like "and badass." Is it really that serious? Fang Ming flipped through the group chat messages, immediately felt exasperated, and handed the phone back to his gleefully gloating roommate. The thesis proposal, typically the easiest part of a university student's graduation process, became an unexpected Waterloo for him. Fang Ming is a time traveler. During his sophomore year, a supertechnology laboratory appeared in his mind. In this laboratory, he could acquire a vast amount of advanced scientific and technological knowledge. Of course, knowledge was secondary. The purpose of the lab was to enable him to tackle various challenging technological projects. The first project Fang Ming conquered was related to lithography machines. Now facing graduation, he brought out the research results from the lab to pave the way for his future. Speaking of which, Tan Zihao patted Fang Ming on the shoulder and chuckled, "Don't you remember how intense the scene was back then? Instead of mocking me, you'd be better off spending more time polishing your graduation thesis." Fang Ming didn't want to waste time arguing with Tan Zihao, so he casually opened his laptop. Alright, I'm going into seclusion with the boss too. Talking Zihao grabbed the backpack from the chair, shaking his head as he walked out of the dorm. "Mingzi, don't hold on to unrealistic fantasies. Hurry up and pick a proper topic. That lithography machine of yours, it's impossible." Buzz after Tan Zihao left, the phone on the desk began to vibrate. "Fang Ming, we're not right for each other. Let's break up." Fang Ming steadied himself as he saw the message pop up on the screen. I picked up my phone, opened WeChat, and my heart sank halfway upon confirming it was her. Chen Xiyu was his girlfriend from freshman year, beautiful, sweet-voiced, and extremely popular within their faculty. Now that Chen Xiyu took the initiative to propose breaking up, Fang Ming wasn't surprised. After all, both of them have changed so much over the years. He sighed, thought it over, and still made the call. The phone was quickly answered on the other end. "Xiaoyu, are you serious?" Fang Ming spoke, his gaze falling on the thesis proposal on the table. WeChat clearly explained everything. "I'm busy now, don't call me." Chen Xiyu's tone was blunt, as if she didn't want to talk much with Fang Ming. "I know how embarrassing the thesis proposal defense was, and if that's why you want to break up with me, Fang Ming wanted to say something more, but realized Chen Xiyu had already hung up on the other end. He raised his hand and typed a line of words on WeChat, then clicked send. The sent message had a red exclamation mark appear in front of it. They deleted him. On the other side, "Senior, I heard you're a graduate student at the University of Science and Technology of China. Are you working on any major projects?" In an off-campus coffee shop, Chen Xiyu returned from the restroom and sat down, staring intently at the young man across from her. "It's related to lithography machines, but the specifics cannot be disclosed." The young man, dressed in a white casual suit, adjusted the gold round-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose and smiled faintly. "Wow! So impressive." Chen Xiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, but then she seemed to recall something and abruptly changed the subject. "Senior, let me tell you, there's a classmate in our college who also mentioned lithography machines in their graduation thesis topic." "Oh?" The young man became interested. What was the focus of his research? "Come on, our school doesn't even have the facilities to study lithography machines." He couldn't even pass the preliminary thesis defense. Chen Xiyu covered her mouth with a light laugh as she recounted Fang Ming's glorious misadventures in detail. The young man took a sip of coffee, his tone laced with disdain. "Someone like him probably doesn't even know what a lithography machine is." That's right. Chen Xiyu clasped her hands together, her face full of admiration. "Compared to you, senior, that person is practically a fool." "Heh." In the dormitory, Fang Ming put down his phone and couldn't help letting out a bitter laugh. Over these 3 years, I've fulfilled Chen Siyu's every request without fail. Every Valentine's Day, Chen Siyu either demands the latest iPhone or jewelry. He worked while studying, and his part-time job left him relatively well-off. Material things were something he could afford to give away. Yet when Chen Siyu received the gift, her expression showed it was entirely expected, without the slightest hint of appreciation. Over the past 3 years, apart from conducting research in the lab, he spent most of his remaining time with Chen Siyu. As a boyfriend, Fang Ming felt he had tried hard enough in terms of material support and companionship. Yet Chen Siyu had now dumped him with just a single sentence. 3 years of affection vanished like a bubble. The phone vibrated again, snapping Fang Ming's thoughts back to reality. He glanced at the message his advisor had sent on WeChat, steadied his emotions, grabbed the materials, and rushed toward the college administration building. School of Optoelectronic Engineering, Dean's office. Dean, I hope you'll take a look at this thesis proposal. During the defense, several advisors didn't even give the student a chance to present their complete argument. Do you think this is appropriate? A young woman wearing a red sweater stood in front of the desk, holding a printed thesis proposal in her hand, her face showing faint anger. The title on the cover of this thesis proposal read prominently: Feasibility Study on a New Software System for Photolithography Machines. Let alone whether a new type of lithography machine exists, just based on the software system mentioned in this topic, I wouldn't let it pass. Slightly balding, He Changshan sat in his office chair, glancing at the thesis proposal in the woman's hands as his fingers drummed heavily on the desk. You're a top graduate from the University of Science and Technology of China. Surely you understand what it means for one person to single-handedly develop the software system for a lithography machine. You're just a student who hasn't even graduated yet, and you think you can create something that even an entire professional corporate team can't pull off? Utter nonsense. Dean, he. Zhao Tingqian frowned deeply, unable to resist slapping the papers in her hand as she raised her voice. Please just take a look at this project proposal first. The concepts and design philosophy for the lithography machine inside are not without foundation. I believe that even if this student of mine can't design the entire software system, his ideas are completely sound. What our country needs right now is innovative technological talent, and you're stifling such talent just to improve the school's graduation rate. For the sake of graduation rates, stifling tech talent? Zhao Tingqian's remark flushed He Changshan's face red. He jabbed the table fiercely with his right index finger and snapped. That student of yours is named Fang Ming, right? Calling him tech talent? If we pass his proposal defense for someone like him, every professor in our department would be an idiot. A graduation project isn't for your students to indulge their wild fantasies. If they want to do it, they should take it seriously, otherwise, they can wait to graduate late. Waiting to get held back? Heh, fine. The more you act like this, the more determined I'll make him persist, just to prove you all wrong with real achievements. Zhao Tingqian laughed in extreme anger, rolled up the research proposal in her hand, and walked out of the dean's office without looking back. I'd like to see what kind of results you can achieve. He Changshan snorted angrily, rubbing his temples with great frustration. These millennials and Gen Z kids are truly unruly. If we don't let them taste some hardship, they'll really think they're hot stuff. Just after leaving the dean's office, Zhao Tingqian spotted Fang Ming standing not far away with a backpack slung over his shoulders. Professor, is my assignment still not passing? Fang Ming looked at Zhao Tingqian approaching him and tentatively asked. It won't pass. Zhao Tingqian shook her head, weighing the proposal in her hand. Even though he had anticipated it, Fang Ming couldn't help feeling disappointed. Don't be discouraged yet, there's still a chance. Zhao Tingqian smiled faintly, deliberately keeping them in suspense. There's still a chance? Fang Ming was startled. Chapter 2 Design Drawings, see Appendix 3. Come to my office to discuss. Zhao Tingqian walked over and patted Fang Ming on the shoulder. All right. Fang Ming's heart was filled with numerous questions as he followed Zhao Tingqian. The two walked into the counselor's office, and Zhao Tingqian gestured toward the chair in front with her chin before smoothing her skirt and sitting behind the desk. Fang Ming shook his head, not in the mood to sit down. To be honest, your proposal can't possibly pass the faculty review. Those old fossils only care about graduation rates and employment statistics. They'd never give you a chance to research something truly innovative. Zhao Tingqian rubbed her temples, her exquisitely enchanting face showing a hint of worry. Does that mean the teacher wants me to change the topic? Fang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Earlier, when he saw Zhao Tingqian coming out of the dean's office, he had already pieced together most of the situation. Changing the topic was his best option now. Do you want to keep going? Zhao Tingqian stared at Fang Ming, her bright eyes glimmering. If given the chance, I'd naturally like to persevere. Fang Ming nodded, not understanding what it meant. Then tell me honestly, how much effort have you put into this graduation project? Zhao Tingqian crossed her arms, her gaze carrying a trace of scrutiny. Fang Ming's progress was something she had witnessed step by step, yet she always felt this kid was still holding something back from her. Fang Ming thought for a moment, took off his backpack and pulled out his laptop. The entire software system is actually already completed, just needing final testing and adjustments. All the documents and papers are on this computer. You've had this ready all along? Why didn't you show me? Zhao Tingxian took the computer and opened the paper with slight surprise. Because the most crucial step hasn't been completed yet. Fang Ming scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't want to present this thesis so quickly. The thesis data was all obtained in the tech lab. He'd never actually touched a real lithography machine. That's why he included next-generation lithography machine as his graduation project topic. With the knowledge he currently possesses, there's no doubt about the theoretical aspects, though actual testing might not go as smoothly. If the actual lithography machine differs significantly from the new type he is researching, completing his graduation project would require building an actual lithography machine. Did you complete this thesis entirely on your own? Just as Fang Ming's thoughts were fluctuating, Zhao Tingxian suddenly looked up and asked. Yes, I previously consulted the professor with some questions about chip circuit etching, exactly the content in this paper. Fang Ming answered very confidently, well aware of what Zhao Tingxian was suspecting. I know. However, the questions you asked me involved quantum optics, and I didn't provide you with solutions at the time. I never expected you to actually solve this problem in your paper. Zhao Tingxian only read half of the paper's content. The specialized knowledge described within involved multiple fields, and she could only roughly comprehend the parts about microcircuit design. However, just from the innovations in circuit improvements in chip design solutions, she was already convinced. The value of this paper was exceptionally high. Here's what we can do. There are some sections I didn't fully understand, so I can ask a colleague at Longke University to review it for you. But since this is your paper. Zhao Tingxian's eyes revealed an inquisitive expression as she handed the laptop toward Fang Ming. Fang Ming immediately pressed the computer down onto the desk. Teacher, feel free to copy the thesis. Now we're talking. Zhao Tingxian smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Fang Ming gave a dry laugh. Zhao Tingxian was a counselor at the institute who had always looked out for him generously. Their relationship was like that of siblings, so naturally, he felt at ease handing his thesis to Zhao Tingxian. Besides, a graduation thesis couldn't compare to an SCI paper. He had never intended to keep it under wraps in the first place. Since you trust me so much, I'll help you out this once. If you graduate smoothly, remember to treat me to a meal. Zhao Tingxian playfully blinked her eyes and quipped. Thank you, teacher. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have invited you. Fang Ming thumped his chest. Okay, it's all copied. You can head back first, I'll let you know if there's any news. Okay. Seeing Fang Ming leave, Zhao Tingxian picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this the professor? I have a student's thesis I'd like you to review. Okay, I'll send it to your email. Let me review an undergraduate's thesis. What kind of trick is this little girl up to? In a research office at the Dragon Science Academy, an unkempt elderly man sat at his computer desk, scrolling his mouse to open the paper in his email. The new lithography machine software system, quite intriguing. The elderly man adjusted his reading glasses and began reading word by word. If the elder students discovered that he was currently reviewing undergraduate theses, their jaws would surely drop. Because the old man was none other than Professor Lu Surui, a specialist in semiconductor material physics at the Dragon University of Science and Technology. Lu Surui practically holds the title of half an academician at the Academy of Sciences, having mentored no fewer than 50 doctoral and master's students. He has now become a key member of the National Key Research Project Limousine. He couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the thesis topic. Could it be that my star student was trying to cheer me up by sending such an innovative thesis? Considering Zhao Tingxian's academic rigor, it's impossible that she'd joke about her thesis. After reading the introductory arguments, Lu Surui's gaze gradually turned grave. When he encountered the chip design solutions in the main text, his eyes suddenly locked onto the screen, his right hand anxiously pulling open drawers to fumble for pen and paper. The Limousine project has been underway for 3 years, and during this period, designing comprehensively high-performance chips with smaller processes has become their major challenge to overcome. Genius, truly a genius. Lu Surui recorded several design plans and couldn't help but slap the table in admiration. This design concept is way ahead of its time. If the chip can be manufactured according to this design, Xia will completely surpass leading chip manufacturing powers like the US in semiconductor technology. It's a shame the design has such a small process node, and the technology can't keep up. Lu Surui shook his head and quickly regained his composure. Even with a proposed solution, Xia states current lithography machines generally remain at the 7-nanometer process node. The true core technologies of lithography machines are still held by those major powers, making it impossible for them to achieve a breakthrough in a short time. Developing more advanced lithography machines is also a significant challenge that the Limousine project urgently needs to address. Lu Surui was about to delve deeper into the conceptualization of these plans when his gaze unintentionally caught the document name on the computer screen. A sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. That's it. The title. The title of this thesis is Feasibility Study on the Software System for a New Generation Lithography Machine. Without further thought, he clicked open the document directory, and the words Introduction to the Concept of a New Generation Lithography Machine immediately leaped into view. With a click of the cursor, the page jumps. Lu Surui's heart pounded wildly as he read, murmuring incredulously to himself. Impossible, how could this be? When he scrolled to the end of the concept overview, the text in parentheses completely made his scalp tingle. New type lithography machine design diagram, see Appendix 3 for details. Chapter 3, I did not write this paper. Appendix. Appendix 3. The page jumped from the table of contents to Appendix 3. Lu Surui suddenly sprang up from his chair like a madman, grabbed his phone, and dialed the head of the network control room. This is Lu Surui. Cut off all network connections on my floor immediately. He shouted urgently into the receiver. All networks? Professor Lu, what's going on? The person on the other end was stunned, stammering nervously. Just cut it off. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think you can handle the consequences of leaking classified information? Lu Surui bellowed again, not waiting to see if his message got through. He hung up and frantically dialed another number. Old wine, something major's happened. Fang Ming remained unaware his thesis was about to cause a massive uproar. Standing in the elevator, his mood was heavy. Zhao Tingqian was both mentor and friend to him. Even if she could secure recognition for the thesis, the lithography machine issue still fell on his shoulders. He owed too many favors already. He had only 2 female friends at school, his advisor Zhao Tingqian and Chen Xiyu. Zhao Tingqian was undoubtedly his benefactor, but Chen Xiyu. Fang Ming let out a soft sigh. He blamed himself for being so shallow back then, insisting on pursuing a relationship instead of focusing on research. Wasn't research more rewarding? He pulled out his phone to delete all of Chen Xiyu's contact information just as the elevator descended to the first floor. The doors opened to reveal a balding middle-aged man in a black jacket waiting outside. Fang Ming? The man looked surprised to see Fang Ming in the elevator. Fang Ming frowned slightly at the sight of him. This was their school's half-baked associate professor Huang Zhenggu. Many in the school knew Huang Zhenggu hadn't achieved much academically. As an associate professor, he mostly spent his time nitpicking students. During the thesis proposal defense, this very associate professor Huang was one of the examiners. Throughout the presentation, he repeatedly questioned Fang Ming's topic, insisting such a subject shouldn't come from an undergraduate preparing to graduate. Huang Zhenggu's open mockery and veiled insults were clear to everyone present. He made it abundantly obvious he strongly disapproved of Fang Ming's proposal, stopping just short of calling him brain-dead. Good morning, Associate Professor Huang. Fang Ming offered a polite greeting before stepping out of the elevator. Hold on a moment. Come with me to my office. Huang Zhenggu shot Fang Ming a sideways glance, his tone carrying an unmistakable command. I'm sorry, but I have other commitments. If you need to discuss something, we can do so right here. Fang Ming didn't turn back toward the elevator. He wasn't some pushover. Even a fool could guess this associate professor was here about the thesis proposal defense. Tanzi Heo had mentioned during their gossip sessions that Huang Zhenggu always singled out a group of students for a lecture during graduation season. Complaints about unsuitable topics, inadequate content, and so on. Under his persuasion, these students had to admit their mistakes and correct them. Refusal meant facing the subtle retaliation Associate Professor Huang would secretly dish out. What? My words hold no weight now? Do you realize your thesis proposal has major flaws? Linking it to lithography equipment? What were you thinking? Huang Zhenggu turned with a stern face, unleashing a barrage of criticism. Excuse me, but I see no issues with my proposal. Other undergrads build satellites for their theses, why can't mine connect to lithography equipment? Already irritated, Fang Ming cut Huang off before he could finish ranting. Huang froze, stunned that a student dared confront him directly. Ridiculous. Do you even understand lithography machines? Others build satellites because they have the capability, don't you know your own limitations? His expression darkened, his voice turning harsh. If I don't understand, can't I learn? Can't I study? People are always progressing, what gives you the right to dismiss me entirely based on a single topic? Fang Ming couldn't help but sneer. Ridiculous? You're the ones who are ridiculous. You don't want to graduate, do you? Huang Zhenggu's rage boiled over. He pointed a finger at Fang Ming's nose and shouted. If a diploma comes from sucking up and playing it safe, I'd rather not have it. Fang Ming stood firm, locking horns with Huang Zhenggu. Fine. Very fine. Huang Zhenggu's face turned ashen with fury. Seeing more students gathering around, he reluctantly suppressed his anger and retreated into the elevator. I'm just great. Fang Ming shot Huang Zhenggu a glance, stuffed his hands in his pockets, and strode toward the dormitory building. After tidying up in his room, he headed straight for the experimental building on the west side of the college. The third-floor lab had been idle for some reason. Zhao Tingqian leveraged her position to secure permission from the college to use it. Initially, Zhao Tingqian intended to conduct research there herself, but she accidentally discovered Fang Ming's raw talent and made him her assistant. Over the past 3 years, Fang Ming had helped Zhao Tingqian solve numerous microcircuit problems. In gratitude, she generously allocated an entire lab for his use. In a lab on the right side of the 3rd floor, various components and tools were neatly arranged on shelving units. A stack of futuristic-looking mechanical objects on the floor caught the eye. Soon, Fang Ming pushed open the door and walked toward the pile of machinery. He felt immense gratitude toward Zhao Tingqian. Without this advisor, he would never have had such a research environment in reality. Placing his laptop on the lab bench, Fang Ming opened the design blueprints for the novel lithography machine and began cross-referencing them with the parts scattered on the floor. He had prepared himself for a tough battle from the start. He wasn't content with mere simulations in the tech lab. Since the university lacked the resources to research lithography machines, he would build one himself. The pile of parts on the floor had nearly depleted every penny he'd saved from years of part-time gigs. Tutoring, thesis ghostwriting, software outsourcing. Leveraging skills learned in the lab, he took on every money-making job he could. 200,000. His entire budget saved over 3 years. From this moment on, he would use this 20,000 to create an impossible miracle. His goal was no longer a piece of paper nor a comfortable, secure job. This time, he would prove he was right. Meanwhile, after reviewing Fang Ming's thesis, Lu Surui was escorted overnight by military vehicles to the Limousine project base. In the underground conference room of the Limousine project base, an emergency secret meeting was underway. I trust you've all reviewed the thesis. What are your thoughts on its design and approach? A deep, resonant voice echoed. At the head of the long table, an elderly man with a square face and traditional Chinese attire stood before the projection screen, using a pointer to highlight the design blueprint of the new lithography machine. This dignified-looking elder was none other than Wang He, the chief director of the Limousine project and an academician of the Longke Academy. The software system development approach in the paper is remarkably forward-thinking. His software isn't designed for traditional lithography machines. If this novel lithography machine design becomes reality, it will undoubtedly revolutionize the semiconductor industry. The team leader responsible for software development on the Limousine project's lithography machine gleamed with excitement. Wang He clapped his hands. Excellent! If this software system is fully implemented, it must be perfectly matched with this new lithography machine. And once this new lithography machine hits the market, it'll shake up the global core lithography technology landscape. The experts below were all stirred up. Old Wang, you've got to tell us more. With such groundbreaking innovation, why didn't you share this with us sooner? Old Wang, if you want to be a national hero, don't hold back, just bring out your plans. We old-timers would never fail to support you. Old Wang, you've truly restored our nation's pride. Once this new lithography machine debuts, I'll see how those beacons can keep choking us off. Ha ha ha. Exactly. If those foreigners knew old Wang developed such groundbreaking tech, they'd choke on their own spit. You've misunderstood. Wang Yi pressed his palms down as a gesture of calm, waiting for the crowd to quiet before dropping a bombshell. This proposal isn't from me, Wang Yi. The author of this paper is Fang Ming. Chapter 4, an undergraduate? Are you serious? The conference room fell silent. These leading experts in their fields all wore thoughtful expressions. Who was Fang Ming? The domestic scientific community wasn't large, just the same old faces circulating. The name Wang He mentioned felt utterly unfamiliar to them. Here are Fang Ming's credentials. As if prepared in advance, Wang He projected an image of an unusually youthful face onto the screen while the others remained perplexed. To the right of the portrait, detailed information about the individual scrolled across the screen. The projected data left the audience stunned. An undergraduate student? Old Wang, you've got to be kidding. Someone blurted out. Wang He, noticing the incredulous looks on the old-timers' faces, clapped his hands to signal them to calm down. Correct. Fang Ming is indeed an undergraduate. The design blueprints we saw also came from this person. Wang He braced his hands on the table, his tone solemn. The Limousine project has been in a state of semi-stagnation for 3 years now. Everyone must understand what this person means to us. At this, murmurs rippled through the room. Looking at Fang Ming's profile, his major is electronic science and technology. The scope of his thesis far exceeds the boundaries of that discipline. Exactly. A paper of this caliber is hard to believe was written by an undergraduate. If this is true, the collective knowledge of everyone around this table might not even match his. For one person to write this thesis is downright monstrous, so monstrous it feels unreal. Noticing the skepticism, Wang He tapped the table. Honestly, I'm also cautious about Fang Ming's abilities, but the value of this thesis is undeniable. Plus, parts of it touch on research related to national projects. Meeting him face to face will clarify whether this thesis is genuine. As his words fell, the veteran experts could no longer contain their curiosity. They all wanted to know, was this undergraduate Sun Wukong capable of miraculous feats on his quest for scriptures, or merely Tang Sanzang, who could only chant sutras? I will personally go and bring this genius back. You all just focus on your own departments. Before they could erupt in debate, Wang He made the decision. The room fell silent. Di Yang, prepare the private jet. Ensure strict confidentiality. I'm heading out. He strode past the conference table, his tone stern. Yes, sir. The conference room doors swung open, revealing a burly man standing as straight as a spear. The sight of the figure in crisp military uniform at the doorway caused the elderly scientists present to exchange glances. Once they processed the scene, they all shared a wry smile. That old fox, Wang He. He's more impatient than anyone. Old Wang. Wang He arrived at the base's upper hall, where Lu Surui hurried toward him. Wang He nodded and instructed Di Yang beside him, from here on, it's up to you. Understood. Di Yang's response was concise. He pulled out his pager and barked, this operation is classified at the highest level of secrecy. All units, take note. Suddenly, rows of fully armed soldiers appeared on the plaza in front of the Lingxin project base. Transport vehicles lined up in formation, the military standing at the ready, the scene exuding an air of solemnity. Pairs of sharp eyes didn't need to scan the area, their sheer aura of lethality was enough to send a chill down one's spine. This force was the elite Special Operations Unit serving Xia Nation's scientific sector, the Dark Falcons. Soon, the sky darkened as a colossal steel beast descended slowly. A howling gale swept through, instantly flattening the surrounding grass by 2 feet. Lu Surui stared at the dedicated transport aircraft and tugged Wang He's sleeve discreetly. Why so extravagant? They even brought a transport jet. Just in case. Wang He sighed. I'm worried that kid might be tinkering with something at school. Impossible. You know how astronomical the costs are for building a lithography machine. The barrier to purchasing parts alone is enough to deter anyone. Lu Surui shook his head, unable to grasp the significance of Wang He's actions. Traditional lithography machines are out of the question, but what about the new type? Wang He stared straight ahead as the transport aircraft's door opened, countering with a question. Lu Siro suddenly jolted awake. Senior Wang, Senior Lu were ready to depart. Di Yang respectfully saluted the two men. Wang He and Lu Siro exchanged a glance before stepping onto the transport aircraft in unison, Di Yang following closely behind. Let's go! As the door slowly closed, Di Qing issued orders to the ground forces. Armed helicopters and military transport vehicles surged forward like a torrent of steel, heading straight for Jiang Province's Ji University of Electronic Technology. The next day, at Ji University of Electronic Technology. Fang Ming's thesis? I only read half of it. What do you think of it, Professor? Early that morning, Zhao Tingqian received a call from Lu Surui. Good thing you didn't finish it. His thesis is highly worthy of study. Is Fang Ming with you now? I have classes. Why would he be with me? Zhao Tingqian found it odd. Her teacher's voice sounded somewhat anxious. After all, he was usually a steady and serious person. Can you reach him? Not right now. He said yesterday he'd be tackling some graduation project issues in the lab. His phone's off and I wouldn't want to disturb him. Zhao Tingqian was actually quite curious about how Fang Ming was advancing his studies in the lab, but she knew that sometimes her presence would only disrupt him. Because some of the experiments and inventions Fang Ming worked on were beyond her comprehension. After interacting with him for so long, she even felt that this student possessed more profound knowledge than those veteran professors. This was one reason she dared support Fang Ming's research on lithography machines, despite the university lacking the necessary facilities. Zhao Tingqian trusted Fang Ming's abilities as much as she trusted her own judgment. Got it. You go ahead and focus on your work. On the private jet, Lu Surui put down his phone and glanced at Wang He seated beside him. Wonder what surprises this university might hold. Wang He gazed out the window at the sky, lost in thought. Zhao Tingqian stared at her phone's black screen, genuinely puzzled. Her professor had been so secretive about this call. If it was about Fang Ming's thesis, he shouldn't have been so evasive. She shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it. She pulled out her lesson plan notebook to prepare her teaching materials. Buzz. Before her pen touched the paper, her phone vibrated. Dean He Changshan, some afternoon classes scheduled for today have been cancelled. At 2:30 p.m., Zhou Wei from Longke University will deliver a lecture titled The Choices and Sacrifices of Graduates in the College Auditorium. All senior students and their advisors must attend. Please ensure all counselors complete the notification. Zhou Wei. Zhao Tingqian opened her social feed and swiped down, where a selfie collage caught her eye. In the picture, a young man wearing round gold-rimmed glasses had his arm linked with a sweet-looking girl. Zhao Tingqian furrowed her brow slightly. Not long ago, while chatting with her teacher, the teacher mentioned recruiting a graduate student junior with decent grades recently and had her add him as a friend. Sure enough, this was Zhou Wei. And the girl beside him looked familiar. Wasn't she Fang Ming's girlfriend of 3 years? Chapter 5, Where is he? 2:30 p.m., Broadcast Studio. Right on time, Zhou Wei stepped onto the podium. Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Wei. This year, I was fortunate enough to earn my master's degree from Longke University. As soon as Zhou Wei spoke, the students below the stage began to stir. Xiaoyu, isn't this guy the new boyfriend you started dating a few days ago? He actually has a master's from Longke University? So impressive. No wonder you dumped Fang Ming, turns out you found someone this amazing. Yeah, Xiaoyu. You kept this from us? Spill it. How did you land him? Chen Xiyu sat with her roommates, basking in their envious stares. It's nothing special. She brushed her bangs aside with a faint smile. Started with looks, stayed for the talent. Her roommates collectively gasped. They knew exactly what she'd been up to behind the scenes. As the campus social butterfly, this good roommate had no shortage of tactics for charming junior and senior male students. After entering her sophomore year, she deliberately downplayed her relationship with Fang Ming in public, crafting a fake single persona. It was precisely through such maneuvers that her roommates frequently witnessed Chen Xiyu surrounded by a revolving cast of handsome male companions. Those juniors and seniors were completely charmed by Chen Xiyu's sweet looks and innocent demeanor, completely unaware of their own gullibility. While they couldn't really criticize Chen Xiyu's fishing tactics, Zhou Wei's appearance this time had them green with envy. Who would have thought this female sea queen could reel in such a high-value big fish? Watching Zhou Wei on stage, his articulate speech and elegant demeanor, they understood why Chen Xiyu had cut ties with Fang Ming, that worn-out ATM. A man as outstanding as Zhou Wei truly deserved to be cherished. Chen Xiyu gazed at the charismatic figure on stage, increasingly convinced Fang Ming was nothing but a joke. A master's graduate from Longke University versus an undergraduate struggling to graduate, they weren't even in the same league. Now let's discuss the topic everyone cares most about, post-graduation employment. On stage, Zhou Wei scanned the audience and smiled. I hear one of our students chose a topic related to lithography machines for their thesis proposal. At this remark, many distracted students abruptly looked up. Fang Ming's thesis defense had become notorious within the college, and now word had reached this Longke University master's candidate. Many treated it as mere gossip for after-dinner conversation, but Zhou Wei's mention in his lecture instantly jolted them awake. As one of China's high-end technological research projects, lithography machines have an extremely high entry barrier. For a graduate student, only through pragmatism and diligence can one make a meaningful contribution. Zhou Wei's phrasing was masterful. It didn't make anyone suspect he was mocking Fang Ming, yet it still sounded profoundly reasonable. Howzy, why isn't Mingzi here yet? Did something happen? As Zhou Wei used Fang Ming as a counterexample, Suko, the senior roommate in Fang Ming's dorm, couldn't help but ask Tan Zihao. No idea. He's not replying to messages. Tan Zihao shook his phone and sighed helplessly. Forget it. Better he doesn't come. Suko watched the Longke University master's student on stage and couldn't help but shake his head. If Fang Ming had been present, Zhou Wei's speech would have felt like a public execution. Finally, I wish everyone a smooth graduation and a bright future. After his lengthy speech, Zhou Wei bowed lightly and concluded his address. Good. He Changshan in the front row stood up and led the applause, which soon spread like wildfire throughout the hall. Zhao Tingqian watched Zhou Wei's smiling face on stage, finding it deeply ironic. Their teacher had once cautioned them, after graduation, they should either work diligently or dedicate themselves to academic research. Those who went out to chase fame and fortune for self-aggrandizement were strictly forbidden from using his name. Huang Zhenggu beside her seemed to have noticed something. While clapping, he chuckled, Teacher Zhao, your junior is so outstanding at such a young age. His future achievements will be boundless. Unlike a certain student who's all talk and no action, only capable of unrealistic fantasies. Flattery with a backhanded jab? How disgusting. Huang Zhenggu's sarcastic tone was unbearably irritating, and Zhao Tingxian's pretty face instantly turned cold. Huang Zhenggu's unspoken meaning was clear. He was mocking her, a top graduate stuck as a counselor, whose students were hopeless cases. Flattery and backstabbing? Ha! A student like Teacher Zhao's? I wouldn't even bother to stab him in the back. Huang Zhenggu's face was smug with self-satisfaction, his words carrying a double meaning. Zhao Tingxian pushed back her chair and stood. She couldn't be bothered to argue in such a setting, especially with a petty opportunist like Huang Zhenggu. Upon graduating from Longke University, she had already been internally selected as a researcher at the Longke Academy. But her husband insisted she first gain experience at the grassroots level, temper her temperament, before joining the academy. Little did she expect that during her time as a university counselor, she would witness so much ugliness. The hypocritical web of favors and interests had exposed the selfish faces of certain individuals. She now wanted nothing more to do with this place. Zhou Wei, stepping down from the stage, spotted Zhao Tingqian leaving her seat and felt a pang of surprise. He moved to greet her. Senior. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiyu suddenly ran up from afar and threw her arms around him. Zhou Wei caught Chen Xiyu's gaze and opened his arms for an affectionate hug with her. This scene drew gasps from the curious students nearby. Holy! Howzy! Isn't Chen Xiyu Ming's girlfriend? Why is she all over Zhou Wei now? Suko blurted out the curse on the spot. I don't know either. Tan Zihao was just as stunned as Suku. In his mind, Chen Xiyu had always been Fang Ming's girlfriend. Zhao Tingqian frowned upon seeing Chen Xiyu hugging Zhou Wei. She'd heard about Fang Ming and Chen Siyu's relationship. They'd been dating since freshman year. Had they broken up now? Zhao Tingxian didn't want to comment much on Chen Siyu. But seeing her hugging Zhou Wei, she couldn't help feeling Fang Ming was getting the short end of the stick. Zhou Wei caught Zhao Tingxian's gaze and felt a secret thrill. Others might not know Zhao Tingxian's background, but he certainly did. Back at Longke University, she was a top-tier elite, her family connections even linked to the Longke Academy. Such a genius goddess, he both admired and adored her. After Lu Surui became his advisor, he finally gained an opportunity to interact with Zhao Tingxian. But that chance encounter at the recent faculty gathering was the only time they crossed paths since. Seeing Zhao Tingxian frown, he mistakenly assumed his senior classmate had once harbored feelings for him and was now jealous. Youth is truly wonderful. Ding He Changshan ascended the stage and remarked with a smile, completely oblivious to the impropriety of such public displays of affection in this setting. Today, student Zhou Wei. Just as He Changshan was about to deliver his closing remarks, the studio doors burst open. A group of soldiers, fully armed and ready, stormed in, surrounding the entire studio. Everyone stay seated. No one is to leave. A deep, commanding voice boomed as a towering figure strode in. The air seemed to freeze, the clamor abruptly silenced. Di Yang's icy gaze swept the room. Finding his target absent, he strode purposefully toward the podium. Are you the Academy's leadership? Where is Fang Ming? His imposing presence intensified as he advanced toward He Changshan. Chapter 6, Can he pull it off? Fang Ming? He Changshan's heart sank. What major offense had this kid committed? To actually bring the military onto campus. Zhao Tingxian spotted Di Yang and, as if understanding something, flashed a look of surprise in her eyes. She halted her steps and returned to her seat. See? That kid really is no good. Huang Zhenggu, seeing Zhao Tingxian return, gloated with a taunt. Zhao Tingxian ignored Huang Zhenggu, her expression calm. On stage, Di Yang's gaze swept the room. In the aisle, a couple clinging to each other stood out conspicuously. Zhou Wei and Chen Siyu stiffened, feeling prickles on their backs. Realizing their awkwardness, they quickly released each other and hurried to sit further back. Chen Siyu looked toward Di Yang on stage with horror. Had Fang Ming actually gotten involved with the military? Simultaneously, she glanced at Zhou Wei beside her, silently relieved she'd broken up with Fang Ming. Otherwise, she might have been dragged into this mess too. Do you know where he is? Di Yang emphasized his question. He Changshan dared not meet Di Yang's gaze, instinctively glancing at the shoulder insignia on his uniform. He shouldn't have looked. But once he did. Whoa! 3 gold stars. A general. I don't know. Feeling Di Yang's icy aura of authority, he trembled involuntarily and stepped back. Su Ku and Tan Zihao exchanged stunned glances. Had Fang Ming really dug up the national defense fiber optic cable? The military was already knocking on their door. Others were equally perplexed. What exactly had Fang Ming done to warrant the higher-ups deploying the military to find him? Boss, we found him. The report came through Di Yang's communication earpiece. He remained impassive, striding away alone. Watching Di Yang disappear into the distance, He Changshan broke out in a cold sweat, nearly collapsing onto the podium. Facing an admiral was truly terrifying. Outside, Di Yang raised his hand and pressed the communicator. Professor Wang, he's at the Academy. G University main campus, President's office. Academician Wang, Professor Lu, have you located that young comrade? President Wu Haijiang rubbed his hands nervously as he cautiously addressed the 2 men in his office. We've found him. We kindly request the president arrange for someone to guide us there. Both men stood up. Wang He offered a calm smile, appearing quite amiable. I'll escort you both. Wu Haijiang, his large belly protruding, dared not delay and hurried ahead to lead the way. The middle-aged president was under immense pressure. He had no idea 2 such heavyweights from the Dragon Academy would be visiting today. Moreover, just 10 minutes prior, he had witnessed firsthand what it meant for divine soldiers to descend from the heavens. Armored vehicles and armed helicopters had stormed directly into the campus. Within a minute, squad after squad of soldiers had sealed off the entire main campus. Now, both openly and covertly, the entire school was heavily guarded. All communication networks had been completely cut off. It was no exaggeration to say that not even a fly could escape the main campus of G University of Electronic Science and Technology. Could you believe this level of deployment was all to find an undergraduate who hadn't even graduated yet? Wu Haijiang muttered Fang Ming's name as he walked, wondering to himself when the School of Optoelectronic Engineering had produced such a formidable figure. He couldn't recall ever hearing of him. The trio soon arrived at the School of Optoelectronic Engineering. Di Yang ushered Wang He and Lu Surui into the conference room. What's the situation? Wang He asked Di Yang after taking his seat. Di Yang placed a military-grade computer on the table. We've deployed military drones to survey the lab building. Fang Ming is still inside. What is he doing? Wang He's expression shifted with curiosity. Lu Surui also turned to look at Di Yang. This is the live surveillance feed. Di Yang activated the military-grade computer on the table and slid it toward Wang He and Lu Sirui. Is it secure? Wang He didn't rush to look at the screen, instinctively asking first. Rest assured, we've conducted a thorough sweep of this area. Di Yang added, the lab building has also been thoroughly checked. The transmitted network data is encrypted. You two needn't worry. All right. Wang He nodded before finally shifting his gaze to the computer screen. Di Yang had protected Xia Nation's scientific sector for over 7 years. His professionalism was beyond question. With his assurance, Wang He could finally relax. On the third-floor lab, Fang Ming was still assembling the new lithography machine, completely unaware of several small drones hovering outside the window. Every move he made was clearly visible to Wang He and the others. Old Wang, what is he doing? Lu Sirui watched Fang Ming assemble the oddly shaped components, finding the process utterly fascinating. Photoresist, silicon wafers, and that X-ray projector in the middle, what do you think he's building? Wang He studied the scene with keen interest. This kid, he's actually trying to build a lithography machine? Lu Sirui had been uncertain, but Wang He's words left him utterly stunned. If someone had told him years ago that a single person could build a lithography machine, he would have dismissed it as pure fantasy. Yet now, the reality was starkly before his eyes. Overhearing the elders' conversation, Di Yang couldn't help but feel astonished. Could a lithography machine really be built by just one person? How long do you think it'll take him to get this lithography machine up and running? Wang He watched the busy figure on the screen and asked with a smile. Only he knows about his own work. Lu Sirui spread his hands, his resignation tinged with excitement. But I'm willing to wait. Wang He nodded. We can't just sit here waiting. We need to make those old guys anxious too. You're something else. Lu Sirui shook his head and smiled. Di Yang, connect the base to the encrypted video feed. Yes, sir. As Di Yang relayed the order, the veteran core members of the Lingxin project base logged into the video conference. Old Wang, this is the kid? He's way too young. He wants to build a lithography machine all by himself? Isn't that a bit sci-fi? Yeah, I acknowledge his concept for a new lithography machine, but actually building it? That might be a stretch. Seeing Fang Ming actually building a lithography machine, these veterans were genuinely skeptical. Building a lithography machine single-handedly? That's absurd. Don't forget, Wang He reminded them, Fang Ming's thesis focused on the software system for the new lithography machine. Only he knows the specific structure and functional design. Wang He reminded them. He understood their minds were still stuck on foreign EUV lithography machines. EUV lithography machines were indeed the industry leaders, but that didn't mean they'd forever monopolize the entire chip manufacturing sector. Xia Nation had vast gaps in high-end lithography technology, which was precisely why the term foreign stranglehold on lithography technology existed. If Fang Ming truly succeeded in building the new lithography machine, China would fill this gap. Then, it would be China putting the squeeze on others. Everyone in the video fell silent. Finally, as if by mutual agreement, they spoke in unison. We're willing to wait. Regardless of whether he succeeds in building the new lithography machine, we're willing to wait. Yes, this kid's ideas are fresh. We're old, our thinking can't push boldly forward. We need the younger generation to give us a push. Let him build it. We'll stand by him. Right. You mustn't disturb that kid. We're waiting for the results. Seeing this scene, Lu Sirui's expression grew solemn. He knew full well that building a high-end lithography machine was nearly an impossible task for a single person. Could Fang Ming pull it off? Chapter 7, He's a Genius. In the lab building, after assembling most of the components, Fang Ming ate a bowl of instant noodles and sat down on the floor, utterly exhausted. He pulled out his phone to check for any important notifications from the academy, only to find a red cross in the signal bar. He considered that if something urgent arose at the academy, Zhao Tingqian would likely come inform him personally. The absence of any movement meant nothing significant had happened. Well, nothing matters more than what's right in front of me now. Fang Ming rubbed his eyes, tossed his phone aside, and returned to assembling the lithography machine. Conference room. Wang He glanced at Lu Sirui. Old Lu, bring your student over here. Right. Lu Sirui nodded in understanding, then addressed Di Yang. Her name is Zhao Tingqian. Di Yang nodded and immediately led Lu Sirui to the broadcast studio. What exactly did Fang Ming do? Seeing Di Yang return, Wang Zhenggu couldn't help but mutter under his breath beside He Chanshan, they've arrested him, shouldn't they be leaving by now? How should I know? He Chanshan was equally frustrated. He too wanted to know what colossal mistake Fang Ming had made to implicate the entire academy. He noticed the elderly man beside Di Yang. The man's demeanor didn't suggest a military background, he seemed more like a seasoned scholar. Before He Chanshan could ponder further, Lu Sirui approached. Tingqian, come here. I need to discuss something with you. He waved lightly, flashing a smile at Zhao Tingqian. Professor. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhao Tingqian's face before she promptly approached Lu Sirui. Together, they walked toward the studio entrance. Hearing Zhao Tingqian address Lu Sirui as professor, He Changshan and Huang Jinggu exchanged startled glances. This was Zhao Tingqian's professor? A professor of semiconductor materials physics at Longke University? Just then, President Wu Haijiang hurriedly entered from outside. Panting, he approached He Changshan and grabbed his arm. Your college has been harboring someone like this? Why wasn't I informed beforehand? President, I had no idea about the situation. He Changshan looked utterly innocent. Sure, he hadn't passed the kid's thesis proposal defense. But that hardly warranted such a huge fuss, bringing in the military, no less. Huang Jinggu overheard their exchange and glanced at Zhao Tingqian as she walked out, a cold smile spreading across his face. That kid wanted to graduate, didn't he? Well, now he doesn't have to. He's been assigned straight to the state payroll. Just as Huang Jinggu was secretly reveling in his satisfaction, Wu Haijiang gave He Changshan a light pat on the shoulder. It's understandable you wouldn't know about such an exceptional talent. He probably kept too low a profile in your college. He wasn't low-key. He Changshan nearly blurted it out, but immediately caught himself, his eyes widening. Principal? You mean Fang Ming is exceptional? He asked, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. What? Has Fang Ming been doing poorly in your college? Wu Haijiang furrowed his brow. He sensed something was off about He Changshan's reaction. Glancing around, he leaned closer and lowered his voice to share the inside scoop. Don't mess with me. Listen, it's not just this professor from Longke University today. There's also a heavyweight academician who came specifically to see Fang Ming. You understand what this means, right? An academician. Coming specifically for Fang Ming? He Changshan nearly gasped aloud. Huang Jinggu, who had been eavesdropping nearby, froze instantly. Had they all been wrong? The military wasn't here to arrest Fang Ming at all? This was a joke taken way too far. Recalling his own persistent targeting of Fang Ming, Huang Jinggu was utterly panicked. The teachers nearby couldn't make out what the principal and He Changshan were saying, but from He Changshan's expression, they sensed something was seriously off. Zhou Wei felt a twinge of disappointment when Lu Sirui entered and didn't come looking for him first. Glancing at the soldiers watching them like hawks, he gathered his courage and stood up. Senior. Chen Xiu grabbed Zhou Wei's arm, confused by his sudden action. I need to see Professor Lu Sirui, he's my advisor. Zhou Wei shouted up at Di Yang. All eyes instantly turned to Zhou Wei. Chen Xiu felt mortified and quickly let go. Di Yang's gaze was icy, he didn't respond. At the entrance, Lu Sirui had just finished giving instructions. Zhao Tingqian left, and he turned to head back into the broadcast studio. Bring him over. For some reason, Lu Sirui's expression was slightly gloomy at that moment. Professor, why are you here? Zhou Wei scampered over to Lu Sirui. Lu Sir waited for Zhou Wei to stop. Who did you use as an example during your speech just now? He didn't answer Zhou Wei, but asked in a deep voice. Ha? That was just a small example, nothing much, right? Zhou Wei was puzzled. Why would the teacher ask about this? Nothing much? Lu Sir's face turned stern as he snapped, where did you put the most basic respect for others? Teacher, I. Zhou Wei snapped back to reality, wanting to explain, but under Lu Sirui's oppressive glare, his tongue suddenly tied itself in knots. You good for nothing. Thinking you're all that just because you're a master's student. Undergraduates who haven't even graduated are 1,000 times better than you. Lu Sirui's rage erupted, unleashing a public tirade that left Zhou Wei utterly humiliated. Zhou Wei stood flustered, his face flushing crimson. This man had the audacity to research lithography machines yet couldn't even pass his thesis proposal. Wasn't he the perfect counterexample? He couldn't fathom why Lu Sirui had blown up over this the moment he arrived. Who invited you to give this lecture? Lu Sui berated Zhou Wei. I came on vacation and thought I'd share some experience with the graduates here. Zhou Wei glanced nervously at He Changshan inside, his voice weak and evasive. Lu Sui was so furious he could have slapped Zhou Wei. His expression turned icy as he snapped, bull experience. You're just gilding the lily and dressing it up. If you don't straighten up your behavior, don't ever use my name again. Zhou Wei's face paled. He understood exactly what Lu Sui's last sentence meant. Teacher, I know I was wrong. He frantically grabbed Lu Sui's arm, bowing his head in apology. Get out. Go back to school and reflect on your actions. Lu Sirui shot Zhou Wei a fierce glare and violently shook off his hand. Yes, I'll go right now. Seeing countless eyes in the studio turn toward him, Zhou Wei felt utterly embarrassed and hurriedly made his escape. Nonsense. Lu Sirui snorted in anger and immediately turned to leave. Seeing Lu Sirui leave, Di Yang strode out of the studio. You sure know how to cause trouble. Wu Haijiang shot He Changshan a glare before following after. He Changshan looked deeply wounded. I didn't do anything. That old professor flew into a rage, but Zhou Wei practically walked right into it. The crowd below had no clue what had transpired, nor why their mentor Zhou Wei had been berated so thoroughly. After Zhou Wei's humiliating retreat, Chen Xiu felt a sense of foreboding. For some reason, she had a vague feeling this incident was connected to Fang Ming. In the lab, Fang Ming sat before his workbench, where 5 computers were neatly arranged. Professor, thank you. Once this experiment is done, I'll treat you to a meal. Chewing on an energy bar, Fang Ming's fingers danced across the keyboard as he thanked Zhao Tingqian at the doorway. Sure thing. Zhao Tingqian smiled, her gaze lingering on the dark circles under Fang Ming's eyes. Hesitantly, she asked, "Are you sure you don't need my help?" Learning from Lu Surui that Fang Ming intended to build a lithography machine alone had left her utterly stunned. Fang Ming had said he needed to resolve some issues related to his graduation project in the lab, but she never imagined he was actually constructing a lithography machine and doing it all by himself. Following Lu Surui's instructions, she hadn't informed Fang Ming about the specific situation outside. Nor had she mentioned that his thesis had already been reviewed by others, even drawing the attention of Academicians from the Longke Academy. Knowing this might interrupt his experiment. No need. You don't understand the principles, you'd only make things worse. For instance, I need to establish correction optical models and mathematical models. Could you help with that, Professor? Fang Ming stared intently at the screen, asking half-jokingly. Zhao Tingqian rolled her eyes. I'm definitely not skilled in those areas, but could you tell me how much longer it'll take to finish? The preparatory work is complete. Only the final testing remains. Fang Ming lifted his hands from the keyboard, leaned back in his chair, and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Chapter 8, Another Shift in the Weather. That fast? Zhao Tingqian looked utterly astonished, studying the square lithography machine standing nearly as tall as a person. Wang He and his team exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Starting from scratch, it would take their professional team at least several months to build a lithography machine. And Fang Ming? One person, a pile of parts, and a single night to create a miracle? Had it not unfolded before their very eyes, none would have dared believe it possible. Fang Ming remained oblivious to their thoughts. He fine-tuned the machine and inspected the light source with intense focus. Was it truly time to begin testing? The veteran experts at Lingxin Base looked utterly perplexed. Fang Ming's lab simply lacked the necessary conditions for testing a lithography machine. First, the machine required a pure yellow light environment to operate, as any interference could disrupt exposure. Second, the lab must have virtually zero vibration frequency. Even slight tremors could severely impact the lithography machine during operation. Finally, it required an ultra-clean, dust-free environment. None of these 3 conditions existed in Fang Ming's lab. Just as everyone assumed Fang Ming had a backup plan, he unexpectedly coated the silicon wafer with photoresist, placed it on the workbench, and activated the light source. Witnessing this, Wang He and the others nearly choked on their own blood. Was this kid seriously messing around? Zhao Tingqian, standing in the doorway, also stared wide-eyed. What the hell? She'd assumed Fang Ming would transfer the lithography machine testing to the university's cleanroom, but instead, he was testing it right here. A flash of white light erupted, and Fang Ming immediately commanded the system to halt the lithography machine. Gloved hands opened the conveyor belt, transferring the silicon wafer into a sealed, specially designed vacuum chamber. He rotated the electron microscope to align it with the wafer. Returning to the computer screen, Fang Ming watched as intricate patterns of electronic circuits filled the display. A faint smile touched his pale face. Success. His matter-of-fact tone struck Wang He and the others like thunderclaps. Success? Succeeding with lithography testing in such a crude environment? The air in the conference room seemed to freeze, video images frozen in place. Zhao Tingqian stood quietly by the door, watching Fang Ming from afar. After several seconds, her cherry lips parted slightly. Really, it succeeded? Fang Ming nodded, smiling. Naturally. Based on my chip design and conservative manufacturing process, we should have achieved 2 nanometers. Shocking words. 2 nanometers? Impossible? In the conference room, Wang He and Lu Surui kicked over the chairs behind them and stormed out. De Young cleared his throat twice, quickly signaling soldiers to follow the 2 elders. At the Lingxin base, veteran leaders across all departments erupted simultaneously. 2 nanometers? Is this real? Xiaosu, hurry up, prepare the special aircraft. Yes, a special aircraft, not a commercial flight. Speed. Speed. Get me there. Old Tian. Stop with the video calls. Contact the security bureau. Get us to Jiang province. I need to be on site. Now. Immediately. Is Di Yang still there? Arrange for some of your comrades. In an instant, Lingxin base descended into utter chaos. All department heads raced at top speed toward Jiang Province's Ji University of Electronic Technology. The experimental building of the School of Optoelectronic Engineering was now layered with military encirclement. Its already impregnable defenses now resembled a fortress. Many students out for their morning jog or stroll couldn't help but gasp. What's going on? Why is the lab building even more heavily guarded than yesterday? Damn! Is some big shot inside? I'd love to get in and see. You crazy? Yesterday some fool tried to get within 50 meters of the lab building and got knocked out cold by an officer smashing him with a rifle butt. Damn! You think it could be that Fang Ming guy inside? Unlikely. What could an undergraduate like Fang Ming possibly do? Amidst the students' chatter, on the third floor of the lab, Wang He and Lu Surui circled the lithography machine several times, discovering a problem. The mask plate. Fang Ming's lithography machine had no mask plate. The mask plate serves to convert light into patterns. This most critical component was missing. Without a mask plate, how could this lithography machine convert light into patterns? They then crowded around the computer screen, staring intently at the minute circuit patterns displayed, their eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. I must be dreaming. Wang, slap me. Lu Surui's eyes were wide, his body trembling slightly. What dream? Look closely. This is an electron microscope. Magnification over 10,000 times. Wang He gave Lu Sui's shoulder a sharp pat. Professor, who are these two old men? Fang Ming had been inspecting the silicon wafer for distortion or misalignment when these two old men suddenly barged in and took his spot. Zhao Tingqian approached Fang Ming and smiled meaningfully. Fang Ming was utterly baffled. What was so funny? Them? One surnamed Wang, the other surnamed Lu. Old Lu is my advisor, and old Wang is an academician at the Long Academy of Sciences. Zhao Tingqian explained with a smile. What? Fang Ming's eyes widened, his entire body frozen in awkwardness. An academician, his advisor's mentor. Just then, Wang He and Lu Surui turned around with smiles, extending their palms toward Fang Ming. Hello, Mr. Fang. I'm Wang He, academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and chief director of the National Lingxing Project. Mr. Fang, I'm Lu Surui. I'm essentially your advisor's advisor and also a member of the Lingxing Project. Seeing their formalities, Fang Ming felt a bit awkward. He shook each of their hands. No need for such formality, seniors. Just call me Xiao Ming or Fang Ming. Adding Mr. feels a bit strange. Wang He and Lu Surui nodded, their regard for Fang Ming deepening. Wang He then extended his hand again. Fang Ming, I'd like to invite you. Before Wang He could finish, Lu Sui suddenly stepped in front of him, his face turning stern. Fang Ming. Come be a professor at Longke University. We have the nation's most superior educational resources. Every year, the university's key projects are too numerous to count. Fang Ming's caliber has long reached the level of an academician. Are you seriously trying to recruit him as a professor at Longke University? Wang He grew flustered, not expecting this old fox to start poaching talent already. What's wrong with being a professor? It's far easier than grinding away in research. The lithography machine Fang Ming developed will sustain him for life. As Lu Surui spoke, Zhao Tingqian beside him couldn't help but cover her face. Good heavens. Professor, you work under old Wang. You're supposed to be a researcher too, for crying out loud. Wang He flared up, cursing under his breath, bull. Research is endless. You're on the Lingxing project too, don't tell me you're just here for the prestige. What prestige could a classified project like this give me? Fang Ming isn't even a researcher, he's just a student. After all this time developing that lithography machine, what's wrong with him enjoying some rewards? Lu Surui argued, her voice growing louder despite her weak position. Whoa, how did this suddenly turn into an argument? Fang Ming scratched his head and glanced at Zhao Tingqian. Zhao Tingqian shrugged helplessly, spreading her hands in resignation. Not long after, the sky over G University of Electronic Science and Technology turned upside down once more. A transport aircraft spanned the sky, obscuring the sun, as it slowly descended onto the main campus of G University. Several armed helicopters lowered rope ladders as elite special forces troops landed steadily, forming a protective perimeter around the transport aircraft. The entire campus fell silent. Yesterday's large-scale operation had been conducted discreetly, nothing like today's grand spectacle. Now, they weren't even bothering to pretend. Everyone felt a chill. What on earth was happening at their school? Chapter 9, I Want to Graduate. Under the gaze of countless faculty and students, the aircraft's doors opened. One by one, elderly figures with snow-white hair stepped out. Whoa! Some of these people. I swear I've seen them on TV before. Holy crap! Academician Xian from the South China Academy of Dragon Sciences. And Academician Zhong, who developed the next-generation rocket materials. Northeast Academy of Dragon Sciences member, father of Chinese optics, Academician Chu. Holy crap! Senior researcher Gong, pioneer of room-temperature superconductors. My god! How did so many scientific heavyweights suddenly appear on campus? Did our school accidentally disturb a nest of big shots? Faces needing no introduction, names familiar to all. The entire G University of Electronic Technology campus erupted. Teachers and students rushed forward, eager to catch a glimpse of these legendary scientists. But under the watchful eyes of security personnel, they quickly stepped aside, forming a long, orderly corridor. The veteran scientists paid no attention to the crowd, their expressions urgent as they hurried on. Holy crap! That looks like the direction of the School of Optoelectronic Engineering. This. Could the target be that lab building? The Optoelectronics Engineering lab building was sealed off yesterday. What secrets could it possibly hold? No idea. Let's hurry and follow them. The crowd followed the veteran scientists, surging into the Optoelectronics Engineering College. At that moment, the Optoelectronics Engineering College witnessed an unprecedented, monumental spectacle. Nearly half the faculty and students from the main campus gathered here, staring intently at the distant experimental building. Everyone was intensely curious what magic did this building hold to draw so many heavyweight academicians and scientists? After entering the building, these luminaries headed straight for the third floor, bursting into the lab occupied by Wang He and Lu Sirui. The sight of the new lithography machine made these old-timers light up like children discovering a long-awaited toy. Several rushed to the machine, examining it intently as if discovering a new continent, while others crowded around the computer screens, poring over data models. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Using X-rays as the light source? That's incredibly bold. Few companies worldwide would dare attempt it. What's even more terrifying is that he succeeded. Great minds think alike. But with X-rays' incredible penetrating power and energy, how did he solve the lens problem? Without opening this lithography machine, just judging by the components, Fang Ming seems to have simplified the extreme ultraviolet lithography workflow. Simplified? It's an evolution. Have you ever seen a lithography machine that can casually print 2-nanometer circuit patterns onto a wafer like a printer? These leading scientists from various fields were now chattering away, each trying to unravel the principles behind this novel lithography machine. They were itching to disassemble it immediately and examine its internal structure. Lithography machines span multiple disciplines: physics, chemistry, optics, mathematics. Mastery of even one of these fields is essential to building a lithography machine. No! Even if every field were mastered to the highest degree, it wouldn't guarantee the creation of a 2-nanometer lithography machine. How many people, anywhere in the world, could achieve this level? The answer is none. Absolutely no one could. At this point, the entire group turned in unison, fixing their gaze on Fang Ming standing in the corner. Fang Ming shuddered inwardly. How could these scientific luminaries be like hungry wolves? They were nothing like the images he'd seen on TV. Fang Ming, no. Comrade Fang, what is the operating principle of the lithography machine you designed? Could you explain it to me? Mr. Fang, how does the new lithography machine overcome the previously required external factors to achieve precise exposure? Please enlighten us. Professor Fang, I see your workbench uses a magnetic hinge without meshing gears. How did the robotic arm achieve such precise micro-manipulation? Mr. Fang, your optical system is ingenious. Could you share the underlying optical equations? Yes, just the equations. This group of science luminaries, their eyes glowing with eagerness, instantly surrounded Fang Ming, questions exploding like firecrackers. He'd never encountered such a scene before. His head buzzed. And hearing these scientific giants, decades his senior, repeatedly address him as comrade, sir, or even professor was utterly overwhelming. Huff. He exhaled a long breath. As his emotions settled, he finally realized. He had successfully proven himself. But it wasn't enough. Fang Ming lifted his gaze, meeting Wang Yi's eyes from the back of the crowd. The senior experts sensed the subtle shift in atmosphere, realizing their noisy questioning wouldn't yield the answers they sought. The lab gradually fell silent. What are your demands? Wang Yi stepped forward, his voice deep and authoritative. Those words carried the weight of an academician. All eyes turned to Fang Ming. Fang Ming glanced at Zhao Tingqian beside him, then swept his gaze across the faces of every scientist, academician, and professor present. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I want to graduate. Graduate? Everyone was taken aback. Did a genius like Fang Ming even need to graduate? He was more than qualified to become an academician. Fang Ming's thesis proposal wasn't approved by the department, so he's currently stuck at the proposal defense stage. Zhao Tingqian interjected on his behalf. What? Mr. Fang's thesis can't even pass the proposal defense? Are they blind? And this is from a prestigious university school of optoelectronic engineering? They won't even attempt lithography equipment? What a sham! Exactly. If the school cared, securing funding for a lithography machine project wouldn't be difficult. Even with limited resources, they shouldn't block students from researching relevant topics. If that thesis never reached us, wouldn't such innovative talent be wasted? This is outrageous. Where is the dean of this school? Where is the university president? Bring them here. The senior faculty were deeply outraged, unwilling to see a tech prodigy like Fang Ming suffer such injustice. Though Fang Ming's thesis topic sounded outlandish, its content was solid, substantive work. With new lithography machines already being built today, there's nothing left to question. They dared say the college's higher-ups hadn't seriously reviewed Fang Ming's proposal at all. For the sake of graduation rates, any slightly innovative proposal was immediately rejected. Not a single chance was given. This was outrageous. The senior figures spoke one after another, all voicing their indignation on Fang Ming's behalf. What do you want to do? If it's just about graduation, I can contact the president. Your diploma and degree certificate can be delivered to you shortly. Wang He inquired of Fang Ming. To them, this minor issue concerning Fang Ming was utterly insignificant. Fang Ming pondered for a moment. Follow the proper procedure. Hold a thesis defense. You seniors will serve as the evaluators. You ask, I answer. Chapter 10, Regret. Agreed. Wang He and the others responded in unison, without a moment's hesitation. They had long been eager to unravel the mystery of the new lithography machine. Fang Ming's proposal perfectly aligned with their wishes. May I observe? Zhao Tingqian suddenly spoke up. As Fang Ming's student, she felt it would be a regret if she couldn't witness his graduation firsthand. Fang Ming glanced at Wang He. He understood that with the state placing such importance on his lithography machine research, certain aspects simply couldn't be disclosed publicly. You may, but you must sign a confidentiality agreement. Wang He nodded. Without Zhao Tingqian, they never would have discovered Fang Ming's talent. Consider it a favor to old Zhao. Thank you, Professor Wang. Zhao Tingqian offered a faint smile. Thus, Wang He instructed Di Yang to contact President Wu Haijiang, arranging for the graduation defense to be held in the broadcasting hall of the School of Optoelectronic Engineering. At exactly 3 p.m., Fang Ming emerged from the laboratory building, surrounded by a group of scientific luminaries. Their appearance immediately caused quite a stir. It's him. It's actually Fang Ming. How is this possible? Why is he standing right in the center of these senior figures? That's the prime spot. Damn it! Fang Ming couldn't even pass his thesis proposal. How is he now standing with these veteran academicians? Good heavens! What incredible feat did Fang Ming accomplish? What merit earned him standing alongside these heavyweights? Whoa! That's insane! If I could be surrounded by so many big shots, my life would be complete. Many faculty and students from the School of Optoelectronic Engineering gasped in recognition upon seeing that face. Faculty and students from other schools, whether they knew Fang Ming or not, were all filled with awe. To walk alongside these people was a tremendous honor, let alone being surrounded by them. Awesome! Mind-blowing! That youthful face instantly etched itself into their memories. No matter how unremarkable Fang Ming had been before, he had just become the most outstanding figure at Longke University of Electronic Science and Technology. Amidst the onlookers, Chen Xiu and her roommate stood at a distance, their spirits shaken to the core. Ever since Zhou Wei's advisor appeared, she'd had a sense of impending doom. But what you fear most is often what comes to pass. Only when Fang Ming walked alongside this group of academicians and professors did she realize the sheer magnitude of her blunder. Fang Ming? That's definitely Fang Ming, right? Holy crap! All these academicians and professors, they're here for him? What's his deal? If only I could catch a glimpse of these big shots. Listening to her roommates chattering away beside her, Chen Xiu felt utterly flustered. Her gaze followed the dazzling figure moving through the crowd, her heart filled with endless regret. If only she'd known Fang Ming was so incredible, how could she have ever broken up with him? Protected by numerous soldiers, Fang Ming and his group were about to enter the broadcast studio. Chen Xiu's roommates saw her pale face and silently shook their heads. Fang Ming had been a perfectly capable boyfriend, yet Chen Xiu had treated him like a cash cow. Chen Xiu seethed with resentment. Why hadn't Fang Ming told her how capable he really was? If he'd told her earlier, she wouldn't have gone to Zhou Wei, and she wouldn't have broken up with him. She dashed forward in 3 strides, intent on confronting Fang Ming, but a soldier blocked her path with a cold, unyielding expression. Sir, I'm Fang Ming's girlfriend. Can I just speak with him for a moment? Chen Xiu batted her eyes pitifully, deploying the same sweet-talking charm she usually used with men. The 6-foot-tall Special Forces soldier before her wasn't buying it. He shot her a cold, menacing glare and barked, "Get lost!" The word "get lost" thundered like a crack of lightning, sending a shiver through Chen Xiu. She nearly wet herself on the spot. Never having endured such humiliation, she immediately crouched down and began sobbing. The Special Forces soldier showed not a shred of sympathy, striding away without a second glance. Seeing Chen Xiu crouched on the ground weeping, the surrounding faculty and students felt little pity for her. They thought she deserved it. Fang Ming and his group naturally paid no attention to this minor incident, entering the broadcast hall building one after another. Watching Fang Ming and his group enter the broadcast hall, the group of faculty members observing from the office building couldn't help but feel moved. Truly, the young are formidable. Who could have imagined that a student who failed his thesis proposal defense would capture the favor of the Academicians? Recalling Fang Ming's proposal, many felt a pang of shame. Students of the School of Optoelectronic Engineering should aspire to follow Fang Ming's path, aiming for the most cutting-edge and technologically advanced fields like lithography. Yet how many students' soaring ambitions had they stifled? Did this school truly deserve the name optoelectronics? Wu Haijiang and He Changshan stood together, sighing. Couldn't you have paid more attention to this Fang Ming? With his potential, he should have been a top priority for cultivation. Blocking his thesis proposal, what were you thinking? He Changshan sighed helplessly. Wu Haijiang's post hoc criticism was masterfully executed. A single sentence shifted all blame onto him. Under the current education system, graduation and employment rates take precedence. Had Fang Ming lacked genuine ability and Wu Haijiang approved his lithography-related thesis proposal, the university president would have had to invent a new justification. But Wu Haijiang knew full well he'd misjudged this time. Fang Ming was truly exceptional. Though he didn't know exactly what Fang Ming had done, today's grand spectacle was proof enough of his success. Seriously, what other undergraduate could single-handedly attract so many big shots? Probably only Fang Ming could pull that off. Once this incident blows over, our entire college leadership will conduct a thorough self-examination. He Changshan made a promise to Wu Haijiang. Wu Haijiang nodded in satisfaction, then shifted gears. By the way, there's an associate professor in your college who's frequently reported by students. Playing political games on campus won't do. He Changshan chuckled. Rest assured, President. Our college has no place for such incompetent fools. Very well. Wu Haijiang gazed at the distant broadcast hall building, his thoughts racing. Our university has truly given birth to a dragon this time. In the associate professor's office, Huang Zhenggu's face was ashen. He couldn't fathom how that eccentric student had suddenly soared like a phoenix. Why? This phoenix had destroyed everything he had. Fang Ming, how did you achieve such heights? He tugged at his sparse hair, his face contorted in agony. Resentment, regret, 1,000 emotions surged through him. If given another chance, he would dedicate himself to academic research, becoming a genuine, beloved associate professor. Alas, there was no remedy for regret. Huang Zhenggu was finished. Fang Ming remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. The broadcast hall was sealed off with the strictest security measures for his graduation defense. Chapter 11, The Seizure. Inside the building, Dark Falcon forces were deployed throughout, eliminating every potential threat. Outside, soldiers armed with rifles formed the most impenetrable defense line, strictly prohibiting anyone from approaching. In the sky, armed helicopters patrolled continuously, drones scattered around, and stealth radars constantly scanned for abnormal signals. If anyone inside the school attempted to transmit information about the situation here to the internet or the outside world, they would be intercepted. Serious offenders would be executed on the spot. This special force safeguarding the nation's scientific front had taken secrecy to the extreme. Inside the broadcast studio, Fang Ming and his team conducted their graduation defense under absolutely secure conditions. I want to know how the new lithography machine uses X-rays to etch circuit patterns onto wafers? An academician specializing in optics posed the question to Fang Ming. Before answering, I assume everyone here understands that light possesses wave-particle duality, correct? Fang Ming stood at the podium, posing this question to the academicians and professors seated below. Hearing this, Zhao Tingqian, sitting alone nearby, suddenly recalled a specific point from Fang Ming's thesis. Wasn't that principle unproven? Could he have succeeded? He and the others nodded. This concept was fundamental, they naturally understood it. Since you all know this, don't be surprised by what I'm about to say. Fang Ming organized his thoughts, striving to explain in accessible terms. When we observe light from a two-dimensional perspective, it behaves as an electromagnetic wave. From a three-dimensional perspective, it transforms into particles. What if we observe light from a four-dimensional perspective? It might encompass electromagnetic waves and other quantities. Based on this hypothesis, the light we perceive differs in each dimension. Therefore, it likely possesses infinite dimensions. Light has infinite dimensions. Fang Ming's words delivered a tremendous shock to everyone present. Fang Ming smiled faintly and explained, simply put, the function of a lithography machine is to convert light into two-dimensional patterns. Standing on the three-dimensional plane, we can only comprehend light within 3 dimensions. Setting aside other dimensions, the role of the lithography machine is to transform light from the three-dimensional plane into two-dimensional objects. Therefore, the next step is straightforward: use an optical system to convert light into pure two-dimensional units, making it stable and controllable. How do we achieve that? Wang Yi frowned, unable to grasp Fang Ming's concept of light possessing infinite dimensions. Light is complex, with many factors beyond our control. When developing the new lithography machine, I devised a method of countering dimensions with dimensions. Fang Ming held his hands together. By reversing one segment of light with identical wavelengths, we create a counteraction that reduces its energy and penetrating power. Under this reaction, light particles form a beam with negligible impact on matter. When this beam passes through a designed electronic pattern projection, it creates a memory effect. Finally, the beam passes through the lens, shrinks again, and strikes the photoresist, producing a delightful effect. After Fang Ming finished, the room fell silent. If his theory proved viable, it would revolutionize the entire field of optics. Seeing their skepticism, Fang Ming shook his head and opened the large projection screen behind him with a wry smile. After connecting to his computer, he played a video of his own optical experiments. Upon seeing this footage, everyone in the room leapt to their feet. It was real. The crowd sucked in their breath in unison. No wonder Fang Ming could build a new lithography machine. It turned out light could react with itself, achieving pure two-dimensionality. The principle was simple, so simple it was mind-boggling. The new lithography machine worked by eliminating all influencing factors and converting extremely short wavelength light into a two-dimensional state. A dimensional reaction of light? It sounded like the idea of a madman. Yet, Fang Ming had succeeded. It was precisely this principle that enabled him to create the new lithography machine. Once they grasped the underlying concept, Wang He and the others felt their scalps tingle. No mask plates required. Unconstrained by the harsh operating environments of traditional high-end lithography machines. Capable of achieving 2 nanometer or even smaller process nodes. Most crucially, the manufacturing cost is extremely low, enabling mass production. Their gazes instinctively turned to the young man standing at the podium. A prodigy. Sometimes, once you grasp the fundamental principles, even the most complex things become simple. Fang Ming opened his thesis presentation and began his explanation. The assembled academicians and professors listened intently, nodding repeatedly. Fang Ming consistently explained obscure principles using the most accessible language. Wang He and his colleagues served as evaluators during this defense, expected to pose questions for Fang Ming to answer. Yet, through his vivid and engaging descriptions, all their doubts dissolved effortlessly. The presentation slid to its final slide, yet the audience below remained standing, utterly captivated. That concludes my thesis research findings. Do the esteemed evaluators have any questions? Only then did Wang He and the others snap out of their trance. Fang Ming's descriptions of various concepts were so brilliant they had unconsciously drawn them into deep contemplation. So much so that even after Fang Ming finished presenting his thesis, they remained unable to shake off their thoughts. The academicians and professors who had intended to ask questions couldn't help but smile wryly. Questions? They were unnecessary now. Based on the optical dimensional principles Fang Ming had just described, digging deeper could yield several SCI papers. Even a Nobel Prize wasn't out of the question. We're not sure what else we could ask that would stump you. Wang He, the project director, expressed his admiration and led the applause. One by one, the white-haired academicians and professors joined in, applauding the figure on stage. Zhao Tingqian clapped softly, feeling genuine pride for her student. After the defense concluded, Wang He personally handed Fang Ming the graduation certificate and degree diploma he had prepared earlier. Fang Ming, I now formally extend an invitation to you in my capacity as the chief executive of the Limousine project. Wang He extended his right hand to Fang Ming. I would like to invite you to serve as the chief technical advisor for the first department of our Limousine project. Would you be willing? Fang Ming froze. The Limousine project? Seeing Fang Ming's blank expression, Wang He urgently signaled him with his eyes. If Fang Ming accepted, he'd gain the upper hand. Otherwise, once others caught on, it would spark a fierce competition. The Limousine project's researchers came from diverse fields. While united in their work, maintaining harmony in other areas was another matter. Especially when encountering a super genius like Fang Ming. May I ask? Fang Ming had intended to inquire about the nature of the Limousine project. But others, seeing Wang He extend an invitation under the guise of the Limousine project, instantly grew frantic. They couldn't let that old bastard snatch this treasure away alone. Such talent, they all wanted him. A fierce battle for his allegiance erupted. Chapter 12, Storm Clouds Gathering. Comrade Fang Ming, haven't you made new discoveries in the optical dimension? Come to our Northwest Quantum Optics Institute. I'll make you team leader. Fang Ming, I'm from the Northeast Academy of Sciences. If you join our team, the Academy will provide you with synchrotron radiation equipment unconditionally. I'm the chief researcher at the carbon-based semiconductor research base in Magic City. If you join our department, I'll hand over our latest research findings to you. These veteran academicians and professors argued fiercely, nearly coming to blows. Zhao Tingqian watched Fang Ming surrounded from afar, smiled faintly, then turned and slipped away. It was time for her to return and prove herself. Fang Ming hadn't noticed Zhao Tingqian's departure. His mouth twitched and he cleared his throat twice to cut off the bickering bigwigs still fighting over him. What is the Limousine project? He turned his gaze to Wang He. Seeing Fang Ming address Wang He, a sudden sense of crisis gripped the others. Such a prodigy, we absolutely cannot let Wang He snatch him away. Enough! I won't compete with you all. Let's prioritize the greater good. Wang He barked, signaling them to quiet down. The old guard realized their emotions had run too high and immediately fell silent. Wang He began explaining to Fang Ming, the Limousine project is one of the nation's key initiatives. As of now, it has been underway for 3 years. We've been striving to overcome our nation's chip shortage crisis. Unfortunately, breakthroughs in high-end lithography equipment and chip design have been elusive, leaving us choked by foreign constraints. You surely understand the situation. Our nation struggles even to build a single EUV lithography machine. When purchasing advanced lenses and precision components, we inevitably face restrictions from chip-dominant nations. Amidst this, your novel lithography technology offers us a glimmer of hope. Therefore, I sincerely hope you will join our Limousine project. The nation needs talents like you. After these words, the veteran executives who had been fiercely arguing moments ago fell completely silent. Faced with the nation's critical needs, they naturally could no longer compete for Fang Ming out of personal ambition. The Limousine project was now paramount. Everything else could be postponed. Like Wang He, they fixed their gaze upon Fang Ming, their eyes brimming with boundless expectation. All eyes awaited his response. Fang Ming scanned the faces around him, men and women who had dedicated themselves to science, contributing immeasurably to their nation and people. In the past, he had been just an ordinary citizen. How could he possibly bear such a heavy responsibility? But now, everything was different. A smile touched his lips as he reached out and clasped Wang He's hand firmly. I accept, he affirmed. Wang He smiled back. The Yanjing Spirit Corps Research Base welcomes you. Ha! The others immediately sensed something amiss. The Spirit Corps base was one thing, but adding a regional name. At that moment, a sly gleam flashed in Wang He's eyes. Lu Sirui, standing nearby, couldn't help but shake his head. When Wang He, the chief director, played his cards, he played them dirty. The old guard finally caught on, all glaring at Wang He simultaneously. Under Wang He's arrangements, everyone held a simple graduation ceremony for Fang Ming. Dressed in academic robes and holding his diploma, he stood before the new lithography machine in the lab, capturing his first ever university graduation photo. Afterward, Di Yang led the Dark Falcon unit to completely clear out the laboratory Fang Ming had occupied. The new lithography machine and countless experimental data were all secretly transferred. As Fang Ming and Wang He's group boarded the special aircraft bound for Yanjing, University of Radio and Television finally returned to its usual tranquility. Even after the military withdrawal, many remained unaware of the events that had unfolded. Seated on the private jet, Fang Ming regretted never having the chance to fulfill his promise to Zhao Tingqian. However, when Lu Sirui informed him that Zhao Tingqian planned to resign and pursue advanced studies at the Longke Academy, Fang Ming was taken aback. So our counselor was playing dumb all along? He smiled faintly, a glimmer of anticipation in his heart. When would their paths cross again on the research front? Hours later, the group arrived at the Limousine project base in Yanjing. Located in Yanjing's core research district, the base operated under the Dragon Academy. Surrounded by towering research complexes and a massive suspended factory, Fang Ming felt as if he'd stepped into the future. Awe-inspiring. That was the most immediate sensation the Limousine base evoked in him. Under the guidance of General Di Yang, Fang Ming settled his personal needs: food, lodging, and transportation before being summoned by Wang He to a meeting in the conference hall. The conference hall was quite a distance from the researchers' dormitories, so General Di Yang drove him there. Having an army general serve as his driver made Fang Ming feel a bit awkward. But when General Di Yang stated it was part of his duties, Fang Ming relaxed. The Limousine project base was vast. After an 8-kilometer drive, General Di Yang finally arrived at the base's research conference hall. Entering the hall, Fang Ming recognized many familiar faces. A long quartz conference table, emitting a cool white glow, stood at the center. Wang He and others sat on either side, leaving only the seat at the head of the table vacant. Fang Ming glanced at Wang He. Could this seat be reserved for him? Take a seat. Wang He nodded, gesturing for Fang Ming to occupy the top position. Fang Ming felt a flutter of unease, sensing this arrangement signaled something significant was about to unfold for him. After Fang Ming settled in, Wang He produced a red-headed document bearing an embossed seal. Wang He radiated the powerful presence befitting the chief executive. Pursuant to directives from the National Key Project 927, Comrade Fang Ming has developed a new generation of lithography equipment and achieved the development of supporting software systems, making significant contributions to China's Project 27 Limousine. He is hereby formally inducted into the ranks of National Outstanding Academicians and Distinguished Scientific Researchers. Finally, we urge this comrade to persevere in his efforts, serving the nation and its people, and forging ahead on the path of scientific research. Wang He closed the document, stood up, and walked to Fang Ming. He pinned a red ribbon with a flower onto his collar. Lu Sirui stepped forward, took out a blue certificate, and solemnly handed it to Fang Ming. Congratulations, Academician Fang. He exchanged a glance with Wang He, offering heartfelt congratulations to Fang Ming. Others applauded enthusiastically, their eyes filled with admiration. Fang Ming was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? How did he suddenly become an academician? We originally planned to hold a certificate presentation ceremony for you at the Longke Academy headquarters, but our upcoming workload is overwhelming. Time is tight, and we hope you understand. Wang He explained to Fang Ming. Is it appropriate for me to be an academician? Fang Ming held the certificate in his hands, feeling a sense of unreality. Not at all. With your caliber, being an academician might even be underutilizing your talents. Wang He smiled. After you developed the new lithography machine, I immediately applied for certification from the Academy of Sciences and the National Key Secrets Engineering Department. They had no objections whatsoever and sent the certificate overnight. The state also mentioned they want to widely publicize your achievements, making you a role model for students across Xia Nation. Ah, well. Fang Ming opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Seeing his awkwardness, the department heads present all chuckled. You'll be Xia Nation's youngest academician. This decision was actually agreed upon long ago. Exactly. Without this title, your status as just a bachelor's graduate wouldn't carry enough weight. Don't worry, being an academician is no big deal. You're already qualified to teach us, which carries far more weight. Exactly. With the nation's endorsement and our old-timers vouching for you, go pursue your research with confidence. Hearing these words, Fang Ming felt deeply moved. Yet he couldn't shake the sense that a storm was brewing. Less than a day after Fang Ming became an academician, his photo dominated the homepage banner of the official National Academic Announcement website. The whirlwind of the newly appointed Long Academy academician instantly swept through the entire academic circle of Xia Nation. Chapter 13, Controversy Erupts. When the official website posted the new academician's photo, a large group of people couldn't sit still. What? A 23-year-old academician? You've got to be kidding. Fang Ming? Never heard of him. What outstanding research achievements or contributions does he have? Personal resume temporarily unavailable? Does the Long Academy of Sciences also engage in backdoor deals? Impressive, really impressive. Ha ha ha. A 23-year-old academician? Truly unprecedented. Keeping his entire personal history confidential, how blatant. Fang Ming? Could he be some princeling? In Xia Nation, the title academician represented the pinnacle of academic prestige. A 23-year-old like Fang Ming becoming an academician was bound to cause an uproar from the moment it happened. Moreover, the nation's approach was perplexing. Aside from partial personal details, Fang Ming's research achievements were listed as not available. How could such a public announcement possibly satisfy the public? Voices of discontent echoed throughout academic circles, insisting Fang Ming lacked the qualifications for academician status. Some even sought to jointly denounce the Longke Academy for blatant favoritism. Overnight, the entire Xia research community knew the name Fang Ming. When asked for their opinions, the veteran academicians merely smiled and avoided the topic. This left many perplexed, wondering whether the elders possessed insider knowledge or had been threatened. Their evasive stance only fueled the growing controversy. By the third day of Fang Ming's appointment, the scandal could no longer be contained, exploding into the public eye. Countless media outlets and Weibo influencers seized the moment, launching into heated debates about the newly appointed academician. Shocking. Xia Nation's youngest ever academician Dragon Academy insider deals? Unspoken rules? Folks. Who gets this? Utterly speechless, lately ever seen a 23-year-old national academician. Sharp commentary, a youthful academician with zero achievements. What has this nation come to? Hot topic, nation's youngest academician revealed true identity? A bachelor's graduate? The overwhelming online traffic propelled the term Xia Nation's youngest academician to the top of trending searches across major portals and platforms. Fang Ming became known to countless people in this manner. Online, the voices were almost entirely one-sided. Holy crap! Backdoor deals for academician appointments now? Can I pull strings to become one too? Damn! An undergraduate as an academician? 666. At Yanjing Longke Academy, I'm a grad student at South China Social University. How much dough does it take to become an academician? Undergraduates can become academicians? Looks like the title's pretty watered down. Longke University, School of Materials Engineering, Graduate Dormitory. Zhou Wei lay on his bed, scrolling through headlines about China's youngest academician with disdain in his eyes. This guy's clearly a fraud. And he got made an academician. Recalling how Lu Sirui had publicly humiliated him at G University over this Fang Ming, Zhou Wei's rage boiled over. Beyond anger, he felt intense jealousy. Just an undergraduate, what gives him the right to become a national-level academician? He opened his phone contacts, found a number, and his lips curled into a smirk. Since public opinion was already overwhelmingly negative, he might as well pour fuel on the fire. Hello, Dr. Li? Yes, it's me. Have you seen the news about that newly appointed academician? Could you write an article? Li Maochang, the education commentator with the most followers on Weibo, was renowned for seizing on hot topics and delivering biting, sarcastic commentary. The recent uproar over the newly appointed academician had him itching to jump on the bandwagon, but given the stakes involving the Long Academy and the nation, he harbored some reservations. As a verified Weibo influencer, many of his credentials had been carefully packaged during the initial verification process. He craved traffic, but if investigated, it could easily backfire. However, after receiving Zhou Wei's call, his mind was completely changed. If other big influencers dared to jump on the bandwagon, why shouldn't he? Of course, the main reason was that Zhou Wei was offering far too much. Regardless of whatever grudge this top student had against Fang Ming, turning down free money would be downright stupid. Rubbing his hands together, he opened his laptop and typed the Weibo headline, "The rise and fall of our nation lies in the hands of us undergraduates." Open University, School of Optoelectronic Engineering, male dormitory. Boss, check this out. That green T Chen CU is ing outrageous. She was all over Mingzi before, talking about how they'd get back together, but now that trouble hits, she's trying to distance herself and ride the hype wave. Tan Zihao scrolled through Weibo, seething with indignation. After Fang Ming became a campus celebrity, Chen Xiu had successfully amassed a huge following with her essay titled My Boyfriend is a Science Genius. Then, when Fang Ming's election as an academician sparked widespread condemnation, she immediately penned another essay detailing all his shortcomings. I'm utterly speechless, girls. Never imagined my ex was so dark and deceitful, hiding things from me. Suka glanced at the opening of Chen Xiu's essay, shook his head, and held up his phone. Check this out, it's even more outrageous. Tan Zihao looked closely. On Suka's phone was a Weibo post by a certain Dr. Li. This. What a load of twisted, garbage nonsense. What does this have to do with us undergrads? Tan Zihao nearly smashed the phone in anger upon reading the Weibo post. Indeed, it was the very article written by Li Maochang. Using we undergraduates as the subject, it ranted about serving the nation and people, pursuing scientific breakthroughs with wild imagination, dying on the battlefield, every phrase dripping with exaggerated sarcasm. The final line undergraduates, academicians, and the like are nothing special pushed the sarcastic tone to its peak. Should we tell Mingzi? After all, it concerns his reputation. Tan Zihao glanced at the tens of thousands of reposts under Li Maochang's Weibo post and voiced his concern. Suka tagged Fang Ming in the dorm group chat, mention him in the group. With something this big happening, we have no idea what's going on with Mingzi. At the Lingxin project base, Fang Ming was immersed in the research library, poring over classified national semiconductor chip papers. His phone vibrated lightly. He picked it up, scanned the screen, and opened the two links Tan Zihao and Suka had sent. One was Chen Xiu's short essay, the other Li Maochang's Weibo post. After reading them, Fang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. These past few days, he'd been either buried in the library or guiding Wang Hai and the others on how to build the new lithography machine. Though he'd been aware of the online buzz, he hadn't had much time to pay attention. He hadn't expected that in just a few days, things would escalate to this extent. Fang Ming replied to his roommates with a simple "don't worry," then closed the papers. Honestly, seeing these online comments, it would be a lie to say he wasn't angry. He let out a long sigh. The Lingxin project was a state-level classified initiative. Its research findings could only be disclosed once they achieved overwhelming dominance in high-end chip production. As for his own true circumstances, they could only be revealed once the Lingxin project was completed. Stepping out of the library, Fang Ming picked up his phone and dialed Wang He's number. Professor Wang, I have new ideas. Gather everyone for a meeting. After hanging up, he clenched his fists. Since he was involved in this project, he would find a way to bring it to an early conclusion. Chapter 14, Give me a week. Lingxin Project Base, Underground Conference Room. Di Yang, are ground security measures in place? Wang He asked Di Yang standing by the door. Di Yang nodded. No one can get close. Only then did Wang He turn to face Fang Ming, seated at the head of the conference table. Fang Ming's mouth twitched. This level of secrecy was excessive. Notebooks and pens lay before each department head seated at the conference table. They sat stiffly upright, awaiting Fang Ming's opening remarks. Seeing these scientific luminaries sitting as earnestly as elementary school students made Fang Ming sweat with embarrassment. He composed himself and asked Wang He, Mr. Wang, if the new lithography machine enters production, how long would it take to achieve self-sufficiency in high-end chip supply? Wang He made a rough estimate, holding up 2 fingers. At least 2 years. The department heads nodded in agreement. 2 years achieving self-sufficiency in high-end chip production would put them far ahead of other nations. The rise of Xia Nation's chip industry was within reach. 2 years? Just as they began to gloat, Fang Ming furrowed his brow. Fang Ming, don't put too much pressure on yourself for now. Wang He, seemingly reading Fang Ming's thoughts, reassured him, focus on refining the technology at the base. The Academy of Sciences will handle those disruptive voices outside. Exactly. Just concentrate on your research. Leave the rest to us. Just publish a few SCI papers on circuit design, and I doubt anyone will dare to spread nonsense. Exactly. While we can't openly share lithography research, solid academic achievements will silence those amateurs. Listening to the senior researcher's advice, Fang Ming felt deeply grateful. Yet he replied, no need for SCI papers. Since I've become an academician, I should do what academicians do. Fang Ming, to be honest, 2 years is a conservative estimate. Our Lingxin project will first target military applications, followed by private enterprises. Achieving full self-sufficiency in high-end chips is a protracted battle even if your lithography machine far surpasses foreign EUV systems. Wang He didn't mean to discourage Fang Ming, but he delivered the harsh truth. Chip manufacturing is an extraordinarily complex process. Even with a 2-nanometer lithography machine, processes like etching and ion implantation must keep pace. Fang Ming raised a finger. What if I could develop a machine capable of rapidly mass-producing 1-nanometer chips? What? Everyone thought they'd misheard. 1 nanometer chips? Mass production? Just 1 nanometer alone was legendary enough. Mass production on top of that. Heavens! What kind of world would that create? Fang Ming, are you sure you're not joking? Wang He's hand beneath the table trembled slightly as he asked, unusually. Normally, such words should never come from the mouth of the chief executive. But he was nervous. He feared Fang Ming was bluffing, yet dreaded the possibility he was serious. The others swallowed hard. If a 1 nanometer chip could be developed and mass-produced, countless sci-fi concepts would become reality. Then, Xia Nation no. The entire world would witness a technological revolution. I've already designed the 1 nanometer lithography machine. My ultimate goal is to develop a highly efficient, end-to-end chip production system. Fang Ming spoke calmly, pulling a USB drive from his pocket and sliding it toward Wang He. You're serious? Wang He nearly blurted out, staring at the USB drive before him. Even these seasoned experts, who'd weathered countless storms, felt their hearts skip a beat, stunned into silence. This USB contains the design blueprints and principles for the 1 nanometer lithography machine, along with the conceptual framework for the integrated chip production system. Fang Ming looked earnestly at the senior experts present. Give me 1 week. I will provide you with a satisfactory answer. The room fell silent. Yet within 5 minutes, they unanimously approved the decision. Fang Ming would develop the integrated chip machine. Mr. Wang, I'll take my leave now. Oh, and for this week, I'll need a lab and several assistants. By the meeting's end, Wang He and the department heads were already poring over the contents of Fang Ming's USB drive. Lingering served no purpose, so Fang Ming excused himself to Wang He. Di Yang, take Fang Ming to Old Lu and arrange a lab for him. Wang He would have gladly dropped everything to assist Fang Ming himself, but he and the other department heads were tied up. When the other heads heard Fang Ming needed an assistant, they nearly ran over to grab his arm. They never imagined they'd one day despise their position so much. What a crappy department head job. If someone could take it off their hands, they'd kick that lousy position to the curb. Fang Ming followed Di Yang out of the underground conference room to the lobby of the research institute where Lu Surui worked. The lab is ready. It's in the building next to the research institute. As for assistance, what are your requirements, Fang Ming? Lu Surui hurried to meet them in the lobby. Before Fang Ming and Di Yang arrived, Wang He had already briefed him on the specifics over the phone. Research bases demand lightning-fast action. For assistance, I need 3 reliable people, and... Fang Ming paused, glancing at Di Yang beside him. In your terms, they must be trustworthy. After all, they'll be handling the project's core content. Lu Surui immediately pointed at himself. How about adding me to the team? Fang Ming's lips twitched. He was baffled by Lu Surui's self-recommendation. Why did these big shots all seem eager to assist him? In the end, he couldn't refuse Lu Sui and had to let him join. Lu Sui didn't disappoint Fang Ming, bringing along his 3 most capable assistants. Of course, before entering the lab, the 3 assistants were first escorted into a small room by soldiers under Di Yang's command. If you leak even a shred of information before the project is completed, the penalties outlined in the agreement will be enforced according to their priority level. 2 men and 1 woman sat at 3 small tables, each facing a confidentiality agreement, an ink pad, and a water-based pen. Upon glancing at the agreement, they saw the so-called penalty priority had only one option. Death penalty. The trio swallowed hard, signed and stamped their fingerprints under Di Yang's icy gaze, then left the small room like prisoners. Hey, Gao Shuang, Shen Tian, what kind of research mission are we really undertaking? Why all this secrecy? Among the trio, the baby-faced girl with 2 braids and black-rimmed glasses tapped her lower lip, asking playfully. No clue, but if Commander D personally delivered the confidentiality agreement, it can't be some trivial project. Gao Shuang, true to his name, was tall and sturdy, though he too wore glasses perched on his nose like the girl. Long Jiao, rein it in. The professor said a national-level academician is leading this team. Don't act like some bratty kid. Shen Tian was the only one of the 3 not wearing glasses. Dressed in a white lab coat, he looked quite mature, like a seasoned researcher who'd been in the field for years. Got it. Long Jiao stuck out her tongue at Shen Tian, then skipped ahead, leading the way. Professor, we're here. She arrived at the lab door, called out in a clear voice, and pushed her way inside. Gao Shuang and Shen Tian froze for a moment before hurrying after her. Inside the lab, only one figure was visible crouching on the floor, back to them, engrossed in work. Huh? Where's the professor? Hey! You're an assistant too, right? Do you know? Long Jiao scanned the room, not spotting Lu Surui, and called out loudly as she approached the figure. Gao Shuang and Shen Tian saw this and yanked Long Jiao back. Hearing the voices, the figure turned around. Hello, I'm Fang Ming. Starting today, I'll be your leader. I look forward to working with you all. Fang Ming surveyed the 3 and couldn't help but smile. Seeing the delicate, handsome face, all 3 were stunned. The youngest academician in Xia Nation, Fang Ming? Chapter 15, Building an all-in-one chip manufacturing machine. What the hell? As members of Xia's academic circles, they were naturally aware of the recent scandal surrounding the newly appointed academician. But they never imagined this highly controversial young academician would now be standing right before them. Even more terrifying was the fact that this man was about to lead them in scientific research. What? You seem quite surprised to see me? Have we met before? Fang Ming humorously teased the three doctoral students. Their hearts raced wildly. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously formed the same thought. Test his credentials. They were genuinely curious about this man, Fang Ming. For the state to appoint a 23-year-old as an academician, he must have some real talent, right? Long Jiaojiu and the others remained rational, refusing to be swayed by online rumors. Since they had met the real person, they would use their own methods to probe the young academician's background. Academician Fang, my name is Shin Tian. The three of us are assistants to our professor and have just learned you are the lead researcher here. May we ask what kind of experimental research we will be conducting? Shin Tian, the most composed of the three, stepped forward and asked politely. Oh, we're researching the latest generation of lithography machines and how to efficiently mass-produce high-end chips. Fang Ming didn't reveal the full scope, fearing they might not grasp it. After all, what they were about to develop was an integrated chip machine incorporating 1 nanometer lithography technology. Lithography machines? Long Jiaojiu and Gao Shuang couldn't help but gasp. This is huge. They knew that at this research base, their exposure was limited to data processing and minor improvements to lithography machine components. Fang Ming's claim of directly researching lithography machines genuinely startled them. Recalling the negative online discussions, they couldn't shake the strange feeling that the man before them was playing a joke. Academician Fang, if I may be so bold, regarding this lithography machine research, I have a question. Shin Tian cut straight to the chase. Please. Fang Ming's lips curved into a smile as he gestured invitingly. He understood their skepticism. Without demonstrating some capability, he wouldn't be able to win them over. One of the current challenges in lithography machine design is pursuing the diffraction limit. Shin Tian fixed his gaze on Fang Ming and spoke slowly. How do we solve this problem? Fang Ming's smile remained unchanged as he answered immediately. You should be familiar with the Rayleigh criterion formula, CD equals Coulomb de Na. From this formula, first, we can reduce the wavelength of light to achieve higher resolution. Fang Ming's reasoning was sound and well-founded, prompting Shin Tian to nod repeatedly in agreement. Long Jiaojiu and Gao Xuan were taken aback. This academician clearly possessed considerable expertise. You may all ask questions, I'll answer any. Fang Ming turned to the other two with a smile. Academician Fang, I'm Gao Shuang. May I ask how traditional lithography machines achieve precise imaging? Gao Shuang pushed his glasses up without preamble. That's simple. Similar to a DSLR camera, traditional lithography machines have 29 lenses. Fang Ming remained unhurried, delivering a standard answer. Gao Shuang nodded, seemingly acknowledging Fang Ming's competence for the moment. Academician Fang. Academician Fang. My name is Long Jiaojiu. What research achievements do you have? Long Jiaojiu's thinking was unusually erratic. Instead of asking conventional academic questions, she delivered a direct hit to Fang Ming. As for research achievements, you'll learn about them in due time. Fang Ming avoided Long Jiaojiu's direct question, instead stating, this facility contains numerous classified matters. Certain information is currently accessible only to a select few. Hearing this, the trio fell into deep thought. They then fired off a series of complex, esoteric questions spanning various academic fields, to which Fang Ming responded with effortless fluency. He even resolved many long-standing puzzles that had troubled them. After a long while, the trio stood frozen in place, no longer asking questions. They were starting to be impressed. Fang Ming's knowledge and reasoning, in certain aspects, even surpassed their own advisors. Fang Ming didn't give them much time to space out. He clapped his hands. All right, the tasks I'm about to assign are extremely important. I need to understand what areas each of you specializes in. The three snapped out of their daze. Long Jiaojiu giggled softly, raising her hand. I specialize in informatics, excelling in programming and various modeling techniques. During my master's studies, I participated in the ISPD competition, and our team placed second. Gao Shuang pushed his glasses up slightly. I have a knack for numbers. I competed in the ASOP contest and am proficient in all types of data processing. I focus on optics and electromechanics, with expertise in precision machining. Shin Tian was more modest, only briefly mentioning his strengths. Good. Fang Ming pointed to the black components on the floor and the several computers on the nearby console. Now, we need to develop an integrated machine for chip manufacturing based on the next-generation lithography system. Gao Shuang, you'll handle data processing and calculations for the optical system and chip circuitry. Long Jiaojiu, you'll build models, optical models, mathematical models based on the data Gao Shuang provides. Shin Tian, your task is the heaviest. You'll machine all components according to detailed structural blueprints and build the machine alongside me. The barrage of instructions left all three doctoral students dumbfounded. Build a lithography machine? No. And an integrated chip machine? Meaning we'd consolidate the entire chip manufacturing process into one machine? Heavens! What kind of madman's idea is this? Without giving them time to react, Fang Ming pointed to the computer and projection screen at the back of the lab. There's a complete set of documents on the integrated chip machine over there. You have 1 day to review it. Can you manage it? We should be able to. Overwhelmed by Fang Ming's imposing presence, Shintian and the others nodded uncertainly before heading over to review the materials. Seeing them comply so readily, Fang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they weren't unruly types. With these three, his work should be considerably easier. It wasn't until the next day that Fang Ming realized he'd underestimated the challenge. While Shintian's technical skills were impeccable, the other two, Gao Zhuang and Long Jiaojiu, were another story. Professor Feng. This modeling dataset is enormous. I don't know where to start. Long Jiaojiu sat before her computer, her face flushed with frustration. Fang Ming, seated at another computer, was utterly speechless. Professor Feng was the title they'd collectively adopted. He'd initially thought Academician Feng sounded too formal and wanted them to use his first name, but they all insisted that those who excel become teachers. Fang Ming didn't press the issue, letting them choose as they pleased. Look at the coordinate axes from the previous engineering model. When the data is too large, you can start by subdividing it, then merge groups. Fang Ming patiently explained to Long Jiaojiu. Got it. I understand. Long Jiaojiu was impatient by nature and immediately set to work establishing the coordinate axes. Her modeling skills were excellent, but her conceptual thinking was weak. Within minutes, Gao Zhuang came running over, drenched in sweat. Professor Feng, I don't quite grasp the dimension theory you mentioned. Some of the variable calculations are really tricky for me. You don't need to grasp the dimensional concept fully. Just calculate the permutations for the exclusion quantities. Right, keep the light source's energy output constant. Got it. I'll crunch these numbers immediately. With that, Gao Zhuang hurried back to his work. Fang Ming sighed. While Gao Zhuang's data processing efficiency was unquestionable, he sometimes got bogged down in minor details. Overall, both he and Long Jiaojiu had their flaws, though none were fatal. During the chip all-in-one machine development, Lu Surui visited several times, hoping to get involved, but each time he was turned away by Shintian and the others. Shintian and his team had already accepted Fang Ming as their mentor. If their original advisor came back as a student, they wouldn't get the lion's share of the guidance. By the afternoon of the fourth day, Shintian and his two exhausted colleagues stood in the lab, gazing at the 5 cubic meter integrated chip machine before them with a sense of surreal wonder. Fang Ming sat at the computer running the control program, performing final debugging. The outcome of the Lingxin project hinged entirely on the test results from this machine. Chapter 16, Shocking. 60 billion transistors. You three have worked hard. If you really can't keep going, go rest. I can handle this alone. Fang Ming looked at the 3 doctoral students, their spirits utterly drained, and shook his head with a wry smile. Truth be told, building the integrated chip machine proved far more arduous than he'd anticipated. In the tech lab, time flow could be adjusted, and with his limitless stamina, such devices were easy to create. But in reality, without their help, he might not have finished the integrated chip machine within a week. No, we won't rest until we see the test results, whether it succeeds or fails. Shen Tian's gaze was unwavering. Gao Zhuang and Long Jiaojiu also stayed behind. In just 4 short days, they had witnessed too many impossibilities. The dimensional effects of light, a new 1-nanometer lithography machine, light speed etching. One groundbreaking technology after another, guided by Fang Ming, kept bubbling up. What they had learned in these 4 days was truly overwhelming. And their attitude toward Fang Ming had shifted from initial skepticism to complete admiration. Yes, they were utterly convinced. This national academician, young beyond belief, was the real deal. If anyone ever dared suggest Academician Fang Ming was undeserving of his title, they would absolutely tear that person apart. Alright, let's begin the test. Fang Ming pressed the enter key on the keyboard. Instantly, the futuristic all-in-one chip machine emitted a beam of light. At that very moment, a tiny translucent chip dropped from the conveyor belt at the machine's end into a collection box. Shen Tian and the others blinked in disbelief. When they clearly saw the small chip in the box, their jaws dropped. Even though they'd been involved in developing this chip all-in-one system from start to finish, the actual testing still left them utterly stunned. That fast? Not even a second? In the blink of an eye, the chip was ready. Had they not witnessed Fang Ming's entire operation, they would have sworn the chip had been placed inside beforehand. Shen Tian couldn't wait to reach forward, extracting the chip from the box with tweezers and presenting it to Fang Ming. Fang Ming waved his hand. If you still have the energy, take this chip apart and check if the transistor count meets specifications. Got it. Shen Tian didn't refuse. This inspection was undoubtedly an opportunity for them to witness the miracle firsthand. Shen Tian picked up his tools and skillfully disassembled the chip layer by layer. He personally controlled every step by hand, afraid of damaging even the smallest part. After separating the layers, he placed the transistor-covered wafers under an electron microscope. Counting the transistors via computer imaging yielded a staggering result. Gao Shuang and Long Jiaojiao rushed over. Glancing at the statistics displayed on the computer screen, they instantly froze in disbelief. 60 billion. A full 60 billion transistors. The chip design was an evolution of the A015 chip currently used in high-end smartphones. The A015 chip, with its 5-nanometer precision, could accommodate roughly 15 billion transistors. Based on the chip area conversion of the A015, achieving a 1-nanometer precision chip would require reaching 50 billion transistors. If that level could be attained, the chip's processing power would increase by more than tenfold. Now, the chip produced by this integrated chip machine boasts a staggering 60 billion transistors. This means the performance of this mobile chip will surpass any chip produced by major manufacturers worldwide today. Because both its chip architecture and manufacturing process are top tier. Across the entire Blue Star, which chip manufacturer could rival it? The answer is none. No mobile chip can surpass it. Shen Tian and his two companions were so thrilled they felt pins and needles all over. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. 60 billion, huh? Fang Ming walked over, glanced at the results, and nodded with satisfaction. After Shen Tian and the others returned to rest, he dialed Wang Yi's number. Senior Wang, you need to bring your team over immediately. After the call, Fang Ming leaned back in his chair and dozed off. If anyone was exhausted, it was him. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of numerous footsteps echoed outside the lab. Fang Ming, did you really pull off a 1-nanometer process chip in a single unit? Fang Ming had barely opened his eyes when Wang Yi burst in, followed by a group of veteran academicians. That's correct. Fang Ming stood up, pushed his chair back, and seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, placed a 12-inch wafer into the machine. Professor Wang, please press the enter key. Understood. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Yi pressed the enter key. Before anyone could grasp what was happening, a cascade of translucent chips tumbled out from the machine's output end. How can chip production be this fast? The head of the chip packaging department couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Are these chips meant for electronic products? Wang Yi walked over, picked up a chip, and examined it closely, quickly discerning its purpose. Yes. Fang Ming nodded. If you need chips for other applications, you can simply add or remove production modules on this machine. Hearing this, the department head's eyes lit up greedily as they stared at the machine before them. According to Fang Ming, didn't this mean that whether it was military equipment or civilian electronic devices, the entire process of chip production could be handled by a single machine? How incredibly revolutionary. What about the manufacturing process? Wang Yi voiced the question on everyone's mind. Knowing these veteran engineers still harbored reservations, Fang Ming smiled. These 550 chips are samples. Feel free to dissect and study them. The old hands perked up. Great. We researchers love taking things apart. Several veteran chip architects rolled up their sleeves and immediately began disassembling the chips under the machine. When they placed the disassembled chips under the electron microscope, the screen filled with densely packed transistors, leaving them frozen in shock. Wang Yi cross-referenced the chip design blueprint with the transistor count. Heavens! A full 60 billion. This chip's manufacturing process had achieved an unprecedented 1-nanometer. Everyone stared at Fang Ming as if he were a monster. They felt profound relief at that moment, relief that Fang Ming was born in Xia Nation. Had this treasure been snatched by another country, Xia Nation might never have seen the light of day. Fang Ming turned to Wang Yi and said, Senior Wang, apply for mass production. Xia Nation's goal of achieving self-sufficiency in high-end chip manufacturing has been realized. Wang Yi's eyes welled up, his body trembling slightly. The 1-nanometer chip all in one machine. Its core technological value far surpassed that of the new lithography machine. From this day forward, in the realm of chip manufacturing, Xia Nation would comprehensively surpass all other nations. The era of being held back would be gone forever. They had waited far too long for this day. Wang Yi composed himself and waved his hand decisively. All department heads assemble. Arrange for the mass production of the integrated chip machine. Academician Fang Ming will oversee the core technological guidance for the Limousine project. High-end chips meeting core standards will advance the Limousine project's completion schedule. Half a month later, hundreds of chip-integrated machines were poised to be distributed to major domestic chip manufacturers. And academician Fang Ming's professional resume was about to gain a monumental entry. Chapter 17, with such talents in the nation, how can we not prosper? For the past half-month, Fang Ming had been almost entirely occupied with technical guidance at the Limousine project base. Since developing the integrated chip machine, he had separated from Wang Yi's departmental team to coordinate directly with all relevant divisions. For the past week, he had been teaching these veteran professors and academicians daily. He shared every detail without reservation, from the principles of 1-nanometer lithography machines to improvements in chip-ion implantation processes. Wang Yi had told him the ultimate goal of the Limousine project was to counter the Lighthouse Nation's monopoly over Xia Nation's chip technology. The innovations he developed would eventually benefit the people. For the greater good of the nation and its citizens, how could he withhold such knowledge? Moreover, regarding Xia Nation's high-end chip sector, there was a notorious sanctions incident domestically. Longke, a renowned communications chip manufacturer in Xia Nation, had long dedicated itself to developing indigenous chips. Last year, Longke produced the A-series mobile chipset, boasting exceptional performance and manufacturing processes rivaling those of the Lighthouse Nation. It was precisely because Longke had won a crucial round for Xia in the chip war that the nation avoided being fleeced by foreign chip giants during collaborations. After all, it was common for those foreign conglomerates to demand exorbitant patent fees, citing their possession of core technologies. It wasn't until the launch of Longke's Xuanwu 9000 series chips that Xia Nation gained the confidence to say no to foreign giants. In the chip sector, Longke has truly restored national pride. Of course, Longke's glory was short-lived. Despite breakthroughs in chip development, production couldn't keep pace. Seeing Longke poised to surpass its own chip giants, the Lighthouse Nation swiftly enacted the Longke Restriction Order. Once the order took effect, the Longke Nation's photolithography company, which had significant cooperation agreements with Longke, immediately reneged on its contracts, ceasing all high-end lithography technology support for Longke. Under these circumstances, even though Limousine possessed chip technology capable of challenging the Lighthouse Nation, it could only remain subordinate, unable to grow strong. This became the infamous sanctions incident. Fang Ming also hoped that his self-developed chip-integrated machine could alter the plight of domestic conscientious enterprises. Okay, I understand. In the researcher apartment building, Fang Ming sat in his room scrolling through his phone. Earlier, Wang He had called to discuss whether to scale down the chip-integrated machine's manufacturing process. Naturally, Fang Ming left the decision to Wang He, as he knew nothing about foreign policy matters. Finally, Wang He informed Fang Ming that the Lingxin project had been completed. His research achievements and contributions to the project would be declassified in the coming days. The National Public Information website would also update the details simultaneously. Fang Ming sighed. On Weibo, the topic Xia Nation's youngest academician remained trending. He casually scrolled through a barrage of criticism from numerous prominent influencers. The most conspicuous was an article by Li Maocheng, an education commentator. The nation's prosperity? By tacitly allowing the rise of undergraduates like this. Who says my undergraduate generation lacks outstanding talents? Behold Xiaoguo's prodigy, Fang Ming. Qualifications? Achievements? Need not be. I, an undergraduate prodigy, have earned the title of academician. The buzz around the newly appointed academician never subsided. This education commentator capitalized on several waves of attention, writing numerous sarcastic and ironic articles. His semi-classical prose style drew countless curious readers to repost and comment, with likes and comments surpassing 1 million. Fang Ming clicked into the education critics account and couldn't help but frown. Postdoctoral fellow at Huaqing University, renowned educator and novelist, outstanding educator of Wuhan Province. Fang Ming's expression became incredibly vivid. A postdoctoral fellow, an outstanding educator, actually writing such subpar, biased nonsense? Shaking his head, Fang Ming glanced again at someone's little red pig avatar. Hey, beauties! Tonight at 8 sharp, see you. The ex-girlfriend dumped by the academician will be waiting for you. Remember to drop by my livestream. Share this for a chance to win a box of ultra-refreshing BB cream. Love you all. Livestream link. His face twitched. Now he'd resorted to live streaming sales. You've got to hand it to him, impressive. On Kuaishou, short videos criticizing this young academician dominated multiple homepage feeds. Stranger after stranger, young and old alike, wore indignant expressions as they lambasted Fang Ming's incompetence from every angle. Fang Ming swiped away these social apps and massaged his temples. Forget it. No need to dwell on this. Time to sleep. Just as he was about to shut down his phone, Zhao Tingqian suddenly sent him a WeChat message. Got time? I'm attending an academic exchange at Longke University in 2 days. You promised to treat me to dinner. When will you make good on that? Fang Ming's face twisted into a wry smile. Sorry, Professor. Been swamped lately and lost track of time. I'm free these next few days. Alright then. Join me at the exchange in 2 days. Consider it your apology. Alright. At the same moment, in the headquarters building of Longke Corporation in Sanjiaozhen. Chief D, thank you for making the trip personally. We thank the nation. We thank the Longke Academy. This batch of machines couldn't have arrived at a better time. In the vast office, Longke's chairman Lu Yuanxiang clasped Di Yang's hands, his entire body trembling with excitement. No need for formalities. Di Yang withdrew his hand, his expression cool as he glanced at Lu Yuanxiang. Make good use of these 100 machines. Bring glory to the nation. Don't disappoint our researchers. With that, he strode out of the office without looking back. Director D, rest assured. Longke will bring glory to the nation. Watching Di Yang leave, Lu Yuanxiang clenched his fists. 3-nanometer chip-integrated machines. Machines capable of producing chips with 3-nanometer precision. What terrifying technology. He never imagined the Long Academy had developed something so groundbreaking. Longke was the first private enterprise to receive these chip-integrated machines. Entrusting them with such crucial core technology clearly demonstrated the nation's high regard for Longke. Xiao Ma immediately notified the other shareholders and convened a shareholders meeting. Lu Yuanxiang picked up the phone to give the order, then grabbed the confidential core technology document from the desk and began studying it carefully. When he saw the list of key personnel involved in developing the chip-integrated machine, his breathing grew heavy. Researchers involved: Wang Yi, Gong Shengliang, Wu Ku. These individuals were all national treasures. Chief R&D lead, Fang Ming. Fang Ming? Spotting the chief lead's name, Lu Yuanxiang jolted in surprise. That newly appointed national academician wasn't his name Fang Ming? Could it be the same person? Lu Yuanxiang hurriedly booted up his computer and logged into the National Academic Registry website. Clicking the banner, an impossibly youthful face appeared on the screen. Beyond basic personal details and his title as academician, the rest of the page was glaringly blank. Staring at that vast expanse of white space, linking it to the name on the list, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. So that's it. Academician Fang, allow me to be the first to clear your name. Lu Yuanxiang opened his Weibo, typed a line of text, added it to the Xia Nation's youngest academician topic, and clicked post. With such talents in the nation, how could it not flourish? The moment this Weibo post went live, his massive fanbase erupted in shock. Chapter 18, Academic Exchange. With such talents in the nation, how could it not flourish? Is Chairman Lu speaking in sarcasm too? Damn! This can't be right. Chairman Lu has always been focused on his career. Why is he suddenly seeking attention? As a longtime fan of Chairman Lu, I genuinely don't understand this move. Looks like Chairman Lu can't stand that idiot academician either. That's some savvy sarcasm. The gawking fans were clueless, assuming Lu Yuanxiang was speaking in irony. Lu Yuanxiang had no time to care about fan reactions on Weibo. He was busy arranging specifics at the shareholders' meeting. With the 3nm chip-integrated machine in hand, Longke's long-dormant superchip project was reactivated. This time, they were going to give those foreign manufacturers a little taste of Xia Nation's power. After Longke received the first batch of chip-integrated machines, other domestic small and medium-sized chip manufacturers also obtained a batch of machines and confidential documents. Of course, not every company was like Longke, able to get a chip-integrated machine. Only a few large manufacturers were granted the right to use the chip-integrated machines. Most small and medium-sized enterprises received 3nm process lithography machines instead. Reducing the process to 3nm was Wang Yi's strategic move. Domestic chip self-sufficiency was finally gaining traction. Once these machines were deployed, foreign chipmakers would undoubtedly resort to every means to steal the core technology. If they painstakingly researched and finally obtained 3nm lithography machines based on this, only to see domestic lithography machines rapidly advance to 2nm and 1nm integrated machines, who knows if they wouldn't be driven to spit blood in frustration. Moreover, the core principles of the new generation lithography machines aren't easily deciphered. To build these next-generation machines, one must unravel the dimensional formula of light. Currently, only Fang Ming and the head of the Limousine project possess this formula. Foreign experts would likely scratch their heads in frustration, never imagining the principles of next-gen lithography would ascend to the level of light's dimensionality. Within just 2 days, major domestic chip manufacturers began liaising with the Longke Institute. The former handled chip production, while the latter provided core technological support. As the new lithography technology was rolled out, the name of its chief developer became widely recognized among state-owned and private enterprises. Many domestic entrepreneurs, like Lu Yuanxiang, stepped forward to clear Fang Ming's name. Online, netizens who sensed this shift were perplexed. Why were so many bigwigs suddenly emerging to pile on praise for this newly appointed academician? One person speaking ironically might be understandable, but when a group praises him, it raises questions. These prominent entrepreneurs defending Fang Ming had no ulterior motives. They understood this newly appointed academician was truly extraordinary. Not only did he develop a mass-producible new lithography machine, but he single-handedly transformed Xia Nation's chip production capacity. With the tide turning, it likely wouldn't take a week before foreign chip giants were utterly stunned by Xia Nation's manufacturing prowess. Fang Ming remained unaware that online support had already rallied behind him. Seated in a Bentley, he gazed at Zhao Tingqian beside him, her figure draped in a gray mink coat, beneath which flowed a pale blue gown. "What's wrong? You look uncomfortable. Not used to my outfit?" Zhao Tingqian tilted her pretty face slightly, her long legs clad in black thermal stockings crossed lazily, exuding an air of languid charm. "I'm just surprised you hid it so well, teacher." Fang Ming turned his head toward the window, suddenly sounding melancholy. "If I'd known, I should have borrowed money from you back then to fix my stomach issues instead of putting it off until now." "You have stomach problems? How serious? Why didn't you tell me before?" A flicker of concern crossed Zhao Tingqian's eyes as she asked with genuine care. "Very serious." Fang Ming lowered his head, closed his eyes, and sighed. I went to the hospital. The doctor said my digestive system is shot. Looks like I'll have to live off soft food from now on. Get lost. Zhao Tingqian caught the corner of Fang Ming's mouth twitching upward. Realizing what she'd missed, she suddenly reached out and pinched his waist. So, now that you're an academician, you've got the nerve to flirt with your teacher? Ow. Teacher, I know I was wrong. Just kidding, I was joking. Zhao Tingqian tightened her grip and Fang Ming, stinging with pain, begged for mercy. If you're going to talk more. Maybe your teacher here will soften her heart and let you eat soft rice. A teasing look flashed across Zhao Tingqian's face as she loosened her fingers and jabbed him lightly with her index finger. Fang Ming hastily clutched his kidneys, forcing a laugh. A man should stand on his own 2 feet. Living off someone else isn't my style. Enough with the banter. So, how does it feel to soar to the top and become an academician? Zhao Tingqian crossed her arms, leaning sideways as she asked. It's complicated. Fang Ming sighed bitterly. Because of this very matter, his family had already called him several times. The nation recognizes your contributions, and the public's eyes are sharp. Zhao Tingqian offered comfort. Naturally, she felt injustice for Fang Ming regarding the online discourse. When national researchers work on classified projects, many scientific achievements can only be absorbed internally, sometimes remaining sealed for decades. That project actually. Fang Ming smiled, about to tell Zhao Tingqian the Lingxing project had been completed, when the Bentley abruptly stopped. Ahead stood a classical Western-style building, brightly lit, its ceiling adorned with scrolls. This was their destination for the evening, the Longke University Academic Hall. Every year from March to June, outstanding alumni from their alma mater would gather here at a set time to hold an academic exchange conference. This served not only as a way for students to repay their alma mater for its nurturing, but also to learn from others' strengths and advance through mutual exchange. Fang Ming found such purely academic gatherings quite intriguing. As soon as he and Zhao Tingqian entered the hall, they spotted numerous scattered clusters of people. Each group had 1 or 2 individuals explaining concepts and writing on whiteboards. A sign beside them clearly stated the research field and topic. Fang Ming scanned the scene and found it utterly fascinating. For instance, mathematics, proof of the second half of the Goldbach conjecture, optics, integrated meta-imaging architecture, biology, research on protein folding prediction. If one word could describe this place, academic street market would be most fitting. You can look around for topics that interest you. Later, there's another session where senior scholars will share their experiences with us. Zhao Tingqian said to Fang Ming with a smile. All right. Fang Ming nodded and started toward the nearest poster, only to be intercepted by 2 approaching figures. Why, if it isn't academician Fang? You're not from Longke University, are you? What brings you to our academic exchange? A flippant voice rang out. Zhao Tingqian beside Fang Ming turned to the speaker, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Chapter 19, this one's easier. The speaker wore a black suit, his hair slicked back, and sported the signature gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, a striking figure. He was none other than Zhou Wei. That single phrase academician Fang had instantly drawn numerous glances. Zhao Tingqian's expression darkened slightly. Zhou Wei, there's no need for this sarcasm. Today's academic exchange isn't restricted to our university's faculty. Senior, you're technically correct. But look, we're all outstanding alumni from Longke University. With academician Fang's reputation, he might not fit in here. Zhou Wei plastered on a smile, though jealousy burned fiercely within. Zhao Tingqian was the goddess he'd set his sights on. How dare this good-for-nothing stand beside her? He was unworthy. Are you academician Fang Ming? The man who had arrived with Zhou Wei also spoke up. Framed by rimless glasses perched on his nose, his slender frame draped in a black long-sleeved robe, he exuded an air of scholarly wisdom from head to toe. Is that Fang Ming, the national-level academician? Yes. Never imagined we'd meet the real person here. Wonder if he's just another connection-based appointment like people say? Heard he's no such thing, graduated early from undergrad and got elected academician straight after. Oh? So there's a lot of padding in there, huh? The crowd of onlookers swelled, and nearby outstanding talents explaining their research projects set aside their work, turning with keen interest toward the commotion. Zhao Tingqian hadn't anticipated that Fang Ming's academician status would cause such a stir. She shot Fang Ming an apologetic glance before coldly stating, Senior Tianjinming, Fang Ming is merely accompanying me. Please don't make things difficult for him. Tianjinming was sort of a junior disciple under her advisor. After earning his PhD in materials science, he joined the Northwest Aerospace Base to research nanomaterial applications. Tianjinming had once been one of Zhao Tingqian's suitors, but after being politely rejected, he hadn't persisted. Whether he still harbored unresolved feelings was unclear, but this time he stood alongside Zhou Wei. Fang Ming was utterly speechless. Good grief, he hadn't provoked anyone. Because of an academician's title, he could just show up anywhere and have people confront him? Junior Sister Zhao, you misunderstand. I've long heard of the youngest academician in Xia Nation and simply wish to make his acquaintance. Hello, Tianjinming from Northwest Aerospace. Tianjinming stepped forward, extending his right hand to Fang Ming with a smile. Fang Ming felt no warmth toward this man whose words were laced with barbs and whose smile hid a knife. But as the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Hello. He raised his hand, ready to shake this Tian senior brother's hand, only for the other to abruptly pull his own back. Is this really necessary? Zhao Tingqian fixed Tianjinming with an icy stare. Her opinion of this man had already plummeted below zero. My apologies, my hand's a bit stiff. Tianjinming chuckled, shooting Fang Ming a sidelong glance. Fine by me, I just washed mine. Fang Ming gave a quiet laugh and quietly lowered his hand. Tianjinming's expression stiffened momentarily, but he quickly masked the awkwardness. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. This academician Fang certainly had a way with words. Fang Ming, let's go. Zhao Tingqian, noticing the mocking and derisive glances around them, felt both humiliated and furious. She grabbed Fang Ming's arm, determined to leave. Hey! Wait! Zhou Wei stepped in again, sidestepping to block their path. I heard academician Fang Ming's undergraduate thesis proposal was about some new lithography machine? I wonder if academician Fang has actually developed this new lithography machine yet. With just 2 sentences, Zhou Wei amplified the sarcastic atmosphere to its peak. You mean the next generation lithography machine? Actually, I finished developing it half a month ago. Fang Ming caught the sly satisfaction in Zhou Wei's eyes and replied with remarkable composure. You finished developing it half a month ago? Such a major breakthrough, why hasn't the Longke Academy announced it? Zhou Wei's expression was dismissive. He simply didn't believe Fang Ming could have developed any new generation lithography machine. Core lithography technologies had been locked down by foreign nations for years. Having assisted Lu Surui for a period, he knew full well that most domestic lithography technology remained stuck at the DUV stage. Forget about new lithography machines under current circumstances, even if domestic teams exhausted all resources, they still couldn't produce a single high-end EUV lithography machine. No comment. Fang Ming shrugged. He certainly wouldn't disclose anything about the Lingxin project. Even if the Lingxin project had been completed, certain classified details remained confidential. Ha ha ha. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of uproarious laughter erupted. A new generation of lithography machines? What a load of nonsense. Every single person present here was an outstanding graduate from Longke University. Developing a new generation of lithography machines in just half a month? He was pulling the wool over their eyes. At that moment, they were finally convinced that Fang Ming was a good-for-nothing incompetent. Zhao Tingqian frowned deeply, regretting bringing Fang Ming to such a place. She knew better than anyone that Fang Ming hadn't developed a new generation of lithography machines. His appointment as an academician proved that the nation had long recognized his capabilities. The new lithography machine was now classified as confidential domestic technology. How could it be revealed so casually? Precisely because of this, Fang Ming seemed mismatched with the title of academician. If only the state would release his research achievements, he wouldn't face such widespread controversy, nor suffer today's undeserved humiliation. Since academician Fang developed the next-generation lithography machine, he must be exceptionally accomplished across all fields, right? Tianjinming chuckled, gesturing toward a plaque behind him. Why not have academician Fang enlighten us on his research into nanomaterials? The crowd turned their gaze to the plaque. Material science, efficient synthesis of diamond using nanomaterials. Many who knew Tianjinming found this move downright cruel. It was clearly an attempt to use his own field of expertise to publicly humiliate the young academician. Fang Ming now found himself in a truly difficult position. Given the current situation, if he didn't accept this challenge, it would be tantamount to admitting his own incompetence. But if he accepted and couldn't answer accurately, he would still face Tianjinming's mockery. Because that was precisely what Tianjinming was here to do. Zhao Tingqian glanced at the sign and the experiment outlined on the whiteboard, feeling at a loss. While she had some exposure to materials science, her expertise lay primarily in microcircuitry. The experiment described was too complex, she could only grasp a small portion of it. Some conclusions in this research experiment are incorrect. Fang Ming casually scanned the experiment and stated, nitrogen enhances diamond synthesis efficiency, but nitride graphite isn't the optimal carbon source material for diamond synthesis. Nitrogen-containing graphite carbon sources are. As he analyzed, the guy who had written the experiment on the whiteboard earlier pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing. Right. Nitrogen-containing graphite carbon sources are the optimal nanomaterials for diamond synthesis. How did I not think of that? He immediately pulled out a notebook and pen from his bag and began calculations. Seeing Fang Ming pinpoint the error in this experiment so precisely, not only Tianjinming but even the onlookers wore expressions of astonishment. Zhou Wei froze. Could this Fang Ming actually be somewhat capable? Zhao Tingqian was astonished. Had Fang Ming delved so deeply into nanomaterials? Then how do you solve the stable suspension issue for nanomaterials? Tianjinming looked slightly defiant, staring intently at Fang Ming as if trying to see through him. Hearing this, the guy still busy with calculations also looked up, waiting for Fang Ming's answer. Fang Ming shook his head lightly and smiled. That's even simpler. Chapter 20, The Press Conference. Simple? Specialists in materials science couldn't help but stare in disbelief. It was common knowledge that the stable suspension of nanomaterials was a major hurdle the global nanotechnology industry needed to overcome. Simple? To solve this problem, we first need to break down the pseudo-agglomerates of nanomaterials, transforming them into single particles or small nanoscale aggregates. Simultaneously, Fang Ming slowly outlined the solution. Tianjinming was momentarily stunned, lost in thought. Well, the method is that simple. Got it? After finishing, Fang Ming smiled faintly. Big shot. I think your solution is totally doable. Can you teach me? Before Tianjinming could recover, the guy who'd been buried in calculations earlier immediately rushed forward, wrapping his arms around Fang Ming's arm with an adoring look. Yes, moments ago he shared the other's skepticism, suspecting Fang Ming might be all talk and no substance. But now, he changed his mind. With just a few words, Fang Ming had pinpointed the flaws in his experiment and offered the optimal solution for stabilizing the nanomaterial suspension. This was undoubtedly a master. A true master. I've already explained the experimental method. Why not try it yourself and see? Fang Ming firmly pried the fellow's hands away and stepped back. Right. I'll see for myself. Without another thought, the guy bolted out of the hall. Yes, he was off to conduct the experiment. The experiment to solve the stable suspension of nanomaterials. Everyone watched him leave like a madman, their mouths agape. Many recognized that he specialized in nanomaterial processing and had spent years researching suspension stability. Now that Fang Ming had revealed the solution, it was no wonder he was going mad. At that moment, many eyes turned to Fang Ming with new respect. Though they still doubted he developed a new generation lithography machine, this young academician clearly had something up his sleeve. I don't believe your method can solve the stable suspension of nanomaterials. That's a world-class problem. How could you possibly crack it? Tianjinming barked, his voice a hollow threat. Believe it or not. Fang Ming shrugged nonchalantly. Fang Ming, don't think you can pull the wool over anyone's eyes. I dare say you absolutely haven't developed a new generation of lithography machines. Zhou Wei's gaze darkened as he continued to press the issue of the new lithography machine. If you don't believe it exists, so be it. Do you expect me to beg you on my knees? Who do you think you are? Fang Ming curled his lip. Who was this guy? He didn't even know the fellow, yet he kept picking fights. What a fool. Zhao Tingqian couldn't help but snort with laughter. Fang Ming really didn't hold back when confronting people. You. Zhou Wei pointed an accusing finger at Fang Ming, his face flushing crimson with anger. Thump. 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 Before he could finish, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. Everyone turned to look, their eyes widening instantly. One by one, venerable elders with snow-white hair strode in. Good heavens. The former chief engineer of Project 843. Elder Wang. Elder Zhong, who developed the new rocket material. Elder Gong, the father of domestic room temperature superconductors. How did so many academicians arrive at once? Our academic exchange meeting certainly didn't warrant such high-level guests. The formidable presence of these veteran scientists instantly stunned the entire crowd in the hall. Wang He approached Fang Ming and, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, clasped his hand firmly. Congratulations, Fang Ming. Your research has benefited the entire nation. The new generation of lithography machines has successfully completed comprehensive pilot testing across all major chip sectors in our country. What? The others looked utterly incredulous. A new generation of lithography machines had truly been developed? And it had already been piloted and deployed? Zhou Wei's heart plummeted to the bottom of a lake. How could this be? Fang Ming had actually developed the next generation lithography machine. Why hadn't he received any news? Why hadn't the nation announced such a monumental scientific achievement? Suddenly, it dawned on him. He stumbled back 2 or 3 steps, utterly disoriented. No wonder. No wonder he became an academician. So that's how it was. Well, that's great. Seeing Wang He and his group arrive in such force, Fang Ming inquired curiously, did you come specifically for me? Wang He signaled to Lu Siru beside him with a glance and nodded. Yes. The National Academy of Sciences is holding a press conference about the new generation of lithography machines. The state requires all of us to attend. Here's the invitation. Lu Siru pulled out a large red invitation card from his bag and handed it to Fang Ming. Time is tight, we need to hurry. The special vehicle is waiting outside. Wang He said with a smile. All right. Fang Ming took the invitation, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Fang Ming, congratulations. Zhao Tingqian, though surprised that the state had announced Fang Ming's research achievements so quickly, offered her heartfelt congratulations. Professor, this is only part of it. Fang Ming gave Zhao Tingqian a meaningful smile before striding toward the exit. Lu Surui also smiled at Zhao Tingqian, but his expression darkened when he spotted Zhou Wei. He ultimately said nothing, following Wang He and the others out of the academic hall. Zhao Tingqian scanned the remaining attendees in the hall, finding the atmosphere dull. She too turned and walked out without lingering. Tian Jinming stood rooted to the spot, his face burning with embarrassment. He never imagined Fang Ming had actually developed the next-generation lithography machine. Recalling Fang Ming's earlier solution for stabilizing nanomaterial suspension, he hesitated no longer. Like the man before him, he dashed out of the auditorium. He, too, was going to test that method. Holy crap! Academician Fang Ming really developed a new generation of lithography machines? Wonder how powerful this new lithography machine is. I'd love to see it with my own eyes. Just as I thought. I always said such a young academician must have some extraordinary scientific achievement. A new generation of lithography machines? That's a game changer. Zhou Wei listened to the surrounding murmurs, his mind unsettled. Not only had he instigated Chen Xiu to write that essay on Xia Hongzhu, but he also paid Li Maocheng to write that Weibo post mocking Fang Ming. And if Fang Ming was confirmed as a national-level academician, then he. The thought barely formed when a group of armed officers burst through the door. The entire room fell deathly silent. What was happening? Dressed in military uniform, Di Yang strode in and halted before Zhou Wei. He waved the arrest warrant in his hand, his expression icy. Zhou Wei, you incited and bribed others to defame a national academician, violating the criminal law. You are now being transferred to the Yanjing Municipal Public Security Bureau. Take him away. At the command, Zhou Wei's face drained of color. His body went limp and he was immediately seized by two soldiers, who escorted him out. As he was led to the vehicle, Zhou Wei appeared utterly lost, consumed by endless regret. His life was over. Longke Academy Research Center. A grand press conference was underway. This news event was being broadcast live nationwide by the state television network. One by one, heavyweight national research leaders appeared before the nation's viewers under the camera's gaze. Finally, the lens settled on the face of a young man. Chapter 21, Nation in Shock, Complete Reversal. Evening News Broadcast. A male and female official anchor, smiling, faced the camera. Good evening, and welcome to Xia Nation Television's Evening News. Today is... After a brief introduction, the scene shifted to the Dragon Science Academy's press conference hall. Familiar faces flashed across the screen one by one. The camera glided over the seating area, finally settling on the chief researcher. What you are now witnessing is the live broadcast of the Dragon Science Academy's press conference unveiling a major scientific breakthrough. After 8 years of dedicated effort, Xia Nation has once again achieved a remarkable breakthrough of its own. Let us all look forward to today's press conference. With the anchor's powerful words, the scene cuts back to the press conference venue. This press conference holds extraordinary significance. Not only are the heads of all departments involved in the Limousine project present, but numerous engineers from major military projects have also gathered here. A veritable gathering of heavyweights. Despite the nation's silence on such a monumental event, news of the press conference spread instantly across all television networks and media outlets the moment it went live. Entertainment programs were cancelled nationwide as stations simultaneously broadcast the Dragon Science Academy event. Online, major streaming platforms replaced their homepage banners, prominently featuring Xia Nation's official account. This phenomenon only occurs when the nation has major announcements. Whether ordinary citizens sitting before televisions or netizens glued to their phones and tablets, all eyes were fixed on this press conference. Countless people were watching. When the audience noticed the excessively young chief researcher, shock rippled through the crowd. Fang Ming scanned the sea of journalists and engineers below, took a deep breath, and set aside his prepared remarks. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fang Ming. Today, on behalf of the Longke Academy's Limousine Breakthrough Project team, I announce a major scientific achievement. Do you recall how Xia Nation repeatedly faced critical bottlenecks due to limitations in high-end lithography technology? How insufficient chip production capacity led foreign nations to mock us as the nation of chip shortages? How imported chips became prohibitively expensive, ultimately burdening our citizens? From this day forward, all that will change completely. He rose slowly, his voice trembling yet firm. Our research team has broken through the technological blockade on high-end lithography machines and successfully developed a 3-nanometer lithography machine with an extremely mature manufacturing process. Even the journalists present, trained professionals who had received some advance information, were left speechless upon hearing Fang Ming announce the breakthrough in person. Every state engineer present was shaken to the core. A 3-nanometer lithography machine. It sounded like science fiction. And it had actually been developed. University of Electronic Science and Technology, Electrical Engineering College Men's Dormitory. Tan Zihao and Suka sat before their computers, their blood boiling upon hearing Fang Ming's words. Holy! Mingzi is amazing. Tan Zihao couldn't help but shout. A 3-nanometer lithography machine. Holy! Suka leapt from his chair, cursing wildly. Yes, as students of the School of Optoelectronic Engineering, they knew exactly what this 3-nanometer lithography machine signified. A 3-nanometer lithography machine, something only science fiction dared to imagine. If such technology appeared in Xia Nation, it would mean a major shakeup in the global semiconductor chip industry. This time, it would be Xia Nation's decisive counterattack. A major revolution in the chip industry. Dean He Changshan sat in his office, staring blankly at the computer screen. He was so stunned he couldn't close his mouth. Thinking back to Fang Ming's thesis proposal session, the scenes from that day kept flashing through his mind, sending shivers down his spine. Now, he finally understood the entire story. Good heavens! What a prodigy of unparalleled genius! In an instant, the entire school of optoelectronic engineering erupted. Faculty and students at G University who knew Fang Ming's name listened to those blood-boiling words, their scalps tingling. A 3-nanometer lithography machine? Absolutely mythical. So incredible. 3-nanometer lithography machine. Who else can match that? 666. Unbelievably awesome. Once China's lithography machine debuts, who can rival it? Ha ha ha. Our country finally has its own high-end lithography machine. Our national research team has done us proud. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Across major forums and media platforms, trending topics instantly shifted. The 3-nanometer lithography machine swept across Xia's internet like a powerful hurricane in the blink of an eye. The press conference continued. After his opening remarks, Fang Ming sat down and glanced at Wang He beside him, signaling with his eyes. Wang He nodded. Of course, this is just the beginning. He smiled mysteriously. Building on the next-generation 3-nanometer lithography machine, we've conducted extensive in-depth research. We will continue striving to overcome more challenges and deliver even better scientific achievements. Who among the attendees wasn't sharp? Wang He's words seemed to carry deeper meaning? The other executives understood perfectly. Hearing Wang He's indirect remarks, they exchanged knowing smiles. Next, they took turns speaking, their attitudes equally enigmatic as Wang He's. When the Q&A session began, the journalists couldn't hold back. What exactly were these bigwigs hinting at with their philosophical-sounding remarks today? Their questions cut straight to the heart of the matter, aiming to probe the leader's true intentions. But Wang He and his team weren't about to be so easily led. Time and again, they steered the conversation back to superficial research topics, driving the international journalists nearly mad. Fang Ming understood perfectly why Wang He and the others were acting this way. This was a show for the international audience. It was meant to let those with ill intentions know that Xia Nation held more than one trump card. It was both a demonstration of strength and a warning. At this press conference, Fang Ming was undoubtedly the center of attention. His impassioned speech was edited into various short videos and continuously pushed across major platforms. Numerous official media outlets issued statements, highlighting Fang Ming's pivotal contributions to developing the next-generation lithography machine. Following the press conference, People's Daily Online published an article extolling the Xia Nation's research team for their monumental achievement. Fang Ming was crowned with titles like National Elite and Outstanding Researcher of the Nation. The National Youth League, a prominent account followed by countless university students and young people dedicated to promoting positive national energy, has inspired countless aspiring youth through its excellent columns and articles. And it was precisely this high-quality national media outlet that specially produced a column dedicated to Fang Ming. The column began with a quote from Chairman Longwe's Weibo, "With such talents in the nation, how can we not prosper?" It recounted Fang Ming's legendary journey from undergraduate to academician. The narrative focused on Fang Ming's scientific work, detailing the challenges he faced while developing the next-generation lithography machine. Upon its release, the column inspired countless young university students to emulate Fang Ming. Inspired by his story, many young people pursued their innovative ideas, dedicating themselves to the nation's key technological industries. While Fang Ming ignited a wave of positive technological energy across Xia Nation, those who had previously spread rumors online fell instantly silent. A flood of negative comments about Fang Ming were deleted, and countless influential Weibo users who had stirred up trouble issued apologies. What had been overwhelmingly negative sentiment toward Fang Ming completely reversed after the press conference. Amidst the state and official media's campaign, those attempting to ride Fang Ming's coattails kept blowing up, one after another. The most severe case involved Li Maocheng, a prominent education commentator on Weibo. Chapter 22, they developed a 3-nanometer lithography machine. When the Dragon Academy held its press conference, Li Maocheng was still at home writing an article mocking Fang Ming. The moment he turned his attention to the press conference, the police arrived at his door. Only after being handcuffed did Li Maocheng suddenly realize the gravity of his situation, trembling as tears of regret streamed down his face. He had thought Fang Ming was nothing but a joke who could become an academician at such a young age. But upon seeing the Chief R&D engineer plaque before Fang Ming, he finally grasped the magnitude of his mistake. After Li Maocheng's arrest, eager netizens immediately dug up his sordid history. His claims of being a Huaqing University postdoc, renowned educator, and novelist, all fabricated through elaborate packaging. Undeterred, netizens began digging deeper and soon uncovered Li Maocheng's true academic credentials. Li Maocheng, an unemployed vagrant who never even graduated high school. No such person as Li Maocheng existed at Huaqing University. The absurdity was that he'd somehow forged academic credentials, deceiving many into believing he was genuinely a Huaching postdoc. Once this broke, countless verified Big V accounts on Weibo were exposed as frauds after verification by vigilant netizens. The Weibo scandal then spread to the Kuaishou short video platform. The video creators who had previously slandered Fang Ming were so terrified they deleted their accounts overnight and fled. As the incident involved national-level authorities, a nationwide manhunt ensued, and these individuals were swiftly apprehended. No matter how they pleaded for leniency afterward, their criminal records were set in stone. Meanwhile, on Little Red Pig's side, Chen Xiyu sensed trouble and immediately deleted her controversial posts, replacing her daily updates with cute selfies. The internet has a memory, and many netizens had saved her earlier posts. Deleting this content only served to draw attention, highlighting her panic. The afternoon after the press conference, Chen Xiyu acted as if nothing had happened, preparing to livestream product promotions from her dorm. However, just as she finished setting up her expensive live streaming equipment, the police arrived. Faced with the irrefutable evidence the officers presented, she shed her usual sweet, innocent persona and threw a tantrum on the floor. She didn't want to be detained, and she certainly didn't want a stain on her record. But the police showed no mercy, refusing to be swayed by her attempts to play the victim based on her gender. In full view of the crowd, they practically hauled the disgraced Chen Xiyu into the police van like a criminal. In this incident, Fang Ming served as a mirror that exposed countless demons blinded by greed. The announcement of the new generation lithography machine not only reversed public perception of this young academician from Xia Nation but also ignited a nationwide chip craze. Shortly thereafter, Longke Corporation refined its previous 9000 chip to design the 3nm processed Qinglong X1 chip. Targeted at mobile terminals, the Qinglong X1 chip propelled Longke's series of branded communication products to another launch event within a year, fueled by massive production volumes. A flawless ecosystem, completely surpassing the mobile terminals of the fruit brand, was officially born. On Weibo, tech enthusiasts following Lu Yuanxiang were thrilled. Longke rocks. Xiaoguo rocks. What can Apple phones possibly compete with now? 666. The Qinglong X1 chip's performance completely crushes the A015. Longke truly lives up to its name. From now on, I'm sticking with domestic brands. With 3nm lithography machines, it's only a matter of time before domestic chips surpass foreign ones. Inspired by Longke, many domestic manufacturers also produced chips whose performance and architecture rivaled those of major foreign companies. Numerous domestic communication terminal manufacturers sensed the business opportunity and began purchasing domestic chips. With no hefty import taxes, it wasn't long before domestic chips were adopted across many industries. Under the influence of the domestic chip boom, major foreign chip manufacturers suffered significant impacts. The most affected, without a doubt, were Qualcomm and Apple from the Lighthouse Nation. North Continent, Lighthouse Nation, Qualcomm headquarters. In a spacious conference room, QTech's chairman Ram Yabug, his hair entirely white, rested his interlaced fingers beneath his chin, brows deeply furrowed. Eslin, why have export orders for the chips under your purview decreased so drastically recently? Ram turned to a brown-haired woman seated to his right, his tone tinged with displeasure. Chairman, according to data collected from our field teams, our largest annual export orders consistently come from Xia Nation. Something must have happened in their country. Recently, many partner manufacturers have cancelled our export orders. Aislinn, with shoulder-length hair, spoke in fluent English despite her dark complexion, maintaining a composed demeanor. Xia Nation lacks the capability to produce chips independently. How dare they do this? Use your common sense. Without Qtong's chip supply, they're nothing. Oomph, a bunch of yellow-skinned monkeys, all they know how to do is jump around. The other executives were deeply disdainful. After all, Landu Nation had previously signed an agreement with them. Under the terms of that agreement, without Lighthouse Nation's permission, Landu Nation absolutely could not export any high-end lithography machines or parts to Xia Nation. Faced with such technological blockade, Xia Nation could only grovel like a lapdog in the semiconductor chip sector, begging for scraps. All these years, whenever Xia Nation needed chips, be it for communication patent fees or export taxes, they'd obediently pay up. QTech was still somewhat fair. Apple was the real predator. Everything requires encryption, and patent fees are nothing short of extortionate. What's terrifying is that despite Apple's inflated pricing, there's never a shortage of buyers in Xia. Could Xia's cancellation of Qualcomm's export orders mean Apple has monopolized the market? This absurd thought crossed the minds of several executives, but they quickly realized their mistake. Ram placed his phone on the table and dialed Fruit's big boss, Xiao Lacey. Hey, how are your export orders looking? Ram put it on speaker and cut straight to the point. Old buddy, I was just about to call you. Xiaoguo has cancelled all our export orders. Those Xiaoguo chip foundries won't produce our chips anymore either. They, sigh. Joel sighed heavily. Insane. Xiaoguo has completely lost its mind. How dare they do this? Cancel our orders? We'll never supply chips to those yellow-skinned monkeys again. QTech executives seethed with indignation. Xiaoguo had no chip or D capabilities whatsoever. How could they dare? Absolutely insane. Didn't the last chip sanctions teach them any lessons? Aislinn remained calm, unlike the others' fury. She sensed something different in the fruit company's CEO's words. Mr. Xiao, have you received some news? Aislinn inquired. After a moment's silence, Xiaolei spoke slowly. They have developed a 3-nanometer lithography machine. Chapter 23, a world-class challenge. What? A 3-nanometer lithography machine? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With the capabilities of those monkeys in Xia Nation, how could they possibly develop a lithography machine? Mr. Joels, you must be joking. This isn't funny. I'd rather believe a sow can climb a tree than trust Xia Nation to produce a 3-nanometer lithography machine. Tongzhong executives stared in disbelief. With Xia Nation's backward technological capabilities, developing a 3-nanometer lithography machine? What a hellish joke. According to my intelligence, their lithography machine appears to utilize some new principle. The cost is very low, and its efficiency far exceeds that of conventional lithography machines. Regardless of their skepticism, Q Tongzhong's CEO remains solemn. Q Tongzhong, are you telling the truth? Ram furrowed his brow, weighing the credibility of Q Tongzhong's claims. They were longtime friends, yet fierce business rivals. Hey buddy, you don't think I'm pulling your leg, do you? Q Tongzhong's CEO gave a wry smile. Ask that toothpaste factory guy. Their biggest client is Xia Nation. He's even more worried than we are right now. All right. Without another word, Ram hung up and immediately dialed the toothpaste factory owner's private number. Buddy, I heard you. After some probing, the toothpaste factory owner poured out his grievances. Xia Nation had abruptly terminated their long-term cooperative projects, having both computer chip contract manufacturing and export orders. At this rate, Xiaoguo might soon stop purchasing chips from Lighthouse Nation altogether. After the call ended, the conference room fell into a deathly silence. Though they refused to believe Xiaoguo could develop a 3-nanometer lithography machine, the facts were staring them in the face. If Xia Nation lacked confidence, they would never have made such a reckless move. After the meeting, Luo Meng kept Icilian behind. Icilian, investigate what's truly happening in Xia Nation. If they've genuinely developed that technology, find a way to bring it back to our country by any means necessary. Yes. Xia Nation, Lingxin Base. With the Lingxin project's restrictions lifted, this facility became the nation's most critical chip research center. The experimental building adjacent to Lu Sirui's research institute had been transformed into Fang Ming's exclusive scientific workshop. Inside the lab that once developed integrated chip machines, Long Jiaojiao, Gao Zhuang, and Shen Tian sat in a row, each facing 3 stacks of printed papers. Fang Ming stood before a whiteboard used for calculations, looking at them helplessly. Why not consult your own advisors for your papers? I might not understand your specific research topics. Professor, no need to be modest. We're counting on your guidance. Exactly. You don't have any research tasks right now, so please advise us. Gao Zhuang and Long Jiaojiao looked up at Fang Ming with wide-eyed anticipation, like elementary school students. Shen Tian appeared distinctly uncomfortable and muttered, our advisor knows we're doing research with you and just gave up entirely. Fang Ming raised his hand to his forehead. How could these old professors be so unprofessional? He was busy too, for crying out loud. Ever since the integrated chip entered mass production, new content had appeared in the super tech lab within his mind. Civilization points, 110. He didn't know what these points were for, as the tech lab offered no related prompts. But he had a vague idea. Replicating the lab's research achievements in the real world would increase these points. He was curious to see what happened when the points reached 10. Therefore, he was now preparing to tackle his next research project. However, he still hadn't figured out how to actually build this thing in the real world. He was genuinely busy, but helping these 3 doctoral students review their theses wouldn't hurt. He picked up each of Shen Tian and the others' theses and scanned them, his expression complex. Gao Zhuang's thesis topic, Arguments for the Twin Prime Conjecture. Long Jiaojiao's topic, Solutions to the PNP Problem. Shen Tian's topic, Feasibility Study of Ordered Porous Single Crystal Materials. Are you sure these are your graduation projects? Not SCI papers for journal publication? Fang Ming was genuinely speechless. All 3 topics were monumental challenges. The twin prime conjecture unproven to this day in the mathematical world. PNP, the renowned polynomial time complexity problem. In theoretical computer science, proving P equals NP remains the ultimate goal for countless researchers. To this day, no one has solved or disproved it. Shen Tian's topic, meanwhile, tackled the famously difficult challenge in materials science, achieving large and uniform pores in single crystal materials. Not only is the experimental process complex, but it's also exceptionally difficult. Having their intentions exposed by Fang Ming, the 3 burst into nervous laughter. Professor, we chose our graduation projects ourselves. We wanted to challenge ourselves. Long Jiaojiao pressed her palms together and stuck out her tongue. Gao Zhuang and Shen Tian nodded in agreement. This isn't just challenging yourselves, it's challenging the entire Blue Star academic community. Fang Ming was both amused and exasperated. Were these three a bit too overconfident? He weighed the three thesis proposals in his hands. While he could certainly solve these problems, would they truly grasp the depth? Professor, graduating isn't the goal here. Choosing these topics is an experiment. Gao Zhuang pushed his glasses up his nose, his confidence tinged with resolve. Professor Fang, we've all been inspired by you. Since you could single-handedly develop a lithography machine, we want to see how much potential we have. Long Jiajiu also looked serious. Shen Tian remained silent, just staring at Fang Ming. Alright, since you're determined, I'll guide you then. Fang Ming chuckled softly, picking up Gao Zhuang's paper first. He took a pen and wrote out some proof steps on the whiteboard. Sieve method, 3' theorem. This is a new proof method. Gao Zhuang was utterly stunned. The steps Fang Ming presented employed entirely novel proof formulas. A few simple calculation steps shattered his thinking completely. His mind raced through the calculations, smooth at first, but when Fang Ming's proof abruptly ended, his calculations halted too. Fang Ming had only provided the starting point, not delving into the full proof. Gao Zhuang snapped out of it and quickly took notes. Regarding Long Jiajiu and Shen Tian's papers, Fang Ming patiently explained his reasoning. How much they could grasp, however, was entirely up to them. As the three left the lab, their heads were still spinning. Though they were doctoral students, some of the theories and formulas Fang Ming mentioned were completely beyond their comprehension. The trio exchanged glances. A shared thought surfaced in their minds. Could he really be just a recent undergraduate graduate? Staring at their notebooks, they each sought out their respective thesis advisors. Chapter 24, Returning the Favor. Professor, what do you think of this proof approach? Upon returning to campus, Long Jiajiu immediately presented Fang Ming's explanations to her thesis advisor. Long Jiajiu's advisor was Ren Lian, a renowned professor of informatics at Longke University. Ren Lian put on his reading glasses and carefully examined Long Jiajiu's notes. The formulas on the page seemed to possess a magical allure, deeply captivating his gaze. The elderly professor pored over them repeatedly, becoming utterly engrossed without realizing it. After a long while, his hands trembling, he suddenly pulled out a pen and scrap paper, beginning to calculate with an almost possessed intensity. Long Jiajiu swallowed hard and tentatively asked, Professor? The elderly professor snapped back to reality, setting down his pen. His eyes were bloodshot, brimming with tears. After all these years, finally, someone has given me hope. His hands, dotted with age spots, clutched the freshly scribbled draft paper as tears streamed down his face. Jiajiu, is this the proof process you devised? This professor had devoted his entire life to proving the P-NP problem. Because this was a proposition that could change the world. Every formula on Long Jiajiu's notebook told him that P equals NP was true. The proof just a few more complete equations and this problem would be solved. Unfortunately, the process wasn't complete, it had only begun. A tantalizing glimpse, leaving one yearning for more. Long Jiajiu shrank her neck. This was the half-baked scheme she'd concocted with Gao Zhuang and Shen Tian. Fang Ming had led them in developing the integrated chip system. Such a prodigiously talented young man had ignited their competitive spirit. So all three presented their thesis advisors' ultimate research goals to test him. They bet Fang Ming could never solve these problems. No one in the world could defy the heavens like that. They were eager to see him humiliated. A small prank, yet Fang Ming took it seriously and directly outlined solutions to these ultimate challenges. Watching her advisor's face contort with frustration, Long Jiajiu's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. She sensed this joke had gone too far. Professor, I'm sorry. I took it upon myself to show your research to others. She hung her head, fingers clenched, speaking timidly. Ren Lian glanced at her, then waved it off. It's fine. If you'd come up with the proof process yourself, I'd be surprised. Could you tell me who authored these proof formulas? It was Fang Ming, Academician Fang. Long Jiajiu puffed out her cheeks, feeling a bit downcast, but she could only answer truthfully. Fang Ming? Ren Lian was momentarily speechless upon hearing the name. Unsurprisingly, Gao Zhuang and Shen Tian had also delivered their notes to their respective advisors. Professor Hua Changgang, a veteran of Longke University's math department, was astonished upon seeing Fang Ming's partial proof for the twin prime conjecture. He urgently asked Gao Zhuang how he'd conceived such a method. Unable to conceal it, Gao Zhuang spilled the entire story. Upon learning Fang Ming authored the proof, Hua Changgang couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. With this novel approach, the twin prime conjecture stood a strong chance of being resolved. This was a monumental challenge in the mathematical world. This kid was nothing short of extraordinary. Shen Tian's thesis advisor was Lu Sirui. Finding Lu Sirui in his office, he didn't beat around the bush and immediately shared the approach and plan Fang Ming had provided. Upon learning this, Lu Sirui was also profoundly shaken. This young man was truly beyond extraordinary. The three senior professors acted in perfect unison, choosing not to approach Fang Ming directly. They understood that only by truly grasping these processes themselves could they be considered diligent students with the right attitude. Fang Ming remained unaware that due to Shen Tian's prank, he had indirectly become the advisor to three senior professors at Longke University. He was currently dining at a Chinese restaurant in Beijing with his former academic advisor, Zhao Tingxian. You promised to treat me to dinner, but now it's turned into me inviting you. Zhao Tingxian picked up a clump of rice with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. Ahem. Fang Ming couldn't help but cough dryly upon hearing this, awkwardly taking a sip of cold water. He'd been holed up in the tech lab lately, preparing for his next research breakthrough, and hadn't even remembered to treat Zhao Tingxian to a meal. Sorry, I've been swamped. Fang Ming felt deeply embarrassed. But didn't you finish the Limousine project? Zhao Tingxian asked suspiciously. But we just developed the next-gen lithography machine. For chip circuit designs and such, we still need to, well. Fang Ming rattled off his excuses without batting an eye. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? That easy to fool? Zhao Tingxian rolled her eyes and pulled out her phone to open their WeChat chat history. Shen Tian is my junior colleague. After the Lingxing project was declassified, the fact that you developed an integrated chip machine wasn't exactly a secret to me. Fang Ming was at a loss for words. That quiet Shen Tian seemed like a tight-lipped guy, but he turned out to be surprisingly loose-lipped. What else do you have to say? She chuckled softly, her gaze fixed on him like she was looking at a lying scumbag. I confess, I'm guilty. I shouldn't have stood you up time and time again. Fang Ming looked dead serious, holding up 3 fingers. Seeing his goofy expression, Zhao Tingxian couldn't help but burst out laughing. She waved her hand. Alright, I'm not here to lay into you. There's something I need to tell you. Remember that Tianjinming guy who crossed you before? Fang Ming frowned in confusion. Yeah, what about him? He told me he successfully tested the solution you suggested. It solved the problem of stable suspension for the nanomaterials. Zhao Tingxian's eyes twinkled as she sighed. He wants to publish an SCI paper and asked if you'd be interested in being the first author. First author? Not interested. Fang Ming shook his head. He wasn't particularly enthusiastic about academic research. No matter how many conceptual conclusions you draw, they only matter when applied practically and make a real impact. But this is your achievement. Don't you think it's a shame not to be the first author? Zhao Tingxian exclaimed in surprise. Fang Ming smiled. What's there to regret? Developing nanomaterials involves solving countless problems. Stable suspension is just one of them. To truly mass-produce and apply this technology, we still have a long way to go. If I were in charge, I wouldn't think so small. At the very least, I'd make sure these nanomaterials shine and make a difference in space. Alright, I know you think big. Zhao Tingxian picked up some food and said half-jokingly, Tianjinming shares the same ambition as you. He wants to send nanomaterials into space. He works at the space base, so he's much closer to realizing his dream than you are. Is that so? Fang Ming thought of his next research breakthrough and asked Zhao Tingxian, Professor, do you know anyone at the space base? If not, could you at least arrange for me to meet Tianjinming? What? You actually want to get into the space base? Zhao Tingxian's beautiful eyes widened. Was he serious? Fang Ming nodded. He certainly did. His next research breakthrough involved space. Without access to the space base, he couldn't verify the civilization point issue in his tech lab. Having just made a name for himself in chip technology, securing a position at the space base would be challenging. Besides, he had a feeling Wang He wouldn't let him go. Zhao Tingxian mumbled through her food, my grandfather seems to be working at the Northwest Aerospace facility lately. I could try to put in a good word for you. That's wonderful, thank you, Professor. Fang Ming was overjoyed. You're welcome. But you're buying this meal. Zhao Tingxian dabbed her lips with a napkin. By the way, I have a question. With the country releasing your research findings so quickly, aren't you worried about foreign countries stealing core technologies? Naturally, there's some concern. Fang Ming answered frankly, then shifted his tone. But we can fight fire with fire. Chapter 25, Entering Northwest Aerospace. 3 days later, Q-Tech Corporation RD Center, Lighthouse Nation. Aislinn, you've done well this time. Raman, a middle-aged man with a crew-cut gray suit, entered the RD hall, looking at Aislinn with clear satisfaction. It's nothing. Just doing my job. Aislinn remained humble, gesturing toward a square machine surrounded by researchers. This is the 3-nanometer lithography machine developed by Xia Nation. The moment she finished speaking, Ram couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man beside him. Old buddy, this lithography machine looks different from what I imagined. Can this thing really achieve a 3-nanometer process? Shouldn't you have tested it the moment you got the machine? The middle-aged man was none other than Xiao Lacey, CEO of Fruit Company. Upon hearing that Ram had acquired a Xia Nation lithography machine, he immediately dropped everything and rushed over to inspect the actual unit. Seeing the square black machine before him, he felt profound disappointment. He was no stranger to Real lithography machines. Could this little box possibly handle the precision work of a 3-nanometer process? To be honest, the first thought when I got this machine was to notify you. Ram glanced at Aislinn and shook his head. Aislinn says the Xia-made lithography machine doesn't require the harsh operating conditions typical of conventional ones. Once the parameters are set, it produces the circuits we need. What do you think? Pretty amazing, right? So that's why you had me come witness the test results with you? Xiao Leis immediately understood Ram's intent. Ram addressed a white-haired elder holding a tablet. Huper, run the test. Huper, formerly a full professor specializing in chip technology at Sparrow University, now served as Tong's chief engineer of R&D. Dressed in a white lab coat, he nodded to Ram before walking to the operating console and clicking to initiate the process. A flash of white light erupted from within the machine, and a wafer dropped out. Ram and Xiao Leis simultaneously approached to examine the results. As they made out the patterns and data on the computer screen, their expressions turned utterly stunned. It had actually achieved 3-nanometer precision. Ram and Joel sucked in a sharp breath. They never imagined Xia Nation could actually develop such a groundbreaking machine. A terrifying consequence struck both simultaneously. If this machine were mass-produced across Xia Nation, wouldn't the lithography technology of Landu Nation and their own Lighthouse Nation become a laughingstock? This new lithography technology is truly formidable. Huper couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the results. Professor Huper, what principle do you think Xia Nation's lithography machine employs to achieve this effect? Aislinn inquired. Xia Nation's development of a 3-nanometer lithography machine would deal a fatal blow to the Lighthouse Nation's semiconductor industry. Huper shook his head. Unclear. This lithography machine features extremely precise surface encapsulation. Only by disassembling it can we understand its working principle. How long will that take? Ram inquired immediately. Estimating the machine size, Huper replied, with our R&D department's specialized mechanical team handling the disassembly, roughly 5 hours. Aislinn, arrange it immediately. Understood. 5 hours later, when Ram and Kailisai returned to the R&D hall, Huper was fiddling with the light source components at the lab bench, his expression grim. Well, any findings? Ram asked impatiently. Huper shook his head and glanced at Joel's beside Ram. The internal components of this next-generation lithography machine are specially encrypted. To crack it, we need a more specialized research team. Encrypted? Ram froze and looked at Joel's. Wasn't this the same tactic his old partner used to monopolize their own product patents? Who would have thought Xia Nation would apply encryption to lithography machines? This situation was truly dire. Ram and Joel's wasted no time, immediately contacting the capital Science City. Upon receiving the machine, the Science City experts were equally stunned. They finally realized Xia Nation had come prepared this time. Xia Nation, Yanjing Dragon Academy Chip Research Center. Old Zhao, you wouldn't believe it, those bastards in the Lighthouse Nation are pacing like mad, slashing their communication chip patent fees again and again. Before long, those EUV lithography machines from the Bean Nation will be rotting in warehouses. In the research office, Wang He boasted excitedly to the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire before him. The old man was Zhao Qianfeng, a renowned nuclear physicist in Xia and a heavyweight academician at the Longke Academy. You've done a splendid job this time, really slapped those foreigners in the face. Zhao Qianfeng beamed, his silver short hair neatly trimmed, as he bumped Wang He's shoulder with his fist. Ha ha ha. That's all thanks to our nation's new ace up our sleeve. Without him, we couldn't have pulled off such a victory. Wang He roared with laughter before asking, by the way, you came all the way from the northwest just to see me. What's on your mind? My return is related to this ace. Do you have a personnel transfer request form here? Zhao Qianfeng strode over to Wang He's desk. Wang He grew wary, instantly blocking Zhao Qianfeng. Listen, old Zhao, if you're trying to poach people from me, forget it. Zhao Qianfeng gave a wry smile, spreading his hands. My nuclear fusion project was shut down ages ago. All my researchers scattered. Why would I need to poach anyone? Then why do you need a personnel transfer request form? Wang He stared at Zhao Qianfeng. Don't tell me you want to transfer to our department? You're a nuclear physicist, we're worlds apart. Enough, you're not getting through. Just bring that ace over here to explain it himself. Zhao Qianfeng waved his hand, unwilling to waste time arguing with Wang He. Wang He eyed Zhao Qianfeng skeptically before picking up his phone and dialing Fang Ming's number. Shortly after, Fang Ming arrived before the two elders. You'll have to sort things out with old Wang yourself. Zhao Qianfeng patted Fang Ming's shoulder, a hint of resignation in his eyes. After the old academician returned to Beijing, he had privately met with Fang Ming. He understood Fang Ming was a treasure to Wang He. If he were in Wang He's position, he wouldn't let this kid go either. So he was direct, immediately demanding the transfer application form. Wang He wasn't pleased, so he told Fang Ming to handle it himself. Senior Wang, I wish to study at the Northwest Aerospace Base. Fang Ming took a deep breath before addressing Wang He. Wang He remained silent for a long moment, his expression grave. Are you certain about this decision? I am. Achieving a 1-nanometer process for integrated chip manufacturing is sufficient. To go further would require atomic and subatomic lithography technologies. While current science can theoretically achieve this, its practical application remains limited. Fang Ming finished, meeting Wang He's gaze directly. Wang He glanced at Zhao Qianfeng, then turned back with a wry smile. I understand your reasoning. Alright, go. Make more contributions to our nation's science and technology. I certainly will. Thank you, Professor Wang. Thus, Fang Ming successfully obtained his transfer request and, with Zhao Qianfeng's assistance, transferred to the Northwest Aerospace Base. Unexpectedly, this young academician's sudden arrival at the base stirred up quite a commotion. Chapter 26, Build it in half a month. What? That academician Fang transferred here? Seriously? He was doing great with chips, why come here? Who knows? Heard he's here to learn. Learn? He's accomplished in chips, but will he fit here? Different fields are worlds apart. Exactly. Why not stay in his own field? Sigh, maybe he's just here to show off? At his age, who wouldn't want to polish their resume? Fang Ming's arrival at Northwest Aerospace immediately sparked widespread debate. Even as an academician who had developed a new generation of lithography machines, his sudden leap from chip technology to aerospace science easily fueled misunderstandings. After all, young people often suffer from restlessness and impatience, unable to settle down. Fang Ming's age was a factor, first becoming an academician, then achieving such remarkable results. Driven by ambition, he could easily use the pretext of studying at the aerospace base to claim the title of aerospace scientist. How convenient! After joining Northwest Aerospace, both veteran engineers and younger researchers harbored varying degrees of prejudice toward him. The aerospace base sat against the backdrop of the vast Gobi Desert of Xia Nation. Through the windows of the base building, one could see endless stretches of barren wilderness. At that moment, a rocket was ascending during a test flight. In the corridor of the Nuclear Physics Aerospace Research Institute's experimental building, many staff members stood taking in the fresh air. Fang Ming and Zhao Qianfeng stood by the window, gazing at the rocket soaring high into the sky. Zhao Qianfeng suddenly asked, "Do you know what this rocket is for?" Fang Ming shook his head. Rockets could be categorized by purpose in many ways. New to the field, he naturally couldn't identify the specific function of this particular rocket. This is a meteorological rocket, Zhao Qianfeng explained. Its primary purpose is to measure various parameters within the atmosphere. Ground monitoring stations use the returned data to forecast weather and assess potential meteorological disasters. Zhao Qianfeng looked up at the sky and said earnestly, "Even during test flights, rockets carry a failure probability, though it's extremely low. The advancement of rocket technology to its current level wouldn't have been possible without the dedication of our scientific predecessors. These achievements were earned through their blood, sweat, and wisdom. We, the younger generation, are like rockets awaiting launch. Only by conducting research with solid grounding can we find our path forward. Overreaching ambitions will only lead to our test flights failing and crashing from great heights." Hearing Zhao Qianfeng's words, Fang Ming realized he might have misunderstood something. He turned his head and said helplessly, "Senior Zhao, though I am young, I am certainly not someone chasing fame and fortune. I came here both to learn and to pursue my dreams. If you harbored prejudice against me, you could have refused me from the start. Why go to such trouble to bring me here? I didn't say I was prejudiced against you. It's just that I was once like you, achieving a little success and wanting to spread my wings. Unfortunately, I ended up crashing." Zhao Qianfeng continued, gazing out the window, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Fang Ming studied Zhao Qianfeng intently. It dawned on him that Zhao Tingqian likely played a significant role in his being here. Without Zhao Tingqian, her grandfather probably wouldn't have brought him into Northwest Aerospace. The aerospace field was far broader than the semiconductor industry. It wasn't something you could just jump into by developing a lithography machine or manufacturing a few chips. From Zhao Qianfeng, he finally understood one thing: in the end, you had to forge your own path. Fang Ming turned his head back to the window. "Old Zhao, you're researching nuclear rocket engines and nuclear batteries for communication satellites here, right?" "That's correct. Are you interested in this field?" Zhao Qianfeng nodded, slowly withdrawing his gaze. "I've studied nuclear physics and have some basic understanding of aerospace technology." Fang Ming opened the window, extending his hand to feel the outside airflow. Zhao Qianfeng frowned slightly. "That I didn't know. Your academician resume seems a bit thin." "Indeed. In this world, gaining recognition requires some form of proof." Fang Ming sighed, withdrew his hand, and continued, "As far as I know, nuclear rocket engines aren't currently the optimal solution. There's a concept for air rocket engines, have you heard of it, Professor Zhao?" "I have." Zhao Qianfeng nodded. The concept of air rocket engines sounds very appealing, but actually designing one is nearly impossible. Fang Ming remained non-committal as he continued, "Then there's the nuclear battery. The longest half-life of its fuel is only 100 years, and its practical lifespan might not exceed 80 years. But there's another type of battery that also uses nuclear fuel, yet its lifespan could theoretically reach tens of thousands of years." "You mean nuclear fusion?" Zhao Qianfeng's pupils contracted sharply, his voice rising abruptly. His outburst instantly drew the attention of the surrounding researchers. "Exactly, a nuclear fusion battery." Fang Ming spoke without hesitation. "If I can develop these two technologies, would the resources of this institute be at my disposal?" The slacking researchers stared wide-eyed. "Holy crap! He's already stirring up trouble this big on his first day? That's just like you, academician Fang. Old Zhao was, after all, among the most senior nuclear physicists in the country. Even though the controlled nuclear fusion project had been halted, his influence at the space base was far beyond that of ordinary engineers. When old Zhao first arrived at the Northwest Space Base, the chief engineer personally appointed him as the head of the Nuclear Physics Space Research Institute, an honor that spoke for itself. Wasn't Fang Ming brought in by old Zhao himself? Now he's openly challenging old Zhao in front of everyone? That's sheer audacity. This young academician's reputation has taken a serious hit. No matter how talented you are, you shouldn't challenge your senior's authority. Remember, old Zhao specialized in nuclear fusion research. No one knows this field better than him. You, Fang Ming, a chip researcher, even with your achievements in lithography, dare to show off before a nuclear physics heavyweight? Isn't that like showing off your axe in the woodcutter's shop? A laughingstock, no less? Zhao Qianfeng looked taken aback but didn't get angry. Shaking his head, he smiled. If you can pull off both of these, forget the institute's resources. Even the chief designer would beg you on his knees not to leave. Give me a lab, sufficient materials, and 2 weeks. I'll build it for you. Fang Ming held up a finger, his expression unreadable. You're seriously going to develop an air rocket engine and a nuclear fusion battery? Zhao Qianfeng frowned. This was no joke. Their design schematics are in here. If you don't trust me, you can see for yourself. Fang Ming pulled a USB drive from his pocket, thrust it into Zhao Qianfeng's hand, then strode away without looking back. He prepared long before entering the Northwest Aerospace Base. Skepticism? Prejudice? He wasn't afraid of any of it. Zhao Qianfeng clutched the USB drive, watching the young man's retreating figure, his frown deepening. Chapter 27. I believe in my own abilities. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. News of Fang Ming's actions quickly spread throughout the Northwest Aerospace Base. Hey, heard the buzz? Fang Ming apparently fell out with old Zhao. Holy crap. That's insane. What happened? Word is Fang Ming refused to back down and wants to build some kind of air rocket engine. Not just that, he's also working on a nuclear fusion battery. Holy crap. Aren't those two things just theoretical concepts? Can he actually build them? This isn't science fiction. Building a nuclear fusion battery? Academician Fang is really pushing it this time. Just for his guts alone, he deserves a solid 666. Discussions about Fang Ming fermented throughout the Northwest Aerospace Base. The national academician, once praised by all, saw his reputation steadily decline. Some opportunists even spun his past disputes with senior colleagues at Northwest Aerospace into a narrative of acting like a diva, editing and posting the story online. After seeing the post, numerous netizens flooded the official Weibo account of Northwest Aerospace with inquiries, demanding the truth. The official account avoided a direct response, merely confirming that Fang Ming had indeed transferred to the aerospace base. Regarding whether the alleged incidents occurred, they stated they were unable to disclose details. This ambiguous response from the official account seemed to lend credibility to the post's claims. Consequently, those with grievances against Fang Ming seized the opportunity to fan the flames, spreading relentless rumors. Shocking. National Outstanding Youth Award winner acts like a diva after first success? National pillar with an arrogant personality, acting like a celebrity? Thought he was a beacon of positive energy for the nation, but he blew it so fast? National youth shouldn't be arrogant. Only by staying grounded can one truly achieve greatness. The cost of spreading rumors online is low, and there are many ways to ride the wave of attention. After the previous Mirror of Truth incident, most had learned their lesson. They no longer wrote articles themselves but hired online trolls and sought out lesser-known media outlets to expose issues indirectly or make sarcastic, borderline accusations. Northwest Aerospace Base, Researcher Apartments. Since you've chosen to follow me, you'll need to study mechanical dynamics and nuclear fusion thoroughly. Yes, Professor. We'll rely on your guidance whenever we encounter difficulties. In the spacious living room, Fang Ming held a marker, scribbling calculations on the wall-mounted whiteboard. Besides him, 3 doctoral assistants were present. After experiencing immense fulfillment, they had decided to join his team. Fang Ming actually needed some hands to assist him, and Shen Tian and the others were sharp and obedient. Thus, it was only natural that they all came to the Northwest Aerospace Base together. Professor Fang, there are all these rumors about you online, saying you're acting like a diva or something. Long Jiaojia sat on the sofa, propping her chin up with one hand, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. When a teacher becomes too famous, envy and jealousy are bound to follow. Gao Zhuang stared blankly at the formulas on the whiteboard, his mind spinning. As a PhD in mathematics, he'd crammed aerospace physics knowledge before coming here, yet now he couldn't make heads or tails of the content. Teacher, are we really developing an air rocket engine and a nuclear fusion battery? Shen Tian finally couldn't hold back and asked. Both concepts seemed utterly abstract. Even if Fang Ming pioneered new lithography techniques, building air engines and nuclear fusion batteries, wasn't that a bit unrealistic? Fang Ming capped his marker and turned to them. Developing these is merely to secure sufficient research resources. My plans here extend far beyond that. What? Shin Tian and the others were stunned. Hearing Fang Ming speak like this, his ambition seemed even greater than developing air rocket engines and nuclear fusion batteries. It was unimaginable what terrifyingly advanced technological concepts this man, younger than them, might harbor in his mind. Professor Fang, what if? Long Jiajiao's eyes twinkled as she suddenly smiled and said, what if Northwest Aerospace isolates you and refuses to fund your research? What then? Gao Shuang and Shin Tian also considered this possibility, turning their gaze toward Fang Ming. I've contemplated that scenario too. Fang Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. However what? Shin Tian and the others asked in unison, feeling a strange sense of schadenfreude. It turned out even this seemingly omnipotent prodigy could be stumped. But I believe in my own capabilities. Fang Ming lifted his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Shin Tian, Gao Zhuang, and Long Jiaju were momentarily speechless. That was just too arrogant. Meanwhile, after reviewing the design proposals on Fang Ming's USB drive, Zhao Qianfeng had plunged headfirst into the lab, emerging only after a full day and night. Yes. He was verifying the feasibility of the nuclear fusion battery design. Rather than conducting comprehensive development experiments, he simply extracted the isotope tritium from seawater and placed it into the simulated reactor outlined in the design for observation. Thermonuclear fusion ignited, accompanied by a massive burst of energy. Crack! The reactor's energy containment ring contracted, instantly locking the energy within a controllable range. Zhao Qianfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, controlled nuclear energy output. He couldn't help but wonder if this method could be applied to the controlled nuclear fusion project. But he quickly dismissed the idea. The principle of the fusion battery was to regulate energy output, not to make the entire reaction safe and controllable. Still, this was a major breakthrough in fusion reactions. Genius! Fang Ming is a true genius. After verifying the fusion battery design, Zhao Qianfeng immediately called another engineer at the base. By the time that engineer arrived, it was already late the next night. Old Zhao, what's the emergency? Calling me out in the middle of the night? I have something crucial to show you. Zhao Qianfeng grabbed the veteran engineer's arm and pulled him to the dedicated computer. What is this? This veteran engineer was Li Tianwei, a renowned rocket engine researcher in Xia Nation. Li Tianwei had developed a new generation of liquid rocket engines for the nation, advancing the adoption of clean fuels in modern rockets. Frankly speaking, no one in the country could match this elder's expertise in rocket engine research. The design blueprint for an air rocket engine. Zhao Qianfeng said, clicking open the design diagrams with his mouse. An air rocket engine. Li Tianwei sat before the computer. A single glance at the blueprints drew him in completely. He quickly pulled his reading glasses from his pocket, put them on, and began studying the design with intense focus. Separating oxygen from the air, burning it to generate massive thrust energy. When the atmosphere is thin, utilizing stored air energy. As Li Tianwei analyzed it step by step, his aged face grew increasingly serious and focused. Only after 3 full hours did he finally remove his glasses. Well, do you think it's feasible? Zhao Qianfeng had been waiting for Li Tianwei. Seeing him take off his glasses, he immediately asked, "Is this your own design?" Li Tianwei's right hand, gripping the mouse, trembled slightly. "No. It's Fang Ming. That young academician who developed the next-generation lithography machine Fang Ming." Zhao Qianfeng hurriedly replied. "A genius. An absolute genius. Talent like this can't be buried in your department." Li Tianwei stood up, unable to contain his excitement any longer. He took a step forward and started rushing out. "Old Li. Slow down. I brought him in." Zhao Qianfeng didn't have time to think about that. He hurried after him. Chapter 28, The Scramble. The two of them left the Nuclear Physics and Aerospace Research Institute and headed straight for the research apartment building. Unfortunately, they came up empty-handed. Fang Ming wasn't there at all. "You didn't scare him off, did you?" Outside the apartment building, Li Tianwei glared at Zhao Qianfeng. "Can't even reach him by phone. That kid." Zhao Qianfeng dropped his phone, feeling a pang of frustration. "Forget it. With something this big, we should inform the chief designer first." Li Tianwei snatched Zhao Qianfeng's phone and dialed the chief designer of Northwest Aerospace. Northwest Aerospace Base, Department of Aeronautical Materials Research. Fang Ming had been repeatedly invited by Tianjinming and reluctantly agreed to provide guidance and analysis on his experimental plan. Unexpectedly, upon arrival, he was met not by Tianjinming, but by the head of the Aerospace Materials Department. Feng Junyi, an expert in aerospace materials for Xia Nation. He had made outstanding contributions in cutting-edge material technologies such as gallium-based alloys, graphene, and nanomaterials. He was also the first person in Xia Nation to propose the application of nanomaterials in aerospace. Fang Ming held this senior figure in the highest regard. Within the Super Tech Lab, the primary technology applied to space exploration was fundamentally based on nanomaterials. It was clear that nanomaterials would undoubtedly become a major focus in the aerospace field in the future. How should we address the silica agglomeration issue in this experiment? Silica in solution is highly susceptible to van der Waals forces. Nano-sized particles possess strong van der Waals forces? Fang Jun had been discussing the complexities of nanomaterial experiments with Fang Ming. From afternoon until the wee hours of the morning, the two engaged in a relentless exchange of questions and answers, scarcely pausing. So that's how it is, Mr. Fang. I've learned a great deal. After fully grasping the experimental principles, Fang Jun stood and bowed deeply to Fang Ming. No. Fang Ming hurriedly helped Fang Jun up. He couldn't accept such a deep bow from a senior colleague of such stature. In the scientific community, those who excel lead the way. Mr. Fang has solved a world-class problem in nanomaterials. This bow is my due. Fang Jun slowly straightened, his face radiating admiration. Earlier, when Tianjinming told him that solutions had been found for the problems of deagglomeration, dispersion, and stable suspension of nanomaterials, he hadn't quite believed it. But when Tianjinming presented the precise experimental data, he was utterly stunned. The problem of stable suspension in nanomaterials, which had troubled scientists worldwide for years, was solved. And the solution was provided by a citizen of Xia Nation. This signaled that Xia Nation would take the lead in nanomaterial research ahead of other nations. Professor Fang, please don't call me Mr. Just call me Fang Ming. Seeing Fang Jun straighten his posture, Fang Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. All right. If you prefer not to be called Mr., then I'll just go ahead and call you by your name. Fang Jun laughed heartily. It's getting late. I should head back. Fang Ming pulled out his phone, set to silent mode, and glanced at it. Seeing several missed calls, he immediately excused himself from Fang Jun. Fang Ming, hold on a moment. I'll have Xiao Tian see you out. I've heard about your recent situation at the space base. Old Zhao really did you wrong. Would you be interested in joining us? Just as Fang Jun was about to extend the invitation, his phone rang. Hello? Right. What? They want to see Fang Ming? After answering the call, he suddenly stared wide-eyed at Fang Ming. Fang Ming was utterly baffled. Who wanted to see him? Fang Jun hung up and exclaimed in astonishment, the chief designer of the base wants to see you. 10 minutes later, in the conference room of the Northwest Aerospace Center. Academician Fang Ming, Old Zhao and Old Li have reviewed your design proposal and highly commend it. Seated at the head of the conference table, an elderly man in gray with kind, benevolent features spoke with a smile. Sun Liangson, the nation's foremost pioneer who designed the 7th-generation communications satellite and successfully led the aerospace team in developing manned rockets. Fang Ming studied the chief engineer before him, inwardly shaken. It was hard to imagine that such a benevolent elder statesman could be the chief engineer of the entire Northwest Aerospace program. Academician Fang Ming, I was short-sighted earlier. Given your scientific prowess, seniority is irrelevant. From this moment on, whenever you require it, the entire Nuclear Physics Aerospace Research Institute's resources and team will be at your disposal. Before Fang Ming could speak, Zhao Qianfeng stood up first, pledging his full commitment. Indeed, for a talent like Fang Ming, there was no pride to be clung to. Once the air rocket engine and nuclear fusion battery were developed, Xia Nation's aerospace program would take an epic-making leap forward. This was a matter of national importance. Even if Fang Ming demanded he kneel and apologize now, he would likely do so without hesitation. Senior Zhao, I never blamed you. Fang Ming genuinely felt Zhao Qianfeng had done nothing wrong. Viewed from another angle, as a senior figure like Zhao Qianfeng, when faced with a young researcher who had just achieved scientific success and was eager to advance, it was highly likely he would first advise him to focus diligently on his own field. The integrity of the older generation of scientists was beyond reproach. If one must pinpoint a reason, it was precisely as Zhao Qianfeng stated, Fang Ming's domestic resume remained too thin. Proof of capability might seem intangible, but in reality, you absolutely must possess it. For instance, if someone asks whether you can drive, merely saying yes will inevitably invite skepticism. Present your driver's license, then casually execute a perfectly controlled drift through consecutive S-curves, and people will immediately shut up. Research is no different. Fang Ming's sole scientific achievement was the lithography machine. But in aerospace? What good is a lithography machine? Can it build satellites or rockets? That's why proving one's capabilities becomes crucial at this juncture. Old Zhao, you and academician Fang Ming have some history. You might want to hold your tongue for now. Li Tianwei shed his serious researcher persona and grinned at Fang Ming. Academician Fang, why not join our rocket engine research division? Whatever Old Zhao can offer, I can arrange. Don't stay stuck in Old Zhao's corner, it's bad luck. Li Tianwei, explain yourself clearly. What do you mean bad luck? My department has both rocket engine research facilities and can provide academician Fang Ming with nuclear fusion battery research support. How does yours compare? Zhao Qianfeng's face turned green with anger as he argued back, next if. Bull. Don't think your crappy lab can handle nuclear experiments. Our department borders the radioactive materials testing zone. I've got everything you do. Li Tianwei refused to back down. No way. I brought him in. Why should he go to you? Because you're blind as a bat and can't recognize talent. The two veteran engineers fought tooth and nail over Fang Ming, trading barbs until they nearly came to blows. Fang Ming felt utterly mortified watching this. Ahem, allow me to interject. Feng Junyi, who had remained silent, stood up. What? You want to compete with us too? Zhao Qianfeng and Li Tianwei, acting in perfect unison, shot Feng Junyi a cold, piercing glare. Go ahead. Chief Engineer Sun Liangshan spoke up. Only then did the two reluctantly back down. Feng Junyi glanced at Fang Ming. It's like this. Before this, academician Fang Ming actually solved a world-class problem in the field of nanomaterials. The moment the words left his mouth, Sun Liangshan's expression immediately turned serious, while Zhao Qianfeng and Li Tianwei's eyebrows twitched. Chapter 29, Plagiarism. Which problem? Sun Liangshan's face showed a questioning look. The stable suspension problem. Feng Junyi replied. Hearing this, both Li Tianwei and Zhao Qianfeng were deeply astonished. To their knowledge, the stable suspension problem was a long-standing, intractable challenge in nanomaterials research. It seemed every materials scientist globally was searching for a solution. So you're saying academician Fang Ming has successfully solved this world-class problem? Surprise flashed across Sun Liangshan's face. Solving a world-class problem would be a major event that would shake the global academic community. Currently, no country in the scientific community has been able to completely solve the issues of deagglomeration, dispersion, and stable suspension of nanomaterials. The experimental solution proposed by academician Fang Ming has perfectly conquered this global research challenge. Feng Junyi's expression was filled with excitement. Has it been verified? Sun Liangshan asked the question he was most concerned about. For most scientific puzzles, theory alone is insufficient. Experimental data collection is essential to reach concrete conclusions. Zhao Qianfeng and Li Tianwei also turned their attention to the conversation. The experimental validation is complete. The data fully aligns with the protocol proposed by academician Fang Ming. Feng Junyi answered with absolute certainty. Academician Fang Ming, in light of your monumental achievements in the field of nanomaterials, I wish to submit your experimental proposal for review and endorsement through the National Academic Bureau, with the aim of announcing this breakthrough domestically first. What are your thoughts? Sun Liangshan inquired of Fang Ming. For such a crucial scientific advancement, his immediate priority was benefiting his own country, not publishing it in foreign journals. Fang Ming shook his head helplessly. This proposal was presented publicly. Professor Feng should be aware of this. Feng Junyi nodded. Academician Fang Ming publicly presented this proposal at the Longke University Academic Exchange half a month ago. Even if we don't publish it in journals, others will likely appropriate these findings as their own. Academician Fang Ming's experimental proposal is profoundly significant. It would be a great pity if private interests exploited it for profit or empty fame. Li Tianwei sighed softly. Why not investigate each case individually? Zhao Qianfeng suggested. That's a good approach, but it would require mobilizing the military's IT resources, and the application process is rather cumbersome. Sun Liangshan interlaced his fingers, his brow slightly furrowed. That would be an excessive waste of national resources. Fang Ming waved his hand dismissively. This is merely a conclusive result. There's no need for such a grand effort. I'm not overly concerned about this particular matter. Regarding nanomaterials, I actually possess more substantial insights. Even if this solution were made public, it wouldn't cause any harm. Sun Liangshan and the others were taken aback. While Fang Ming didn't care, they certainly did. But upon hearing Fang Ming mention he had more substantial insights in the field of nanomaterials, their eyes lit up. Feng Junyi, in particular, stared at him as if he could devour him with his eyes. Fang Ming felt slightly uncomfortable under the intense gaze and said, "You decide what to do with this. Truthfully, these are minor matters." Sun Liangshan sighed and continued, "Our top priority now is to support academician Fang Ming in developing the air rocket engine and nuclear fusion battery. Old Li, old Zhao, no more squabbling. Both departments will collaborate. Whatever academician Fang Ming needs, you provide. Any objections?" By the end of his statement, the chief aerospace engineer radiated an aura of unspoken authority. Li Tianwei and Zhao Qianfeng exchanged a glance, their faces breaking into wry smiles. "No problem. We'll fully support academician Fang Ming." "Then there's no issue." Sun Liangshan rose, walked over, and patted Fang Ming on the shoulder. "You'll be working hard these next few months. Give it your all in the development. Whether we succeed or fail in the end, this will be a significant endeavor for Xia Nation's aerospace sector." "Understood." Fang Ming nodded, then added, "Chief Designer Sun, if I manage to produce a working prototype, may I request one condition?" "Of course. As long as it doesn't involve treason, I'll agree to any condition you propose." Sun Liangshan declared with conviction, his face softening into a benevolent smile. "You're too kind." Fang Ming smiled in return. After the meeting, Zhao Qianfeng and Li Tianwei immediately began preparing experimental materials according to Fang Ming's plan. Initially, the projects to develop an air rocket engine and a nuclear fusion battery were kept under semi-confidentiality. However, as implementation progressed, many at the Northwest Aerospace Base learned some inside information, particularly at the Nuclear Physics Aerospace Research Institute. When Zhao Qianfeng issued a directive demanding full cooperation with Fang Ming's research efforts, some younger scientists grew restless. They believed Fang Ming's ambition to develop an air rocket engine was nothing short of a pipe dream. And a nuclear fusion battery? That was nuclear fusion. These concepts had been around for so long, yet not a single scientist globally dared claim they'd mastered them. Fang Ming was only 23. Even if he became a national academician thanks to the new generation of lithography machines, how much knowledge could he possibly have? Building an air engine and developing a nuclear fusion battery? He was dreaming. What do you think? Could Academician Fang really build these two major components in just half a month? Impossible. Not that I look down on Academician Fang, but concepts are just concepts. If he pulls it off, I'll stand on my head to wash my hair. Forget 2 weeks, give him half a year, half a century, and he still might not pull it off. Agreed. If he actually built the real thing, our country would be entering sci-fi territory. Fang Ming offered no explanation for the skepticism. Once the experimental materials arrived, he led Shen Tian and the others into the Institute's sealed lab complex. During this period, he avoided micromanaging the young researchers. Without a foundation of trust, collaboration only invites trouble. To play it safe, he enlisted several veteran engineers from the base to assist with the core R&D work. Calculations, modeling, design, assembly. He personally handled many tasks himself. After joining the development effort, Shen Tian and the others felt profoundly helpless. Their skills were too limited to offer Fang Ming much meaningful support. Therefore, they resolved to execute every task assigned by Fang Ming to perfection. Shen Tian, configure the power parameters, activate the air circulation system, and set the peak output to maximum. Understood. Gao Shuang. Have you calculated the isotope's rated molecular weight? We need it here. Calculated. Long Jiajiu. Establish the 3D model of the experimental reaction vessel and run simulations based on the established data. Leave it to me. With barely half a month remaining, the R&D work was nearing its conclusion. Yet during this period, an unexpected event unfolded externally. Following the last meeting, Feng Jun had drafted a specialized paper detailing Fang Ming's breakthrough in achieving stable nanomaterial suspension. After completion, he submitted it to the world-renowned multidisciplinary science journal Science, listing Fang Ming as both corresponding author and first author. Unexpectedly, Feng Jun soon received notification that the paper had been rejected. Yes, the experimental protocol for solving the stable suspension of nanomaterials had been plagiarized. Someone had beaten him to it, publishing Fang Ming's research findings in another prestigious scientific journal, Nature. Chapter 30, Arrest Them All. The paper published in Nature bore the full title, Experimental Study on the Stable Suspension of Nanomaterials. Seeing that all authors listed were foreigners, Feng Jun clung to a sliver of hope and checked the contents. The moment he did, his face turned ashen. The experimental methods were identical to Fang Ming's proposed solution, even the experimental samples were copied verbatim. In other words, someone had sold Fang Ming's experimental plan to foreigners. The materials engineer was furious and immediately called Chief Engineer Sun Liangshan. Sun Liangshan was equally furious upon learning of the incident. Originally, this could have been a minor issue. If someone committed academic plagiarism under their own name, domestic insiders might know about it, but at worst, they'd face moral condemnation. After all, Fang Ming himself didn't seem particularly attached to this achievement. Using it to gain some fame and profit was one thing. But handing this research over to foreigners? That changed everything. How could anyone accept Chinese research suddenly becoming foreign property? Certainly not the old-school scientists steeped in patriotism. They weren't just unwilling, they were furious. Upon receiving the news, Sun Liangshan immediately took a special vehicle to Feng Jun's department for an internal investigation. The internal investigation yielded little. Currently, only 2 people in Feng Jun's department knew about this experimental plan. One was Feng Jun himself, and the other was his assistant, Tianjinming. Although Tianjinming had previously had a minor friction with Fang Ming, it was purely a moment of impulsiveness. Back at Longke University, he had harbored a long-standing crush on Zhao Tingqian. Seeing his beloved goddess with someone as contentious as Fang Ming naturally stirred resentment within him. It was Zhou Wei's instigation that led him to act so rashly. As a researcher at the National Space Base, selling such a major achievement to foreigners would be tantamount to ruining his own career. After ruling out internal suspects, Sun Liangshan found himself with a headache. Who exactly had handed over such vital research findings to foreigners? At the same time, Zhao Qianfeng also received the news. Furious, he immediately called Zhao Tingqian to confirm the situation. Fang Ming's research has been transferred to foreigners? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingqian's expression darkened. At that evening's academic exchange, Fang Ming had indeed publicly presented the experimental protocol solving the stable suspension of nanomaterials. But that didn't mean anyone could claim it as their own, let alone sell it to foreigners. After explaining the situation to her grandfather, she couldn't help but think of the person most fixated on that experimental plan that night. With that thought, she drove through the night to the research building where Wang He was located. After Fang Ming joined Northwest Aerospace, Zhao Tingqian, leveraging her outstanding achievements in microcircuitry, successfully became a member of the Longke Institute's Chip Research Center. Her ability to work here stemmed entirely from being inspired by Fang Ming. Fang Ming had single-handedly developed a new generation of lithography machines. His formidable scientific brilliance captivated countless research geniuses. This man had evolved from her student into the very goal she now pursued. She had never been this furious. Not only because someone had desecrated the dream she cherished, but because that person had committed an act of treason so egregious it ran counter to the very soul of every citizen of Xia Nation. When Zhao Tingqian arrived at Wang He's office, the nation's chief chip scientist was still poring over documents. The moment she explained the situation, Wang He erupted in fury. Damn it! How could such a traitor exist? Wang He slammed his fist on the desk, losing his composure as he cursed. Di Yang! Arrest everyone who attended that academic exchange at Longke University that night. Yes. Every single one. He tossed his phone aside and sat down, his face ashen. Patriotism ran deep in Wang He's veins. Plagiarizing publicly available academic work was one thing, but handing it over to foreigners? That was an unforgivable betrayal. Professor Wang focused particularly on Yang Sunday. He was the primary recipient of Fang Ming's experimental plan presentation that night. Yang Sun. Wang He's gaze darkened. A materials technology company in Yinjing. R&D department laboratory. No matter how many times I see it, it never ceases to amaze me. Yang Sun stared at the experimental tank ahead, murmuring excitedly to himself. Since his university days, he had been immersed in the field of nanomaterials. After years of his own research, he never imagined being surpassed by someone younger than himself. What was even more terrifying was that this person had successfully solved the world-class research challenge of stable suspension. Fang Ming truly admirable. A 23-year-old national-level academician truly deserving of the title. He glanced at the half-written SCI paper on the computer behind him and sighed. Ah, indeed, there are gaps between people. Bang! Just as he was lost in thought, the laboratory's alloy door shattered violently. A group of heavily armed officers stormed in, surrounding him completely. Before Yang Sun could comprehend what was happening, a towering figure stood fixed before him. Under the oppressive, icy aura radiating from the man, Yang Sun felt a chill run down his spine and his legs grow weak. Yang Sun, we suspect you of trafficking major state-level academic achievements. You're coming with us. Di Yang declared, immediately escorting Yang Sun away. That night, every single attendee of the academic exchange conference except Fang Ming was taken to the National Military Headquarters secret interrogation facility. Given the gravity of the matter, everyone's information was made fully transparent. They investigated to the very end. They combed through every individual and every connection they could uncover, yet ultimately discovered none of them were the mastermind. There was no evidence among them of passing on the experimental protocol. Not even Yang Sun, the most heavily suspected. The state even brought in the most specialized criminal psychology experts, employing hypnosis techniques to interrogate Yang Sun. The results were quite unexpected. Yang Sun claimed he was an extremely cautious person, having verified the experimental protocol no fewer than 100 times. He only began writing his paper the day before they arrested him. Moreover, his intention was to complete the paper and then approach Fang Ming to discuss certain issues. Only if Fang Ming agreed to be listed as an author would he submit the paper to a journal. He himself placed great importance on academic integrity. He would never put his name as corresponding author or first author on research that wasn't his own, let alone handing the research findings over to foreign entities. In the end, this interrogation came to nothing. However, a bizarre incident occurred during the questioning. Zhou Wei, who had been sentenced because of Fang Ming, lost control of his bladder and bowels when confronted, repeatedly crying out, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me." The trial experts all deemed Zhou Wei's reaction excessive. He simply hadn't had the opportunity to commit the crime, as he'd been arrested immediately after the academic conference ended. His trial was merely a formality. The case ultimately became unsolved, lingering until Fang Ming's research concluded. Chapter 31, Why? Professor, did we really develop an air rocket engine and a nuclear fusion battery? In the lab, Long Jiaojiao sat before her computer, staring blankly at two objects before her. One was a silver, spiral-shaped rocket engine. The other was a ring-shaped battery encrusted with countless energy conversion fibers. Shen Tian and Gao Zhuan wiped the sweat from their brows, their hearts brimming with immense satisfaction. Indeed. Under Fang Ming's leadership, they had once again witnessed the birth of a miracle. The air rocket engine and the nuclear fusion battery, these two groundbreaking technological marvels now stood before them. Fang Ming nodded and smiled. Of course. This development went smoothly. Everyone, you've worked hard. Long Jiaojiao and the other two were at a loss for words to describe their current emotions. An air rocket engine and a nuclear fusion battery, these were truly epic-making technologies. What kind of chemical reaction would their application to actual spacecraft bring to Xia Nation's aerospace field? The trio was filled with hope for the future. The mere thought of how these two breakthroughs might revolutionize the nation's aerospace sector filled them with unparalleled excitement. Though they hadn't played a major role in the actual development, they were participants, genuine contributors who had immersed themselves in the work. The knowledge gained from this project would benefit them for a lifetime. As the trio reflected on the entire development process, one thought dominated their minds: exhilarating. Yes, conducting research alongside someone like Fang Ming was truly exhilarating. Armed with this invaluable experience, they were convinced that with sufficient time to hone their skills, they would eventually become independent researchers in their own right. As Fang Ming and his team emerged from the laboratory building, a group of national academicians led by Sun Liangsan stood solemnly nearby, awaiting their arrival. Behind them stood rows of soldiers at full alert. Various armored vehicles and transport aircraft were even more extravagantly arranged into a steel wall. Good heavens! Is half of Xia Nation's research elite here? To welcome us? Long Jiaojia covered her mouth in astonishment. That Shen Tian, is my hair messy now? Dao Zhuang, who had never witnessed such a grand display, nervously tugged at Shen Tian's arm, acting like a nervous schoolboy. Shen Tian's instincts were sharp. He noticed that Fang Ming didn't seem particularly pleased upon seeing this crowd. Fang Ming recognized many familiar faces among them: the former head of the Lingxin project, and Di Yang's Dark Falcon unit, and his former advisor, Zhao Tingxian. Wang He and his group exchanged complex glances upon seeing Fang Ming. From the Northwest Aerospace side, Zhao Qianfeng, Li Tianwei, and Feng Juni stood behind Sun Liangshan. Their hesitant expressions made Fang Ming sense something was amiss. Chief Designer Sunday. Fang Ming approached Sun Liangshan and offered a perfunctory greeting. Academician Fang Ming, I deeply regret to inform you that your research findings may need to be temporarily sealed. Sun Liangshan's face bore an expression of regret. What happened? Fang Ming couldn't help but ask in confusion. Sun Liangshan shook his head, offering no answer. At that moment, Di Yang, standing behind Wang He, stepped forward. Academician Fang Ming, on behalf of the National Military Department, I request your cooperation in investigating a major case of academic achievement leakage. He stood before Fang Ming and, under the gaze of many, rendered a standard military salute. May I ask what this is about? Fang Ming met Di Yang's cold stare, taking a deep breath. Upon arrival at the destination, you will be briefed on the specifics. Di Yang replied in a strictly official tone. Very well, I will cooperate. Fang Ming's expression remained composed as he glanced at Wang He, Sun Liangsan, and the others. Their faces were etched with emotions too complex for words. Di Yang waved his hand, and two officers strode forward. One positioned himself beside Fang Ming, while the other stood before him, holding a black cloth strip. Academician Fang Ming, this journey involves numerous classified matters. We ask for your understanding. Di Yang's expression remained icy, though his tone carried a hint of apology. Understood. As Fang Ming's words fell, the officer before him swiftly covered his eyes with the black cloth. Guided by the two officers, Fang Ming walked step by step toward the transport aircraft in the distance. Fang Ming! A cry rang out from behind. Fang Ming froze, halting his steps. He knew it was Zhao Tingxian's voice. We'll wait here for your return for the results. Waiting for you to announce your research findings yourself. Zhao Tingxian's voice trembled slightly, yet carried an inexplicable thread of trust. All right. Fang Ming's lips curved into a faint smile, replying with just one word. Teacher. Only when the two officers had escorted Fang Ming onto the aircraft did Shen Tian and the others snap back to reality. They cried out involuntarily and rushed forward anxiously. But the imposing steel lions, radiating an aura of grim determination, blocked their path. Advance! At Di Yang's command, the troops immediately split into two groups. One flank sealed off and surrounded the lab building, while the other sped away as the transport aircraft lifted off. Once the troops departed, Shen Tian, Gao Zhuang, and Long Jiaojiao immediately turned to Sun Liangshan and the others. Why? Why did they take the professor? Long Jiaojiao's eyes reddened as she demanded of the group. Through their time together, she had come to regard Fang Ming as the person she most deeply respected. Back at the Lingxin base, she had been confined to tedious data processing and repetitive modeling tasks. But following Fang Ming, she discovered that scientific research could be this thrilling and engaging. Novel knowledge and operational techniques not only broadened her horizons but also elevated her comprehensive research capabilities. These were things her former mentor had never provided. Now, Fang Ming had taken two seemingly impossible conceptual components and turned them into reality. Why would such a top-tier scientific talent be involved in investigating a research leak case? Faced with Long Jiaojiao's questioning, Sun Liangsan and the others could only offer wry smiles, unsure how to respond. Shen Tian and Gao Zhuang, though sensing something was amiss, kept their composure and didn't react impulsively like Long Jiaojiao. Senior sister, can you explain? We are, after all, half students of Professor Fang. Shen Tian's gaze fell on Zhao Tingqian as he spoke calmly. Though he was the quietest of the three, he was also the most dependable. He sensed the matter might involve national security, a topic always sensitive for the older generation. If they didn't want to speak, then the younger generation would. Zhao Tingqian stepped forward, her eyes slightly shadowed, addressing the trio. During the period when you were conducting your research and development tasks. Shen Tian and the others listened, filled with both rage and heartache. They never imagined that not only had their teacher's research achievements been plagiarized and leaked, but she had ultimately been slandered by others. Chapter 32, Madman or Genius? It turned out that just 2 days prior, news of the plagiarism surrounding Fang Ming's research had spread online. With deliberate fueling from certain parties, Fang Ming, a national-level academician, was thrust back into the eye of the storm. It began with a highly controversial post appearing on a national academic forum. Its title, On the Possibility of Self-Staged Academic Plagiarism. The text detailed the entire academic plagiarism case surrounding Fang Ming, even revealing the state's interrogation of relevant personnel. Based on his own reasoning, the author drew a conclusion. Since Fang Ming had publicly released his research findings, and no one else had transferred these results abroad, could it be that Fang Ming had embezzled the research himself, having already disclosed it abroad or sold it to foreigners? This conclusion struck the academic community of Xia Nation like a bolt from the blue. Indeed, if others were above suspicion, the most likely candidate to have secretly transferred this major research achievement abroad was Fang Ming himself. At the time, Fang Ming was still deeply immersed in developing the two major components of the concept, leaving him completely unaware of external developments. This led many uninformed individuals to insist that Fang Ming was the culprit who had gifted the research findings to foreigners. With their thinking misdirected and fueled by those stirring the pot, public opinion increasingly leaned toward the notion that this was an academic plagiarism and leakage case orchestrated by Fang Ming himself. The situation spiraled out of control, prompting statements from the National Academic Bureau, Xia Nation's Scientific Research Investigation Division, and other scientific authorities. They declared the nation's utmost seriousness regarding this academic leak, vowing rigorous investigation. They pledged to tolerate no unethical acts violating national integrity while ensuring no frontline researchers serving the nation and its people would be wrongfully accused. In short, the stance of the national scientific authorities was now crystal clear. They would investigate Fang Ming, but would not lose their proper judgment. In response, the National Research Administration also released a statement online. They called on the public to view this academic plagiarism incident rationally. After all, spreading rumors and defaming a national-level academician constituted a serious violation of the law. However, the National Research Administration's statement backfired. Ha, the youngest academician in Xia Nation. Selling his research findings to foreigners, what a fine national academician indeed. He's still the same hack. Maybe the new lithography machine is entirely the national team's achievement. Exactly. The Long Academy went all out to create a national youth icon, giving this greenhorn the title of Chief RD-led. Besides the new lithography machine, does he have any other research achievements? Just a puppet packaged by the state. An undergraduate-level academician, selling out his country for glory, a disgrace to Xia Nation. Recommend revoking his academician title. Selling such crucial research to foreigners, he doesn't deserve it. The torrent of public opinion raged unchecked, nearly branding Fang Ming, this national-level academician, as a traitor. Such is the nature of the information age. Once a fragmentary beginning emerges, the dough of conflict ferments and swells. Upon learning the incident had caused such immense repercussions for Fang Ming, Wang He and the others felt profound guilt and remorse. They understood clearly, if Fang Ming had sought personal gain through his research, why would he have developed the next-generation lithography machine domestically? Not to mention, he had also created the integrated chip machine, comprehensively advancing Xia Nation's semiconductor industry. His contributions to the nation were enough for others to chase for a lifetime. Such a super genius likely didn't care about those minor research achievements in the nanotechnology field at all. It was these veteran researchers who placed too much importance on traditional academic principles. Of course, regardless, since the matter had escalated to the national level, the mere fact of academic achievements leaking abroad was sufficient for people to make a big deal out of it. Fang Ming was a citizen of Xia Nation. If a national research pillar lacks patriotism, he is unworthy of frontline work. Shen Tian and the others saw the online abuse in sharp criticism. While furious, they also felt profound helplessness. They had no knowledge of whether Fang Ming had contact with foreigners, so they now shared the same complex, painful feelings as Zhao Tingqian and the others. They desperately wanted to know the outcome. Regardless of whether they believed in Fang Ming's character, at this moment, all they could do was wait. Wait for the investigation results. Wait for the nation to restore justice to Fang Ming. Time slipped away silently. Inside the transport aircraft, Fang Ming drifted in a haze. A slight turbulence jolted him awake, and a chill swept over him. He snapped to full consciousness. Blindfolded, Fang Ming had no idea where he was, only sensing the bitter cold outside. Academician Fang Ming, we've arrived. Di Yang's voice sounded beside his ear. Fang Ming's shoulders slumped as he felt Di Yang drape a thick coat over him. Commander Di, it's almost May. Weather like this must be northern China, right? He pulled his collar tighter, shuffling forward with Di Yang's support. East or west? Di Yang didn't answer directly, but countered with a question. Stepping off the special aircraft, Fang Ming lifted his right foot and tapped lightly on the ground. He smiled. Snow and strong winds must be the western part of our country, right? You guessed correctly. After saying this, Di Yang led Fang Ming forward. Along the way, Fang Ming couldn't see anything. Yet as they entered a building, he faintly heard voices conversing. Are the black hole parameters normal? Impossible. Quantum perturbations are occurring near the meteorite cluster. Damn it! These star clusters are transmissions from 31 trillion light-years away. What we're observing is merely their dying history. From these voices, it wasn't hard to deduce this was likely a research facility. Fang Ming was deeply curious. Their research seemed connected to the cosmos. If it was just for an investigation, was it necessary to bring him to such an advanced research facility? Director D. Just as Fang Ming was about to ask more questions, Di Yang pressed down on his shoulders from behind, forcing him into a chair. Footsteps echoed, followed by the crisp sound of a door closing. Hello, Academician Fang Ming. A somewhat deep voice came from across the room. Hello. Fang Ming offered a brief reply. Before we begin the investigation, let me ask you this, are you a madman or a genius? The question was utterly baffling. Madman or genius? Fang Ming froze. Though he didn't grasp the intent behind the question, he paused, then answered. I suppose I'm both. Madman plus genius? Excellent. Now, let's discuss your situation. The other briefly outlined the academic leak incident before asking, have you succeeded in developing the air rocket engine and the nuclear fusion battery? This unexpected question left Fang Ming momentarily bewildered. He expected the interrogator to harp on those research achievements. He even prepared a whole spiel about patriotism, but now this abrupt shift? Fang Ming swallowed awkwardly and replied, yes, they were successful. Good. Investigation concluded. You're cleared. Chapter 33, he's back. On the transport aircraft, the black blindfold had been removed. Fang Ming gazed out the window at the snow-covered landscape below. Truthfully, even as he departed, his mind remained a tangled mess. This investigation seemed unconcerned with the alleged academic leak incident. The parting words echoed in his mind. Academician Fang Ming, I look forward to your joining us. By then, I hope the overt scientific front has undergone earth-shattering changes. Pondering these deeply meaningful words, Fang Ming's mind was filled with doubts. Director D, just how advanced is Xia Nation's technological level? He didn't inquire about the specifics of the scientific sector, knowing Di Yang would never disclose such classified information. By what criteria do you measure technological advancement? Di Yang countered from across the table. There's no fixed standard. Fang Ming shook his head. If pressed, I'd say it comes down to the variety of our D achievements and technological applications. True. Technological prowess is difficult to quantify. Judging by how other nations constrain Xiao's progress across various scientific fields, our technological level isn't particularly impressive. Di Yang's gaze grew deep as he added, at least, that's how it appears on the surface. What about beneath the surface? Fang Ming's gaze drifted unconsciously toward the lower part of the porthole. Sorry, I'm not a researcher. I can't analyze that. Di Yang's expression remained largely unchanged. Fang Ming turned back, glancing at his shoulder insignia with slight surprise. General, not even you? Not even when the head of state arrives. Di Yang affirmed. Fang Ming understood. Apparently, Di Yang's clearance level wasn't high enough to share the true state of Xia Nation's scientific sector with him. As for Di Yang's remark about the leader's arrival, that was worth pondering. Is this investigation concluded? Fang Ming asked again. Concluded. We're returning to Northwest Aerospace now. Di Yang's reply was concise. Fang Ming was deeply shaken. This academic leak incident, anyone could see it would cause massive turmoil domestically. Yet coming here, merely inquiring about his research outcomes at Northwest Aerospace, and that was it? He couldn't help but redefine the power dynamics within Xiao's scientific community. What academic leak case? What public opinion? The bigwigs pulling the strings probably couldn't care less. What they valued was scientific talent. As long as one's abilities were solid enough, a single word could smooth everything over. It seemed he'd encountered someone incredibly powerful today. Snowflakes drifted farther away outside the porthole as Fang Ming gazed out, lost in thought. What would the true face of Xiao's scientific establishment look like? During the 2 days Fang Ming was taken away, online sentiment escalated dramatically. Many who relished controversy added Fang Ming to lists branding him a traitor to Xiao's scientific community. On Weibo, any supporter of Fang Ming was torn to shreds within seconds. Lu Yuanxian was the first to speak out. He insisted Fang Ming could never be a traitor. If Fang Ming were a traitor, wouldn't the 3-nanometer lithography machine he developed become a laughingstock? Thanks to this breakthrough, China's chip industry had gained momentum to surpass foreign competitors. It could be said that in this battle for chip supremacy, Fang Ming was the most indispensable hero. Lu Yuanxian's stance was followed by numerous entrepreneurs in China's semiconductor industry. They too were beneficiaries of the 3nm lithography machine. As the lead developer, Fang Ming's importance was undeniable. Since the state had recognized him as the lead developer, there could be no issue. Without him, Xia Nation's chip industry would never have achieved this remarkable turnaround. As these entrepreneurs voiced their support, discontent began to surface among some netizens. Ha! Typical entrepreneurs, they'll say anything for profit. TSK. Who knows if this traitor was pulling strings during the development of the next-gen lithography machine? Exactly. We must thoroughly investigate the Long Academy. Scrutinize the entire research community. Take down these capitalists too, they're the least patriotic lot. Exactly. How often do capitalists stir up public opinion? Right. Down with traitors. Down with capitalists. Lu Yuanxiang and others felt a chill seeing these emotional outbursts. They might be labeled capitalists by the public, but before national affairs, all citizens are equal. They merely sought to urge rationality, cautioning against blindly following the crowd before the truth emerged. If Fang Ming's investigation proved otherwise, these people would become the shame of Xia Nation for their thoughtless actions. Lu Yuanxiang and his colleagues were deeply anxious. None wished for Fang Ming to be implicated in misconduct. For Fang Ming had opened a monumental breakthrough for Xia Nation in countering foreign technological sanctions. The nation needs such individuals. The people equally need such individuals. Over these past 2 days, discussions about Fang Ming have also been rife within the Northwest Aerospace Base. Academician Fang has really stumbled this time. Wonder if his engine and battery research succeeded? The investigation department hasn't leaked a single hint these past 2 days. This young academician is probably done for. I feel we don't even need to wait for the results, it's a complete waste of time. Don't speak so rashly. I'm still curious what kind of junk those 2 major conceptual components from Academician Fang turned out to be. How amusing. Half of Xia's veteran researchers are now at our Northwest Aerospace Base. This big-name academician sure knows how to stir things up. I think he's a genius. Daring to challenge the old guard, boldly pushing conceptual boundaries, he's a badass. Whispers swirled throughout the aerospace base. Veteran researchers like Sun Lianshan observed it all silently. The older generation's failure to step forward and restore order left Shen Tian and his team suffering. As Fang Ming's assistants, they endured plenty of cold stares and criticism at the base these past 2 days. Almost everywhere they went, young researchers teased them about whether the 2 major conceptual components had actually been developed. Their answer was always affirmative, but no one believed them. They were treated as nothing more than clowns for entertainment. Because of this, Gao Zhuang and Long Jiaojiao nearly came to blows with those people. Fortunately, Shen Tian stepped in to smooth things over, preventing a farce from unfolding. In the research apartments, Gao Zhuang and Long Jiaojiao sat sullenly in the living room while Shen Tian transcribed the dynamical theorems Fang Ming had earlier written on the whiteboard. This is infuriating. Long Jiaojiao gritted her teeth. These past 2 days had been pure agony. The research achievements were merely temporarily shelved, yet so many clueless idiots had the nerve to jump in and blab. She wanted to throw those people into the lab building and make them open their eyes wide to see what the 2 major conceptual components truly were. Sigh. Gao Zhuang leaned his head back against the chair, rubbing his nose wearily. Now, they finally understood the pressure their professor had endured before developing the lithography machine. They couldn't even tolerate a single sarcastic remark from others. How had their professor endured it all? Shen Tian gave a wry smile. Trust Professor Fang. Just hang in there a little longer. No sooner had he spoken than a phone on the table rang. He answered it and switched to speakerphone. Zhao Tingxian's excited voice came through. He's back. The 3 men perked up instantly, leaping to their feet and rushing out the door. Chapter 34, announcing the research findings. Outside the sealed laboratory building, military armored vehicles lined the area. Sun Lianshan, Wang He, and others stood at the front, waiting for the arrival, just as they had that day. This time, however, they weren't alone. Many other researchers had gathered around to watch the spectacle. The cargo door of the transport aircraft opened, and 2 figures slowly descended. Fang Ming walked ahead with his head bowed, while Di Yang followed behind with an impassive expression. Well, who'd have thought Academician Fang would pull out such a big show? Seems like the same setup when he got arrested last time, huh? You bet. Look at him, head down like he's already conceded. Must have been caught red-handed. Ha ha ha. I was waiting to see the results of his 2 major conceptual components. Didn't his 3 PhD assistants claim they'd been successfully developed? Put. Who hasn't tried to put on airs? Anyway, no one knows what the finished products of those 2 major conceptual components even look like. Developing a pile of scrap metal could still be called a success. Bro, this is priceless. Now he has got both treason and bragging nailed down for sure. The cool night sky flows with rivers of longing for you. Among the young researchers, there were plenty who took delight in his misfortune. Seeing Fang Ming's dejected state, they momentarily lost all restraint and mocked him without hesitation. The plaza in front of the lab building was vast. Fang Ming couldn't hear their voices at all. As he walked, he reached behind his neck and gave it a firm pat. Sitting too long on the special aircraft had left his neck stiff. Professor! Shintian, Gao Shuang, and Long Jiajiu rushed up together, their faces tense with concern. Sun Liangshan, Wang He, and other national research leaders also approached, urgency in their eyes. Fang Ming knew they were anxious about the investigation results. He glanced back at Di Yang. Di Yang stepped forward, passing Fang Ming, and declared in a deep voice. The investigation into academician Fang Ming is concluded. He himself is not involved in this academic achievement leak case. The group froze for a moment upon hearing this. Moments later, the frozen expressions on Shen Tian, Gao Shuang, and Long Jiajiu instantly broke into smiles. That's wonderful! I knew our professor wouldn't do such a thing. I told you all to trust Professor Fang. The trio, overjoyed, high-fived each other. Sun Liangshan, Wang He, and the others also wore expressions of relief, visibly breathing easier. At that moment, Zhao Qianfeng, Li Tianwei, and Feng Jun eagerly surrounded him. Sun Liangshan followed them closer. Fang Ming understood their intentions perfectly. He scanned the crowd and locked eyes with a graceful figure standing behind the group. Zhao Tingqian smiled and nodded, her eyes brimming with boundless expectation. Fang Ming took a deep breath and announced loudly, "Everyone, after 2 weeks of relentless effort, we've finally succeeded in developing the air rocket engine and the nuclear fusion battery." Over at Wang Yi's end, a group of key personnel stared wide-eyed, scarcely believing their ears. During their 2 days at Northwest Aerospace, they'd heard rumors about Fang Ming's achievements. Hearing that his first move upon arriving here was to research 2 foundational concepts, they harbored varying degrees of skepticism. Even if Fang Ming was a genius capable of developing a new generation of lithography machines, his expertise was limited to that field. Aerospace technology involved far more complex challenges than lithography, and Fang Ming's ambition to tackle such cutting-edge innovations right off the bat seemed a tall order. Yet, the confidence radiating from Fang Ming when he announced the results didn't feel feigned. An air-breathing rocket engine and a nuclear fusion battery, were they truly built? Fang Ming turned his gaze toward the experimental building. After successfully developing the air rocket engine and nuclear fusion battery, we haven't had time for application testing. If possible, Chief Designer Sun. Go for it. Sun Liangshan waved his hand decisively, cutting Fang Ming off before he finished, and strode toward the lab building. Zhao Qianfeng and Li Tianwei didn't hesitate, immediately breaking into a sprint and racing ahead. Feng Jun, the materials engineer, didn't want to be left behind and started running too. Seeing these 4 old-timers exerting themselves like this, Wang He and the other researchers not affiliated with the Northwest Aerospace Base finally grasped just how immense the value of these 2 major components truly was. Wang He and the others followed closely behind, surging into the experimental building, afraid of being a step too slow. This was a moment to witness aerospace history. None of them wanted to miss such a monumental occasion. Let's go. Fang Ming smiled, waved to Shen Tian and the others, and headed toward the lab building. All right. The trio watched the senior engineers sprinting ahead, their eyes unexpectedly welling up. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of pride surged within them. The onlookers among the research staff were dumbfounded. What was happening? The chief designer and a group of top researchers were actually scrambling to race toward the experimental building? Seeing this scene, Di Yang couldn't help but feel a jolt of alarm. These were all heavyweights in the nation's research community. If any of them were to get hurt in such a rush, it would be a loss to the country. He hurriedly led his team to follow, fearing some elderly scientist might stumble. Fortunately, no accidents occurred after entering the building. Watching the young figure in the crowd, Di Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was true, as that person had said, this kid was a reckless, yet endearing scientific prodigy. Upon entering the lab, the double helix air rocket engine and the exquisitely crafted nuclear fusion battery immediately caught their eyes. Sun Liangshan, the chief aerospace engineer, whose expression had remained relatively composed until now, could no longer contain himself. As he scrutinized these 2 technological marvels, an absurd thought suddenly struck him. Could he possibly be dreaming? Zhao Qianfeng and Li Tianwei were even more overwhelmed than Sun Liangshan. One bounced around the fusion battery with glee, while the other beamed like an auntie seeing a rare treasure. Wang He and the others were equally stunned by these 2 technological marvels. This genius had once again shattered their expectations. Such sci-fi-like creations could actually be developed. Chief Engineer. Test them. We absolutely must test their performance. I can't wait. Li Tianwei shouted at Sun Liangshan like a madman. Right. We have to see the actual results before making any conclusions. These 2 things are incredibly important for our aerospace field. Zhao Qianfeng also said excitedly. He could imagine that if these 2 groundbreaking technologies passed testing, Xia Nation's aerospace program would reach unprecedented heights. Feng Jun was equally overcome with emotion. Fang Ming's scientific talent was beyond imagination. He must find time to delve into Fang Ming's research on nanomaterials. He couldn't let Zhao Qianfeng and Li Tianwei monopolize this treasure. Testing. Of course we must test. And the testing site should be open to the entire base. We'll broadcast it internally. Sun Liangshan declared decisively, his eyes blazing with passion. Agreed. Zhao Qianfeng and Li Tianwei echoed in unison. Wang Yi and the others couldn't help but be swept up in their fervor, their hearts pounding. Then let's not delay. Begin the testing. A youthful voice cut through the air. Fang Ming, wearing a smile, arrived late with his 3 assistants. All eyes turned toward him simultaneously. What kind of miracle would this prodigy bring next? Chapter 35, Testing commences. Under Zhao Qianfeng and Li Tianwei's arrangements, the 2 core components were swiftly transported into the dedicated test chamber. Simultaneously, the Northwest Aerospace Base activated its internal network to broadcast the test live. Upon receiving the news, the entire base erupted in commotion. Holy! They're actually doing it! Did they really develop it? No way? This joke's gone too far. An air rocket engine and a nuclear fusion battery? Are you kidding me? Oomph. Probably just an empty shell. Once it's tested, its true nature will be exposed. Hey! This is an official notice from the chief designer. There must be some substance to it, right? Building this junk is a total waste of resources. Who knows what the chief engineer was thinking? Though reluctant to admit it, the physical devices were now present and ready for testing. Some began to waver. Inside the experimental hall, everyone stared intently at the images on the large monitoring screen. Shen Tian and his 2 companions held their breath, fists clenched tightly, visibly tense. Fang Ming, however, remained calm. For him, the test was merely a process of waiting for data results. It held little significance. Only when they fulfilled their purpose and truly entered space would they gain value. The first test subject was the air rocket engine. Test chamber ready. Engine inspection complete. Parameter correction successful. Cabin pressure normal. As the staff responded one by one, Zhao Qianfeng and Li Tianwei, standing outside the glass wall, exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Li Tianwei picked up the intercom and ordered in a deep voice, "Begin test." Air extraction. Staff in the control room pressed the button. The tubes connecting the engine to the exterior immediately generated a powerful suction, filling the energy storage pump chamber with air in an instant. A visible spiral formed at the engine's base. The air compressed violently. Boom! A burst of flame erupted from the ignition system as vast quantities of combustible gas suddenly separated from the compressed air. Boom! A muffled detonation echoed as the engine nozzle instantly blasted out concentric rings of white shockwaves, unleashing terrifying thrust upon the test stand. Buzz! The sonic waves swept through the chamber, creating visible ripples across the entire test bay. The monitoring system's readings began skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. Thrust, combustion pressure, combustion efficiency, combustion temperature, all values instantly surpassed the critical thresholds of conventional liquid rocket engines. Zhao Qianfeng and Li Tianwei stared at the numbers on the display, their breaths catching. Currently, the most outrageous rocket engine on Blue Star belonged to the Bear Nation. This warrior nation had developed the RD series rocket engine, boasting a thrust of 800 tons and an astonishing power output of 250,000 horsepower. Yet, the rocket engine developed by Fang Ming shattered that record, its thrust soaring past the 1,000-ton mark and settling at a staggering 1,900 tons. It was closing in on the 2,000-ton threshold. Its power output far surpassed even the world's most advanced RD series rocket engines. Whoa! Seeing these figures, everyone except Fang Ming gasped in astonishment. What did a single rocket engine producing 1,900 tons of thrust even mean? It meant that work normally requiring 4 rocket engines could now be accomplished by just 1. Neither the aerospace technology superpower, the Lighthouse Nation, nor the battle-hardened nation of the Bear could develop a rocket engine with such ferocious performance. And what's more, its fuel was air. Globally, this was the only one of its kind. The veteran corps members who had worked alongside Fang Ming internally exclaimed, "This defies the heavens." Sun Liangshan and Feng Juni trembled all over, their mouths slightly agape, unable to express their current emotions. Shen Tian, Gao Zhuang, and Long Jiaju were flushed with excitement, nearly shouting to the heavens. Zhao Tingqian, watching the live stream outside the lab building, had eyes sparkling with wonder. In her mind, no scene could rival the romance of this sci-fi spectacle. The entire Northwest Aerospace facility erupted. Holy crap! Is the monitoring system glitching? 1,900 tons of thrust? Amazing! This is absolutely the most powerful rocket engine I've ever seen. Whoa! This engine's performance blows traditional rocket engines out of the water. It's the undisputed king of rocket engines. 6-fold increase. Truly a concept-worthy masterpiece. Bull. The original air rocket engine concept was only meant to get rockets off the ground. This thing is light years ahead. Good heavens. If the Russians saw this rocket engine, they might just kneel down. While marveling at the feat, the researchers felt their faces burning with embarrassment. The test results for the air rocket engine had just come in, and they had been thoroughly humiliated. They had doubted this thing was all hype, but now? Even the RD series rocket engines from the Russians couldn't match it. Fang Ming was the real deal. They had assumed this half-month's development would be a joke, but little did they know he never intended to play games. The veteran engineers at the Northwest Aerospace Base were utterly beside themselves. One by one, they dumped their tasks on subordinates and rushed straight to the Nuclear Physics Aerospace Research Institute. They deeply regretted not having witnessed this in person sooner. This was an air rocket engine generating 1,900 tons of thrust. This test would likely become the most valuable milestone in Nations No, the world's space exploration history. 10 minutes later, the test chamber gradually fell silent. This signaled the conclusion of the air rocket engine testing. Chief Engineer Sun, we can proceed to the next test. Fang Ming turned to address Sun Liangsan, who was still lost in thought. Jolted out of his reverie over the engine test, Sun Liangsan laughed heartily. Excellent. Prepare for the nuclear fusion battery test. Hearing Sun mention the fusion battery, Wang He and the others snapped back to attention. Indeed, the air rocket engine was merely the appetizer, the fusion battery was the main course. This subsequent test was the true highlight. The group composed themselves and turned their gaze back to the large screen. As the camera shifted, a sealed experimental chamber came into view. A ring-shaped battery, covered in conversion fiber tubes, floated at the center of the test platform, surrounded by numerous monitoring instruments. Outside, viewers watching the live stream focused intently, awaiting the start of the next test. Meanwhile, veteran engineers from the space base began arriving in droves. They hurried through the crowd, moving faster than the younger researchers. Their sudden appearance caused a flurry of shouts and commotion among the researchers. The scene briefly descended into chaos. Yang sensed something was amiss and quickly signaled his soldiers to step forward and escort them. Upon entering the experimental hall, they spotted Fang Ming and were overcome with joy. Just as they were about to approach him. Ahem! Sun Liangsan's expression turned stern as he made a shushing gesture. The engineers fell silent, forced to postpone their discussion. Just then, the crew outside the chamber pressed the battery activation button. The nuclear fusion battery test had begun. Chapter 36, Test Success Shocks the Entire Audience. The battery's interior ignited under extreme heat, its surface fiber tubes instantly radiating brilliant halos. The powerful current instantly activated several storage batteries within the chamber. Beep, beep, beep. Multiple voltage converters worked frantically, striving to reduce the voltage to a controllable range. The energy conversion fiber tubes grew increasingly luminous, the thermonuclear reaction within seemingly spiraling out of control. Witnessing this scene, everyone's heart sank. After all, nuclear fusion reactions form the very foundation of hydrogen bomb explosions. Even though the test was confined within a sealed chamber, the energy released by thermonuclear reactions could devastate any environment. A single blast wave could flatten half the base. This nuclear fusion battery, barely half a person tall, now appeared to them as potent as a miniature hydrogen bomb. The slightest misstep could cost everyone their lives. Beads of sweat formed on Sun Liangsan's forehead. He had been so fixated on the monumental scientific breakthrough before him that he'd overlooked the inherent danger. When you really thought about it, this was a nuclear reaction. One slip up, and everything would go to hell. Staring at the large screen, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. That old fox Zhao Qianfeng, a nuclear physics expert himself, hadn't even bothered to warn him. Zhao Qianfeng, directing operations on site, was also drenched in cold sweat. He'd conducted simulation experiments and understood the risks shouldn't be too high. But now, during the actual test, his heart was in his throat. During simulations, he'd merely replicated the energy control ring based on Fang Ming's blueprint. He didn't truly grasp the principles behind those materials. Honestly, regarding the nuclear fusion battery, he'd been gambling all along. He'd bet on Fang Ming's success, that this test wouldn't go wrong. If the fusion battery succeeded, that faint glimmer of hope would reignite. Old Zhao, we need to test the battery's energy stability. What should we do? Li Tianwei stared at the fiber tubes, which looked as if they might explode any moment, his heart pounding. Notify Academician Fang Ming. Let him decide. Zhao Qianfeng wiped the cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He dared not act arbitrarily any longer. Half of Xia Nation's scientific backbone was present here. If something went wrong, not only could he not bear the consequences, but Fang Ming would become a scapegoat for all time. Understood. Li Tianwei immediately grabbed his communicator and sent an urgent message to Sun Liangshan. After receiving the message, Sun Liangshan turned to Fang Ming, his expression grave. Academician Fang Ming, the nuclear fusion battery requires energy stability testing. This command requires your approval. Whether it was Wang He and his team or the engineers from Northwest Aerospace, all eyes now converged once more on Fang Ming. Shen Tian, Gao Zhuang, and Long Jiaozhou stared at Fang Ming with pleading eyes. They were more panicked than anyone else. If this nuclear fusion battery exploded, they'd be the ones bearing the brunt of the blame. Fang Ming understood their fears, yet his expression remained unflappable. Proceed with the test, he said. There wouldn't be any issues. Sensing Fang Ming's confident composure, Sun Liangsan paused briefly before relaying his approval. Shen Tian and the others desperately wanted to say, "Teacher, if it really doesn't work, let's just stop the test. We can't shoulder that responsibility." Regardless of their thoughts, the order had been confirmed. Zhao Qianfeng picked up the walkie-talkie, took a deep breath, and solemnly declared, "Proceed." The technicians adjusted the machinery, initiating the final energy output stability test on the battery. The stability test employed X-ray tube irradiation. At that moment, an exceptionally tense atmosphere permeated the entire Northwest Aerospace facility. Everyone outside the screen, except Fang Ming, held their breath. Passing this test would mean the nuclear fusion battery was essentially complete. In the aerospace field, no. In the world's most advanced nuclear fusion process, this would mark an extraordinarily monumental step forward. As the voltage output was ramped to maximum, countless vacuum X-ray tubes synchronized instantly. The energy conversion fiber tubes maintained their luminous glow. Even at peak output, they remained incredibly resilient, showing absolutely no signs of failure. The veteran engineers suddenly seemed to grasp something. If the fusion battery's output power was already at its maximum from the start, then everything made sense. Realizing this, they all broke out in a cold sweat simultaneously. Who would push a battery to such extreme limits? Especially the most dangerous kind of nuclear battery. After instrument reception and analysis, the battery's maximum output power and power density were quickly parsed by the supercomputer. The terrifying string of data left countless people speechless. Zhao Qianfeng acted decisively, instructing staff to calculate the overall performance of the fusion battery based on the maximum energy conversion rate of top-tier spacecraft nuclear batteries. The final results plunged the entire Northwest Aerospace Base into dead silence. Actual energy conversion rate, 95%. Theoretical service life, greater than or equal to 20,000 years. Silence. A prolonged, heavy silence. People were stunned into stillness. In the main hall, Sun Liangshan and others stood frozen, staring blankly at the two figures displayed on the screen. Across the base, staff watching the live feed nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets. They had imagined the nuclear fusion battery might be exceptionally powerful, but never to this extreme. Achieving over 90% energy conversion efficiency in a nuclear fusion reaction while simultaneously containing such immense power, who in the world could accomplish this? The answer was one man alone, Fang Ming. The theoretical lifespan of 20,000 years, however, did not surprise anyone. After all, the energy generated by nuclear fusion is inexhaustible. This is precisely why nuclear physicists worldwide are pursuing the realization of controlled nuclear fusion. Once controlled fusion succeeds, human civilization will undergo a qualitative leap. Exploring the vast cosmos will no longer be a dream. Though Fang Ming's fusion battery is in fully controlled fusion, its energy containment principles will undoubtedly become the core technology the entire scientific community scrambles to acquire. And now, this technology resides in Xia Nation. The silence faded, replaced by a deafening roar. Awesome! Absolutely incredible! Academician Fang Ming! What a scientific prodigy! The two major concepts were actually developed. Terrifying! From now on, I'll have to kneel whenever I see the great Fang Ming. Divine! Truly divine! I hereby declare that from now on, the great Fang Ming is the god of science at our space base. I used to look down on Mingshan. I'm such a fool. Wah, God Ming is too amazing. Compared to him, I'm just trash. Over at the lab building, a crowd of veteran engineers had already surrounded Fang Ming, their eyes gleaming with envy. One after another, they asked if he'd be interested in joining their department for RD. As soon as the experiment ended, Zhao Qianfeng and Li Tianwei didn't even bother tidying up. They charged straight into the main hall. They had a mountain of questions to ask Fang Ming. Wang He and his crew watched with envy. This kid was truly godlike. A hot commodity wherever he went. After the two major concept tests concluded, Fang Ming, still surrounded by the senior engineers, remained unaware that public discourse about him had undergone a seismic reversal. Chapter 37, Never Ending? Upon Fang Ming's return to the Northwest Aerospace Base, a wave of official announcements poured out from the National Academic Bureau, the Scientific Research Investigation Division, and other agencies. The investigation concluded that academician Fang Ming had not participated in the academic case and had committed no academic misconduct whatsoever. The announcement immediately ignited public opinion once more. Ha! Proven, right? Just rumors. Keep spreading them. Academician Fang Ming would never get involved in something like this. Use your brain for a second, you mindless fools. Exactly. You let some random post dictate your thoughts? What a bunch of idiots. From Fang Ming's perspective, he's already developed a new generation of lithography machines. Why would he bother with a few foreign bucks? You can question netizens' intelligence, but you can't question the mind of a national-level academician. Those who had previously remained silent under the wave of public opinion now stepped forward to defend Fang Ming. Under the weight of the state's official announcement, many bandwagon followers slunk away in shame. Those who had stirred up the most trouble earlier were completely deflated after the investigation results came out. How could they dare say anything now? Of course not. Under these circumstances, any fool daring to voice anti-state rhetoric would face a righteous backlash. The masterminds behind the bandwagon-jumping, trend-hopping crowd felt turmoil upon seeing the investigation results, yet remained utterly unflustered. Tracking them down through scant online clues? That was nearly impossible. Alas, they had underestimated the capabilities of the state apparatus. Since the incident touched upon national collective honor, no matter how sophisticated their methods, they couldn't outmaneuver the state's advanced technological intelligence capabilities. After thorough investigation and probing, numerous online troll factories were dismantled. Those who hired them, whether upstream or downstream, were all apprehended. Some had believed they could sleep soundly through this crisis. Little did they know, one moment they were happily counting their money at home, the next they were in custody. Those who spread rumors to disrupt the nation will ultimately pay a heavy price for their actions. Before long, news of the rumor monger's arrest spread far and wide. Countless citizens applauded, finding it deeply satisfying. Negative voices online gradually subsided. With public opinion restored, people witnessed the efficiency of the state. Clearing out the scourge of rumors took but a moment. The online atmosphere returned to its original positive energy. This incident revealed that while some act rationally, others blindly follow the crowd. In the digital age, information is a mix of truth and falsehood. This incident served as a wake-up call for many netizens blinded by the internet. Of course, the story doesn't end here. In this leak and rumor-mongering case, the public's greatest focus was on the original poster, the mastermind behind it all. This individual not only knew the research belonged to Fang Ming but also possessed details about the state's interrogation of those involved. How did this information leak? And how did the poster obtain it? The implications are chilling. This misleading post not only slandered a national-level academician but also severely undermined the nation's credibility. Without uncovering the truth, public outrage will persist. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the National Science and Technology Administration and the Ministry of Defense Information Security promptly issued a statement. They pledged a thorough investigation to provide the public with answers. As authorities deepened their investigation, an unexpected turn unfolded. Another post detrimental to Fang Ming surfaced on a national academic forum. On the existence of hidden agendas within state research institutions. The familiar title led into a lengthy exposition on the history of Xia's scientific community. Later, the authors shifted focus to Fang Ming. It detailed how he achieved a quantum leap from undergraduate to national academician. Reading the first part, one might assume it was praising China's rapid technological progress and celebrating young talents like Fang Ming. Yet in the latter section, the author used razor-sharp language to dissect the numerous irregularities surrounding Fang Ming's academician status. For instance, how could an undergraduate with average resources develop a next-generation lithography machine? Developing such equipment requires expertise across multiple disciplines. How could someone so young serve as chief developer? If he's a national-level academician, why isn't his undergraduate thesis publicly available? Is there some under-the-table dealings within the national research team? Each point raises further questions. What's more alarming is that this post garnered widespread agreement upon release. Due to the high-profile academic leak case, many netizens now know about this academic forum. Thus, its audience isn't just researchers, it includes numerous outsiders unfamiliar with the details. It's a mixed crowd. Exactly. We're not part of the national research team. Who knows what shady deals they're cooking up? Highly possible. If the state wants to protect its own, it's a simple matter. Exactly. Who knows if he's a mole within the research community? Oof. If that's the case, I'm utterly disappointed in my country. Fang Ming, whose reputation had just begun to improve, now faced renewed suspicion from many due to this post. Northwest Aerospace Base, Researcher Apartments. After the tests concluded, Fang Ming took a rare 3-day break. On the 4th morning, he was preparing lecture notes in his bedroom. Yes, notes on the principles of air rocket engines and nuclear fusion batteries. Tomorrow, he would lecture the base's veteran engineers. This was the thankless task Sun Liangshan had assigned him. Fang Ming had originally planned to simply package the principles and hand them over for the engineers to study themselves. But Sun Liangshan had offered an offer impossible to refuse. If he delivered this lecture, any future R&D projects would receive full support from the entire Northwest Aerospace organization. Faced with such terms, Fang Ming found it hard to decline. Once the arrangement was finalized, Wang He and the others naturally wanted to stay and attend the lecture. But this was the Northwest Aerospace Base, its classified information couldn't be disclosed to outsiders. Unless, of course, Wang He and his team voluntarily joined Northwest Aerospace. Truth be told, after the Lingxin project's completion, they wouldn't necessarily have to stay in Yanjing. Several senior professors and academicians strongly desired to remain. Sun Liangshan advised them to go through the approval process. By the time approvals were granted, the opportunity would have long passed. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to return to the Longke Academy. Fang Ming had intended to catch up privately with Zhao Tingqian, perhaps treat her to a meal to repay a favor. But Zhao Tingqian politely declined. Staying behind would be easy for her. With her grandfather's connections, securing a position at the Nuclear Physics Aerospace Research Institute was well within reach. Yet she refused to take that path. From the very beginning, Zhao Tingqian had been a fiercely determined woman. She aspired to one day catch up to Fang Ming through her own efforts. She would push herself to the absolute limit to reach the front lines of scientific research. Fang Ming couldn't really say anything to that, so he just smiled and bid her farewell. He hoped his student advisor would one day achieve her goal. Fang Ming tapped away at his keyboard while contemplating his next steps. The development of that thing needed to be expedited. The function of the civilization points absolutely had to be figured out. Knock knock knock. A series of knocks interrupted Fang Ming's thoughts. He walked over to open the door, only to find Long Jiaojiao, her two braids pulled tight, staring at him with a grave expression. "What's wrong?" "Professor, someone from the military department is here to see you." Something must have happened again. Hearing Long Jiaojiao's words, Fang Ming's brow furrowed instantly, his thoughts turning to those spreading rumors online. Was this never ending? Chapter 38, The Truth Comes to Light. Academician Fang Ming, this is Colonel Qianqing, Section Chief of the National Defense Information Security Department. In the living room, Di Yang stepped aside, revealing the middle-aged man behind him. Hello, Section Chief Qian. Fang Ming studied the colonel. Qianqing was half a head shorter than Di Yang, his face set with determination. He appeared mature and steady, exuding an air of utmost integrity. Academician Fang Ming, I deeply apologize for this abrupt visit. Qianqing saluted Fang Ming with a solemn expression. Still about the academic findings leak? Fang Ming inquired. Qianqing lowered his arms and nodded. Indeed, it concerns that matter. But please don't misunderstand, I'm not here to accuse you. Noticing Fang Ming's expression shift, he immediately softened into a gentle smile. Di Yang chimed in, no need to be nervous. We've already completed our investigation. Bringing Colonel Qian here is simply to brief you. Sitting nearby, Shen Tian and his two companions discreetly pricked up their ears. The recent post on the academic forum had become common knowledge. The two nearly identical posts, though from different authors, clearly indicated someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. It was puzzling that after all this time, the real culprit hadn't been exposed. Thus, they were all deeply curious about the truth. Have you found out who it was? A hint of confusion flashed across Fang Ming's face. Logically, if the culprit had been found, they would have been arrested immediately, not brought here for a report. When it came to arrests and investigations, Di Yang and his team were undoubtedly more skilled than him. Di Yang bringing Qianqing here suggested the matter behind the scenes was far more complex than he had imagined. Sure enough, the moment the thought crossed his mind, Qianqing revealed a shocking secret. The mastermind behind this public opinion explosion is in the Lighthouse Nation. Qianqing's tone was calm, but to Shen Tian and the others, it felt like thunderclaps. The Lighthouse Nation. Truly unexpected. To my knowledge, no foreigners were present at that academic exchange meeting. Fang Ming pondered, then froze as a possibility dawned on him. Among those people, a spy or an infiltrator? Shen Tian and the others were utterly stunned. A spy? An infiltrator? If that were true, the situation would be dire. But weren't those people at the academic exchange supposedly above suspicion? This story begins with the interrogation that day. Qianqing sighed and briefly recounted the interrogation to Fang Ming. On the surface, these individuals showed no signs of suspicion and indeed, they didn't. But the problem lies in. Qianqing suddenly shifted gears. They might not even know they've become spies or traitors. What do you mean? Fang Ming was baffled. Qianqing looked at Di Yang, who understood and pulled out his special phone, screen facing Fang Ming. The phone displayed a news article about Fruit Company. Fruit Company products engage in user surveillance. Fang Ming glanced at the headline and instantly grasped the implication. Qianqing continued, among these individuals, only a small number of national researchers didn't use fruit phones. Most of them were fruit phone users. So you suspect that because they carried fruit phones, our conversation was leaked? Fang Ming's expression darkened. If that were true, wouldn't the Lighthouse Nation have infiltrated every aspect of Xia Nation? Any conversation in any setting could fall under their surveillance. What privacy would remain in Xia Nation? Moreover, extracting that specific conversation from such a vast sea of surveillance data would be an enormous undertaking. The fact that the Lighthouse Nation could pinpoint it so quickly revealed just how terrifying their technological capabilities for processing information were. Shen Tian, Gao Zhuang, and Long Jiaojiao felt a wave of dread wash over them upon hearing this. Although they switched to internal use devices after entering the National Research Base, their relatives and friends mostly used Apple phones. In daily life, they couldn't guarantee they wouldn't slip up, accidentally revealing work-related details in casual conversations. Upon reflection, this wiretapping scandal was truly terrifying. Qianqing seemed to read Fang Ming's thoughts and reassured him, the Lighthouse Nation isn't that omnipotent, they can't precisely pinpoint one person's voice among the surveillance data of hundreds of millions of citizens. The key lies in that interrogation we identified a pivotal figure. Who? Fang Ming couldn't help but ask. Qianqing smiled. You know this person too, Zhou Wei, the Longke University master's graduate. Zhou Wei? Fang Ming couldn't fathom Qianqing's teasing. As far as he knew, Zhou Wei had been arrested immediately after they left. During Zhou Wei's interrogation that day, he reacted violently. At first, no one paid it much mind, but the more we thought about it afterward, the more off it felt. So we launched a targeted investigation into him. With Qianqing's explanation, Fang Ming finally understood why his conversations had been intercepted by the Lighthouse Nation. Upon learning the truth, Shintian and the others felt a chill run down their spines. The Lighthouse Nation's infiltration tactics were truly terrifying. It turned out that all of this had stemmed from a distant relative of Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei had a distant cousin who had immigrated to the Lighthouse Nation. This cousin was a top student at Coconut University. After graduation, she smoothly secured an offer from Fruit Company. She currently worked at Fruit Company's R&D headquarters. The cousin's family was extremely wealthy. During holidays, when they returned to China to visit relatives, they would lavishly gift the 7 treasures of fruit. Because of this, many relatives maintained close ties with them. Zhou Wei's family was no exception. Upon learning that Zhou Wei was a master's student at Dragon University and working under a renowned domestic professor, his cousin offered him a hefty sum to carry a fruit phone at all times. Initially, Zhou Wei hesitated, unsure of the purpose behind it. But after his cousin's persistent persuasion, he eventually agreed. The offer was simply too generous to refuse. This incident actually occurred long ago. Beyond a touch of vanity, Zhou Wei possessed considerable academic talent. His career path had been smooth sailing. It wasn't until he crossed paths with Fang Ming that he brought ruin upon himself. After receiving his sentence, Zhou Wei was filled with profound regret. When this academic leak case surfaced, he finally understood his cousin's true intentions back then. Because of this incident, he had unwittingly become a foreign spy. Now, to add insult to injury, his crimes had been compounded. It proved the old saying, sow evil, reap evil. With the truth laid bare, Qianqing finally apologized to Fang Ming. The target was far away in the Lighthouse Nation, making transnational apprehension extremely difficult. The country couldn't possibly send troops to wage war against the lighthouse over such a minor matter. At that point, it wouldn't just be his problem anymore. Fang Ming expressed his understanding. Shintian, Gao Zhuang, and Long Jiaju were furious. The thought of the Lighthouse Nation gloating online while stirring up trouble made their teeth itch with rage. When they asked Di Yang and Qianqing if the state could resolve these issues, the two could only shake their heads helplessly. Di Yang stated that the only solution lay with Fang Ming himself. Many still doubted him. Now what to do next depended entirely on Fang Ming's own plans. Teacher, are we really supposed to swallow our pride? After Di Yang and Qianqing left, Long Jiajiao turned to ask Fang Ming. Shintian and Gao Zhuang also looked at him. If they were in his shoes, they'd likely be furious enough to spit blood over the Lighthouse Nation's shameless actions. Fang Ming smiled faintly and shook his head. No rush. We've laid significant groundwork. They'll get their comeuppance later. Chapter 39, the 3 nanometers lithography machine cracked? After clearing Fang Ming of suspicion, the state seemed intent on diverting public attention. Major state media outlets began successively reporting numerous details of this academic leak case. Particularly the Apple phone eavesdropping scandal was highlighted. Upon learning the details, countless citizens were filled with outrage. Damn! The Eagle Nation is truly despicable. They've set their sights on us. I'd be a dog if I ever used an Apple phone again. Shameless. I kept wondering why the real culprits weren't caught. Turns out they used this trick to muddy the waters. Terrifying. I'm not a state researcher, but I'll never touch an Apple phone either. To have such vital research stolen like this, those bastards deserve to burn in hell. Lighthouse Nation, Apple headquarters, underground lounge. Crossing his fingers over the coffee table, Xiao Lisi stared intently at his laptop. Xiao Lisi, what's going on? Ram strolled over casually, accompanied by Aislinn. Old buddy, our plan seems to have failed. Major General Golian told us to keep thinking. Jules closed his laptop, feeling deeply troubled. We solved a world-class problem for those old geezers in Sci-Tech City, and they won't make a statement? Ram frowned. Joel shook his head helplessly. You know how those scientists think. Seeing the Chinese take the lead is worse than death to them. Ram was utterly speechless. If just one of them comes forward with accusations, that chief researcher from Xia Nation won't be able to conduct any scientific work. After all, in that country, everything is decided by the people. Jules leaned back in his chair, his face worn with exhaustion. We know that, but those scientists won't see it that way. They won't set aside their pride. Aislinn, is there another way? Ram glanced at Aislinn beside him. In stirring up public opinion against Xia Nation, Aislinn played a crucial role. The plan itself was her creation. Lately, due to Xia Nation's 3-nanometer lithography machine, both of their giant corporations had seen their order volumes plummet. The high-end lithography machines supplied by Landu Nation had also become extremely unreliable in production. As the situation escalated, it eventually reached the attention of Congress. As the world's leading lithography machine manufacturer backed by Western capital, the Landu Nation had profited handsomely from its lithography machines year after year. Yet the emergence of Xia Nation's new lithography machine had directly caused a sharp decline in sales of their high-end equipment. Xia Nation's 3-nanometer lithography machine boasted low production costs and exceptional performance, unshackled by the operational constraints of traditional machines. By comparison, the high-end EUV lithography machines lost all competitive edge. The lithography machine industry was a vital economic lifeline for the Landu Nation. As the global monopoly in lithography machines, the sudden emergence of Xia Nation made them feel an unprecedented crisis. The chairman of SMI Lithography Machines even subtly suggested a desire to cooperate with Xia Nation. Congressional leaders in the Lighthouse Nation reacted with outrage, explicitly stating that should SMI Lithography defect to Xia, the Lighthouse Nation would sever all economic ties with the Landu Nation. Faced with this threat, SMI's chairman reluctantly withdrew his proposal. This incident finally made the Lighthouse Nation recognize the threat posed by the new generation of lithography machines. The research team at Sci-Tech City had yet to fully decipher the principles behind the new lithography machines. Consequently, Congress dispatched Major General Golian of the Special Forces to meet with Xiao Leis and Ram. They sought the cooperation of these two tech giants to devise ways to contain Xia Nation. Once Sci-Tech City cracked the 3-nanometer lithography machine, the Lighthouse Nation could regain the upper hand. Thus, Xiao Lai and Luo Meng joined forces. As Luo Meng's right-hand man, Isilian quickly identified a backdoor within Fruit Company's own products. Exploiting this vulnerability, they not only stole Fang Ming's research findings in nanomaterials but also sowed deep public suspicion against him. Everything unfolded as Isilian and his team had planned until, inexplicably, the Xia state government stepped in to clear Fang Ming of all suspicion. Left with no choice, they resorted to their old tactics, reigniting the public opinion war within Xia Nation. The outcome, however, remained uncertain. Not yet, Aislinn mused. Xia Nation's situation isn't as straightforward as we imagined. Their stance on this chief or D officer affair has already made their intentions clear. We've done all we can. Let the Science City deal with the headache now. Ram shook his head, unwilling to meddle further. Kaialisai nodded in agreement. Embedding backdoors in the products had been entirely at the behest of Congress. Moreover, years ago, Science City had tasked him with establishing surveillance points within Xia Nation to monitor its technological advancements. He had expended immense effort on this mission, yet the results remained far from satisfactory. After all these years and countless resources expended, it was time for a break. Right now, the priority was figuring out how to boost sales of the company's products and chips. At this rate, Xia would likely develop high-end chips surpassing theirs sooner or later. As Jules pondered this, the Fruit-branded phone on his desk suddenly rang. What? They can replicate a 3-nanometer lithography machine? After answering, his stern expression shifted, and he looked at Ram with surprise and delight. Ram's eyes widened. Mass production in 3 days? Great! 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 I'll arrange it immediately. Xiao Lisi put down the phone, clenching his fist in excitement. The 3-nanometer lithography machine can be mass-produced? Ram couldn't help but grab Joel's arm, his eyes trembling. Yes. Even though the Science City hasn't fully cracked the 3-nanometer lithography machine yet, replicating an even better machine is absolutely no problem. Jolise replied with certainty. Unbelievable. Ram nearly jumped out of his skin. Steeling himself, he turned to Eslan and ordered, Eslan, notify RD immediately. Get the chip design finalized within 3 days. Yes, sir. I'll convene a notification meeting immediately. Aislinn swiftly exited the lounge. Xia Nation probably never imagined we could uncover their weakness this quickly. Jules beamed with delight. Ram clapped his hands lightly. This time, our export chip patent fees will triple, no matter what. Xiao Lisi hummed in satisfaction. We'll have to gather the old crew for drinks to celebrate. This pie shouldn't be shared by just the two of us. My dear Xiao Lisi, you're still as devious as ever. Meanwhile, in Xia Nation, at Northwest Aerospace, the new generation lithography machines exceeded production targets during mass production. I want to move forward with Phase 2 as soon as possible. What do you think? Fang Ming stood on the balcony, savoring the cool morning breeze, as Wang Yi outlined his plans over the phone. No problem. If possible, I suggest we go straight to the 1-nanometer lithography machine. Fang Ming slipped one hand into his pocket, smiling faintly. Wang Yi chuckled twice. That's exactly what I was thinking. But for the integrated chip system, should we leak some information? Fine by me. Old ones always wanted to give them a little taste of Xiao's power, right? Let's do it. Alright, I've been itching to make my move. Alright, that's settled. I'll hang up now. A knock sounded at the door behind him. Fang Ming stepped off the balcony, picked up his laptop, and walked toward the entrance. Today was the day he was scheduled to teach the engineers at the base. Chapter 40, The Terror Theorem, Hope for Nuclear Fusion. Northwest Aerospace Base Headquarters, Classified Research Building. This building held the highest security clearance in the Northwest Aerospace Base. Its perimeter was heavily guarded, equipped with countless sensors and high-tech weapons capable of immediate detection and early warning. Led by Sun Liangshan, Fang Ming and his 3 assistants passed through multiple layers of security checks before arriving in the first-floor lobby. Seated below in the hall were numerous veteran engineers from the base. At the very top stood a massive podium equipped with multimedia presentation capabilities. Shen Tian and his 2 companions were secretly stunned by the setup. Wow, even university professors don't have this kind of setup for their lectures. At Sun Liangshan's gesture, Fang Ming exchanged a few words with Shen Tian and the others before stepping alone onto the podium. Shen Tian, Gao Zhuang, and Long Jiaojiao scanned the seats occupied by the veteran engineers, feeling uneasy. They quickly found empty seats in the front row and sat down. After all, just 2 months ago, they'd been toiling away processing flow at the Yinjing research base. Now, here they were, sitting alongside these heavyweight aerospace engineers. What an honor! Yet, gazing at the composed young man on the podium, they knew they still had a long journey ahead. The engineers in attendance stared at the youthful face on stage, experiencing for the first time what it truly meant to be awed by the potential of the younger generation. Good afternoon, distinguished seniors. It is an honor to stand before you today. Fang Ming delivered a brief opening statement, smiling as he added, "To begin with such a high-caliber lecture leaves me feeling both honored and a bit intimidated." His words drew hearty laughter from the students. Soon, Fang Ming pressed his hands together and said, "Everyone here is on the front lines of research. Let's skip the formalities and get straight to it." He pressed the remote, and the projection screen immediately displayed a cross-sectional analysis diagram of an air rocket engine. The principle of an air rocket engine differs significantly from traditional fuel engines. Its fundamental operation involves compressing air to ignite and generate immense kinetic energy, thereby propelling the rocket into space. As Fang Ming explained the principles of the air rocket engine, the engineers nodded in agreement. Li Tianwei suddenly seemed struck by a thought and asked, "What happens when the rocket leaves Earth's orbit?" "There's no air up there." The other engineers also fell into deep thought. Air rocket engines rely on air as their propellant. Once the rocket traverses the atmosphere, without air, can it maintain its rated speed? Despite the impressive test results, the practical value of the air rocket engine would be significantly diminished if it couldn't be applied in real-world scenarios. Shen Tian and the others froze in surprise. Indeed, during development, they hadn't considered this critical point. The rocket engine was meant to be installed in the rocket itself. If it failed to ignite after launch before reaching its intended orbit, that would be an awkward situation. No need to worry about that. Fang Ming seemed to have anticipated this question. With a tap of his remote, the slide on the screen automatically advanced to the next page. Upon seeing the image displayed, Li Tianwei, the seasoned rocket engine engineer, couldn't help but widen his eyes. The other engineers stared intently at the screen as well. Shen Tian and the others were stunned. Holy cow! The professor had been holding back. This is the second version of the air rocket engine I designed. It incorporates an internal energy storage loop tube. When air supply is insufficient, kinetic energy can be recycled during the latter stages to regenerate the mixed gas. This formula derives the reverse process of material conversion based on the law of conservation of energy and the principle of entropy increase. Fang Mingjing detailed his second design proposal, yet the room fell into an eerie silence. The atmosphere grew tense. Shen Tian and the others stared at the conclusion beneath the formula, their eyelids twitching. Under the principle of entropy increase, matter is continuously consumed. However, the portion converted into energy can be partially reversed into stable matter through forced circulation. This formula directly defied the principle of entropy increase. The engineers at the base were inwardly shocked beyond measure, far more than the 3 men could ever imagine. It was universally acknowledged that the principle of entropy increase was an irreversible law. All phenomena in the universe follow a process from order to disorder. Simply put, all matter undergoes a journey from existence to nothingness, ultimately fading into oblivion. Entropy increase is hailed as the most merciless law in the world. Yet Fang Ming had now torn open a breach in this very law. His formula, to a certain extent, challenges the absolute nature of the law of entropy increase. And precisely because of this, a threat of dread began to stir uncontrollably within them. Fang Ming's second rocket engine design proposal was nothing short of explosive, not just for the Northwest Aerospace Base, but for the entire scientific community of Blue Star. If this formula were validated, it would likely unleash a devastating storm across the global scientific community. Sun Liangshan took a long moment to compose himself. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he addressed Academician Fang Ming. "Academician Fang Ming, could this formula be temporarily sealed? Including your second air-breathing rocket engine design." "Sealed?" Fang Ming was puzzled. The other engineers nodded in unison. Indeed, something this terrifying must be sealed away. They didn't even have the courage to verify this theorem. Not just them, even if those mad scientists from abroad showed up, they probably couldn't accept a theorem that defies the laws of physics. Alright, the first rocket engine design was actually sufficient for our rocket to reach any orbit. The power output is there, adding an air storage device shouldn't pose any major issues. Fang Ming sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of regret. He didn't think this theorem was anything special after all. The tech lab was full of concepts that defied the laws of nature. Shen Tian and the others watched Fang Ming's expression, utterly speechless. This defied the principle of entropy increase. If made public, it would send shockwaves through the global scientific community. Professor, please be more careful. Ahem, alright then. Let's move on to the nuclear fusion battery. Sun Liangshan dared not let Fang Ming continue with this topic and had to cut him off. Alright, let's move straight to the nuclear fusion battery. Fang Ming didn't mind and switched the slides to the fusion battery section. The stunned crowd snapped out of their shock and quickly focused their attention on the screen. The principle behind nuclear fusion batteries is nuclear fusion. The most critical challenge to overcome is protecting materials from the effects of reaction neutrons and heat. Zhao Qianfeng's eyes narrowed sharply. This is it, he thought. What he most wanted to understand was the structural principles of battery materials. Please look at the image. Fang Ming said as the slide transitioned to footage of the battery materials production process. This material is called displaced metal, an isotope of aluminum, yet it is not aluminum. By injecting a large number of neutrons into aluminum atoms, the elemental structure is shifted. This inherently makes it extremely insensitive to energy conduction, allowing it to withstand temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius. As Fang Ming explained, Feng Jun's eyes gleamed with excitement, while Zhao Qianfeng's heart pounded like a drum. At that moment, he was certain this displaced metal was the perfect choice for constructing the tokamak device. He had finally waited for this day. Controlled nuclear fusion was within reach. Chapter 41, Developing Super Nano Satellites. The engineers' hearts raced as they heard Fang Ming describe the concept of displacement metal. Controlled nuclear fusion held unparalleled value for the entire world. It was a monumental project capable of propelling human civilization forward. The displacement metal Fang Ming described would be an exceptional material for both the Laval nozzles used in rocket manufacturing and the core of tokamak devices. The mere existence of this material was enough to send shockwaves through the scientific community. The principles of the fusion battery have been explained. Today's lecture concludes here. Professor Sun, do you have any further instructions? Fang Ming closed the slides and looked down at Sun Liangshan. Sun Liangshan smiled, shook his head, and began applauding. His eyes flickered with relief, profoundly grateful that such a prodigy as Fang Ming had been born in Xia Nation. Had another nation acquired such scientific genius, Xia Nation might never recover. The others snapped out of their trance, joining in the applause with expressions of admiration. In the scientific world, the capable lead the way. These veteran engineers acknowledged they were no match for the rising star, Fang Ming. A genius. A true genius. This young man's capabilities surpassed the combined talents of all these old hands. Shen Tian, Gao Zhuang, and Long Jiaojiao felt their hearts surge with boundless pride. In just one class, he earned the recognition of every engineer at the entire Northwest Aerospace Base. This was their teacher. As the session concluded, everyone except the four who already knew the truth, Sun Liangshan and his group, exited one after another, returning to their respective workstations. Though they desperately wanted Fang Ming to join their departments for RD, their small teams couldn't possibly satisfy his ambitions. So they wisely slipped away. Shen Tian and the other two also sensed it was inappropriate to linger and followed suit. Academician Fang Ming, you've inspired me. I believe it's time for me to return to my own path. For some reason, Zhao Qianfeng bowed to Fang Ming. Fang Ming stared at him, momentarily stunned. Go then. I wish you success. Sun Liangshan smiled. Zhao Qianfeng's eyes held unwavering resolve as he strode swiftly out of the hall. Li Tianwei watched Zhao Qianfeng's retreating figure, deep in thought. He knew Zhao Qianfeng's temperament well. The displacement metal Fang Ming had developed had likely reignited the fire burning within that old man's heart. Once old Zhao sets off, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. Feng Juni chuckled helplessly. Let him go. Our country needs people like him. A complex expression flickered across Sun Liangshan's face. Chief designer Sun, what about old Zhao? Fang Ming had some idea, but couldn't help asking. What else could it be? He's going back to restart his controlled nuclear fusion project. Before Sun Liangshan could speak, Li Tianwei answered first. Fang Ming was taken aback. Controlled nuclear fusion was a civilization-level challenge within the scientific laboratory. Even he didn't have complete confidence in achieving controlled nuclear fusion. While his displacement metal was the ideal material for constructing the vacuum chamber core of a tokamak, he didn't believe that material alone could achieve controlled nuclear fusion. Even designing a fusion battery didn't guarantee the ability to control the fusion reaction. Nuclear fusion and controlled nuclear fusion were two entirely different concepts. Upon learning what Zhao Qianfeng intended to do, Fang Ming felt a surge of respect welling up within him. No matter how daunting the challenges ahead, at least he had taken the first step. To dare to dream and dare to act, that is the mark of a great scientist. After Zhao Qianfeng left, Li Tianwei and Feng Jun each approached Fang Ming with questions about research challenges they'd encountered in their respective fields. Fang Ming generously provided solutions to each of their problems. This exchange left both Li Tianwei and Feng Jun pleasantly astonished. With their problems resolved, they rushed back to verify the answers. Watching them depart satisfied, Fang Ming then presented his conditions to Sun Liangshan. I want to develop a super nanosatellite. Nanosatellites? For civilian use? Sun Liangshan was utterly stunned. Military use. I hope Chief Designer Sun can allocate some resources from the base to me. This project will definitely not disappoint you. Fang Ming's eyes gleamed with confidence. Do you have a proposal? For civilian use, I can approve it casually, but for military satellites, you must apply to the National Defense Aviation Headquarters for a satellite development code. Sun Liangshan furrowed his brow slightly, deep in thought. Is the process complicated? Fang Ming hesitated. Many functions of the super nano satellite were not civilian grade. Developing it under the guise of a civilian satellite only to have its capabilities go unused was not what he desired. He hoped every technological product from the super tech lab could achieve its maximum potential. Sun Liangshan nodded. Military-grade nanosatellites aren't exactly common. Your project probably won't pass the Ministry of Defense's RD review. However, if you have a proposal, I can try to help you submit an application. He didn't shut the door completely, leaving Fang Ming a glimmer of hope. Thank you, Chief Engineer Sunday. I'll submit the proposal to you as soon as possible. Fang Ming extended his hand to shake Sun Liangshan's, then walked out of the hall with a hint of disappointment. Sun Liangshan's gaze drifted off into the distance. There was one crucial detail he hadn't shared with Fang Ming. Developing military satellites, the Ministry of Defense would never entrust such a task to someone with zero satellite development experience. Even if that person was Fang Ming. Therefore, he could only do his utmost to secure opportunities for Fang Ming. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart. He would publicly reveal the groundbreaking achievements Fang Ming had made at the Northwest Aerospace Research Institute. The contributions of national scientific researchers must not be obscured. Back at the apartment, Fang Ming locked himself in his room. Staring at the super nano satellite design blueprints on his computer, his right index finger tapped lightly on the desk. Even if the higher-ups didn't approve it, he would build this satellite himself. After all, it was a matter of civilization points. Just as he was mulling over the specifics, Wang he called. Fang Ming, the 1-nanometer lithography machine is already in motion. I've also leaked the news about the integrated chip machine. The reaction from the Lighthouse Nation is going to be spectacular. Hearing Wang Yi's voice, brimming with excitement he could barely contain, Fang Ming couldn't help but chuckle. This should finally rein them in a bit. They won't have a choice. By the way, because of the Lighthouse Nation, many people are still attacking you verbally. Should I reach out to higher-ups to suppress this negative sentiment? No need to waste national resources. Fang Ming shook his head. True. They're just a bunch of clowns. But with this trump card of yours, I wonder how many faces will be slapped. At the same time, the official Weibo account of the Dragon Academy released a post. China's lithography machine research achieves another major breakthrough. Following the 3-nanometers lithography machine, the 1-nanometer lithography machine is here. The moment this news broke, the entire Weibo platform exploded. Chapter 42, Setting Things Right. Holy! A 1-nanometer lithography machine? How long has it even been? I thought 3 nanometers was the absolute limit, but now 1 nanometer. I'm blown away. A 1-nanometer lithography machine? Are you kidding me? This isn't some sci-fi movie, is it? Heaven help me. What have I ever done to deserve witnessing the birth of a 1-nanometer lithography machine in my lifetime? 6666. Now other countries will have to beg on their knees to buy our chips. Enough talk, fellow countrymen. It's time for us to squeeze the life out of others. Comments under the official Longke Academy account were overwhelmingly positive. Countless renowned tech bloggers reposted the Weibo with passionate commentary. The era of lithography machine bottlenecks is gone forever. Xia Nation rises. The lithography machine industry will forever bear a resplendent name, Xia Nation. A nation's powerful chips are just around the corner. Xia Nation's lithography machines no longer reliant on others. These statements ignited fervor among tech enthusiasts and set the entire internet ablaze. The National Science and Technology Administration and major chip manufacturing hubs rushed to offer congratulations. Countless researchers immersed in the chip field received the news and couldn't help but shed tears of joy. The emergence of the 1-nanometer lithography machine marked a monumental leap forward for Xia's semiconductor industry. From this day forward, Xia Nation no longer bows to others or kowtows in the chip arena. Xia Nation has truly risen to its feet. Unlike the previous announcement, the unveiling of the 1-nanometer lithography machine did not involve a press conference. Yet its impact resonated far more widely. News outlets sensed the hot topic and flooded the airwaves with coverage, while numerous short video platforms swiftly released related content. Terms like 1nm lithography machine and technological powerhouse completely overshadowed all celebrity gossip. Whether familiar with lithography machines or not, everyone's mind was now consumed by the 1nm lithography machine. Numerous official media outlets seized the moment, crafting articles that chronicled the blood, sweat, and tears shed by veteran researchers in the field of chip development. The nation's scientific team's years of toil and sweat in the lithography machine field were brought to light for countless citizens. Reading these stories, the public felt deeply moved, their hearts burning with passion. They grasped a fundamental truth. Only technology can make a nation strong. The debut of the 1nm lithography machine, while ostensibly celebrating the great spirit of veteran researchers, also served to build momentum for Fang Ming. Fang Ming's popularity has remained consistently high recently, prompting many observant netizens to notice something. On the national government website, another entry has been added to academician Fang Ming's resume. Designer-in-chief or D-engineer of the new generation 1nm lithography machine. This revelation left countless people speechless. Holy crap! Academician Fang Ming, do you have to be this amazing? Whoa! That's terrifying. Developing a 3nm lithography machine is enough to brag about for a lifetime, and now he's going for 1nm? What kind of genius is this, seriously? Heaven must favor him. Look at him, handsome and brilliant. Damn it! I'm ditching my crush and switching to worshipping Ming God from now on. The name of this chief or D-engineer once again leapt into the public eye. Media outlets, sensing a viral sensation, seized upon Fang Ming's phenomenon-level achievement and began reporting. In no time, Fang Ming, a national-level academician, gained more fame than top-tier celebrities. He became the darling of the younger generation. But that wasn't the end of it. Shortly after the official Weibo announcement from the Dragon Academy, the Northwest Aerospace Administration released a major statement. Through relentless efforts, China has successfully developed an air rocket engine and a nuclear fusion battery. This research and development project was independently completed by the scientific research and engineering team led by Comrade Fang Ming. Comrade Fang Ming demonstrated outstanding performance in this endeavor, making significant contributions to the advancement of China's aerospace industry. Comrade Fang Ming is hereby awarded the title of National Special Grade Aerospace Engineer. The announcement sent shockwaves across the nation. Air rocket engines and nuclear fusion batteries? Are these legendary concept technologies? This? Master Ming actually developed them? Northwest Aerospace, tell me this is fake. Right? Good heavens! What kind of tech god is this? It's like a calf riding a plane. I don't believe it. Unless I see the actual devices with my own eyes, this is too outrageous. Exactly. The government's hyping it up to motivate young people. Exactly. Some people here still have common sense. This is sci-fi stuff. Could mere mortals really build it? TSK. First they were supposedly building lithography machines, now they're suddenly into aerospace tech? The fabrication is way too obvious. Exactly. Forget the air engine, just the nuclear fusion battery alone. If Fang Ming can develop that, I'll eat my own on livestream. Some believed it, others scoffed. Perhaps due to that earlier post, skeptics made up a significant portion of the crowd. Northwest Aerospace seemed to have anticipated the backlash. Following their announcement, they released 2 additional videos. The first showed testing footage of the air rocket engine. The second featured partial footage of the nuclear fusion battery tests, along with scenes of Fang Ming lecturing and explaining to a group of engineers. Both videos were edited to avoid revealing classified information. Yet even these simple videos carried profound significance when seen by the public. Northwest Aerospace rocks. Ming God is awesome. Where are those fabricators now? Get lost. Holy crap. The government is serious this time. Awesome. Mom asked why I was kneeling while watching this video? Because this is the closest I've ever been to national secrets. Holy. In the second video, is Ming Shan teaching the base engineers? Look at his 23 years old, then look at my 23 years old. What the hell have I been doing with my life? He's teaching veteran engineers directly? Ming Shan is incredible. Who still dares say Ming Shan isn't the real deal? Internet trolls, teaching national engineers, could you pull that off? Ha ha ha. Where's that guy who said he'd eat on stream? Quick, post the live stream link. This near leak of classified info from Northwest Aerospace successfully cleared Fang Ming's name and shut those trolls up. 1nm lithography machine, air rocket engine, nuclear fusion battery. Each one represents a groundbreaking achievement in R&D, regardless of who developed it. And now, all 3 of these major breakthroughs are embodied in one man. Fang Ming's accomplishments have sent shockwaves through Xia Nation's entire scientific community. This 23-year-old's influence has quietly surpassed that of most veteran researchers. Domestic scientists gaze upon this rising star with profound emotion. A genius like Fang Ming has not emerged in 5,000 years of history. In a mere fraction of the time it takes countless researchers a lifetime, he has reached heights they could only dream of. With such a scholar in our nation, science and technology shall flourish. While some rejoice, others fret. While the scientific community of Xia Nation rejoiced at the emergence of such a prodigious talent, those across the ocean were far from pleased. Chapter 43, Retribution. Lighthouse Nation, Q-Tech Headquarters, Chairman's Office. Chairman Ram. Aislinn stood in the office, hesitating to speak. Ram leaned back in his chair, an ice pack pressed to his forehead, his face contorted with pain. They had been counting on the 3-nanometer lithography machine, never imagining Xia Nation had hidden its capabilities so deeply. Just as they gloated over mass-producing high-end chips with their 3-nanometers lithography machines, Xia Nation suddenly released the 1-nanometer lithography machine into the market, catching all these chip manufacturers completely off guard. A 1-nanometer lithography machine. Even the most elite chip scientists in the Lighthouse Nation hadn't yet mastered 1-nanometer process lithography technology. In the realm of chips, Xia Nation had comprehensively surpassed their Lighthouse Nation. Who would still buy their lithography machine parts in chips? It must be said, Xia's move was ruthless. Luomu let his eyelids droop listlessly as he sighed, "There's nothing we can do. With the emergence of the 1-nanometer lithography machine, even if Congress intervenes, they won't be able to stop them. Then what about us?" Just as Aislinn was about to speak, the phone on the table rang at the worst possible moment. "Ram. It's bad. Xiagua has unveiled their proprietary chips and production lines were under full-scale sanctions." The moment Ram answered, Xiao Lei's frantic voice burst through. Moments later, a link from Joel's appeared on Ram's Facebook account. They've only just released their 1-nanometer lithography machines to the market. How could this happen so quickly? Ram clicked the link, his brow furrowing into a deep frown. In his spare time, he often bypassed the Great Firewall to surf Xia Nation's internet, and the pages in his browser were all too familiar. This was Xiaogua's renowned information-sharing platform, Weibo. Switching the page to English, he saw that Xiao Lei's had sent him a Weibo post from Longke Corporation's chairman, Lu Yuanxiang. Good news for everyone. With strong national support and the relentless efforts of our RD team, the 1-nanometer process chip 4 symbols is complete. This chip will be integrated into mobile communication devices. After reading the Weibo post detailing the 4 symbols chip, Luo Meng's heart sank to the bottom. As an industry insider, he understood all too well the terrifying implications of this 4 symbols chip. Not only is it compact, but it also boasts low power consumption. In terms of various frameworks and overall performance, it completely surpasses Tong's current flagship Fire Dragon 8 series chip. Even compared to Cole's recently released A016 series, the 4 symbols chip utterly dominates. Old buddy. We're done for. Xia Nation has been plotting this for ages. I heard they not only have 1-nanometer lithography machines but also developed an even more mind-blowing device, the chip in one machine. Xiao Lei's voice was low and hollow, as if all his spirit had been drained. Chip and package machine? Ram instinctively glanced at Aislinn. Aislinn's eyes darkened momentarily as he pulled out his dedicated phone and opened an intelligence file. Ram took the phone and, upon reading the contents, slumped back in his chair as if all his strength had been drained. The integrated chip machine consolidated the entire chip manufacturing process, enabling rapid mass production of 1-nanometer chips. Disaster. Whether in lithography machines or chip RD, the Lighthouse Nation now had no hope of catching up. Lighthouse Nation Science City, Conference Hall of the Chip Research Building. Chief Chip Developer Herloni sat at the head of the long table, his weathered face etched with deep worry. He turned to the white-haired young man in military uniform to his right and sighed, "Colonel Golian, Xia Nation has already released 1-nanometer lithography machines to the market. No matter how we reverse engineer its principles, we cannot counter Xia's rise in the chip industry." "I know." Golian replied coldly, pushing a file folder across the table. Seated across from him was a young man in prison garb, with curly brown hair and a serpentine face. Hilangni instinctively glanced at the youth, feeling an uneasy chill run through him. The youth was brought by Gu Lian, reportedly a scientific criminal detained by the Congress. Scientific criminals were either perpetrators of heinous crimes or individuals with mental disorders. If given the choice, he would never have sat at the same table with such a person. "Colonel, may I decline?" The young man pressed one hand against the file folder, his eyes narrowing slightly as the corners of his mouth curved upward. "Yavis, you have no room to refuse." Golian glared coldly at the young man across from him. "No room to refuse? Ha ha ha." Yavis threw his head back and laughed wildly, appearing almost deranged. "Yavis." Golian abruptly rose, drew the object at his waist, and pressed it against Yavis's chest. Yavi's laughter abruptly halted. He raised his hand to grasp the cold barrel pressed against his chest, his head drooping forward as his eyes narrowed. "Golian, you'd better pray this challenge satisfies me completely. Otherwise, even if I kill myself, I won't help you." A contemptuous smile spread across his lips, his eyes flickering with a hidden ferocity, like a venomous snake choosing its prey. Caught between them, Holongi's cold sweat poured down his back. This Yavis was truly arrogant. Didn't he fear being sent to meet his maker by this colonel? Golian let out a cold laugh and holstered his gun. He stared straight at Yavis. This time, I'll make sure you get your fill. And I'll likely shatter your delusional ambitions. Oh? Yavis composed his gaze and opened the document folder. Inside were partially declassified documents on Xia Nation's next-generation lithography machine, along with the personal file of a young Xia Nation citizen. He carefully reviewed the information on the new lithography machines before his gaze settled on the photograph of the young man from Xia. Xia Nation's youngest national-level academician. His eyes narrowed once more as he smiled coldly at William. If this man truly matches the description in the files, then this time, I can help. Rest assured, it's all true. This Xia Nation academician has far more than just the achievements listed here. Golian grabbed Yavis by the collar and dropped another bombshell. Xia Nation is already buzzing with rumors he's also developed air rocket engines and nuclear fusion batteries. A trace of astonishment flashed in Yavis's eyes. Pushing Golian aside, he demanded of Holongni, I need to see the actual 3-nanometer lithography machine. Right away. Noticing Golian's expression, Holongni quickly summoned an assistant waiting outside the door and instructed him to escort Yavis to the classified research lab. After Yavis departed, Herlani couldn't help but ask Colonel Golian, Yavis? A mad scientist and a weapon against that freak from Xia Nation. Golian seemed to anticipate Herlani's question, cutting him off with a detached tone. A mad scientist? A flicker of confusion crossed Holongni's face, but he dismissed it quickly and pressed on. What arrangements has the Congress made regarding Xia Nation? That's none of your concern. Golian shot him a cold glance before striding away. Holongni shuddered. Last time, the Congress had imposed chip sanctions on Xia Nation's Longwei. This time, the action would likely be no less severe than the sanctions against Longwei. The emergence of the 1-nanometer lithography machine had successfully lifted Xiagua out of its chip shortage predicament. In the semiconductor field, it had even begun to show signs of surpassing the lighthouse nation. How could Congress possibly tolerate such a development? A storm was brewing. Sure enough, a week later, numerous nations seeking to purchase lithography machines or establish chip collaborations with Xiagua faced either economic sanctions or inexplicable military exercises as provocations. For smaller nations, the bullying eagle even used the pretext of exercises to directly provoke war. Meanwhile, a major incident erupted in Xia that enraged the entire nation. Chapter 44, The Destruction of Dujiang. Northwest Aerospace Center, Chief Engineer's Office. What? It was bombed? Sun Liangshan, who had been processing documents, leapt to his feet upon receiving a call, knocking over the computer in front of him. Got it. I'll handle it. Hanging up the phone, Sun Liangshan's eyes turned bloodshot as he clenched his fists tightly. Xia Nation's most vital Beidou satellite system gone. It must be understood that the Beta satellites are the nation's most crucial navigation satellites. Unlike ordinary navigation satellites, they also incorporate communication capabilities. Such satellites represent the culmination of countless aerospace researchers' efforts. Simultaneously, the Beidou satellites were vital resources relied upon by the entire nation. Transportation, water conservancy, agriculture, military. Not a single sector could function without them. Now, with the destruction of Beidou, the impact on the nation is unimaginable. The stakes were too high. Sun Liangshan had no time for anything else. He sent out a meeting notice on the internal channel and rushed out the door. Online, many were already venting their frustration. Why is the navigation so terrible today? I almost drove my client to the cemetery. So embarrassing. I drove to the hospital today and the navigation was way off course, plus the traffic was horrendous. Yeah, it's all messed up. Our power plant robots couldn't even find the right locations during inspections today. Is there a problem with the Beidou satellite system? I was going to use the harvester to cut some wheat, but there's no satellite signal. Never realized how much Beidou satellites impact our daily lives. Faced with this near-chaotic situation, the National Space Administration promptly issued an announcement. Due to an unknown attack, the Beidou satellite system is temporarily unavailable. Domestic navigation services will now primarily rely on the Zhougong satellite system. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and appreciate your understanding. We will investigate the cause of the attack on the Beidou satellites as soon as possible. The announcement sent shockwaves across the nation. Who would have thought the Beidou satellites were actually malfunctioning and worse, attacked? Damn it! Who dares attack our Xia Nation's satellites? Damn it! Find out who did this, and we'll make them pay. The importance of the Beidou satellites is self-evident. We demand a thorough national investigation. That's the Beidou satellite. This is ING slapping us in the face. It's not just slapping us in the face, it's shoving it down our throats. Could it be the Japanese did this? The Aerospace Administration offered no definitive response to the public outcry below. Only the domestic space bases were privy to the inside information. Northwest Aerospace Base, Researcher Apartments. Academician Fang Ming. Bring your super nano satellite proposal to the conference hall immediately. A special vehicle is waiting for you downstairs. Fang Ming was still refining his proposal when Sun Liangshan called with an urgent message. What's going on? Fang Ming was taken aback by the urgency in Sun Liangshan's voice. You'll understand once you get here. This concerns the entire nation. Sun Liangshan spoke rapidly. All right. I'll be right over. Without a second thought, Fang Ming slung his laptop over his shoulder and dashed downstairs. Northwest Aerospace Center, Conference Hall. At the long table, heads of every department gathered. Every engineer at the base was present except Zhao Qianfeng. Sun Liangshan glanced at the time, estimating Fang Ming would arrive shortly. He then announced, I have some bad news to share today. The expressions of those present grew solemn. Judging by Sun Liangshan's expression, something truly catastrophic must have occurred. The Beidou satellite has been destroyed. Sun Liangshan's voice was low and heavy. His words exploded like a grenade, detonating within the hearts of the engineers. Destroyed? What happened? The Beidou satellites are our nation's vital strategic satellites. They're missile-proof, how could they be destroyed? This represents the collective efforts of generations. Chief Designer. Tell us who would dare target the Beidou satellites. Sun Liangshan stared at the outraged crowd, silent for a long moment. The crowd sensed something and instantly fell silent, awaiting his next words. Sorry, I'm late. Just then, the door swung open. A young figure carrying a laptop bag stepped inside. Come in and take a seat. Fang Ming couldn't make out Sun Liangshan's expression, only hearing his heavy tone. So heavy it felt suffocating. Glancing around, everyone else kept their heads bowed slightly. Sensing the uneasy atmosphere, Fang Ming nodded and walked to the only empty seat to Sun Liangshan's right, taking a seat. Only after he settled did Sun Liangshan speak slowly. The mastermind behind the destruction of the Duji satellite is the Lighthouse Nation. Fang Ming's eyelid twitched violently. The Beidou satellites destroyed by the Lighthouse Nation? Fury flared in the eyes of the veteran engineers, yet not a single voice spoke. They understood that Sun Liangshan must have something crucial to convey next. Here's what happened. Suppressing his emotions, Sun Liangshan recounted the circumstances of the Beidou satellite's destruction in a tone that bordered on calm. According to Sun Liangshan, the Lighthouse Nation claimed they were clearing their own discarded satellites. Due to the large number involved, they resorted to a rather violent method of shooting them down. As was common knowledge, most discarded satellites were simply guided into orbital graveyards to decay naturally. After all, Russia had learned from past mistakes. Using missiles to shatter satellites risked not only disrupting other satellites' operations but also adversely affecting Blue Star's ecological environment. The debris from destroyed satellites creates vast amounts of space junk. If not promptly cleaned up, the consequences of even a single toxic fuel tank or radioactive remnant falling onto Blue Star are unimaginable. How could the Lighthouse Nation be unaware of the dangers of missile strikes on defunct satellites? Therefore, they had prepared an excuse long ago. The Lighthouse Nation's space agency claimed to have developed a spacecraft capable of rapidly clearing space debris, and this satellite destruction was supposedly to test its performance. No one knows whether it was intentional or accidental. When the anti-satellite missile was launched, the warhead intended for those defunct satellites just happened to strike Xia Nation's Beidou satellite instead. Nearly one-third of the over 50 Beidou satellites orbiting the globe were destroyed. Worse still, this one-third corresponded precisely to the critical satellites within the Beidou 1, 2, and 3 constellations. A single strike completely crippled the entire Beidou satellite system, eliminating even the backup contingency plans. In theory, anti-satellite missiles can only target satellites in low to medium orbits. Beidou satellites operate in high orbits, making them difficult for conventional missiles to destroy. Clearly, this collateral damage was no accident. Upon learning of the Beidou satellite's destruction, the Lighthouse Nation immediately dispatched representatives to the Embassy and Ministry of Foreign Affairs to demand compensation in the amount of X dollars. They even prepared to hold a press conference to express their apologies. The Lighthouse Space Agency explicitly stated that if Xia Nation required it, they could even lend their own satellites free of charge. Upon hearing this, Fang Ming nearly burst out laughing in anger. He never imagined the Lighthouse Nation could stoop to such shamelessness. Lending out their own satellites. The eavesdropping scandal hadn't even blown over yet. If Xia Nation used Lighthouse Nation's satellites, they'd be stripped bare down to their underwear. Meanwhile, everyone else was even more furious than Fang Ming. Feng Jun and Li Tianwei bowed their heads, veins bulging on their temples as they gritted their teeth so hard their molars nearly shattered. Were it not for the formal setting, the veteran engineers would likely have lost their composure and cursed the Lighthouse Nation's ancestors to the nth degree. Academician Fang Ming. Sun Liangshan broke the silence first, looking at Fang Ming with solemn gravity. Your satellite proposal has received full endorsement from the Ministry of Defense. This time, we're counting on you to give them a taste of their own medicine. Chapter 45, Proposal Approved. Rely on me? Fang Ming's expression turned peculiar, as if something had occurred to him. Does the ministry mean to use the defensive capabilities of the super nano satellites to counter the Lighthouse Nation satellites? He asked. The other engineers listened with keen curiosity. What super nano satellite was Fang Ming referring to? Nanosatellites with defense capabilities were quite rare. That's correct. Sun Liangsung sighed deeply. Under normal circumstances, your satellite proposal would never have passed the Ministry of Defense's approval. But after this incident, developing a new generation of satellites comparable to Beidou has become the top priority for the space base. Therefore, any satellite proposal originating from within the space base, whether military or civilian, will now receive automatic approval from the Ministry of Defense. So, does that mean I got lucky? Fang Ming felt both amused and exasperated. Without the destruction of the Beidou satellites, his proposal would likely have been scrapped. Pretty much. Sun Liangshan gave a wry smile. With the Beidou satellites destroyed and us unable to provide a corresponding satellite solution, the Ministry of Defense will retaliate using the same method. This is a last resort. No one wants to resolve issues this way unless absolutely necessary. The others nodded in deep agreement. If Xia Nation were to use missiles to destroy satellites like Lighthouse Nation did, the nature of the conflict would be entirely different. The Lighthouse Nation could claim it was unintentional, but if Xia Nation retaliated in kind, it would amount to a blatant declaration of war. As the dominant power on Blue Star, the Lighthouse Nation relished resolving all conflicts through force. Strike back, and you'd be playing right into their hands. Xia Nation is not a military powerhouse like the Lighthouse Nation. Its domestic environment prioritizes peace. Once war breaks out, not only would the people suffer, but it could also trigger a series of disastrous chain reactions. In response to the Lighthouse Nation's provocation, the Ministry of Defense decided to first employ technological deterrence as a countermeasure. If all else fails, then we'll deploy missiles for retaliation. Xia does not see conflict, but that does not mean it fears it. If war comes, Xia will stand its ground against any nation. Thus, the weighty responsibility of countering the Lighthouse Nation now rests upon the engineers at numerous domestic space bases. The nation's directive is clear: develop satellites capable of replacing or even surpassing Beidou at any cost. Moreover, these satellites must possess superior performance and formidable defensive counterstrike capabilities. Once such satellites are developed and launched, they will become the most formidable deterrent. The higher-ups have given us 3 months. If we can't produce results at these space bases within 3 months, we'll shoot down their satellites. Sun Liangshan held up 3 fingers solemnly. The others couldn't help but pale. With such a tight deadline, can we really develop satellites that surpass Beidou? Li Tianwei couldn't help but ask. This was the shared concern of the others. 3 months was simply too short. Building a new generation of satellites based on the Beidou platform wasn't the challenge. The real challenge lay in designing a defensive countermeasure system. Designing such capabilities directly onto satellites imposed too many limitations, leaving little room for maneuver. If they were building space weapons, they could come up with several viable solutions in no time. The timeline is tight. Sun Liangshan tapped the table with a serious expression. Other bases might not deliver results, but were different. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes instinctively turned to Fang Ming. Academician Fang Ming, your initial plan was to develop a nanosatellite? However, I suggest we stick to the specifications of the Beidou satellite. Exactly. The usable space in a nanosatellite is too limited. It would be difficult to achieve the full functionality of a Beidou satellite. Nanosatellites have too many limitations. Our nation's technology isn't mature enough yet. In terms of single-chip integration, we simply can't miniaturize it. The concept of nanosatellites is promising, but our primary mission is to swiftly develop the next generation of satellites to replace Beidou. Academician Fang Ming, regarding satellite development, I also suggest. Listening to the suggestions, Fang Ming smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward Sun Liangshan, the chief aerospace engineer. Sun Liangshan hesitated briefly before raising his hands in a gesture of restraint. Perhaps we should first review Academician Fang Ming's proposal. The engineers nodded in agreement and fell silent. They were all eager to hear about Fang Ming's super nano satellite proposal. Yet despite their anticipation, they remained skeptical about developing a nanosatellite at this critical juncture. Chief engineer, the proposal I gave you earlier actually requires quite a few revisions. Fang Ming stood up and retrieved his laptop from his bag. Seeing this, the others immediately pulled out the nearby screen and projector. So what was your original proposal? Sun Liangshan was a bit surprised. This kid. He was still clearly hung up on the proposal review. After connecting the projector, Fang Ming opened an encrypted file on his laptop. What met their eyes was a massive design blueprint. The blueprint was densely packed with formulas and conceptual explanations. Sun Liangshan pulled his reading glasses from his pocket and put them on, instantly stunned. Standing to the side, Fang Ming smiled and remarked, "Aren't we planning to strike back at the Lighthouse Nation?" The first version of the Super Nano Satellite plan actually included a complete attack system. High-frequency electromagnetic pulses? Miniaturized radiation cannons? Atomic-level machine worms, plasma shockwaves? Micronuclear self-destruct devices? The aerospace engineers murmured the offensive components listed on the blueprints, their scalps prickling with dread. What on earth was this? Are they turning satellites into advanced weapons? Regardless of whether these concepts could be realized, it was crucial to understand that the entire plan was designed around a nanosatellite. Nanosatellites are akin to miniature satellites. Their tiny size inherently limits internal functionality. If all the attack modules Fang Ming designed were to be installed on the satellite, how much space would that require? And take that atomic-level machine worm, for instance. Isn't that something straight out of science fiction? Is it even possible with current technology to deploy chips at the atomic and molecular level? Absolutely impossible. As if anticipating their reaction, Fang Ming remained calm. The original super nano satellite proposal was indeed like that. Considering the engineering challenges, I've refined certain aspects. With that, he cut through the design blueprint, discarding features currently beyond realization, and laid bare the core principle before everyone. By disrupting and reorganizing the nano-physical layer arrangement to achieve satellite folding and deployment? After reviewing the fundamental material principles underlying the super nano satellite, Sun Liangshan felt for the first time that his mind was struggling to keep up. Not just Sun Liangshan, even Feng Jun, an expert with decades of experience in materials science, was stunned. He grasped only the big picture. That was this: Fang Ming intended to leverage the properties of nanomaterials to create a fully functional, foldable super satellite. We can develop a new type of nanomaterial for satellite applications, enabling all the functionalities outlined in the design. Seeing the bewildered expressions on the veteran engineers' faces, Fang Ming began explaining the material principles and how to integrate the satellite's functions. As he spoke, the team's eyes gradually lit up. Yes, while the material principles were somewhat difficult to grasp, once the material itself was successfully developed, all other problems would be easily solved. During satellite manufacturing, design all functions within the deployment space. Once the design is complete, fold it. This approach not only solved the satellite size constraints but also significantly enhanced concealment and fault tolerance. Everyone felt a sudden clarity. A genius idea. Seeing that everyone grasped his design concept, Fang Ming switched the display again. The veteran engineer's eyes widened in astonishment at the projected content. Sun Liangshan's breathing quickened as he stood up and waved his hand decisively. The proposal is approved. Begin development of the super nano satellite immediately. Chapter 46, Blatant Mockery. Why did Sun Liangshan make this decision? Simply because the satellite capabilities in Fang Ming's proposal were utterly breathtaking. The Beidou satellite's capabilities, scientific experiments, reconnaissance, navigation, weather forecasting were nearly all present in the super nano satellite. Moreover, they had undergone comprehensive upgrades. Take navigation capabilities, for instance. Civilian-level positioning accuracy for Beidou satellites is 10 meters, while military-grade positioning accuracy is 1 meter. And the super nano satellite? Civilian positioning accuracy reaches 0.1 meters, while military precision achieves a staggering 0.01 meters. In daily life, with 0.1 meter navigation accuracy, the system can even calculate how many steps you need to take to reach your destination. Building on this foundation, combined with super cloud computing technology, autonomous driving with automatic obstacle avoidance will become a reality. At that point, with further advancements in AI science, the national traffic accident rate will hit a new low. What does 0.01 meter positioning accuracy mean? Any object on the ground can be captured in detailed imagery by satellites. When applied to military operations, this technology leaves no target's movements undetected. Sun Liangshan himself was one of the designers of the Beidou satellites. After reviewing certain aspects of the super nano satellite design proposal, he couldn't help but applaud its ingenuity. A masterful combination of functions. A perfect blend of defense and counterattack. The plan refined by Fang Ming, built upon existing scientific and technological foundations, was flawless. Now, beyond ordering the development of the super nano satellite, he could think of nothing else to discuss. The veteran engineers at the Northwest Aerospace Base were left speechless after reviewing the details. Whereas they had previously been skeptical of the nanosatellite design, they now unanimously agreed. The super nano satellite was absolutely the optimal solution under the current circumstances. Old Feng, we'll need your department to assist Academician Fang Ming once again on this project. Sun Liangshan's eyes gleamed as he addressed Feng Jun. Understood. Feng Jun nodded firmly and turned to look at Fang Ming. Academician Fang Ming. Our materials department is at your disposal. Just tell us what needs to be done. No sooner had he finished speaking than veteran engineers from other departments chimed in one after another. Academician Fang Ming, the Rocket Engine Department awaits your instructions. Missile Weapons Institute No. 1, awaiting orders. Satellite Launch Department, standing by at all times. Fang Ming gazed at the seasoned veterans brimming with passion, his heart pounding. His original goal had been merely to verify the civilization points, but now he suddenly felt it didn't matter whether he verified them or not. All he wanted now was to perfect this development project. Because this time, it was a matter of national honor. The super nano satellite was no longer merely a personal test of mettle, it was Xia Nation's powerful punch to the world. Fang Ming rose slowly, his eyes gleaming as he declared in a deep voice, "Very well. I won't stand on ceremony with our elders. Our top priority is to produce the new nanomaterials. First, the materials department. While satellite development raced forward, external tensions escalated dramatically. Following the destruction of the Beidou satellite, before China could release concrete details, the lighthouse nation hastily convened a press conference. The event was broadcast globally in real time. Upon hearing the news, netizens from numerous countries immediately flooded into the live stream of BS, the lighthouse nation's official media outlet. BS served as the lighthouse nation's primary official outlet for major news coverage, and this press conference was entirely orchestrated by BS television. As the broadcast commenced, a white man in a black suit, his receding hairline reaching his temples, slowly walked onto the stage. He was the central figure of this press conference, Cohen, administrator of the Lighthouse Space Agency. Cohen adjusted his collar, adopted a solemn expression, and leaned close to the podium microphone. Good evening, everyone. I am Cohen, administrator of the Lighthouse Space Agency. Today, I must confess to a grave error recently committed by our agency. As he spoke, he closed his eyes slightly inside, appearing deeply troubled. After a moment of silence, Cohen continued, 1 week ago, while attempting to dispose of several abandoned satellites in high orbit. I deeply apologize for this. We will fully assume responsibility for all damages incurred by our ally and see this through to the end. The director, well over 50, bore numerous wrinkles on his face. He forced a sorrowful expression as he delivered his apology. Beneath the trembling folds lay hidden cunning and deceit. From a distance, it looked comical. Netizens from other countries felt the director was about to crack. Damn! That little old man, I swear he's smiling. So that's why Shagwa keeps talking about satellites lately, it's all old Deng's doing. Oh! Look at that adorable little wrinkled face, it's like a blooming chrysanthemum. This isn't an apology, it's mocking Xia's incompetence. Cohen's clumsy performance hides sheer hypocrisy. The lighthouse calculated that Xiagwa wouldn't dare to fight. Xia Nation's people are all like teenage mutant ninja turtles too scared to even fart. Ha ha ha. The bullet comments and remarks were filled with scathing sarcasm toward Xia Nation. Seeing those comments, many Chinese netizens were furious. Once the truth came out, the domestic reaction was incredibly intense. Damn it! It was the Beacon Nation all along. They're even holding a press conference to apologize. Just say it, how arrogant. That's so mean. If they hadn't admitted it, it would have been fine. But this apology is like slapping us in the face. Holy crap. I'm so pissed. Just watch the live stream, I'd love to slap that bastard twice. You'd dare slap them? They shot down our satellite and we didn't even flinch. Better just play the turtle and hide. Just like everyone says, turned into a ninja turtle. Don't get so emotional. War brings no benefits. Let's wait and see how the Ministry of Defense responds. The lighthouse nation's blatant post-incident provocation, coupled with the ambiguous domestic stance, ignited widespread outrage. The pressure on the authorities was immense. Faced with widespread criticism and condemnation, the Ministry of Defense issued a single statement. Those who dare to offend our Xia Nation shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. This statement sent shockwaves through society. Some dismissed the ministry's statement as a joke. When someone's ting on your head, you stand there spouting righteous platitudes? A real man would have already taken them on with real weapons. Others remained level-headed, suggesting the nation's measured response likely signaled internal strategic planning. The lighthouse nation's arrogance is nothing but a ploy to provoke Xia into reacting. Going to war would be extremely disadvantageous for Xia. But the lighthouse nation's post-incident clownish comedy, confident that Xia Nation can't touch them, is pure mockery. This fact is undeniable. After watching the live broadcast, the nation's people felt a pent-up frustration with nowhere to vent. At this critical moment, the National Space Administration stepped forward. The official account of the Space Administration posted a Weibo update. It contained only one character. Wait. Chapter 47, The Plan. A single character sparked endless speculation among the masses. Many rushed to comment below, eager to uncover the Space Administration's mystery. The Space Administration remained silent, but the National Research Administration issued an announcement instead. Currently, China's Beidou satellite system is experiencing operational disruptions. The research team at the National Space Base is actively developing a new generation of satellites. We ask the public to trust the nation and exercise rational discourse. We possess both the capability and confidence to deliver results. Stay tuned. After the announcement, many citizens calmed down and expressed understanding. Trust the nation, trust the National Space Administration. Support our technological advancement. Exactly. Let's not fall into the trap set by the lighthouse nation. War brings suffering to ordinary people like us. The country will surely find a better solution. Xia Nation's millennia-long history has witnessed countless cycles of rise and fall. Our current strength is built on the united efforts of all citizens. Trust the research team, trust the nation. Our technological prowess has advanced beyond recognition. If we could build Beidou satellites before, we can certainly develop even more powerful satellites now. Violence is the most primitive form of decision-making. I hope to see powerful technological deterrence. Give our national aerospace scientists more trust and support. Some understood, while others criticized. They're already knocking on our doorstep and you're still playing coy. What the hell? Ha! If you're too scared to act, just hide like a turtle. No wonder so many people want to emigrate. TSK, playing these games, is that even fun? Exactly. Treating us like little darlings. Give it time, this will be handled calmly, and the eagle will still strut around. Why aren't they fighting back? What are they waiting for? This is pathetic. Their missiles are already hitting us, and we're still meek and timid. Disappointing. Many comments expressed disappointment in the nation. On one side are the rationalists, on the other the emotionalists. The government can't cater to everyone's emotions. Right now, the only way is to play the ultimate trump card, crushing the arrogance of the beacon. Time, they need time. The people are waiting. The entire nation is waiting. Yenjing Longke Institute, Chip Research Center. Professor Wang, this is the computer chip design I've developed. I'd appreciate your insights. In the chief developer's office, Zhao Tingqian placed an encrypted hard drive on the desk. Tingqian. Leaning back in his chair, Wang He looked exhausted as he rubbed his eyes. Go ahead. Zhao Tingqian remained respectful and deferential. Old Wang had been utterly consumed by worry lately. The destruction of the Beta satellite had left the elderly man deeply anxious, urgently seeking to ensure all sectors of Xia Nation adopted their own high-end chips. He was using this approach to uphold national prestige and bolster public confidence. This seat should have been his. Wang Yi sighed, picked up the hard drive, and connected it to the computer. But his talent should never be confined to our small chip research center. Time is tight. His current mission is heavier than ours. And far more arduous. He opened the files on the hard drive, his thoughts drifting to the past. Professor Wang. A faint, bitter smile touched Zhao Tingqian's lips. You've already done more than enough. Though he paved the way for us, as you said, time is too short. Her gaze softened. Sometimes, it's necessary to let go of certain things. Wang Yi carefully examined Zhao Tingqian's chip design proposal and nodded. Indeed, some tasks should be handed over to energetic young people like you. He glanced at Zhao Tingqian. Your chip design is excellent. You'll lead this project. Hopefully, by then, Fang Ming's side will have achieved results, and you'll have delivered your own breakthrough. The Lighthouse Nation has grown too arrogant. Someone needs to rein them in. Can you handle it? Zhao Tingqian's face lit up with delight as she clenched her fists and declared firmly, I can. Her mind was crystal clear. Fang Ming's development of the 1-nanometer lithography machine and integrated chip system had dealt an immeasurable blow to the Lighthouse Nation's semiconductor industry. It was likely precisely because of this that the Lighthouse Nation had resorted to such vile provocation. Recalling the Lighthouse Nation's eavesdropping and slander targeting Fang Ming, it was clear they were desperate. Their desperation only underscored how China's technological advancement had shaken the Lighthouse Nation's hegemonic position. Zhao Tingqian stepped out of the office, her grip tight on the hard drive, her gaze unwavering. She must succeed. Not just to catch up with him, but for this nation. Let's push forward together. Fang Ming. Northwest Aerospace, Researcher Apartments. Hey! Guys, what do you think? Can the professor actually build that super nano satellite? In the dormitory living room, Long Jiaojiao sat bored, clutching her laptop, and asked the two people sitting not far away, also holding laptops and writing papers. I believe in Professor Fang. Shen Tian answered concisely, his fingers flying across the keyboard as a professional doctoral dissertation neared completion. Writing a doctoral dissertation was typically a tedious and grueling task, but now it held no challenge whatsoever for them. After this period of grueling research and development, each of the three had nearly several SCI papers to their name. While earning a doctorate was extremely difficult for others, for them, it was merely a natural progression. The concept of super nanosatellites was introduced to me by my professor. Gao Zhuang turned his head and picked up a pen, swiftly jotting down calculations on a scrap of paper. The advanced technologies it carries are beyond my imagination. With current technology, developing a fully functional super nanosatellite is difficult. The professor has been revising the design, so the actual prototype will likely undergo some adjustments. I agree. Once the real super nanosatellite debuts, the Lighthouse Nation won't stand a chance. By the way, while the professor and chief engineer are holed up working on the satellite, I have a proposal. Remember those 3 world-class research projects? Long Jiaojiao giggled, pushing her glasses up her nose with her right middle finger. Shen Tian and Gao Zhuang both turned their heads to look at her. What are you up to? The professor shared his approach with us. These problems aren't as complicated as they seem now. Gao Zhuang frowned at Long Jiaojiao. Don't tell me you're planning to publish SCI papers using the professor's research. Shen Tian also stared at her with a serious expression. What are you thinking? I was just thinking. Long Jiaojiao waved her hand lightly, set down her laptop, and walked over to explain her plan to the two of them. Is that even feasible? Gao Zhuang and Shen Tian were taken aback after hearing Long Jiaojiao's proposal. Of course it will. I've thought this through carefully. It's up to you to decide. Long Jiaojiao patted her small chest. Gao Shuang and Shintian pondered deeply for a long moment before finally gritting their teeth and declaring in solemn voices, "All right. If this plan succeeded, it wouldn't just deal a major blow to the Lighthouse Nation, the entire Blue Star academic world would tremble. For their professor, it would surely be a pleasant surprise." Unaware of their clandestine scheming, Fang Ming remained oblivious. He now stood in protective gear alongside Feng Junyi before a nanomaterial synthesis tank. Chapter 48, A Critical Hit. Is this considered a success? Feng Junyi stared at the silver-white substance inside the synthesis vacuum chamber and couldn't help but ask. Not yet. We need to run some tests. Fang Ming tapped lightly on the control panel beside him, his gaze sharpening slightly. At that moment, the surrounding staff turned their attention to the large screen above the experimental chamber. Displayed on the screen was a two-dimensional atomic image from inside the synthesis chamber. At that moment, Fang Ming was using a scanning probe to fold the graphene structure. Graphene possesses a twin crystal structure. Through folding, it can form a three-dimensional heterojunction. Folding is the process of transforming a planar material from two dimensions into three. Once its properties manifest at the three-dimensional physical level, it becomes the world's most flexible, thinnest, and strongest material. Before long, the silver substance inside the chamber transformed into countless hexagonal sheets. Under Fang Ming's control, these hexagonal sheets rapidly overlapped and assembled, transforming into a square in the blink of an eye. Everyone's gaze shifted from the screen to the synthesis chamber. Inside the transparent chamber, a square lay quietly. Fang Ming slid his finger across the control panel, and the square immediately collapsed. In an instant, it collapsed from a cube into a flat plane. The staff stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Could this material actually undergo dimensional unfolding? Feng Junyi watched the scene unfold before him, feeling a sense of unreality. But he quickly realized this wasn't dimensional unfolding. This novel nanomaterial was something he and Fang Ming had developed step by step. The final product was undoubtedly a three-dimensional material. When unfolded into a flat plane, it remained a plane within the three-dimensional world. It was merely the properties of the nanomaterials that made them appear so thin. It worked. Fang Ming nodded with satisfaction. As long as we etch an IC onto the surface of this material, it can transform into any shape we desire. Slightly altering its physical arrangement allows this material to fold and unfold at will while retaining all the properties of nanomaterials. This year's Material of the Year award surely belongs to it. Feng Junyi stared at the novel nanomaterial inside the synthesis chamber, his eyes gleaming as if beholding a priceless treasure. Senior Feng, the real work lies ahead. Don't let it drag on too long. Fang Ming cleared his throat, gently reminding Feng Junyi, who was beside himself with excitement. Right. Feng Junyi immediately sent a message to Sun Liangshan and the others, then picked up the communicator beside him. Great news, everyone, our new nanomaterial is a success. Whoosh! The entire nanomaterial research building erupted in thunderous cheers. Sun Liangshan and the other engineers received the message simultaneously. Sitting in his office, Sun Liangshan's hands trembled so violently he nearly dropped his specialized device. 1 week. A whole week. He never imagined the materials for the super nano satellite could be produced in such a short time. He had assumed that even with Fang Ming and Feng Junyi collaborating, developing the new nanomaterials would take at least a month. But they delivered a huge surprise. Extraordinary. This young man is truly extraordinary. He had underestimated Fang Ming after all. He was simply incredible. All department heads, listen up. Effective immediately, Fang Ming is the chief R&D lead for this project. All decisions will be made according to his direction. Sun Liangshan issued the command over the encrypted channel, and the other department heads responded in unison. Even without Sun Liangshan's directive, they would have followed Fang Ming's lead. Having conquered the major hurdle of developing novel nanomaterials, Fang Ming's subsequent creation of a super nano satellite was practically a done deal. Stepping into his new role, Fang Ming wasted no time in issuing directives. All personnel and engineers with satellite development experience at Northwest Aerospace assemble immediately at the Aerospace Satellite Research Institute Plaza. 10 minutes later, over 200 people stood assembled in the plaza. Fang Ming surveyed the crowd and declared in a solemn voice, "From this moment on, we are the core team for this development project. Do you all have the confidence to accomplish this mission?" "Yes." The resounding chorus echoed across the square. "Good. Let's get to work." With that, Fang Ming turned and strode toward the R&D building. The rest immediately followed his lead, marching forward in unison toward the same destination. Lighthouse Nation, Aerospace Bureau, North State Branch Base. Shutak, you've done well this time. Congress is very satisfied. In 6 months, you'll be working directly under me. In the chief engineer's office suite, Lighthouse Space Agency Director Cohen sat on a plush sofa, coffee in hand, his expression calm as he addressed the silver-haired elder beside him. "Director, are you suggesting I can retire to headquarters?" The silver-haired man, dressed in a casual suit, wore an expression of flattery. Shutak, the chief engineer of this branch base, was also one of the participants in the attack on Xia Nation's Duji satellite. Retirement comes after you've served your time. You're going there to work, understand? Cohen narrowed his eyes, took a sip of coffee, and grimaced at the bitterness. Understood. Shutak averted his gaze. If it weren't for the chance to climb the ranks and secure a comfortable life, he wouldn't have wanted to see this old fart. With Xia Nation's satellite destroyed and the situation in chaos, their unusual silence makes me suspect they're planning something big. Be on your guard. Cohen set down his coffee and issued a warning to Shutak. Well. Shutak hesitated before replying, at worst, they'll rebuild and launch another satellite. They wouldn't dare directly attack our satellites with missiles, would they? Cohen chuckled lightly. A cornered monkey will bite. You must understand Xia is full of yellow-skinned monkeys. Shutak shook his head. Xia Nation absolutely wouldn't dare start a war. Their national circumstances won't allow it. They wouldn't dare. What I mean is, if Xia launches another satellite, you should have a plan, right? Cohen narrowed his eyes at Shutak. Shutak paused, then laughed dismissively. Of course. Our latest generation of satellites has been successfully developed. They're equipped with electromagnetic wave jamming devices. If they dare launch, I guarantee we'll render every single one of their satellites useless. Good. With that assurance, I can rest easy. Cohen downed his coffee in one gulp, his weathered face crinkling like a chrysanthemum again. As if struck by a thought, he added, the pressure Congress is putting on us this time is actually because a super genius has emerged in Xia Nation. He's created a 1-nanometer lithography machine and turned air rocket engines and nuclear fusion batteries into reality. Shutak frowned. The lithography machine this person developed has indeed posed a significant threat to our nation's chip industry. But air rocket engines and nuclear fusion batteries seem implausible. I doubt he could have succeeded. Xia must be exaggerating. He simply couldn't believe anyone could develop these two major conceptual breakthroughs. Xia Nation's technological level lagged far behind Lighthouse Nation. If he had to choose between believing those two concepts existed in Xia Nation or a sow climbing a tree, he'd pick the latter. Cohen narrowed his eyes. Regardless, this man remains extremely dangerous. Otherwise, Congress wouldn't have ordered us to shoot down Xia's satellite to divert their attention. Let's just hope the Science City Research Institute doesn't disappoint us. 3 days later, the Lighthouse Nation Science City Chip Research Institute suddenly released a statement. The principles of the 3-nanometer lithography machine had been fully deciphered. This news delivered a devastating blow to Xia, already reeling from internal turmoil. Chapter 49, The Lighthouse Nation Smokescreen? News of the Lighthouse Nation cracking the principles of the next-generation lithography machine spread like wildfire, quickly circulating throughout the country. What? Our nation's lithography machines have been cracked? Damn it! How is that possible? I thought the core technology was classified. How could they possibly crack it? What good is secrecy? Just get your hands on the new lithography machine, take it apart, and reverse engineer it. You know nothing. The core principles of the new lithography machine aren't that easy to reverse engineer. Otherwise, our major domestic manufacturers would have already started mass-producing their own new lithography machines. Terrifying. First Beidou was destroyed, now they're stealing our new lithography machine technology too. If the Lighthouse Nation figures out the new lithography machine's principles, won't our country's newly developed chip industry be set back to square one? Disgusting. Did someone sell the core lithography technology to the Lighthouse Nation? How else could they figure out the principles so quickly? This is a disaster. We didn't dare speak up when Beidou was taken down, and now even the core lithography technology is being stolen. Agitation, humiliation, and unease spread through the public. The Lighthouse Nation's relentless retaliatory provocations, coupled with the nation's prolonged inaction, left them feeling suffocated. Xia Nation, Yanjing Chip Research Center. Those bastards are planning to hold a global science summit and disclose the principles to the world? In his office, Wang Yi received a call from the National Science and Technology Administration, and the news struck him like lightning. The principles behind the new generation of lithography machines were not something ordinary people could comprehend. Initially, Fang Ming had broken down the dimensional formula of light into bite-sized pieces before they could grasp it fully. But now, the Lighthouse Nation had deduced this formula so quickly? How terrifying! Nevertheless, Wang Yi immediately regained his composure. This was merely information released by the Lighthouse Nation. Its authenticity remained unverified. Only when they officially announced their findings would the truth be revealed. All right. I'll keep an eye on it. Wang Yi hung up the phone with a grim expression, then dialed Zhao Tingqian's number. Tingqian, come here. Mr. Wang. Before long, Zhao Tingqian hurriedly arrived. Wang Yi's expression was grim. News from the Lighthouse Nation says they're convening a global science summit to publicly reveal the principles behind our lithography machines. Could this be a diversionary tactic by the Lighthouse Nation? Zhao Tingqian furrowed her delicate brows. She found it hard to believe the Lighthouse Nation could crack the principles of the new generation lithography machine. Unless, of course, the Lighthouse Nation also possessed a scientific genius on par with Fang Ming. Regardless, the Lighthouse Nation releasing such ambiguous information clearly means they intend to make trouble for us in the chip sector. Wang He said solemnly. Whether or not the Lighthouse Nation had truly solved the light dimension formula, he had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Otherwise, when the Global Science Summit arrived and the Lighthouse Nation actually disclosed the lithography machine's principles, it would be all over. What should we do? Zhao Tingxian's expression grew grave. Wang He looked visibly exhausted. Ultimately, it's our progress in chip technology that has shaken the foundations of their semiconductor industry. Given the current domestic situation, the National Science and Technology Administration has asked us to consider temporarily slowing down chip-related research. Before Wang He could finish, Zhao Tingxian took a deep breath and cut him off with a sharp gaze. No. Absolutely not. The Lighthouse Nation always thinks our Xia Nation is easy to bully. Doing this will only embolden them further. The more they press us, the more we must achieve results under these circumstances. Wang He froze, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. Staring into Zhao Tingxian's unwavering gaze, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He was getting old, he realized. He was becoming timid and hesitant. If the younger generation could be so bold, what was there left for him to hesitate about? All hesitation finally dissolved. Wang He offered a gentle smile. All right, go for it boldly. Zhao Tingxian knew full well the immense pressure weighing on Wang He's shoulders. Hearing those words, she couldn't help but be deeply moved. Thank you, Elder Wang. She bowed deeply to Wang He. A look of satisfaction spread across Wang He's face. So what if the Lighthouse Nation retaliated and applied pressure? He accepted the challenge. Lighthouse Nation Science City, Chip Research Institute. In a secret research lab, a snake-faced youth clutched a marker pen, sprawled on the floor, frantically performing calculations. 2n plus lambda 2 equals k lambda, asin equals k lambda, asin equals 2k plus 1 lambda 2. The floor, walls, lab benches, and every available surface large and small were covered in densely packed, intricate formulas. Ever since seeing the 3-nanometer lithography machine, Yavis had eagerly studied its operational mechanisms and component structures. Since the Research Institute's team had already cracked the encryption of the core components, Yavis dove straight into the most challenging task, reverse engineering the underlying principles. The most authoritative optical experts in the Lighthouse Nation had conducted in-depth reverse engineering of the new lithography machine's core working principles, but the final results were all unsatisfactory. The greatest challenge in cracking the optical system of the new lithography machine was the inability to understand its functional effects. They had no idea where to begin, as this optical system encompassed concepts far beyond existing optical theories. When confronting unknown concepts, one cannot rely on guesswork. Instead, one must use existing knowledge to probe, understand, and approach the unknown. This approach was akin to a blind man feeling an elephant. It was difficult to arrive at the correct answer. Avis, however, took a different path. He quickly identified a breakthrough point in the interaction between light and light. Avis had been hailed as a child prodigy since childhood, possessing extraordinary learning talent. Born into a family of scientists and immersed in a rich learning environment, he mastered advanced mathematics at 6, grasped physics with ease at 7, and became a master of chemistry at 8. Every step of his life was almost legendary. However, at 17, Yavis encountered biology and embarked on a path of no return. Even after being apprehended and labeled a scientific criminal, he never ceased his pursuit of knowledge. The Lighthouse Congress recognized his talent and enlisted him to solve numerous scientific puzzles. The rapid technological advancement of Lighthouse Nation in recent years owes much to his contributions. It could be said that, were it not for his crimes, Yavis would undoubtedly be a versatile super genius. Faced with the fundamental principles of the new lithography machine, even someone as formidable as Yavis had identified a starting point but had yet to reach a definitive conclusion. Outside the lab, Herloni watched the frantic Yavis and shook his head at Cohen, who had come to visit. "You haven't figured out how this machine works?" Cohen was visibly astonished. "We've actually cracked part of it, but to fully grasp the underlying formulas, we still need extensive experimentation and calculations." Herloni was at a loss for words. Yavis was undeniably brilliant. According to his own estimates, it would take at least another half year or even longer to derive the true conclusive formula. Seeing Yavis's good progress, Congress unilaterally instructed the Research Institute to announce they had fully cracked the principles of the 3-nanometer lithography machine, using this as leverage to intimidate Xia Nation. Later, they even announced plans for some global scientific summit. While they could now replicate the 3-nanometers lithography machine, without understanding the core principles, they had no way to produce 2-nanometers or 1-nanometer lithography machines. Not to mention, Xia Nation still holds the formidable trump card of its integrated chip manufacturing technology. Doesn't Congress fear the truth being exposed? Cohen was speechless. He'd rushed over upon hearing the lithography machine's principles had been cracked, only to find this outcome. No need to worry now. You destroyed their Beidou satellites, throwing Xia into disarray. Herlani chuckled dismissively. Indeed, Xia is nothing but a coward, too scared to retaliate. Cohen chuckled. He had to admit, Congress had played a ruthless bluff. Xia Nation was likely being crushed under the pressure right now. Their satellites had been shot down, yet they remained silent, clearly plotting something. Considering their usual tricks, they'd likely just launch a few more satellites in the end. But those yellow-skinned monkeys could never have imagined that the Lighthouse Nation's latest generation of satellites would render all theirs obsolete. Just as Cohen chuckled maliciously, at the Northwest Aerospace Base in Xia Nation, the development of the super nano satellite was nearing completion. Inside the R&D building, Fang Ming stood in the control room, issuing commands to his team. Now, proceed with ground testing of the satellites. Chapter 50, Satellite Manufacturing Success, Nationwide Live Launch. Test department personnel sprang into action, loading a basketball-sized, three-dimensional hexagonal satellite into the simulated test chamber. At that moment, all the engineers at the space base gathered to observe the entire testing process. The screens in the first-floor lobby displayed a panoramic view inside the test chamber. Sun Liangshan and the others were startled upon seeing the basketball-sized satellite. They had all meticulously studied the super nano satellite's development plan and participated directly or indirectly in its research and development. The finished super nano satellite was bound to be smaller than conventional satellites. Yet upon seeing its actual form, they couldn't help but be secretly astonished. It was truly minuscule. Could such a tiny thing possibly accomplish the monumental task of replacing the Beidou satellites? The engineers involved in its construction smiled without comment. They knew full well that the super nano satellite, though small, was fully equipped. Feng Junyi was unusually eager at this moment. The materials used to build the super nano satellite were incredibly versatile. Once deployed, it would likely leave everyone speechless. 3, 2, 1. Initiating zero-gravity vacuum state. Environmental simulation complete. Satellite entering designated orbit. All satellite parameters verified. Awaiting test commands. Receiving the feedback in the control room, Fang Ming commanded in a deep voice, "Deploy the satellite." Roger. Activating satellite deployment module. Within the vast test chamber, the hexagonal cube undergoing relative stationary motion suddenly flickered with a pale blue glow. Connecting circuits traced blue lines across its surface. In the blink of an eye, the hexagonal structure disintegrated. The satellite unfolded like a blooming lotus flower, its petals spinning outward before vanishing without a trace. Gone? Sun Liangshan and the others stared in disbelief. Where was the physical satellite? Fang Ming, however, remained unflustered, issuing another command. Test the satellite's primary functions. Begin measuring noise coefficient and noise power. Adjusting antenna reception gain. Positioning navigation function test complete. Short message function test complete. As each core function test succeeded, hexagonal patterns illuminated throughout the cabin. After all core functions were activated, a massive hexagon slowly materialized. This was the satellite's main functional module zone. Sun Liangshan and the others were struck by the surreal and breathtaking sight before them. It turned out that when the satellite deployed, it transformed the entire satellite into a decentralized, net-like structure. Without careful observation, it was impossible to discern where the main body lay. Simultaneously, a question arose in their minds. Would the satellite become extremely fragile after unfolding, like a sheet of paper? Their uncertainty didn't last long. Testing satellite defense capabilities. Roger. External weapon attack environment simulation complete. Preparing to simulate anti-satellite missile explosion shockwave. Cabin pressure maintained within absolute safety parameters. Ignition. Boom. On the screen, the visible missile shockwave swept across the entire space like a wave. Countless pale blue flashes erupted as a translucent circular shell, encircling the cabin on all sides, absorbed the entire shockwave. Simulate detonation again. Increase the number of anti-satellite missiles by 5. Boom. The shockwave made the entire screen tremble, yet the translucent shell remained completely intact. The group of veteran engineers outside were all stunned into silence. This defense is simply too much. Can we add 10 more anti-satellite missiles? Fang Ming felt it wasn't enough and asked the operator. Cold sweat beaded on the operator's forehead as he replied in a trembling voice, "The test capsule's structural integrity can't handle it. 5 missiles are already the absolute limit." "All right, proceed." Fang Ming sighed slightly, reluctantly conceding defeat. On the ground, it would be impossible to test the maximum strength of this material. If only the Lighthouse Nation could fire a few more rounds when the time came. Unaware of Fang Ming's extraordinary thoughts, the operator promptly displayed the test results on the public screen. Missile attack test results: nano energy conversion shield damage 0. Light, heat radiation, and kinetic energy converted into usable energy with an 80% conversion rate. Electromagnetic interference test commencing. EM interference attack test results: satellite ignores all frequency electromagnetic interference. Laser penetration attack test. Result: laser unable to penetrate satellite shield. Seeing these results, Sun Liangshan and his team couldn't help but tremble. Insane. This defense capability is truly insane. All satellite functional tests complete. Several operators recorded the various parameters as Fang Ming announced. "Good work, everyone. You've done well." Fang Ming nodded with a smile, set down the communicator, and left the control room. By the time he reached the lobby, the others had finally snapped out of the lingering excitement from the satellite test. Sun Liangshan's eyes flickered with confusion as he saw Fang Ming. Why weren't the attack functions specified in the plan tested? Hearing Sun Liangshan's question, the others also looked puzzled. It's important to note that the satellite design includes an attack module, and those weapons are designed with extreme aggressiveness. During testing, Fang Ming surprisingly skipped substantive verification of the attack modules. Fang Ming shook his head and smiled. Conditions aren't right. Prepare to launch the satellite. Though puzzled, the others didn't dwell on it. They simply assumed Fang Ming had temporarily disabled or concealed the attack modules. Even without an attack mode, this terrifying defense mechanism alone would be enough to humiliate the Lighthouse Nation. Excellent. I'll immediately report the results to the Space Administration and apply for the satellite's orbit. Sun Liangshan made the decision without hesitation. Our satellite is going to blow countless people's minds. Ha ha. More than just astonish, this thing will likely blow the minds of other nations. If possible, I'd love to launch it right now. I'd love to see how the Lighthouse Nation plans to blast through this impenetrable wall. Make sure the satellite launch is broadcast live nationwide. Right on. Just wait and see the look on the Lighthouse Nation's face. The veteran engineers were visibly exhilarated, eager to send the super nano satellite into space immediately. Just as the Northwest Space Base was making intensive preparations for the satellite launch, the Lighthouse Nation beat them to it. Our nation's new Generation X satellite series has recently achieved successful launch. The X satellite constellation comprises 79 satellites, launched into space aboard the V6 transport rocket developed by our aerospace team. It is reported that the V6 rocket utilizes China's new liquid rocket engine, achieving an astonishing thrust of 900 tons, setting a world record for the highest thrust of a rocket engine. The X satellite system is currently primarily deployed for military applications, achieving unprecedented positioning accuracy of 0.3 meters. VS Television's official live broadcast detailed the characteristics of the V6 rocket and X satellites, drawing praise from many Beacon Nation tech enthusiasts. I thought the most powerful rocket engine was the Soviet RD series? I believe its thrust was around 800 tons. Our country's new engine completely outclasses the RD series. The satellite technology has also made breakthroughs, achieving an unprecedented positioning accuracy of 0.3 meters. 0.3 meter accuracy? That blows other countries' satellites out of the water. Previously, the best satellite positioning accuracy was 1 meter. Only Japan's Beidou satellites could match us. Now we've added a decimal point. They must be utterly devastated. They're definitely devastated. Remember when we accidentally shot down their Beidou satellite? Hey, you almost made me forget about that, huh? Just as the Lighthouse Nation was celebrating the successful launch of its new generation satellites, China's Super Nano Satellite Orbital application was approved. Upon receiving the orbital parameters, Northwest Aerospace immediately issued the satellite launch notice. On the final day of the month, the entire launch process of the Super Nano satellite will be broadcast nationwide. News of Northwest Aerospace's impending satellite launch sent shockwaves across the nation and drew widespread attention. The Lighthouse Nation seemed to have anticipated Xia's satellite launch all along. Many insiders were waiting to see the joke play out. They were eagerly anticipating the reaction of Xia's people when they discovered their painstakingly built satellite had malfunctioned. Chapter 51, A Laughingstock? Not anymore. Hello everyone, welcome to the military channel. What you are now witnessing is the vast Gobi Desert in China's northwest. In 1 hour, a new rocket will undergo its test flight here. Simultaneously, the 7th generation satellite recently developed by Northwest Aerospace will accompany this rocket into space. A presenter in military uniform, standing before the screen with a commanding presence, delivered the announcement in a resonant voice. The first-person view of the satellite launch was broadcast exclusively on Xia Nation's military channel. This signal implied that the satellite launch was linked to aerospace defense. After the military channel began its live broadcast, major official channels scrambled to cancel their original programming schedules and switch their feeds to the live feed from Northwest Aerospace. Online, numerous platforms secured authorization for live broadcasts or rebroadcasts of the launch. Before long, the satellite launch from the Northwest Aerospace Base surged to the top of national news trending topics. It's finally here. Wonder what breakthroughs Northwest Aerospace will deliver. Hope this new generation of satellites they're developing will be up to the task. It's about time. We've waited far too long. If they don't put the beacon to shame, I'll lose all hope in our national space program. It's only been a little over a month. Can we really trust a satellite developed by Northwest Aerospace? I don't know about reliability, I just want to see the results. Exactly. We've waited far too long. This frustration is unbearable. Let's hope the National Aerospace Research Team can surprise us. During the period following the destruction of Beidou, the nation's citizens kept a constant watch on the government's actions. The Ministry of National Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs remained uncharacteristically silent, as if tacitly accepting the apology from the lighthouse nation. This approach felt unbearably humiliating to the people of Xia, whose veins flowed with 5,000 years of dragon blood. Deep down, everyone understood that violence solved nothing. Once war erupted, it would bring nothing but harm to Xia nation. So when the National Space Administration told them to wait, everyone suppressed their emotions again and again. Wait? They could wait. All for the sake of today, when the nation could finally take tangible, effective action. Northwest Space Base, Rocket Launch Center. In the main hall, all engineers, including Fang Ming, gathered together. Sun Liangshan stood before the group, glancing at the massive screen behind him. On the screen, a massive rocket stood atop the launch tower. It was named the Long Journey 7. Awaiting the command from the control console to ignite and take flight. Academician Fang Ming, as the chief developer of this project, you have the honor of naming the satellite. He turned his head, fixing his solemn gaze upon Fang Ming. The others also turned their gaze toward Fang Ming. Indeed, the super nanosatellite needed a name. Fang Ming paused slightly. A name, huh? After a moment's thought, he smiled. Due to the satellite's unique construction, a distinctive blue light appears on its surface when it materializes. How about naming it Deep Blue? Deep Blue was, in fact, the satellite's original name. This was a sub-civilization level technological artifact. Fang Ming had joined Northwest Aerospace precisely to bring it into existence. Of course, he was well aware that with the nation's current scientific capabilities, it was still insufficient to create a complete Deep Blue. This time, he was merely making an attempt. He wondered if an incomplete Deep Blue would affect civilization points. If it did, what kind of warning would the Super Tech Lab give him? This was the question he sought to resolve. Sun Liangshan and his team of engineers were quite satisfied with the name. Deep Blue resonated with the mindset of modern youth while exuding a sense of technological sophistication. For the super nanosatellite, naming it Deep Blue couldn't be more fitting. Alright. Let's call it Deep Blue. Fang Ming's name for the super nanosatellite received unanimous approval. At the same moment, the control console received the launch command. Rocket ignition countdown, 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Lift off. The launch pad opened, and the rocket's base erupted in concentric ripples. No smoke billowed, no flames erupted, it simply shot skyward at a terrifying speed. Witnessing this spectacle, the spectators outside were all dumbfounded. What the hell? Aren't rocket launches supposed to be accompanied by a huge cloud of thick white smoke? And what about the flames produced by the rocket's combustion? What the hell is going on here? Huge question marks popped into their minds. This rocket launch just doesn't seem right. The National Space Administration's official website and the space agency were broadcasting it live. Netizens flooded the live stream with comments. Hey, what's going on? No flames, no white smoke? This is so weird. Did they forget to do the pre-launch checks? The rocket's ascent speed is terrifying. I'm scared it'll fall back down. Oh my god. Look, it didn't fall back down, it's entering the atmosphere. Whoa. At this speed, it'll break first cosmic velocity any second. It's a bit unconventional, but it looks amazing. Hope nothing goes wrong. The absence of white smoke or a flame trail during launch instantly piqued the curiosity of countless people. In Lighthouse Nation, many were also following the event. Lighthouse Space Agency Conference Building. A circular conference table was filled with chief engineers and department heads from various divisions. Cone was among them, not far from a massive projection screen. I suspect Xia Nation encountered a critical oversight in some pre-launch procedure. Otherwise, such a blunder would be impossible. Xia Nation's previous rocket test flights were always smooth. This time, they seemed overly eager for results. Something definitely went wrong. They had no choice but to rush. The Beidou system is their most critical satellite project. Without delivering results soon, their domestic situation will only deteriorate further. What could they possibly achieve in just over a month? Look at the stupid things these yellow monkeys have done. I guarantee their satellite will turn into space junk mid-flight along with the rocket. These chief engineers held no regard for Xia Nation, speaking freely and unanimously predicting the launch would end in failure. But Director Cohen, staring intently at the screen, furrowed his brow. Director Cohen, don't you agree? Shutak glanced at him, puzzled. Do you remember me telling you about that air rocket engine developed by that guy from Xia Nation? Cohen's single sentence instantly erupted the entire conference hall into uproarious laughter. That was just a concept. They actually built it? Director, are you pulling our leg? An air engine powering a rocket into space? That's hilarious, buddy. Xiagwa didn't actually put that so-called air engine on a rocket, did they? Shutak shook his head and chuckled softly. Xia Nation's air rocket engine was nothing but a joke. Using air as fuel? It'd be a miracle if the rocket even lifted off. If it's true what Cohen said that Xiagwa's rocket stalled right after liftoff and they still dream of launching satellites? It was laughable. The thought of Xiagwa potentially putting that contraption in a rocket had the group laughing so hard they couldn't stop. However, their smiles didn't last long. For on the live feed, the rocket had already entered low Earth orbit around Blue Star. Then the voice from the simultaneous interpretation system sent shockwaves through the room, turning the old hands' faces pale. The magnetic voice of the military channel host sounded again. The Long March 7 rocket's launch differs from other rockets. It carries a new air-breathing rocket engine, with a single engine capable of generating 1,900 tons of thrust. Chapter 52, the show is about to begin. 1,900 tons of thrust? What kind of international joke is this? An air rocket engine capable of 1,900 tons of thrust? Everyone present, including Cohen, wore expressions of utter disbelief. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Cohen immediately ordered a replay of the live footage from the rocket launch. Everyone stared intently at the projection as the scene of the Long March 7 launch reappeared. The launch pad opened, no thick white smoke, no dazzling flame trail. All that could be heard was a deep, muffled boom, accompanied by visible air ripples. Upon closer examination of the replay, the Lighthouse Aerospace engineers present couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Laypeople might just watch for the spectacle, unaware of the intricate details. But they were different. They knew the rocket launch process inside out. Typically, after ignition, a rocket's tail would spew terrifyingly hot flames. Therefore, cooling pools are installed beneath or around the launch pad. When the rocket ignites and launches, water from these pools surges toward the intense heat source. Through evaporation, it absorbs vast amounts of heat, effectively cooling the area. This explains the copious white smoke visible around the rocket during launch. The cooling process during launch is absolutely critical. Yet Xia Nation's Long March 7 rocket launched without any cooling measures whatsoever. If Xia Nation did not encounter flaws in either rocket manufacturing or launch procedures, there remains only one possibility. Xia Nation's Long-Range 7 rocket likely truly carried an air rocket engine. Moreover, this engine is not the conceptual air rocket engine. It requires minimal thermal kinetic energy for propulsion, relying solely on air energy to propel the rocket to any orbit beyond Blue Star's atmosphere. If their suspicions were correct, it was entirely plausible that Xia Nation's single air rocket engine could generate 1,900 tons of thrust. Silence fell over the conference hall. 1,900 tons. It utterly outclasses their new liquid rocket engine. On the Xia Nation side, countless netizens exclaimed in disbelief. 1,900 tons? Doesn't that shatter the record set by that liquid engine from the Lighthouse Nation? Not just that. Our rocket engine completely outclasses theirs. 666. So powerful. I used to envy the Lighthouse Nation's rocket engine, but now look at ours, it's insane. This move is seriously impressive. The old Beacon Nation was so arrogant, huh? See how arrogant they are now, ha ha ha. Hey, do you guys remember who developed the air-breathing rocket engine? It was Ming. As the Long March 7 blasted off into space, the nation's confidence began to soar once more. Many people firmly remembered Fang Ming for this achievement. It could be said that Fang Ming was the first to slap the Beacon Nation in the face for them. The live broadcast was far from over. Once the UN-7 reached its planned altitude, its exact status became invisible to the naked eye from the ground. Suddenly, the live feed shifted. The spectacle of Long March 7 rocket entering space appeared before everyone's eyes with breathtaking clarity. Holy! How did they pull this off? This is space. Holy crap! First time I've seen anything beyond Blue Star in a live stream. Pitch black, freezing cold. Not a trace of life, this is outer space. Our country is so awesome. I've seen something truly remarkable in my lifetime, no regrets. The audience was overcome with excitement, while the engineers at Northwest Aerospace exchanged knowing smiles. They had prepared meticulously for this live broadcast. Sun Liangshan had previously applied to the National Space Administration to launch a camera spacecraft into the nearest orbit, connecting it to other satellites to establish a dedicated two-way communication channel. That was why the live broadcast could achieve such stunning results. Cohen and his colleagues couldn't help but marvel at Xia Nation's grand scale as they watched the live footage from outer space. It seemed Xia Nation was determined to showcase its technological prowess this time. Cohen turned to Shutak. Shutak, are you ready over there? Shutak replied solemnly, I can send commands to the control station at any moment, but are we really going through with this? The others turned their attention to them. Xia Nation's rocket engines are too advanced. Even if we don't do it, Congress will force us to. I've already witnessed the impact of lithography machines on the chip industry. With the emergence of air rocket engines, the next sector to be affected will undoubtedly be our aerospace field. There's nothing to hesitate about, Shutak. Xia is like a restless monkey. If we don't strike hard, it'll only push its luck further, leaping out to scratch us. They endured having their Beidou satellites shot down. This time we're only disabling theirs, what's there to fear? Hearing this, Shutak felt no further hesitation. He simply waited for Xia's satellite to enter orbit before issuing the command to base. Does Xia intend to broadcast the satellite's orbital deployment footage without reservation? Cohen stared at the live feed before him, narrowing his eyes. Could there be some kind of trap here? Shutak voiced his concern, precisely what he feared. Xia Nation's blatant live broadcast of the satellite launch was truly perplexing. Cohen shook his head. Don't overcomplicate it. Xia has just achieved a minor success. A bit of arrogance is only natural. The other aerospace engineers agreed with Cohen's assessment. First, lithography machines had crushed the chip industry of the Lighthouse Nation, and now an air-breathing rocket engine was crushing them. After years of suppression, Xia's breakthroughs were bound to breed arrogance. Shutak suppressed the unease stirring within him. He couldn't shake the feeling that Xiaogua's live broadcast wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. He hoped he was wrong. While the Lighthouse Nation awaited sanctions against Xia's new generation satellite, domestic citizens were filled with curiosity. Could the satellite developed by Northwest Aerospace over the past month rival the Beidou satellites? Under the eager gaze of countless onlookers, 5 hexagonal cubes separated from the final stage of the launch vehicle, initiating relative motion around Blue Star in orbit. The sight of these satellites' shapes, sizes, and sheer number left everyone stunned. Holy crap! How can these satellites be so different from what I know about satellites? Yeah, right? They look about the size of basketballs. What can they possibly do with such tiny volumes? It's not just that. I just rewound and watched it over and over. There are only 5 of them. What the hell? What can 5 tiny satellites like that possibly do? Just think about it. The Beidou satellites are huge, and they have over 50 of them. The Lighthouse Nation launched over 70 satellites earlier, and we only have 5. Isn't the gap a bit? The sheer power of the air rocket engines had already restored confidence among the Xia people. But upon seeing the appearance and quantity of the new generation of satellites, their doubts resurfaced. Is this the result of over a month's work at Northwest Aerospace? Was this really no joke? Cohen and his team burst into laughter upon seeing these 5 satellites. They had expected Xia to replicate Beidou's satellites in this timeframe, yet all they produced were these few contraptions. What a laughingstock! Shutak, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he had overthought things. In the launch center hall of the Northwest Space Base, Fang Ming and his team watched the satellites enter orbit, their lips curling into faint smiles. The show was about to begin. Chapter 53, Electromagnetic Interference Critical Situation. Satellite has entered designated orbit. Proceed with activation? After the 5 super nano satellites reached their fixed orbital positions, the ground control station promptly relayed the message. Sun Liangshan picked up the encrypted communicator, exchanged a few words with the live broadcast crew, and nodded to Fang Ming. Through the one-way channel, Fang Ming issued the command to the ground control station, activate. Simultaneously, the live broadcast signal was cut off, and the screen went completely black. Everyone watching the broadcast outside was left utterly bewildered. Was that it? After all that advanced air rocket engine technology on Long Distance 7, it just sent 5 little blobs into space? Doubts filled everyone's minds. In the conference hall of the Lighthouse Nation Space Agency, Shutak glanced at Cohen. Cohen understood Shutak's meaning and waved his hand. Hold off for now. I want to see what tricks Xia Nation is playing. The others all wore expressions of scorn. Xia Nation's just pulling monkey tricks. All that effort, and they launch a few useless balls? Ha! Maybe these are their secret weapons? Even if they're microsatellites, there's no way they could be that small. Xia Nation is really throwing caution to the wind this time. Xiaogua might be trying to fool us with a few chunks of metal, just to waste a couple of our anti-satellite missiles. Quite possible, but that's incredibly stupid. Did their space research team grow up eating? Cohen remained non-committal, pushed back his chair, and strode toward the door. Shutak and the others hurried after him. Although Xia Nation had cut the live feed, Lighthouse Nation had been planning its space ambitions for years. No nation could launch a satellite without falling under their surveillance. Take Xia Nation, for instance. Once its satellites entered orbit, they would be exposed under their watchful eyes. Satellite surveillance was a closely guarded secret, but Xia's unusual behavior today made Cohen feel it was absolutely necessary to uncover the reason behind it. Xia Nation's 5 mini-satellites appeared unremarkable, yet something felt off. The group quickly took the elevator down to the 3rd basement level of the headquarters building. Cohen presented his access pass to the guard stationed outside and entered a concealed underground monitoring hall. Inside, numerous staff members sat before specialized monitoring consoles, closely tracking the movements of other nations' satellites in space. Cohen located the technical team leader at the far end and instructed, locate the satellite Xiaogui just launched. Skip the data, pull up the imagery. But director, collecting real-time image signals risks exposing us. It requires coordination between space telescopes and satellites. The team leader hesitated. Normally, satellite surveillance only yielded radio signal data at most. Blatant surveillance carried far too great a risk. It's fine. Do as I say. Cohen said sternly. Understood. With the director giving the order, the technical team leader naturally had no grounds to object. He contacted the control station and, following Cohen's instructions, had them open the satellite network transmission channel. Similarly, the Space Observatory Department immediately transferred control of the space telescopes. The next instant, the orbital imagery of Xianation's satellites was divided into a 9-panel grid and projected onto the main screen in the hall. Cohen and the others looked up, their faces instantly frozen in shock. The orbital plane where those 5 mini-satellites had been moments before was now completely empty. What the hell? Where did Xianation's satellites go? Cohen grabbed the team leader by the collar and demanded sharply. Director, the signals from Xianation's 5 satellites are still in orbit. The team leader pointed innocently at the radar display screen in front of him. What? Cohen stared intently at the radar monitoring chart. The signals from Xianation's 5 satellites were blinking continuously along their marked orbits. Shutak and the others also looked over, their expressions turning pale with shock. How did they manage that? Did they use some new camouflage coating? They vanished suddenly. They're just scrap metal. Why would they do this? Something's fishy. If satellite signals are present, it means they've miniaturized the satellite functional chips to the nanoscale. Those 5 satellites from Xianation might not be fake after all. The moment they realized it, the satellite signals vanished from the radar monitoring screen. Cohen and his team felt their eyelids twitch violently. These 5 satellites seemed far from the scrap metal they had assumed. Cohen barked urgently, "Quick! Locate the signal source of Xianation's satellites." The team leader signaled nearby staff, who trembled as they began operating the equipment. But moments later, he turned pale and turned his head, his voice trembling. "Boss, Xianation's 5 satellites seem to have jammed our radar detection." "How is that possible? Satellites physically invisible and blocking detection signals? How did they manage that?" Cohen stared at the data on the monitoring screen, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I don't know." The technical team leader, executing operational commands while breaking out in a cold sweat, analyzed, "The satellite Xiaogui just launched likely possesses anti-detection capabilities. But as for why satellites in orbit are invisible to the naked eye? I honestly can't come up with a good explanation. Shutak. Act now. Use the orbital positioning data from just now. Quickly." Cohen sensed trouble brewing. The 5 satellites launched by Xianation actually possessed anti-detection capabilities they were likely developed specifically to counter them. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, they must strike first. Understood. Shutak hurriedly retrieved his specialized communication device and transmitted a series of commands to the satellite control station. Upon receiving the commands, several X-satellites from the Lighthouse Nation suddenly unleashed intense electromagnetic radiation toward a specific orbital position of Xianation. Within the range of the electromagnetic radiation attack, all Xianation satellites were instantly destroyed. Xianation Space Administration, Satellite Control Command Center. 8 Zhougong satellites have lost contact with ground control. Requesting immediate investigation into the cause. Cause identified, electromagnetic interference from multiple sources. Besides the Zhougong satellites, our Tianzhou, Luchuan, and other satellites are also within the radiation interference zone and have lost contact. This is an emergency. Report to higher authorities immediately. The director orders transfer all satellite control authority to Northwest Aerospace. System has interfaced with Northwest Aerospace Control Station. Command authority transferred. In the main hall of the Northwest Aerospace Launch Center, Fang Ming, Sun Liangsan, and a group of veteran engineers clapped in celebration. Deep Blue's activation signaled the complete success of the satellite network linkage. Due to the unique properties of the new nanomaterials, Deep Blue was not only highly stealthy when deployed but also possessed formidable defenses, with each module performing dozens of times better than conventional satellites. With just 5 Deep Blue satellites interacting, they could comprehensively outperform the original Beidou satellite system. This was the concentrated achievement of technology and the formidable nature of super nano satellites. Ring ring. Suddenly, Sun Liangshan's dedicated phone rang. He answered the call, his face instantly turning ashen. Chapter 54. The Lighthouse Nation satellite has been blown up. Seeing this, everyone turned to him with questioning looks. The nation's satellites have suffered electromagnetic interference, with over half losing contact, including the currently operational Zhougong satellites. After Sun Liangshan finished speaking, everyone was boiling with rage. Even if they had to guess, they knew exactly who was behind this. Who would have thought the Lighthouse Nation would stoop so low as to employ such despicable tactics during a satellite launch? Academician Fang Ming. Sun Liangshan's eyes blazed as he fixed his gaze on Fang Ming amidst the crowd. This time, the Aerospace Administration has granted full command authority to our Northwest Aerospace. Currently, only our Deep Blue satellite remains unaffected by electromagnetic interference. Please decide whether Deep Blue should integrate with the comprehensive civil functional applications and become our nation's first satellite system. As the words fell, Fang Ming paused in slight surprise before nodding. Of course it should be integrated. However, before that, he pulled a miniature computer from his pocket, displaying a decryption program. After entering a long string of complex codes into the program's input field, he handed the computer to Sun Liangshan. We must first have the control station link this encrypted code to Deep Blue's main control system. What is this? Sun Liangshan examined the cipher's format, his expression shifting slightly. The other engineers, clueless about Fang Ming's intentions, stared at the microcomputer in confusion. Fang Ming gave a nervous chuckle. This is the satellite self-defense countermeasure program. Since some modules were designed too aggressively, I've temporarily disabled it. Chief Engineer Sun, I hope you don't hold it against me? With that, he scratched his head awkwardly. Of course not. Bringing this up now is perfectly timely. Sun Lianson laughed heartily, glancing at the other veterans. The engineers from Northwest Aerospace wore smiles, their eyes gleaming with hidden resolve. What they needed most now was to deliver a powerful counterpunch to the Lighthouse Nation. The enemy had employed electromagnetic radiation, rendering most of Xia Nation's satellites inoperable. This was no longer a provocation, it was an open declaration of war. The transfer of satellite control authority from the Aerospace Administration to Northwest Aerospace was undoubtedly intended to elevate Deep Blue to the primary satellite role. Previously, they never imagined Deep Blue would ascend so swiftly. Originally, it would have undergone at least 1 or 2 months of trial operation. Only after comprehensive functional verification would Deep Blue have a chance to become the primary satellite. But now, following the Lighthouse Nation's betrayal, the Space Administration had no choice but to deploy Deep Blue as a replacement. Moreover, as expected, the Ministry of Defense is likely convening an emergency meeting right now. This time, Xia Nation must make a clear statement: no war. Otherwise, the Lighthouse Nation might truly take them for pushovers. Of course, before the Ministry of Defense could act, Northwest Aerospace no. More precisely, the Deep Blue satellite moved first. Sun Lianshan had Fang Ming's microcomputer delivered to the control station, and the attack module hidden within the Deep Blue satellite was immediately activated. Outside Blue Star, a vast expanse of pale blue hexagons flickered into view, completely blocking all electromagnetic radiation emanating from the distant source. On the satellite function data screen at the control station, vast amounts of attack module data loaded. The suspended display at the launch center showed images transmitted back by the space telescope. In high orbit, swirling blue hexagons interlocked to form 5 distinct hollow rings. All eyes looked upward. The counterattack had begun. Lighthouse Nation Space Agency, Monitoring Hall. Director. The signals from those 5 Xia satellites have reappeared. The technical team leader stared intently at the red dots on the radar monitoring screen and exclaimed. Others rushed over, their faces drained of color. Satellite X was still continuously emitting electromagnetic radiation. Why hadn't Xia Nation's 5 satellites malfunctioned? Cohen suddenly felt an extremely ominous premonition and instinctively looked at the 9-grid pattern on the large screen. A pattern of blue hexagons abruptly materialized in the high orbit of Xia Nation's satellites. The hexagons shifted positions, and countless flashes of light erupted along the surrounding orbits. Cohen's eyes reflected the flickering points of light in the display, his pupils abruptly contracting. If he remembered correctly, those points of light in orbit seemed to be. Damn it! Those are our X satellites. Shutak shouted abruptly, his face turning deathly pale as his body shook violently. If he hadn't misread it, every orbit housing an X satellite appeared to have detonated. What's happening? What exactly has Xia Nation done? How could the X satellites explode? And the blast radius is spreading. It looks exactly like a nuclear blast. Madman! Did Xia Nation use nuclear weapons against our satellites? Impossible. Look closely, each explosion is precisely targeted. Nuclear weapons couldn't achieve such pinpoint strikes over such a small area. God! The X satellite, 99% destroyed. The heads of the Lighthouse Nation's regional bases were gripped by panic. When did Xia Nation develop such terrifying technological weapons? They weren't fools. They immediately connected the dots. Those 5 objects launched by Xia must be directly linked to the X satellite's destruction. What was truly terrifying, however, was that from their monitoring room, they couldn't discern how the enemy had attacked the X satellite. Cohen's dedicated device vibrated incessantly. His face remained impassive even without checking it, he already knew what had happened. Their next-generation X satellite was completely destroyed. At the Northwest Aerospace Launch Center, an engineer from the Aerospace Weapons Division rushed excitedly to Fang Ming's side. Academician Fang Ming, that attack just now, it must have simulated a nuclear reaction using the neutron transition principle, right? Correct. I mentioned it in the original proposal. This attack module is called the mini proton bomb. Fang Ming smiled and explained, neutron transition triggers beta decay, creating an unstable atomic nucleus that is then released to deliver a pinpoint strike on the target. The proton bomb's destructive power is minimal, and the harmful radiation energy is absorbed and utilized by Deep Blue, making it appear completely controllable on the surface. During satellite development, I never witnessed concrete results. Seeing this today truly astonished me. Impressive. The veteran engineer couldn't help but give Fang Ming a thumbs up. Yan Fangwei, a renowned military expert from Xia Nation, had worked at a Ministry of Defense military base and was one of the nation's few senior R&D engineers for advanced technological weapons. Notably, he was also the lead developer of Xia Nation's renowned Long-30 heavy fighter jet. Having joined Fang Ming in building this satellite, Yan Fangwei now saw the ingenious design of its attack modules. Compared to Fang Ming's creations, the fighter jet he had developed felt like child's play. Witnessing the lighthouse nation's satellite explode, he realized for the first time that nuclear detonations could be utilized in such ways. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Watching the lighthouse nation's X-satellites plummet one by one, veteran engineers like Sun Lianshan felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. As for the lighthouse nation potentially flying into a rage afterward, they couldn't care less. Even if the lighthouse nation attacked now, they wouldn't flinch. To be honest, without Deep Blue's countermeasures, the Ministry of Defense would likely have ordered an attack. It was precisely Deep Blue's assistance that averted a military confrontation between the two nations. Xia Nation has truly achieved technological dominance over the lighthouse nation in the aerospace domain. Not only that, but after Deep Blue became the primary satellite, it triggered a nationwide earthquake. Chapter 55. This counterattack feels so good. Holy crap! I heard our country is now using the latest generation satellite system? Yeah, those 5 satellites launched just recently. Ha! I heard our satellites had another incident, so they had no choice but to use this new generation. The Space Administration released an announcement the new satellites are called Deep Blue. Sounds pretty impressive. Whether it's impressive or not depends on how it performs in real use. After Deep Blue became Xia Nation's primary satellite system, netizens flooded online forums with complaints. Their words clearly revealed deep distrust toward the new generation of satellites. Moreover, many insiders felt uneasy upon hearing the primary satellite also carried the word nano. While the development prospects for nanosatellites are indeed promising, most people's thinking remains stuck at the level of conventional communication satellites. Some domestic civilian satellite experts even argued that replacing the Zhogong satellite with a nanosatellite as the primary satellite was a colossal mistake. The National Space Administration has not responded to these concerns. Because outsiders have no idea what terrifying events unfolded in the Northwest just hours after the satellite launch. The Space Administration conducted a comprehensive performance evaluation of the Deep Blue satellite through its ground control station. When the results came in, the experts at the administration were utterly stunned. They never imagined a satellite could perform like this. Deep Blue not only encompassed all the functions of the Beidou satellite but surpassed them in every aspect. What shocked them most was its uniquely designed self-defense counterattack capability. According to their understanding, the small proton bomb that destroyed the lighthouse nation's X satellite was merely the tip of the iceberg for the Deep Blue satellite. Other terrifying technological weapons remained untapped. With only 5 Deep Blue satellites in total, achieving such comprehensive functionality to perfection while also possessing formidable offensive capabilities, just how much cutting-edge technological achievement had Deep Blue condensed within it? The senior engineers at headquarters had to admit, the Northwest Space Base is formidable. Deep Blue satellite, impressive. The general administration had no intention of responding to external voices. They knew Deep Blue's sheer power would silence all skepticism. Sure enough, within days of Deep Blue becoming the primary satellite, the public's attitude underwent a complete reversal. Truly unbeatable. Deep Blue's signal reaches nearly every corner of the world. Navigation accuracy down to 0.1 meters. In my lifetime, I actually get to use a positioning system as precise as military navigation. This is just too amazing. Since Deep Blue's navigation system launched, autonomous vehicles' obstacle avoidance and error tolerance have skyrocketed. Fully autonomous driving might become reality very soon. Deep Blue is also incredibly powerful in weather forecasting. For impending meteorological disasters, its calculations achieve an accuracy rate never below 90%. Ha ha ha. Can you imagine? Our company's unmanned delivery network, integrated with Deep Blue's navigation system, has already reached remote mountain villages. And in water conservancy, Weibo and Douyin platforms were flooded with articles and videos all praise. The emergence of Deep Blue satellites has directly accelerated technological advancements across Xia Nation. Within the tech community, satellite enthusiasts were flooding the Northwest Aerospace Base with inquiries. Upon learning of Deep Blue's technological prowess, domestic scientists were equally fired up, eager to pursue advanced studies at the Northwest Aerospace Base. The technological sophistication embedded within the Deep Blue satellite was simply too advanced, too astonishing. It has become an epoch-making treasure in Xia Nation's aerospace field, captivating countless people. To aerospace researchers, those 5 brilliant Deep Blue satellites orbiting in space were undoubtedly the most romantic works of art in the world. Although the Deep Blue satellites dealt a crushing blow to the Lighthouse Nation, the people of Xia had not forgotten how the Lighthouse Nation had previously treated the Beidou satellites. They waited. And they waited. The Deep Blue satellites from Northwest Aerospace have earned the nation immense prestige. Now, they demand to see the nation's stance. As one of Blue Star's major powers, Xia's citizens absolutely refuse to see their nation appear weak and submissive on the global stage. With the Deep Blue satellite in place, they now have ample reason to stand firm. Yet, to everyone's surprise, before the Ministry of Defense or Foreign Affairs could respond, the Lighthouse Nation struck first. The Lighthouse Nation's foreign ministry issued a stern indictment against Xia Nation over the destruction of their X-satellite. The Lighthouse Nation asserted that Xia's actions violated the World Peace Treaty, inflicting immeasurable losses upon them and severely hampering their space program's development. They further declared that if Xia Nation failed to provide compensation and an apology, the Lighthouse Federation would take action. The revelations made by the Lighthouse Nation's foreign ministry at the press conference sent shockwaves through many nations. They had assumed Xia Nation would not dare retaliate, yet unexpectedly, the situation took a dramatic turn shortly thereafter. But how could Xia dare to shoot down the Lighthouse Nation's satellite? After all, the Lighthouse Nation had always acted with unchecked arrogance. Retaliating like this, had they grown tired of living? Seeing the Lighthouse Nation expose its own secrets, the Xia Nation's Ministry of Defense saw no need for further concealment. It directly disclosed the Lighthouse Nation's use of electromagnetic radiation to attack Xia's satellites at the time. Simultaneously, the ministry deliberately hinted at the formidable technological capabilities of the Deep Blue satellite. If the Lighthouse Nation dared to go to war, they wouldn't back down. With the Deep Blue satellite's advanced reconnaissance and positioning capabilities, once it crosses national borders, the Lighthouse Nation's military movements would be impossible to conceal. Moreover, if the Lighthouse Nation isn't afraid of an energy cannon suddenly descending from outer space, then bring it on. The Xia State Ministry of Foreign Affairs responded to the Lighthouse Nation based on the Ministry of Defense's directives. Regarding the Lighthouse Nation's prior accidental damage to Xia Nation's Beidou satellite, they would neither compromise nor accept apologies. Those who commit wrongdoing must bear responsibility and pay the price. This tit-for-tat exchange leaves both nations even. May the Lighthouse Nation think twice before acting in the future. The statements from the Ministry of National Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs resonated deeply with countless citizens. Exactly. You can attack us, but why can't we retaliate? Exactly. The Beacon Nation is used to bullying others. They ambushed us during our satellite launch, utterly shameless. Deep Blue is awesome. It even carried advanced weapons. That's exactly how you should handle them. 666. That's my great Xia for you. This counterattack is satisfying. The Lighthouse Nation has been bullying others for years. After taking down Beidou, they tried to go after Deep Blue. Now they're getting a taste of their own medicine. Ha ha ha. Truly a super satellite. Northwest Aerospace has done our Xia Nation proud. The Lighthouse Nation never imagined Deep Blue could strike ground targets. Attacks from space scared yet? Upon learning Deep Blue's astonishing capabilities, the Lighthouse Nation seethed in silence. With such terrifying satellite technology, how could they dare to act rashly? This time, they could only swallow their anger. But the Lighthouse Nation wouldn't let this go so easily. On the afternoon of June 3rd, while organizing materials in the base laboratory, Fang Ming suddenly received a call from Wang He. Fang Ming, I have some bad news. Chapter 56, The Invitation from Science Cube. Later this month, the Global Science Summit will be held in Dazhou, Lighthouse Nation. Science Cube has specifically requested your attendance. Wang He's tone was grave as he relayed the message to Fang Ming. The Science Cube wants me to attend? Fang Ming was slightly taken aback. The Science Cube, the largest scientific organization on Blue Star. The Science Cube belongs to no single nation, situated on the Yali Peninsula in Blue Star's Western Ocean. This organization gathered numerous top scientists from around the world. They operated without profit motives, fully dedicated to advancing Blue Star's technological development. The Science Cube was a place countless researchers dreamed of joining, a place where people would fight tooth and nail for a spot. Within its walls, anyone could access the world's most advanced scientific technologies. Whether publicly disclosed or classified, all members gain first-hand access to cutting-edge innovations. The Science Cube can be described as a paradise for global researchers. Indeed, the Science Cube has recently recognized your newly developed lithography machine as one of the greatest scientific achievements of this century. Wang Yi nodded and couldn't help but sigh. This should be good news, but the Lighthouse Nation has publicly declared that their team recently cracked the core principles of the new lithography machine. Therefore, at this Global Science Summit, Science Cube wants you to attend and verify the authenticity. Is that so? Fang Ming pondered. After all, few could derive the dimensional formula for light. Given the current scientific community's understanding of spatial dimensions, reverse engineering the core principles of the new lithography machine would be incredibly difficult. But then again, deducing the dimensional formula in such a short time wasn't entirely impossible. The world is vast enough to harbor a few brilliant geniuses. He had exploited the time differential in the technology lab to its absolute limit, which was how he had pulled ahead of the others. If a tech genius would need 10 years to develop a new lithography machine, Fang Ming would require 50. Fang Ming's mental timeline likely leads ordinary people by half a century. For true super geniuses, their intellect cannot be measured solely by time. With their innate cognitive gifts, discovering a theory like relativity might take them only a few years. If the Lighthouse Nation harbors such individuals, deciphering the dimensional formula of light would hardly be surprising. That's the intelligence coming from the Lighthouse Nation, but it's unclear whether they're just laying smokescreens. Wang Yi sighed, feeling profoundly powerless in the standoff with the Lighthouse Nation. The Lighthouse Nation had long been a titan in Blue Star's chip industry, while Xia Nation's breakthroughs in this field could be attributed to Fang Ming's meteoric rise. Faced with the Lighthouse Nation's underhanded tactics, Wang He lacked the confidence to confront them head-on. After much deliberation, he decided to call Fang Ming. It's possible the Lighthouse Nation really did crack our technology, who knows? Fang Ming chuckled. The Global Science Summit is giving us such a big platform. I'll go meet with them. But I'm worried. Wang He trailed off. Are you worried this might be a trap, old Wang? Fang Ming asked with a smile. Wang He couldn't help but smile bitterly. You're quite optimistic. This is exactly a trap. Fang Ming sighed. What choice do I have? The Lighthouse Nation can mobilize the Science Cube to speak on their behalf. If I don't go, who knows what other obstacles might be waiting for me in the future. Since you've made up your mind, I can't really say anything. Wang Yi's tone was resigned. Then, as if remembering something, he added, oh, right. Tingqian asked me to pass on a message. She said to go all out at Northwest Aerospace. As for the Chip Research Center, she'll take over for you. Fang Ming scratched his nose. Tell her I hope she follows through. I'll be watching her results. You know what? She's actually working pretty hard these days. That's good to hear. After exchanging a few more casual words with Wang He, Fang Ming finally ended the call. Setting his phone aside, Fang Ming's expression darkened. The power of the Lighthouse Nation was far more formidable than he'd imagined. He glanced at his phone calendar early June now, with a little time left before the end of the month. He wasn't particularly concerned about the Global Science Summit. His sole focus now was to quickly accumulate the second civilization point for the Super Tech Lab. After Deep Blue's launch, the civilization points in the Super Tech Lab had increased from 110 to 1.510. His initial conjecture had proven entirely correct. Developing the project's results in the real world caused the corresponding changes in civilization points. This Deep Blue wasn't a complete unit, but Fang Ming had done his utmost to create a prototype version. It was precisely this incomplete version that added 0.5 to the civilization points. Fang Ming had assumed this 0.5 point wouldn't make much difference, but to his surprise, precisely because of this half point, the Super Tech Lab displayed a prompt. 3.5 civilization points remain to activate the civilization evolution quest. When civilization is destroyed. Since only 0.5 civilization points had been gained, the prompt was incomplete, leaving only the ambiguous message, when civilization is destroyed. Even this fragmentary hint sent a chill down Fang Ming's spine. Activating the civilization mission was easy enough to grasp. Achieving the Super Tech Lab's projects in the real world would naturally propel civilization forward. But what exactly did civilization destruction mean? This incomplete hint left Fang Ming feeling an urgent sense of urgency. He desperately wanted to immediately create the complete Deep Blue entity, fill the remaining 0.5 civilization points, and see what came next. But with current scientific capabilities, developing a complete Deep Blue satellite was utterly impossible. Taking a step-by-step approach, he must start from other avenues, developing various advanced instruments to lay the groundwork for the complete Deep Blue. This process would take at least 1 or 2 years, and could stretch to 5 or even 8 years. What if he pursued other unfinished research projects to compensate for the missing civilization points? But would exploiting such loopholes even be feasible? Moreover, certain challenging projects within the technology lab remained unresolved. Just as Fang Ming was deep in thought, his phone vibrated twice. Glancing at the notification, he immediately hailed a dedicated vehicle and headed to Sun Liangshan's office. Academician Fang Ming, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? As soon as Fang Ming entered, Sun Liangshan stepped forward with a grave expression. I already have a rough idea about the bad news. Tell me the good news. Fang Ming looked at Sun Liangshan and shook his head. The invitation from Science Cube couldn't have come without Sun Liangshan's knowledge. So someone has already informed you. Sun Liangshan gave a wry smile and patted Fang Ming on the shoulder. Then let's talk about the good news. The National Space Administration, recognizing your outstanding performance, wishes to appoint you as Chief Engineer of the National Satellite Research Institute. The appointment has already been finalized. I refuse. Before Sun Liangshan could finish, Fang Ming flatly refused. Chapter 57, because of him. What? Sun Liangshan thought he must have misheard. The National Satellite Research Institute was a frontline department of Xia Nation's aerospace program. Countless aerospace researchers fought tooth and nail just for a chance to secure a position there. And Fang Ming? He was appointed directly to the highest level leadership position. And he refused? Was he dissatisfied with the benefits offered by the Aerospace Administration? Sun Liangshan paused, then spoke earnestly. Academician Fang Ming, you are still young and may not fully understand the role of Chief Engineer at the National Research Institute. Let me be clear, once you take this position, you become a pillar of the nation. Your daily necessities, including food, clothing, housing, transportation, and even medical care, yours and your families will be fully covered by the state. At your rank, you would even be on par with most military district commanders. Chief Engineer Sunday. Fang Ming felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He waved his hand dismissively. It's not that I find the benefits inadequate. For me, it's simply that this position comes with too many restrictions. Too many restrictions? Sun Liangshan didn't understand what Fang Ming meant. First, I transferred to Northwest Aerospace from the Lingxin base. My research extends far beyond satellites. Fang Ming's expression turns serious. There's so much more I want to achieve. Hearing this, Sun Liangshan was speechless for a long moment. Indeed, Fang Ming had first developed a new type of lithography machine in the chip field. After joining Northwest Aerospace, he miraculously created an air rocket engine and a nuclear fusion battery. Now, he had gone on to develop the Deep Blue satellite, a project that had stunned the world. Such achievements were unmatched by anyone. Who could say for certain that this young man wouldn't achieve similar heights in other fields? Assigning such a versatile technological talent to a fixed department was indeed a waste. After coming to terms with this, Sun Liangshan sighed helplessly and said, I understand. I'll discuss your situation with higher-ups. Then, he chuckled, but you deserve immense credit for developing the Deep Blue satellite. The notice for the National Outstanding Scientific Research Workers Commendation Conference has been issued. It's in 2 days. As the chief developer, you will certainly be recognized for your contributions. A commendation ceremony? Fang Ming was a bit surprised. Developing the Deep Blue satellite wasn't just my achievement. Don't be modest. Without you, our nation wouldn't have pulled off such a stunning comeback. Sun Liangshan gave Fang Ming a firm pat on the shoulder, his eyes filled with affirmation. Fang Ming shook his head and smiled faintly, saying nothing more on the matter. By the way, have you made up your mind about the Global Science Summit? Sun Liangshan's expression suddenly turned serious. Fang Ming nodded. I'll attend. Hearing his answer, Sun Liangshan paused for a moment. Then, a hint of concern flickered in his eyes, but it was overshadowed by relief. The Ministry of National Defense has prepared contingency plans. If you go, the entire nation will stand as your solid backing. Fang Ming smiled faintly. Then I can rest assured. 2 days later, the National Outstanding Scientific Research Workers Commendation Conference commenced as scheduled. This commendation ceremony was held at the Science Grand Hall of the Yenjing Academy of Sciences in the capital of Xiao Nation. Major state media outlets gathered, their live cameras trained on the award podium above the auditorium. The ceremony was unprecedented in scale. In addition to invited national scientific leaders, key figures from the military and government were also in attendance. Initiated by the state, the ceremony required no prior hype. Within a short time, this ceremony became the focal point of national attention. Since the successful launch of the Deep Blue satellite, many citizens had been discussing which engineers led its development. It was precisely because of the Deep Blue satellite's formidable capabilities that Xiao Nation was able to deliver a thunderous counterattack against the lighthouse nation's provocations. The aerospace workers behind Deep Blue are absolute heroes in the hearts of the people. Now, the moment of revelation had arrived. As the camera pans, the commendation ceremony begins. This year marks an exceptionally significant chapter in Xiao Nation's history. A middle-aged man in a crisp military uniform stood on the stage, his gaze sharp. His temples were streaked with gray, and his dignified presence radiated an overwhelming sense of integrity. This man was Zhang Hao, director of the National Science and Technology Administration. Stepping before the microphone, he spoke slowly. This year, Xiao Nation has endured many trials. Our national chip industry faced foreign sanctions, our satellites were destroyed. In this era, technological prowess largely defines a nation's comprehensive strength. Insufficient technological strength leaves a nation vulnerable to constraints and bullying at every turn. We have endured this long enough. With the advent of our new lithography machines, superchips, and Deep Blue satellites, our nation has finally breached the technological blockade. All this is thanks to the monumental contributions of the Chip Research Center and Northwest Aerospace. Without them, Xiao Nation would not have achieved what it has today. Having said this, he turned to the researchers of the Chip Research Center present and bowed deeply. Then, Zhang Hao turned to the Northwest Aerospace engineers beside him and bowed deeply once more. The faces of veteran figures like Wang He and Sun Liangshan flashed before his eyes. Seeing these faces, the audience couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. They were all exceptionally outstanding scientists in the country, selflessly dedicated to advancing our nation's technological strength. Zhang Hao stood ramrod straight once more and declared with full resonance, "Next, we will highlight a rising star among the new generation of researchers. He is also the first scientist to be honored on stage today." He raised his right hand slightly, pointing toward the front row of the Northwest Aerospace delegation. The camera followed the gesture, revealing only one young man seated in the front row. He is the chief developer of the new Generation 1 nanometer lithography machine, the chief developer of the air rocket engine and nuclear fusion battery, and the chief developer of the Deep Blue satellite. Fang Ming. As the final name echoed throughout the auditorium, the young man rose calmly. All eyes in the hall focused on him, every camera lens trained on his clear, determined face. Witnessing this scene, the entire nation was shaken. Young admirers of Fang Ming were utterly awestruck. Damn impressive. Ming God, you're ing awesome. I knew it. If Ming could develop the two major components of the concept, how could the Deep Blue satellite be without him? He's truly godlike. No wonder the Deep Blue satellite feels so groundbreaking. It was designed by academician Fang Ming. Holy crap! I'm bowing down. Our great Xia nation has produced such a godlike figure. He's off the charts. Reviving Xia? Only God Ming can do it. Chief developer of the Deep Blue satellite? Absolute game changer. Unbelievable. Goodness gracious. Fang Ming is so handsome. In the Chip Research Center, Zhao Tingxian sat in her office, gazing at the figure on the screen with deep admiration. Her student was truly reaching new heights. As her thoughts drifted, the phone on her desk suddenly rang. Her gaze shifted slightly. It was a call from her grandfather, Zhao Qianfeng. Xiao Qian, the controlled nuclear fusion project is being restarted. Hearing her grandfather's words, Zhao Tingxian was startled. She tentatively asked, "Are you confident?" Zhao Qianfeng paused for a moment on the other end. "Although we're starting from scratch, I'm now certain we have a chance of success." "Why?" "Because we have Fang Ming." Chapter 58, New Journal. The commendation ceremony continued. Fang Ming stood on the podium, delivered a few inspiring remarks, and then proceeded to the commendation segment. Zhang Hao took the microphone and announced loudly, "Comrade Fang Ming has demonstrated outstanding performance in national chip research. He discovered core technologies for next-generation lithography machines and developed a 1-nanometer lithography machine and an integrated 1-nanometer chip production system. He is hereby awarded the first-class merit for scientific research achievement." The audience outside erupted in cheers upon hearing the phrase first-class merit. As everyone knows, domestic reports of third-class, second-class, and first-class merits are most commonly associated with military and police personnel. To receive a first-class merit without holding a police or military rank signaled an extraordinary contribution to the nation. Academicians and engineers like Fang Ming might only hold civil service positions. But receiving a first-class merit medal now elevates his standing to that of a non-commissioned officer. He even enjoys honors equivalent to a general's rank. Moreover, a first-class merit award is no easy feat to obtain in Xia Nation. There's a saying in the military that captures it well. Third-class merits are received standing up, second-class merits lying down, and first-class merits are received by family members. This alone demonstrates how exceptionally rare a first-class merit award truly is. Zhang Hao did not lower the microphone at this moment. Comrade Fang Ming, through the design and development of the Deep Blue satellite, demonstrated bold experimentation and the courage to break through technological innovation, making significant contributions to our nation's satellite defense efforts. For this, he is hereby awarded the first-class merit in national defense aerospace research. The citizens watching the live broadcast were stunned. 2 first-class merits. Look at that face on stage, so young it's almost unbelievable. At 23 years old, he was a living, breathing double first-class merit recipient. Fang Ming truly embodied the saying, "A life of greatness needs no explanation." To earn 2 first-class merits at such a young age, no one in the country could possibly surpass that. Holy crap! Mingshan truly lives up to his name. He's simply beyond our reach. This must be divine favor. Look at what the legendary Ming has developed. Every single one is groundbreaking. True. Even without mentioning academician Fang Ming's new lithography machine, his Deep Blue satellite design alone would be enough to win awards by the bucketful. The prowess of the Deep Blue satellite and the next-gen lithography machine is plain for all to see. The double first-class merit awards are well-deserved. It would be hard to justify if he didn't receive them. 6,666. With the college entrance exams approaching, I'd better have my daughter pay her respects to academician Fang Ming's photo first. That's going a bit far. Even before the commendation ceremony concluded, online searches for Fang Ming had already flooded the internet. Terms like Pillar of the Nation, God of Xia's Technology, and Academician with 2 first-class merits. Endless accolades poured forth. This time, Fang Ming wasn't just idolized by the younger generation. Even many parents and elders started talking about this extraordinary figure. Some elders followed their children's lead, changing their WeChat profile pictures to Fang Ming. They were now experiencing the thrill of idol worship, not for some teen heartthrob, but for Xia Nation's youngest tech genius. Fang Ming's dual first-class merit awards instantly elevated him to a phenomenon-level figure in Xia Nation. Even the top-tier celebrities and actors now pale in comparison. Fang Ming's brilliance ignited the fighting spirit in countless people. Technology, innovation, national strength. Crushed the entertainment sections into dust. Few people paid attention to those nutritionally empty fast food content anymore. Countless citizens threw themselves into learning scientific knowledge. Without studying and learning, they simply couldn't keep up with Fang Ming, this rising star. Fang Ming had no idea that, unbeknownst to him, he had ignited a new wave of technological fervor across Xia Nation. After Zhao Tingxian finished her call with her grandfather, she stared at the screen, her mind restless. The commendation ceremony was still underway, but she had lost all interest in watching. As far as she knew, the nuclear fusion research base her grandfather had once led had long been sealed off, and all departments had been disbanded. Starting from scratch, even if her grandfather reassembled the original team, they likely wouldn't have much confidence. Gazing at Fang Ming on the screen, Zhao Tingqian felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Although Fang Ming had provided her grandfather with some inspiration, it pertained to controlled nuclear fusion, not the elusive goal of complete nuclear fusion. If he joined this project, could he solve this century-old problem? Zhao Tingqian let out a wry smile. Even with Fang Ming on board, achieving controlled nuclear fusion seemed a distant hope. Buzz. Her phone vibrated. She glanced at it, a message from her mentor, Lu Surui. Tingqian, I need to talk to you. When are you free? Seeing the location tag attached to the message, Zhao Tingqian realized Lu Sur must have something urgent to discuss. Without hesitation, she stood up and replied, right now. 20 minutes later, in a private room on the third floor of the Longke Academy research cafeteria. Senior. As soon as Zhao Tingqian entered, a young man with a mature demeanor stepped forward to greet her. Shen Tian? Zhao Tingqian looked somewhat surprised. Long Jiaozhou and Gao Zhuang sat at the round table. Upon seeing Zhao Tingqian, they politely addressed her as senior sister. Zhao Tingqian nodded to them in acknowledgement. Her gaze swept around the private room. Only the three of them were present. Lu Surui was nowhere to be seen. Sis, have a seat. Shen Tian gestured toward the chair in front of her. Zhao Tingqian sat down next to Long Jiaozhou, a look of puzzlement still on her face. Senior sister, the professor and the other two professors are tied up. We'll relay the details to you. Shen Tian cut straight to the point. Our country is about to establish a specialized scientific research journal. Due to insufficient domestic academic research output, the Academic Bureau needs to engage professional researchers to write specialized scientific papers. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingqian seemed to grasp something, a flicker of surprise crossing her beautiful eyes. Looks like you guessed it too, senior sister. Gao Zhuang picked up the thread and added, the new journal our country is launching is designed to rival scientific publications like Nature in Science. It's not just benchmarking. Before he could finish, Long Jiaozhou cut him off. Long Jiaozhou pouted. Nature and Science barely publish any worthwhile research papers these days. Every year, PhD and graduate students flood those journals trying to pad their SCI metrics. Gao Zhuang felt a bit awkward. Actually, Long Jiaozhou is right. In recent years, Nature and Science have published a lot of subpar papers. But their authority is still undeniable. Zhao Tingqian nodded in agreement. To establish an international scientific journal, you must have sufficiently authoritative research achievements. Our country is actually a bit weak in this area. Unless we can produce academic achievements that influence the world, no matter how many people we recruit, we'll only be limited to domestic talent. Speaking of which, she couldn't help but recall Fang Ming's research findings on nanomaterials. If that conclusion could be published in a new domestic journal, it might play a crucial role. Unfortunately, those unscrupulous individuals had already plagiarized the findings. Senior sister, you may not be aware, but we now hold 3 world-class academic achievements. Gao Zhuan raised 3 fingers, a smile playing on his lips. Long Jiaozhou followed suit, her tone turning mysterious, and they all originate from the same person. Chapter 59, The Gathering. Zhao Tingqian's eyes flickered slightly. She had a faint idea who Long Jiaozhou was referring to. Could you elaborate? She couldn't help asking. Long Jiaozhou's cherry lips curved upward. Senior sister, not now. We have to wait for our project advisor to return. Senior sister, let's eat first. It's our treat. Gao Zhuang flashed Zhao Tingqian a smile, awkwardly steering the conversation elsewhere. Shen Tian was very considerate, taking out his phone to scan the QR code on the table for ordering. I'm not very hungry. Just a cup of milk coffee for me. Zhao Tingqian nodded, clearly seeing through the trio's teasing. She didn't call them out on it. Even though she knew the person in question was Fang Ming, she was still curious about the 3 world-class academic achievements Gao Zhuang had mentioned earlier. While waiting for their order, Long Jiaozhou and the others shared with Zhao Tingqian some of what they'd learned from following Fang Ming recently. Throughout their conversation, wave after wave of astonishment washed over Zhao Tingqian. Even knowing Fang Ming had made significant contributions in other fields, she never imagined the depth and breadth of his knowledge could be so vast. Long Jiaozhou and the others elaborated on many of the theoretical frameworks Fang Ming had imparted. They only mentioned specific terms and concepts, yet Zhao Tingqian was profoundly shaken. She couldn't help but smile bitterly to herself. She had hoped to catch up to Fang Ming through her own efforts, but now it seemed that in the realm of scientific research, catching up was out of the question. Merely touching the hem of his robe would be an incredible feat. 10 minutes later, the private room door swung open as Lu Surui led the 3 of them inside. Professor, Professor Ren, Professor Hua. Zhao Tingqian rose first to greet them. Professors Ren Lian and Hua Chenggang were both veteran faculty members at Longke University, names she knew all too well. But when her gaze fell upon the figure at the rear, her heart skipped a beat. This man was roughly the same age as Lu Surui and the other 2 Longke University professors, but he wore an old-fashioned gray robe and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. To the uninitiated, he might be mistaken for a private tutor who had traveled through time from the Republican era. Yet the moment that unmistakably refined and gentle face appeared, it commanded respect throughout the entire academic community. He was none other than Kong Mingqing, director of the National Academic Bureau. Director Kong. Shen Tian and the others immediately rose to their feet, respectfully ushering the 4 guests to their seats. They had clearly recognized Kong Mingqing as well. No need for formalities, please, everyone sit down. Kong Mingqing carried himself like a kind-hearted neighborly elder, without a trace of pretension, making everyone feel as if bathed in spring breeze. Once everyone was seated, Kong glanced at the 3 senior professors, Lu Surui and the others, and smiled. My old friends have already shared their thoughts with me. The matter of the new journal is now on my agenda. But who exactly is this prodigy? Shouldn't you invite him over so I can meet him? Lu Surui looked troubled and replied awkwardly, Brother Kong, to be honest, we haven't informed him yet. Hearing this, Kong Mingqing froze, and Zhao Tingqian was also stunned for a few seconds. Shen Tian, Gao Shuang, and Long Jiaozhou all flushed simultaneously, quietly turning their heads away, unable to speak. After all, this whole scheme had been their brainchild. Lu Surui cleared his throat, instinctively glancing toward Ren Lian and Hua Chenggang. When they had approached Kong Mingqing earlier, they had been full of confidence, even referring to Fang Ming as a mysterious prodigy, which had piqued the old bureau chief's curiosity to no end. The act had been played out perfectly, but now, at this critical moment, he was unsure. Ren Lian and Hua Chenggang kept their eyes fixed on their noses fixed on their hearts, a clear signal that Lu Surui should handle it himself. Lu Suro silently cursed the two for their lack of loyalty, then turned his gaze to Zhao Tingqian. Tingqian, the meeting over there should be wrapped up by now. Could you help us get in touch with him? Me? Zhao Tingqian froze, tempted to retort, why don't you two handle it yourselves? But seeing Lu Sui's insistent glances, she instantly understood. Damn it, she knew it wouldn't be that simple. Faced with Shen Tian and the others' grandiose claims, she genuinely believed the academic bureau wanted her to write a research paper. Little did she know the new journal was still in the negotiation phase, and even those 3 world-class academic achievements might not get published. She couldn't help but cover her forehead lightly. She pulled out her phone and dialed Fang Ming's private number. Once the call connected, she immediately activated speakerphone. The commendation ceremony's over, right? Swing by the research cafeteria when you can. I need to discuss something important with you, official business. Alright, I'll be right over. A youthful voice replied, and the call ended quickly. On the other end, Fang Ming put down his phone and glanced at the director of the Research Administration Bureau beside him, as well as several other high-ranking officials standing behind him. Director Zhang, I'll have to skip the celebration banquet. Someone needs to discuss business with me. No problem. It won't take long. If it's convenient, we can go together. Zhang Hao said to Fang Ming with a smile. If Director Zhang doesn't mind, then let's go together. Fang Ming smiled back. Since it was official business, there was no need to avoid it. Zhang Hao nodded and turned to look at Sun Liangshan, Wang He, and the other veteran researchers. Sun Liangshan and the others naturally had no objections. Instead, they were curious who would seek out Fang Ming at this critical juncture. Over at the research cafeteria, Kong Mingqing wore a faint smile as he silently observed Lu Surui and the others. The voice from earlier felt vaguely familiar, yet he dared not be too certain. The 3 senior professors from Longke University were utterly embarrassed, while Shen Tian and his group kept their heads bowed, their mouths sealed shut as if glued shut. They held Kong Mingqing in the utmost respect and feared he might take offense. Observing their expressions, Kong Mingqing felt both amused and exasperated. How could he possibly blame them? If those 3 problems were truly solved, he'd gladly beg on his knees if necessary. Back then, he had gone to the Lighthouse Nation for advanced studies, achieving remarkable accomplishments in physics and mathematics, eager to return and serve his homeland. Little did he know that the Lighthouse Nation, recognizing his talent, compelled him to serve in their educational system for 5 years. During that time, his personal freedom was restricted. Even members of the Lighthouse Nation's Congress offered generous terms to tempt him into changing his nationality. He remained unmoved, unwilling to abandon his ancestral homeland and become a citizen of the land of the white people. After enduring immense hardship to return to his homeland, he immediately applied his years of research on the Zhou conjecture to refine the distribution theory of Mersenne primes. He then extended his work into astrophysics, introducing the concept linking dark matter and gravity. His theory on the interplay between dark matter and gravity once sent shockwaves through Blue Star's astrophysics community. It was precisely these achievements in mathematics and physics that established him as an academic authority in the early days of Xia Nation. After several twists and turns, he established the National Academic Bureau in response to foreign academic monopolies. His original intention in doing all this was to enable Xia to achieve breakthroughs in scientific research and academia. Even when faced with foreign blockades, he sought to forge a path through adversity. Unfortunately, since its establishment, the Bureau has produced few noteworthy academic achievements. Apart from a few senior professors, no one in the country would submit their research findings to the Bureau. For many, the first choice for publication remains those foreign scientific journals. Faced with this reality, Kong Mingqing could only sigh in resignation. If a major academic breakthrough were to emerge and be accepted by the Academic Bureau, the current state of Xia Nation's scientific research community could be transformed. He saw a glimmer of hope in figures like Lu Surui. Now, he was determined to seize this opportunity at all costs, even if it meant begging, he would secure that person's approval. Soon, a commotion erupted downstairs. Through the window, the group in the private room watched as a young man, surrounded by officers, academicians, and engineers, made his way toward the research cafeteria. Chapter 60, what kind of academic achievement could it be? Researchers eating in the cafeteria looked up, stunned into silence. Director Zhang. An academician Wang He, those people beside him. My goodness. Ming Shen? Am I seeing this right? It's Ming Shen. Are they actually coming to eat at the research cafeteria? We're not even in the same league as these big shots. Why would they come here to eat? Could they be here for an inspection? At this thought, many researchers quickly straightened their posture. The cafeteria staff, now flustered, assembled in a line and stood on either side. Upon receiving the news, the cafeteria manager dashed straight to the first-floor lobby, positioning himself there before Zhang Hao and the others entered the cafeteria doors. Academician Fang. Director Zhang. You didn't even give us a heads up about your visit. What would everyone like to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare it right away. Before Fang Ming, Zhang Hao, and the others had even crossed the threshold, the manager enthusiastically stepped forward to greet them. We're not here to eat. Zhang Hao waved his hand. Ha! The manager's mouth fell open in stunned silence. His gaze darted repeatedly between the figures standing behind Zhang Hao. Any one of these men could be a high-ranking minister of the state. If they weren't here to dine. As the thought crossed his mind, cold sweat began to trickle down the manager's forehead. Don't be nervous. We're just here to look around. Once Academician Fang Ming is done, we'll leave. Zhang Hao patted the manager on the shoulder, glanced at Fang Ming beside him, and offered a gentle smile. Hearing their voices, people around them pricked up their ears. As everyone knew, the Dragon Academy's research cafeteria served as the dining spot for most ordinary researchers and interns. Shouldn't big shots like them be dining at the engineers' restaurant instead? Besides, it was common knowledge across the country that Fang Ming was the first national academician to receive 2 first-class merits simultaneously. What business could such a luminary possibly have in the research cafeteria? Director Zhang. Before the crowd could recover, an elderly man wearing round-rimmed glasses strolled up from the stairwell entrance. Behind him followed 3 senior professors and 4 young researchers. Whoa! Isn't that Director Kong from the Academic Bureau? Holy crap! What have I done to deserve seeing 2 bureau chiefs in this humble cafeteria? Good heavens! Who knew there was another one hiding upstairs? And that's not all. Look at those 3 elders following Mr. Kong. They're all professors from Longke University. This is huge. Something major is happening today. Overhearing the buzz around them, the 3 professors Lu Surui and his colleagues couldn't help but smile wryly. Originally, to avoid suspicion, they had deliberately chosen the relatively inconspicuous research cafeteria within Longke University. Little did they know, one phone call would draw them all here. Now, there was no hiding. But this was to be expected. With Fang Ming present, attracting attention was inevitable. Had they known it would turn out like this, they should have chosen a more suitable place for their discussion. Sir! Zhang Hao's respect for Kong Mingqing was palpable as he instinctively saluted him with a military-style salute. You brat! What's with all this formalities? Kong Mingqing laughed heartily and playfully punched Zhang Hao on the shoulder. Old habit. Zhang Hao stood ramrod straight and chuckled. Originally just a clerk in the military unit, Zhang Hao would never have risen to his current position had Kong Mingqing not recognized his potential. Kong Mingqing was not only a national hero but also the mentor who had recognized his potential and given him a chance. Director Kong. Wang Yi, Sun Liangsen, and the others spotted Kong Mingqing, their faces equally filled with respect as they stepped forward to greet him. The old gentleman's deeds had long been deeply ingrained in their hearts. To them, he was the true pillar of the nation. In modern times, countless examples exist of individuals who, after receiving state funding for research and education, succumbed to temptation and pursued further studies abroad. This brain drain has broken the hearts of countless veteran researchers. Those who could uphold national integrity like Kong Mingqing were becoming increasingly rare. The nation was truly fortunate to have such a patriotic scholar. After greeting the crowd, Kong Mingqing's gaze finally settled on the face of the only young man among the elders. He studied Fang Ming for a few moments, his eyes brimming with admiration, then extended his wrinkled right hand. Academician Fang Ming. For some reason, his voice trembled slightly. Mr. Kong. Fang Ming stepped forward to stand before Kong Mingqing, clasping the outstretched hand with both of his own, a smile spreading across his face. Seeing Zhao Tingqian and the others who had accompanied Kong Mingqing downstairs, he understood roughly what the official business mentioned on the phone entailed. Clearly, the person seeking his counsel this time was none other than the director of the National Academic Bureau. But he was puzzled. Hadn't he ever formally engaged in any academic research? Why would Director Kong seek him out? Academician Fang Ming, forgive my boldness, but regarding those three major academic issues, do you possess concrete evidence and research findings? Kong Mingqing fixed his gaze on Fang Ming, his eyes brimming with expectation. Three major academic issues? Zhang Hao looked toward Fang Ming, while Sun Liangsan, Wang He, and the others exchanged puzzled glances. They were curious which three major issues was Kong Mingqing referring to? The onlookers nearby, upon hearing that Fang Ming was engaged in academic research, found it utterly unbelievable. It was one thing to be strong in research, but to secretly delve into academic problems? Could a mere 23-year-old truly accomplish such feats? He was practically superhuman. Three major academic problems? Fang Ming was baffled. Hadn't he ever argued any academic issues? Suddenly, something occurred to him. He lifted his gaze toward Shintian and the other two, who were hiding behind Professors Lu Surui and the others, looking uneasy. Shintian and the others avoided his gaze. Fang Ming's mouth twitched. So it was these three stirring up trouble. He had wondered why Shintian and the others weren't at Northwest Aerospace after the Deep Blue satellite's successful development. Now he understood. He hadn't expected them to play such a big game, one that had even alarmed the director of the National Academic Bureau. After a few seconds of thought, Fang Ming replied to Kong Mingqing, "To be honest, Professor Kong, these three major academic issues have definitive evidence. But the responsibility lies not with me, but with them." With that, he gestured for Shintian and the others to approach. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shintian, Gao Zhuang, and Long Jiajiu awkwardly lowered their heads, stepping forward like students admitting their mistakes. The three senior professors from Longke University couldn't help but flush with embarrassment as they joined them at the front. Zhao Tingxian shook her head and followed suit. Unconcerned with Fang Ming's thoughts, Kong Mingqing seized his arm with overwhelming emotion upon receiving the affirmative answer. "Academician Fang Ming, you are truly a national treasure. This old man bows to you." With that, the elderly director bent both knees, preparing to sink to the ground. The crowd watched in stunned silence. "Mr. Kong, you mustn't." Fortunately, Fang Ming acted swiftly, grabbing Kong Mingqing and preventing him from kneeling. "Why not? You deserve this bow from me." Kong Mingqing glared with wide eyes, stubbornly trying to break free from Fang Ming's grasp. Zhang Hao and his group were utterly stunned. What kind of academic achievement could possibly make this old director willing to kneel? Chapter 61 P equals NP? Researchers dining nearby instinctively gasped at the scene. What academic achievement could be so formidable as to force this veteran pioneer to lower himself so? Fang Ming didn't release Kong Mingqing. If he let go when the old director knelt on the spot, it would cause a huge scene. "Old Kong, regarding those three academic problems, I've only provided proof outlines. The actual conclusions depend on whether they've completed them." Fang Ming glanced at Shintian and the others as he spoke. All eyes inevitably turned to Shintian and his group. Ever since the completion of the Spirit Core project, many had learned that Fang Ming actually had three doctoral assistants working behind the scenes. However, with Fang Ming commanding so much attention, these three assistants had largely flown under the radar. Now, with a single remark, Fang Ming thrust them into the spotlight. Shintian and his two companions felt a pang of guilt and had no choice but to step forward. "We apologize, Professor. We shouldn't have acted on our own initiative." As the senior among the three, Shintian was the first to speak and admit their mistake. "Teacher, it was our mistake." Gao Zhuang also offered his apology. "Teacher, our intention was to surprise you and contribute to domestic academic research." Long Jiajiu tugged at her sleeve, recounting their plan in full detail. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao and the other senior scholars couldn't help but show relief on their faces. Shintian and his team presenting world-class research findings was indeed a significant contribution to the nation's academic progress. At the same time, they were profoundly astonished. The twin prime conjecture, the NP-complete problem, and the crystal material pore size problem. These three major problems, none of them were easy to solve. Especially the NP-complete problem, the most complex conundrum in computer science. Its implications span vast domains, proving it would be no small matter. They finally understood why Kong Mingqing was willing to beg on his knees for the academic achievements related to these three problems. If any of them knew Fang Ming possessed academic conclusions powerful enough to change the world, what harm would there be in humbling themselves to seek his help? Such talent was absolutely worth the effort. Kong Mingqing glanced at Shintian and the others, regaining his composure. "I don't want your apologies. What I want to know is, have you completed those three major research projects?" Seeing the old director calm down, Fang Ming finally released his grip, his gaze turning stern as he fixed it on Shintian and the others. Shintian, Gao Zhuang, and Long Jiajiu saw the stern side of Fang Ming for the first time, and their hearts couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. After a long silence, Shintian was the first to gather his courage and speak. "The issue of large and uniform pore sizes in single crystal materials has been resolved. The experiments, research, and thesis were all completed by me and my advisor, Lu Surui." "What?" Among the attendees were experts in materials science, particularly from Northwest Aerospace. Feng Jun nearly jumped out of his seat upon hearing Shintian mention the project. Large and uniform pore size in single crystal materials was one of the world's most challenging problems in materials science. It had actually been solved? Gao Zhuang spoke next. Professor, using the screening method you suggested, my advisor Hua Chenggang and I have fully proven the twin prime conjecture. Whoa! Many academicians deeply immersed in mathematics were utterly speechless upon hearing this. How could this be possible? For years, neither domestically nor internationally, had anyone in the entire Blue Star mathematical community dared claim a complete proof of the twin prime conjecture. After generations of calculations, the best they could achieve was confirming the twin prime's validity within finite fields. As for proving the conjecture completely, pure fantasy. Countless mathematicians had stumbled on this challenge. It wasn't something just anyone could come along and claim to have fully proven. Finally, Long Jiaojiao looked at Fang Ming with utmost seriousness and declared, Professor, after repeated computational verifications with my advisor Ren Lian, we have successfully proven P equals NP. The words hung in the air, and the entire research cafeteria fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Seconds later, an information science expert broke the silence. P really equals NP? Everyone could detect the tremor in his voice. Yes, anyone familiar with the NP completeness problem understood exactly what proving P equals NP signified. If P equals NP, it would mean that every field in the world possesses a shortcut. All complex problems could be simplified. Currently, thousands of NP problems exist across all fields of human endeavor. Solving them could trigger an explosive surge in technological advancement. At that point, the entire Blue Star would undergo earth-shaking changes. This is precisely why proving NP problems holds such immense significance. Everyone in the dining hall stood up, eager to verify the truth of the young woman's claim. Noticing the commotion around him, Zhang Hao quickly snapped back to attention. He signaled to several officers behind him. Within a minute, several special vehicles raced to the entrance of the research cafeteria. Within moments, military sentries were deployed all around the cafeteria building. Professor, Academician Fang Ming, may we discuss this elsewhere? Zhang Hao stepped forward and asked Kong Mingqing and Fang Ming. Kong Mingqing understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Fang Ming nodded as well, indifferent to the change. These three major academic research achievements might be considered monumental to others. But in his eyes, they were merely three inconsequential conclusions. Conclusions must ultimately serve scientific research. If they couldn't be applied to practical development, even the most brilliant academic achievements were useless. Escorted by numerous soldiers, Fang Ming, the two bureau chiefs, and a group of leading scientists boarded a special vehicle and drove off. Fang Ming and the two bureau chiefs shared one vehicle, while Wang He, Sun Liangshan, and other experts and engineers followed behind. Shen Tian and the other culprits were naturally not spared either. Seated in their own special vehicle, their hearts were filled with surging emotions. Professors Lu Surui, Ren Lian, and Hua Chenggang from Longke University remained silent, though their faces betrayed their excitement. They could already foresee what was about to unfold. Their hearts brimmed with gratitude toward their students. Without Shen Tian and his team, they would never have been able to solve that world-class academic challenge. Of course, the primary reason was Fang Ming's contribution of the key insight. To be precise, these three major academic problems were essentially solved by Fang Ming alone. They were merely participants. Zhao Tingqian stared at the vehicle ahead, her mind churning with waves of astonishment. How many more miracles did he have in store? Zhao Tingqian felt a pang of regret. Perhaps she should never have set her sights on Fang Ming in the first place. Trying to catch up to someone like him was just too difficult, far too difficult. At just 23 years old, he achieved one unimaginable feat after another. It was like he had a cheat code truly terrifying. 20 minutes later, the special vehicle, escorted by military personnel, pulled up before the gates of the National Academic Bureau's base. Zhang Hao issued a notice. The celebratory banquet was cancelled and replaced with a National Academic Symposium. A series of directives were issued, and numerous national researchers began arriving in succession. In the conference hall of the Academic Research Building, the veteran pillars of the national academic and scientific communities took their seats in order. Every single one was a name the public could recognize. At the head of the table, Kong Mingqing's expression was solemn as he spoke in a clear voice. The theme of today's academic symposium is the establishment of a new national scientific research journal. Some academic experts unaware of the details felt their hearts skip a beat upon hearing this. Chapter 62, the one who truly solved the problem was him. A new journal? Director Kong, isn't this a bit hasty? Domestic scientific journals typically publish within limited circles. Director, are you aiming for international recognition with this symposium? That's unrealistic. Establishing a domestic research journal won't gain recognition from international academic committees. Director, you need to think this through. I have no objection to launching a domestic journal, but aiming for international standards we may not have the capability yet. It feels inappropriate for us to join the fray. Besides, we can't compete with established journals like Science. Indeed. International scientific journals require significant academic research as their foundation. With all due respect, our nation's academic standards. Hearing these scholars and professors debate, Fang Ming's brow furrowed slightly. How long has the academic community in Xiagua been suppressed? Is launching a research journal really that difficult? Fang Ming had some understanding of the International Academic Committee they mentioned. The current International Academic Committee was little more than a puppet. It had long since lost the cohesion and prestige it possessed at its founding. Academics worldwide are well aware that the current membership is entirely monopolized by E-Nation and the Lighthouse Nation. When his nanomaterials research was plagiarized and published in Nature, a closer look at the authorship revealed the fingerprints of E-Nation and the Lighthouse Nation. The two nations were practically cut from the same cloth. Researchers like Wang He and Sun Liangshan, who dedicated themselves solely to science, never imagined China's academic world would be in such dire straits. Zhang Hao shook his head with a bitter smile, finally understanding the predicament his mentor faced. The domestic academic community had always been complacent and stuck in its ways. To this day, no one dared to make innovative breakthroughs in academic research to break the deadlock. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have grasped the narrowness and stagnation of the domestic academic world. Enough! Kong Mingqing's clear voice cut through the cacophony of voices. The conference hall instantly fell silent as Kong Mingqing spoke dispassionately. Launching a new scientific journal is imperative. I've gathered you all here today to announce several breakthrough academic research achievements made domestically. As he spoke, he glanced at Fang Ming and the others seated on either side as observers. Under the gaze of numerous domestic scholars and experts, Kong Mingqing announced, these three major academic achievements are the twin prime conjecture, the experimental demonstration of uniform large aperture single crystal materials, and the proof of NP completeness. When he mentioned the NP problem, the academic researchers present were left speechless. Some even thought Kong Mingqing had lost his mind. These were world-class academic research topics. Proving or researching just one would be enough to shake the entire Blue Star academic world. Kong Mingqing treating world-class research topics as academic achievements, if that wasn't madness, what was it? Could it be that someone in China had actually solved these three major academic problems? Especially that NP complete problem. Forget the academic circles, even in the broader scientific community, that's an absolutely mind-blowing global challenge. If anyone actually proved NP completeness, these people would probably have to kneel before them and shout master. Though they found it utterly absurd, they kept their thoughts hidden. They weren't oblivious to the world outside their field. The people gathered here were all national research pillars and military heavyweights, not to mention the presence of Zhang Hao, director of the General Administration of Science and Technology. Their presence at this academic symposium suggested that a groundbreaking scientific breakthrough had indeed been achieved domestically. Yet what Kong Mingqing claimed, they simply couldn't bring themselves to believe. At that moment, three professors from Longke University, Lu Sirui, Hua Chenggang, and Rin Lian rose simultaneously and walked to the presentation platform at the front of the conference hall. Lu Sirui connected the projector screen and displayed two separate slideshows from his specialized computer, one presenting the research paper and the other detailing the experimental process. This details the experimental process for creating ordered macropore single crystal materials. In this experiment, we employed. Lu Sirui wasted no time and began his rapid explanation. The assembled materials experts and engineers stared intently at the papers and experimental methods displayed on the screen, their minds reeling in astonishment. The synthesis of ordered macropore single crystals had long been a major challenge in materials science, and now it had been solved? The experimental methodology presented was remarkably advanced, utilizing three-dimensional ordered templates and multi-solvent combinations to achieve large, uniform pore sizes in the single crystal material. By the time Lu Sirui finished his presentation, the distinguished materials scientists were secretly impressed. The combination of three-dimensional ordered templates and multi-solvent systems was nothing short of a genius idea. Across the entire field of materials science on Blue Star, no one could have conceived such a strategy. Lu Sirui noticed the astonishment in their eyes and quickly stepped down from the podium, allowing Hua Chenggang to take his place. Upon taking the stage, Hua Chenggang immediately presented a series of proof processes before the audience. The assembled mathematicians and researchers stared blankly at the formulas and derivations on the screen, their minds instantly engulfed in a whirlwind of thought. The proof process for twin primes earlier had employed sieve theory from topology, followed by the triple prime theorem. As they continued watching, their eyes grew increasingly bright. Finally, S2 logs 10 holds for K2, yielding the sequence H equals. Thus, there exist infinitely many twin prime pairs. Proof complete. Meticulous and rigorous, the argument is fully justified with no oversights whatsoever. This is the complete proof of the twin prime conjecture. Several renowned domestic mathematicians present stared wide-eyed, unable to recover for a long while. Staring at the rows of proof formulas above, they could scarcely believe their eyes. As professionals in the field of mathematics, only they could appreciate how brilliant the proof process truly was. Without a doubt, the twin prime conjecture which had perplexed countless mathematicians on Blue Star was proven from this moment onward. Before the mathematicians could fully process the implications of the proof, Professor Rin Lian of computer science took the stage. He slid open his laptop, and a deluge of numbers and proof formulas flooded the screen. The proof process for the NP-complete problem surged like a torrent of information, overwhelming everyone's visual senses. Silence. The entire conference hall fell into an eerie stillness. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. When the words P equals NP appeared in giant letters on the screen, every scholar, expert, and engineer present including Fang Ming rose to their feet. Though some had braced themselves mentally, the moment they witnessed the result, they were utterly stunned. Once this breakthrough was announced, the entire Blue Star would enter an era of technological explosion. Unaware of the full implications, scholars and professors couldn't help but marvel. Longke University truly produced exceptional talent. 3 professors simultaneously solving 3 world-class academic challenges. Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, Lu Surui and his 2 colleagues approached the presentation podium, exchanging a glance. Fang Ming's gaze toward them carried an ominous foreboding. Shen Tian, Gao Zhuang, and Long Jiaojiao, however, witnessed this scene and simultaneously broke into smiles. Lu Surui and his 2 companions declared in unison, the research methodologies for these 3 academic challenges did not originate from us. The person who truly solved these 3 world-class problems is academician Fang Ming. As the words fell, the assembled scholars and experts all turned their heads, their expressions filled with shock. Chapter 63, A Small Request. Feeling the piercing stares of the crowd, Fang Ming could only offer an awkward smile. Shen Tian and the others, seeing this, couldn't help but flash smug, triumphant smiles. Zhang Hao, Wang Yi, Sun Liangsan, and others who knew Fang Ming well couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This kid truly never ceases to surprise and delight. New lithography machines, air rocket engines, nuclear fusion batteries, deep blue satellites. From the chip industry to aerospace, encompassing materials science, mechanical dynamics, nuclear physics. Now, 3 world-class academic breakthroughs. Is there no limit to his personal capabilities? The assembled scholars and experts were utterly astonished. At such a young age, Fang Ming has simultaneously solved 3 world-class problems. Even more terrifying is that he has solved the NP-complete problem, which scientists worldwide have been striving to conquer. Just how terrifying are this man's knowledge and talents? Fang Ming rose to his feet, looked at Fang Ming, and said with utmost solemnity, Academician Fang Ming, our nation's academic field has been suppressed by other countries for years. Now, we need an opportunity. Whatever conditions you set, I hope and implore you to grant us this chance. Senior Kong. Fang Ming stood up, his expression complex. At that moment, every scholar and researcher present fully grasped the depth of Fang Ming's well-intentioned efforts. Gazing at the aged figure before them, they felt nothing but profound shame. Over the years, Xia's academic circles had gradually withered and declined. With domestic academic research stagnating and major scientific fields facing repeated suppression. Some had subconsciously developed a lack of confidence in the domestic environment. As this lack of confidence deepened, many talents cultivated by domestic universities changed their nationality and returned abroad, becoming tools for others. The brain drain led to the decline of the older generation of scholars. Seeking fame and fortune, idolizing foreign cultures, everything is measured against international standards. This is the tragedy of China's academic research landscape and the persistent predicament and reality that Xiaogua has faced for years. Fang Ming crossed the ocean to return to his homeland precisely to change the status quo within the nation's academic circles. He has been striving tirelessly, yet his efforts have gone unrewarded. When Fang Ming proposed launching a new journal, their initial reaction was not support but disbelief. Only after witnessing those 3 groundbreaking academic achievements did they realize that the old director had never ceased striving to secure opportunities for the nation's academic research. At this very moment, they had no reason to hesitate or doubt any longer. Every scholar and expert present rose to their feet, their eyes fixed on Fang Ming, each gaze carrying a hint of earnest appeal. In Fang Ming, they saw the hope of the rise of academic research in Xia Nation. If these 3 world-class academic achievements were published in international scientific journals, Fang Ming would undoubtedly become the most outstanding mathematician and materials scientist of this century. World-class awards would come pouring in. Would he agree to use these 3 major academic achievements as the blueprint for establishing a new domestic journal? Fang Ming's gaze flickered. Shen Tian and the others looked up, and Zhao Tingxian also turned her gaze toward him. Zhang Hao, Wang Yi, Sun Liangsan. Every single person in the conference hall fixed their gaze upon him. Regardless of Fang Ming's decision, they would respect his choice. Because these were his personal academic achievements. How he chose to use it was entirely his prerogative. Under the collective gaze, a smile spread across Fang Ming's face. I will recommend that these 3 academic research achievements be published as the first authorship of my 3 students and their thesis advisors in the nation's new scientific research journal. With that single sentence, he made his position clear. Fang Ming's eyes instantly filled with tears. He took a few quick steps to stand before Fang Ming, clasping his hands tightly. Thank you. Thank you. Fang Ming's voice choked with emotion, and his once straight posture suddenly slumped. Fang Ming gazed at the elderly man before him, feeling inexplicably oppressed and distressed. Recalling his experiences working in the chip and aerospace industries, he understood all too well the terrifying oppression that had gripped China's scientific research and academic environment. Xiaoguo's academic research was mired in stagnation, with only one elderly figure struggling to carry the burden forward. Those research conclusions, which seemed insignificant to him, might become the lifeline that transformed the nation's academic landscape for this old man. The weight of that responsibility was truly crushing. The others noticed the change in the old bureau chief, their hearts trembling. Zhang Hao stared intently at his mentor, his eyes reddening. How many years had it been since his teacher had clung to such a sliver of hope? Professor Kong, I haven't done anything. Whether to submit to the new journal still depends on their decision, doesn't it? Fang Ming tried to lighten the mood with a teasing remark, glancing at his three-star pupils. Shen Tian and the others gave nervous chuckles, their faces flushing red. Seeing this, the others laughed too. After the seminar concluded, Kong Mingqing chatted with Fang Ming for a few more moments, finalizing the name for the new journal. Regarding the research findings from the three major academic projects, Fang Ming had no desire to be listed as the first author or corresponding author. He had provided Shen Tian and the others with the conceptual framework, but ultimately, it was their own efforts that yielded the results. Unexpectedly, Shen Tian and his two colleagues, along with the three professors, all disagreed with Fang Ming's approach. They unanimously believed that without Fang Ming's conceptual framework and methodology, they would never have been able to complete these world-class research projects. Simply getting started would have been impossible. Fang Ming couldn't persuade them otherwise and had to let them proceed. With that matter settled, Fang Ming withdrew from Northwest Aerospace. At Zhang Hao's invitation, he took up a position at the National Science Research Administration as a probationary staff member. The temporary assignment was because Zhang Hao needed to prepare for the upcoming Global Science Summit later that month. Fang Ming felt little connection to or understanding of the Global Science Summit. Truth be told, the schemes of the Lighthouse Nation were insignificant in the face of impending civilizational collapse. This period of leisure at the Research Bureau gave him the perfect opportunity to delve into the unfinished projects in the technology laboratory. To gain more insights, he planned to pull off a major move. 2 days later, the Xia Nation's Academic Bureau officially announced the launch of a new scientific journal. Simultaneously, the National Research Administration announced another major development. The suspended controlled nuclear fusion project would resume operations immediately. Both announcements were earth-shattering news nationwide. In the senior apartments of the National Research Administration, Fang Ming sat at his computer desk, sketching the design blueprint for a certain device. Buzz. His phone vibrated on the desk. He glanced at it. A call from Zhao Tingxian. Fang Ming, the controlled nuclear fusion project has been restarted. I have a small request. As soon as he answered, Zhao Tingxian's crisp voice came through. Professor, I owe you several favors. No need to be so formal. Fang Ming joked as he checked the calculations on his draft paper. Zhao Tingxian didn't beat around the bush. Alright, I'll get straight to it. My grandfather is still the project leader. I hope. After Zhao Tingxian finished, Fang Ming stared at the device sketch he'd just drawn and fell silent. Was she asking him to join the controlled nuclear fusion project? Chapter 64, Controlled Nuclear Fusion? If it's too much trouble, forget it. Zhao Tingxian let out a bitter laugh on the other end of the line. Controlled nuclear fusion might just be an impossible dream. Half a century has passed, yet Blue Star's scientists have made no breakthroughs in this field. Professor, you misunderstand. It's not that I don't want to join the controlled nuclear fusion project. Fang Ming knew exactly what Zhao Tingxian was about to say and cut her off with an awkward laugh. I just feel that my current knowledge isn't sufficient. His voice grew low as the word unfinished flickered faintly in the depths of his mind, within the supertech laboratory behind the project. That project was none other than controlled nuclear fusion. He set down the manuscript in his hand and clicked the mouse. On the screen, the magnetic confinement core structure of the tokamak device materialized instantly. Fang Ming intended to begin recreating the next project in the real world with controlled nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion didn't require many other advanced technologies to combine. It only needed to overcome some temperature and nuclear energy control challenges to be realized. Moreover, he had been holed up in the super tech lab for quite some time, forcing himself to devour decades worth of nuclear physics knowledge. He had also reviewed the technological content related to materials science and mechanical construction over and over again. Controlled nuclear fusion was now just a final push away. He understood that Zhao Tingxian had invited him to join the controlled nuclear fusion project specifically to assist Zhao Qianfeng. Fang Ming held great respect for Zhao Qianfeng, the national nuclear physicist. To single-handedly shoulder such a monumental project as controlled nuclear fusion demonstrated extraordinary capability. As for why he hadn't immediately agreed to Zhao Tingxian's request, it was simply that he didn't want to undertake something he wasn't confident about. He hadn't conducted any simulation experiments in the science lab, and rashly creating a mini-sun in the real world could endanger lives. Zhao Tingxian's laughter came through the phone. I just want you to provide technical support for the materials. The core of the project is being handled by my grandfather and the others. You wouldn't be thinking of becoming the second in command of this project, would you? Ah. Fang Ming felt a bit embarrassed. He had indeed jumped to conclusions. He was right. The critical work on controlled nuclear fusion would undoubtedly be led by nuclear physicists like Zhao Qianfeng. Fang Ming chuckled. Technical support is no problem, but we'll have to discuss it after the science summit. Don't tell me they've already entered the artificial sun phase over there. What are you thinking? The controlled nuclear fusion project isn't even off the ground yet. It's still in the personnel preparation phase. The facility might not even get built. An artificial sun, that's way too far off. Zhao Tingxian's tone was resigned. Is that so? Fang Ming had assumed that with the prior groundwork laid, the project would progress swiftly. The Science and Technology Administration had issued an announcement, so the project must be underway. Such a monumental undertaking wouldn't proceed without thorough preparation. Who could have imagined that the controlled nuclear fusion project, making a comeback, would present far more challenges than he had anticipated? Oh, and you're attending the Global Science Summit abroad. Stay safe. Zhao Tingxian couldn't help but express her concern. Don't worry. You can fully trust the strength of our nation. I'm now a key national scientific researcher. Fang Ming's tone was light. Zhao Tingxian couldn't help but laugh at his boastfulness. Look at you bragging. Don't come back with a first-class merit award, you hear? Teacher, you're jinxing me here. This is just setting a reverse flag for you. After a few more playful jabs, they finally ended the call. After putting away his phone, Fang Ming found himself lost in thought. The Lighthouse Nation had gone so far as to leverage Science Cube's connections to invite him over. What exactly were they up to? As his thoughts churned, the dedicated communication phone in his drawer rang. This special-purpose phone was a communication tool provided by the state to key scientific researchers, and Fang Ming rarely used it. Any incoming call meant urgent notification from the state. He slid open the drawer, glanced at the encrypted number on the screen, and raised his hand to answer. Academician Fang Ming, this call is to formally notify you to proceed to the 9 Hubs Heavy Military Base, a classified military zone, to attend a military headquarters meeting. Fang Ming's eyelid twitched. The Jiushu Heavy Troop Base? Attend a military headquarters meeting? What could the military possibly want with him? Before he could piece together the reason, a special designated unit arrived outside the Research Administration Bureau. Led by several officers who moved with lightning speed, they had Fang Ming abducted into a special vehicle in less than 10 minutes. Zhang Hao hadn't even had time to report the situation to the state before he watched helplessly as Fang Ming vanished over the horizon with the military escort. Clutching the official document in his hand, he felt a pang of emotion. It seemed the state placed significant importance on the Global Science Summit. While they claimed to be taking Fang Ming to a military meeting, behind the scenes, it couldn't possibly be that simple. Meanwhile, news of the new journal's launch and the restart of the controlled nuclear fusion project continued to ferment domestically, sparking considerable discussion. This new journal seems to be aiming to rival world-class scientific publications. Pretty bold. Launching a new journal? Our country hasn't produced any major academic breakthroughs in recent years, has it? The only one worth mentioning was stolen by old Deng. That really gets my blood boiling. What a waste of Mingshan's research. I hope the Academic Bureau steps up this time and puts those bastards in their place. I doubt it. Unless the new journal can outshine those established scientific publications. While everyone supports the nation launching its own research journal, few hold high hopes. After all, in Xia Nation's academic environment, just producing any results at all is considered an achievement. Plus, the Academic Bureau's announcement said the new journal wouldn't launch until July. Who knows if they're just baiting us with empty promises. The restart of controlled nuclear fusion research, however, garnered far more attention than the journal matter. Domestic tech enthusiasts fully grasp the significance of controlled nuclear fusion research. It's a monumental endeavor capable of propelling civilization forward. When the controlled nuclear fusion project was previously suspended, countless people lamented its halt. Its revival naturally drew widespread attention. They are eager to know, after the previous project came to nothing, can this one succeed? While the entire nation focused on controlled nuclear fusion research, news even reached certain individuals across the ocean. Lighthouse Nation, General Administration of Scientific Research Conference Hall. At the head of the conference table, a white-haired man in his 50s with a center parting crossed his hands beneath his chin. Ilipin, the head of the Lighthouse Nation's General Administration of Scientific Research. His deep, piercing eyes slowly scanned the assembled experts, scholars, and engineers. In addition to these individuals, representatives from major authoritative academic institutions were also present. Xia Nation has initiated the restart of its controlled nuclear fusion project. Do you all understand what this signifies? Ilipin's magnetic voice resonated throughout the hall. Among the attendees were several individuals responsible for Lighthouse Nation's controlled nuclear fusion projects. Upon hearing Arafin's words, a flicker of shock crossed their eyes, but what dominated their expressions was disdain. Xia Nation attempting controlled nuclear fusion? How naive. Chapter 65, The Lighthouse Nation's Conspiracy. As far as they knew, Xia Nation's controlled nuclear fusion project had been suspended for some time due to major risks. They never imagined the country would have the audacity to restart it now. Nuclear physicists looked upon them with utter contempt, convinced Xia's research leaders had lost their minds. They lacked the capability yet still pretended to be a first-rate technological powerhouse. Elifan observed the expressions on their faces. Xia's technological prowess is no longer what it once was. From the new generation of lithography machines to the deep blue satellites. Who knows what even more terrifying technologies they might have in store. Today's meeting serves as a reminder, don't let arrogance cloud your judgment. No sooner had Arifin finished speaking than the engineers working on controlled nuclear fusion research began to bristle. Director Arifin, I admit Xia Nation has made some strides in chip technology and aerospace, but that doesn't mean they can leapfrog to the top overnight. Exactly. What great achievements could those yellow-skinned monkeys possibly accomplish with their tiny brains? To even attempt controlled nuclear fusion is sheer hubris. Oomph. I suspect those 5 things they launched earlier weren't satellites at all, they were weapons targeting our satellites. The space agency is utterly useless, how could they let Xia Nation humiliate us like this? Our research in controlled nuclear fusion is unmatched by most nations worldwide. Xia, nothing but a clown. Some couldn't help but snort derisively. Arrogant fool. Shut your mouth. Ilipin, witnessing this scene, barked out a stern warning. The others immediately stiffened and fell silent. Yet the disdain for Xia Nation's controlled nuclear fusion research remained evident in their expressions. Arifin couldn't help but shake his head. These guys are so used to living in luxury. To be fair, what they said wasn't entirely wrong. Xia Nation's experience in nuclear physics research was indeed less extensive than that of the Lighthouse Nation. Achieving breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion, a project capable of propelling civilization forward, was beyond the reach of even the Lighthouse Nation on the entire Blue Star, let alone any other country. Though he privately looked down on Xia, the Lighthouse Nation was now facing technological pressure from it. From what Arifin knew, the domestic chip industry had been battered to the brink of collapse, nearing its twilight. Were it not for military pressure exerted on other nations, Xia would undoubtedly dominate the global semiconductor market. In aerospace, the destruction of the X satellite forced the suspension of certain covert military operations. Many within the space agency claimed Xia's Deep Blue satellite was some kind of weapon, lacking the functions of a normal satellite. But what was the truth? From what he understood, the Deep Blue satellite's capabilities far surpassed those of any other nation's satellites in the world. What was even more terrifying was that there were only 5 of them. 5. A functional satellite system typically requires dozens of satellites to begin with. A single-digit number of satellites surpassing the satellite systems of all nations. Xia Nation's satellite technology had likely reached the pinnacle of the entire Blue Star. Their foreign ministry may pay lip service to making Xia pay a price, but in reality, they dare not take action. In the battles over chips and aerospace, the Lighthouse Nation had suffered a complete defeat. To shamelessly wage war at such a moment? Impossible. Congress isn't foolish enough to let rage cloud their judgment. Recalling the congressional directive, Arifin shifted his gaze to his right. Seated there, an elderly man with long white hair and a white lab coat sat with his eyes half closed, seemingly deep in thought. Ryan, Xia Nation has launched a new journal. Do you think this is a counterattack for the previous incident? Arifin inquired. He avoided directly mentioning the plagiarism, as it was hardly a topic to be proud of. It's possible. Ryan opened his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop. That man is a national treasure in their country's scientific community. Besides, anyone would be furious if something like this happened to them. He analyzed the situation, a faint smile curling his lips. What gives them the nerve to launch a new journal? Aren't they afraid of being rejected by the International Academic Committee? An academic expert present voiced his doubt. What if I told you that when it comes to academic achievements that shape the world, the International Academic Committee is nothing but a joke? Ryan looked straight at the expert, a smile playing on his lips. The expert fell silent, a look of shock spreading across his eyes as if he had just grasped something profound. The others shared his astonishment. Was Ryan implying that Xia Nation was holding back some world-class academic breakthrough? They couldn't afford to dismiss Ryan's words. While others might not know the old man's background, those present were well aware. Ryan was one of the 10 leading representatives in the academic research fields of the Science Cube, a treasure-level scholar in their nation. In the Lighthouse Nation, Ryan held a status comparable to that of Arifin, the Director General of the Scientific Research Bureau. Ilipin's thoughts stirred briefly before he turned to Ryan again. Will representatives from Xia Nation be attending this Global Science Summit? This Global Scientific Summit was entirely organized by Ryan. It was precisely because of his involvement that they dared to issue an invitation to Xia Nation in the name of Science Cube. Yes, especially that scientific genius. He will definitely attend. Ryan stated with certainty. News of Xia Nation's emergence of a super research genius had reached many years since the new generation of lithography machines debuted. As the two nations competed, Xia Nation repeatedly demonstrated its advanced technological prowess, plunging many into fear. This man named Fang Ming thus entered their field of vision. Chief developer of the new generation of lithography machines, chief developer of the Deep Blue satellite. One man had dealt consecutive devastating blows to two major technological fields of the lighthouse nation. What a terrifying demon! Naturally, Congress could not allow this man to continue aiding Xia Nation in its arrogance. Thus, under the guise of a global scientific summit, they extended an invitation to Xia Nation. Previously, they had deployed a smokescreen tactic, but this time, backed by the scientific cube, they were confident of attendance. Ryan understood clearly, Congress intended to use this opportunity to trap Fang Ming and co-opt him. Frankly, he couldn't care less about Congress's intentions. As a leading figure dedicated to academic research for decades, Ryan's interests lay solely in Fang Ming himself. Could such an exceptional scientific genius, only 23 years old, truly possess that much advanced technological knowledge? Could he be a puppet deliberately packaged by Xia Nation to confuse the public? That was the crux of his concern. Ilipin nodded and addressed the group solemnly. The purpose of this scientific summit is to focus on the individual known as Fang Ming. While Arifin and the others deliberated, Fang Ming sat in a sealed conference room. Before him lay a top-secret document. Across from him, a middle-aged man clad in a military overcoat stared intently. Academician Fang Ming, there's no turning back once the arrow is released. We will guarantee your safety entirely after you leave the country, but you must contribute your part now. The man spoke slowly. Chapter 66, Finding a Big Problem. In the vast conference room, the two sat facing each other. What do you need me to do? Fang Ming lifted his eyes to meet the imposing gaze of the middle-aged man, holding off on opening the classified documents before him. The man before him was Yi Wuxuan, Commander-in-Chief of the Nine Hubs Heavy Military Base, holding command over the entire scientific military forces of Xia Nation. His status surpassed that of all military district commanders. Yi Wuxuan had summoned him to the base without explanation, leaving Fang Ming somewhat displeased. There seemed to be no urgent matter at hand. He had represented his nation at the Global Science Summit. While personal feelings had played a small part, he believed he had done nothing wrong in terms of the nation's greater interests. Yi Wuxuan interlaced her fingers on the tabletop, her deep eyes flickering with a faint gleam. You seem rather reluctant? He leaned back in his chair, his voice calm. Fang Ming froze. Yi Wuxuan's ability to read people's expressions was truly remarkable. Truly the commander-in-chief of the special military district, despite his impassive expression throughout, the moment he spoke, the other had discerned his thoughts. Not reluctant, highly reluctant. Caught out by Yi Wuxuan, Fang Ming decided to cut to the chase, spreading his hands in a straightforward gesture. You know about Kong Mingqing, right? Seeing Fang Ming's attitude, Yi Wuxuan not only didn't get angry, but instead asked him with a smile. Fang Ming was puzzled. What did old Kong have to do with this? Yi Wuxuan continued, speaking to himself. Back then, to protect Director Kong's safe return to Xia Nation, several of my comrades in arms were left behind forever on the other side of the ocean. He spoke with a light touch, his face bearing a nostalgic smile. A flicker of unease stirred within Fang Ming as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly grasping Yi Wuxuan's mood, he tentatively asked, was it brutal? Yi Wuxuan shook his head, sighing softly with a faint smile. It's hard to say how fierce it was, but many died. You know, back then, our country was still very weak. Can you tell me how many soldiers died? Fang Ming pressed. Do you want the truth? Yi Wuxuan's voice suddenly grew low. Fang Ming nodded. Yi Wuxuan raised one finger on her right hand. An entire battalion of elite special forces. Members of the Science Wing's escort unit at the time only a few hundred men. Hearing this brutal, merciless truth, Fang Ming's heart sank. Without needing Yi Wuxuan to elaborate, he understood those soldiers were dead, their bones buried forever in foreign soil, with no one left to speak for them. Given Xia Nation's military strength at the time, challenging the Lighthouse Nation was tantamount to suicide. The Science Sector Guard Force, despite its reputation within the nation, received none of the perks afforded to the naval, ground, or air forces, yet they performed the dirtiest and most grueling tasks. Those who perished in the line of duty might not even receive a proper burial ceremony. They were the sharp swords guarding scientists, true unsung heroes. Yi Wuxuan did not dwell on the events of that year, instead shifting the conversation. This notification was indeed our mistake. It may have been too abrupt and sudden for you. Where we fell short, I apologize on behalf of the entire 9th Military District. As he spoke, Yi Wuxuan pushed back his chair and stood ramrod straight, like a sword drawn from its scabbard, executing a standard military salute toward the other man. No need. Fang Ming hurriedly rose, about to speak, but Yi Wuxuan's stern gaze silenced him. The commander-in-chief of the 9 hubs lowered his arms, maintaining the attention posture, and executed a precise 90-degree bow, offering the highest salute to the young man before him. Fang Ming stood rooted to the spot, feeling uneasy. He felt helpless. Yi Wuxuan truly deserved his position as commander-in-chief. Such a display actually made him feel a bit ashamed. Now then, I'll discuss the tasks that need to be completed next. After apologizing, Yi Wuxuang immediately switched to a smiling expression and began discussing specific work matters. Fang Ming froze. Why did this feel like walking into a trap? Through Yi Wuxuang's explanation, he finally understood why the military had brought him here. This global science summit, as any discerning observer could see, was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Lighthouse Nation against Xia Nation. By accepting their invitation, Fang Ming had played right into their hands. For a national-level scientist like him to travel to the Lighthouse Nation was extremely dangerous. Especially when the host nation was reeling from consecutive setbacks in two major fields, seething with pent-up frustration. Once he went, he might never return. Yet with the scientific cube, the global behemoth of research, serving as the anchor, he had no choice but to attend. China could afford to snub the Lighthouse Nation, but not Science Cube. Should Fang Ming decline Science Cube's invitation, the Lighthouse Nation would gain justification to smear Xia Nation. Setting aside the issue of using lithography machine cores as leverage, the mere fact that Xia's researchers ignored SciCube would be sufficient for them to direct global criticism towards Xia. Should that occur, Xia Nation risked being isolated or even antagonized by the entire scientific community of Blue Star over the actions of one individual. The state knew Fang Ming would inevitably accept this banquet of treachery, so thorough preparations were made on the security front. The Jiushu Heavy Military Base served as the birthplace of Xia's Special Forces units. Here, numerous formidable Special Forces units operate in secrecy. These units belong to no single branch, land, sea, or air, because every member must master combat across all three domains. The 9-hub Heavy Forces Base cultivates all-around warriors with no weaknesses. Take the Dark Falcon unit, for example. Pick any soldier from their ranks and place them in a regular Special Forces unit, they'd easily be considered elite. However, while this elite unit excels in overall capabilities, its equipment lags behind. It's not that their gear is inferior to other units when fully armed with real weapons. The Dark Falcon unit undoubtedly ranks among Xia Nation's elite. More accurately, the overall technological level of the Dark Falcon Corps still lags significantly behind that of the Lighthouse Nation. As Xia Nation's secret scientific guard force, the Dark Falcon unit must be equally adept at deploying on the battlefield and concealing itself in the shadows. This dual requirement dictates that their gear must be both exceptionally combat effective and covertly concealable. Fang Ming understood the implication in Yi Wuxuang's words. The Weapons R&D department at their base still needed to strengthen its research in this area. Inviting Fang Ming was an attempt to see if he had any innovative ideas to enhance their unit's capabilities. Once he grasped the situation, Fang Ming found himself torn between laughter and tears. Put simply, they wanted him to design covert, agent-style weaponry. He was puzzled. Given today's technological capabilities, designing and developing those unexpected, custom-made weapons seen in movies shouldn't be too difficult, right? But after touring the Weapons R&D division at the Jiushu Heavy Forces Base, he realized the gap between imagination and reality was vast. After getting a general overview of the department, Fang Ming glanced at Yi Wuxuang following behind him and let out a wry smile. You've really handed me a major challenge. Chapter 67, This is Impossible. From aircraft and artillery to submarines and aircraft carriers, the Jiushu Heavy Military Base possessed virtually every cutting-edge weapon system currently deployed across land, sea, and air. Its R&D division was divided into three major sectors: naval, land, and air. In terms of developing weapons for conventional warfare, the 9-hub Heavy Military Base could rival any major military power. The 9-hub Heavy Forces Base had no shortage of cutting-edge battlefield weapons. What it lacked were personal technological weapon systems. Most people's concept of tech weapons is largely confined to large-scale systems. Examples include rocket tanks, bunker-busting missiles, and anti-infiltration systems. In reality, technological weaponry encompasses everything from the largest tank and aircraft carrier systems to the smallest modifications and enhancements of conventional firearms. Regarding the development of personal weaponry for special forces, many nations' capabilities remain stuck in the last century. Xia Nation had previously lagged behind the Lighthouse and the Bear in this domain, but the emergence of the Deep Blue satellite offered Yi Wuxuang a glimmer of possibility. If it weren't a challenge, we wouldn't have sought you out. Yi Wuxuang exchanged a knowing glance with several officers nearby. The officers understood and strode toward the nearby R&D control room. Fang Ming glanced at the officers and sighed. Alright, but I don't have much experience designing cutting-edge military weapons. Don't get your hopes up too high. Yi Wuxuang nodded. Time is tight. If it can't be developed, I won't say anything. It's up to your capabilities. He patted Fang Ming's shoulder. Still, any improvements to weapon performance will help. Our preparations will be more thorough. Are we certain we'll clash with the Lighthouse Nation? Fang Ming regretted the question the moment it left his lips. Seeing Yi Wuxuang's peculiar expression, he instantly realized how foolish his question had been. It's not a question of certainty, it's an inevitability. You know about those inhumane things like biochemical weapons? Behind closed doors, they'll resort to any means, using them without restraint. Yi Wuxuang's tone remained detached as she revealed the horrifying truth. Fang Ming's pupils contracted slightly. He had assumed that competition between nations existed only in the realms of economics, technology, and the battlefield. It seemed he had been far too naive. Through Yi Wuxuang's words alone, he grasped the darkness and filth lurking behind the scenes. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed through the hall. At that moment, a group of white-haired elders entered the main hall of the Weapon Research Center at the Joshu Heavy Military Base. Fang Ming's gaze swept over them, and he couldn't help but gasp. No wonder the Joshu Heavy Forces Base was Xia Nation's most unique and privileged super military district. The lead developer of the nation's 5th-generation Tiger tank, the chief designer of the 3rd-generation aircraft carrier, the project director for the new intercontinental ballistic missile. Every single person present was a household name in the nation's defense industry. Seeing them, Fang Ming finally grasped the immense influence of the Joshu Heavy Forces Base. Once several officers had led everyone into formation, Yi Wuxuang offered a gentle smile and said respectfully, "Over the coming period, I'll be counting on our esteemed veterans to lend your wisdom and expertise. We'll be working overtime on the unit's weapons development. Prepare to break a sweat." Young Yi, this working overtime business, it smacks of capitalist practices. I don't care for it. You went to all this trouble to rope us in just to help your base develop weapons? Without showing some sincerity, we won't be playing along. It seemed these military industry heavyweights had received the same treatment as Fang Ming. Both had been invited by the military. After the room quieted, Yi Wuxuang smiled. As for sincerity, does the presence of the chief or engineer of Deep Blue Satellite beside me suffice? Instantly, every gaze in the hall fixed on Fang Ming's face. Fang Ming stiffened, goosebumps erupting across his skin. Good grief, this scene felt even more terrifying than when he just developed that new lithography machine. These military-affiliated experts who followed the troops were unlike researchers in other fields. They carried a certain military edge, a sternness and pressure, and approached their work with an iron discipline that set them apart from ordinary researchers. As the gazes withdrew, it seemed they tacitly accepted Yi Wuxuang's notion of sincerity. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence as Yi Wuxuang seemed to be gathering his thoughts. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. Even without Deep Blue Satellite's countermeasures against the Lighthouse Nation, we would still have to confront that aggressive offensive. Following the global summit, our nation will enter a critical turning point, with our military and defense industries facing immense challenges. Yi Wuxuang's words sent a chill through Fang Ming. Even before the Deep Blue Satellite was launched, the nation had issued a series of critical project directives. This signaled that from the very beginning, the nation had prepared for a fierce battle with the Lighthouse Nation. After Yi Wuxuang conveyed the state directives, the mood among the attendees grew profoundly somber. Strengthening national military capabilities and advancing defense technology had become an urgent imperative. A profound sense of mission welled up from the depths of their hearts. Yi Wuxuang finally laid her trump card on the table before everyone. In the period leading up to the Global Science Summit, he would fully cooperate with Fang Ming to develop cutting-edge technological weapons. Fang Ming was thoroughly startled. Having a group of military industry heavyweights work under him, that didn't seem quite right. Yet surprisingly, every veteran military industrialist present nodded in tacit approval of this development mission. Led by this young man, barely 23 years old. Seeing the elders place such trust in him, Fang Ming was astonished and deeply moved. The growing strength of Xia Nation might very well be because of people like them. Before long, the development work officially commenced. After carefully examining and analyzing the current weapons and equipment used by special forces, Fang Ming combined his knowledge from the Super Science Lab. Within less than 2 days, he presented several weapon design proposals. At the RD meeting, the veteran military engineers nearly had their brains short-circuited after reviewing Fang Ming's proposals. Nuclear pulse pistols, nano armor, high-frequency light blades. Faced with these fantastically sci-fi sounding terms, most of the military experts present unanimously concluded these technological weapons had virtually no chance of successful development. Having witnessed Fang Ming's groundbreaking Deep Blue Satellite project and reviewed its structural blueprints, they were convinced he possessed extraordinary talent in developing high-tech weaponry. Yet the moment his proposal surfaced, they immediately discarded their preconceived notions. Who among them wasn't a top-tier expert in domestic technological weaponry? Many concepts within the proposals diverged sharply from existing weapon design philosophies. To put it bluntly, with their current scientific capabilities, they simply couldn't develop these things. Without exaggeration, at least half of the military scientists present couldn't decipher the kinetic energy formulas and material reaction equations within the proposals. They even suspected Fang Ming had fabricated much of the content out of thin air. It was truly absurd. This RD meeting aimed to finalize the weapon development plan. Yet every single design proposal presented by Fang Ming, the chief project leader, faced opposition from 90% of the attendees. Fang Ming merely smiled calmly and said, "Before you rush to reject it, what if I told you I could produce a working prototype of every single piece of weaponry in this proposal within a week?" The room fell silent, faces frozen in disbelief. One working prototype per proposal within a week. That was utterly impossible. Chapter 68, the plan is actually quite brilliant. Observing their expressions, Fang Ming smiled. Although Commander Yi has instructed all of you to fully support me, practical circumstances inevitably involve deviations. A compromise approach is perfectly acceptable. If anyone has a better proposal, feel free to share it. However, I remain committed to my own development plan. I have a proposal. No sooner had Fang Ming finished speaking than an elderly man with a goatee stood up. Olden? The others turned to the old man, their eyes flashing with surprise. And Chang, the chief weapons developer at the Southwest Army headquarters of Xia Nation, had previously developed the 7th-generation heavy tank machine gun and the silent rocket launcher. In the realm of weapons research, many knew Chang as an exceptionally stubborn and unyielding individual. Once he set his mind on something, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. It was precisely this character that had made him the foremost weapons designer in the nation's land forces. My proposal is as follows. And Chang spoke as he inserted the USB drive he carried with him into the nearby computer, beginning to display his design proposals on the projection screen. And Chang's development proposals were based on military weapon upgrades. For instance, the stun gun was transformed into a high-voltage long-range laser rifle, the bulletproof vest became an enhanced ultra-fiber ballistic suit, the military combat knife evolved into a folding shield knife for both offense and defense. Though the proposals merely involved upgrading military equipment, their practicality and feasibility were undeniably evident. In contrast, Fang Ming's design proposals seemed far too impractical and unrealistic. After presenting his proposals, and Chang spoke bluntly without reservation, within a week, I can also produce one prototype for each design. We'll decide the final development plan based on the finished products. Academician Fang Ming, what do you think? Fang Ming nodded. I have no objections. He then turned to the group. In that case, let's first determine the team assignments for the 2 design proposals. Voluntary participation, we'll vote by show of hands. As he finished speaking, the senior members exchanged glances. They had all gathered at the Joshu Heavy Military Base to develop specialized technological weapons for Xia Nation's Scientific Security Corps. Many were eager to prove themselves, but who would have thought Yi Wuxuan would have them collaborate with Fang Ming on the development? Fang Ming, this young man, had indeed shown remarkable talent recently. While it wasn't impossible for them old-timers to cooperate, they expected him to at least come up with something credible, right? His design proposals were wildly imaginative, filled with conceptual theories that remained largely unproven. With such a start, how could they dare to collaborate with this young man on development? I support Old N's design proposal. I agree too. Academician Fang Ming, your design is visionary, but I must say, Old N's proposal is more reliable. My apologies, Academician Fang Ming, I'm choosing Old N's proposal. I'm also backing Old N. Nearly half of the military experts present chose the more dependable design by Chang. Seeing so many old colleagues endorse his proposal, Chang couldn't help but nod slightly. To him, Fang Ming was undoubtedly a rising star, but in military technology, stability and reliability were paramount. He didn't believe those wildly imaginative design concepts were suitable for special forces weaponry configurations. Chang glanced at the few remaining silent figures, raising an eyebrow slightly. Could it be that someone still favored Fang Ming's design? Before his thoughts could solidify, an elderly man in gray sitting to Fang Ming's left spoke up with a smile. I support Academician Fang Ming's design proposal. The other experts' expressions turned astonished upon recognizing the speaker. This man was none other than Fang Ming, the weapons master of the Xia Nation's maritime, air, and space force. Fang Ming, a legendary figure in Xia Nation. The nation's largest aircraft carrier, the Type 002B, was born from the hands of this unassuming-looking elder. Moreover, his contributions extended beyond aircraft carrier design. He also served as the chief engineer for Xia Nation's first generation of supersonic fighter jet development projects. Fang Ming's stature far exceeded that of most people present. However, since the current focus was on military weapon design and development, even if Fang Ming sided with Fang Ming, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Many shook their heads, their surprise fleeting. The remaining experts were actually from the same unit as Fang Ming. Their hesitation in making a decision had been precisely to wait for Fang Ming. When Fang Ming chose Fang Ming's proposal, they naturally followed suit and raised their hands in agreement. Fang Ming glanced at his group of less than 10 experts and clapped his hands. Since the decision is made, we'll split into 2 teams for development. One team will work on my proposal, the other on Senior An's. That's all for today. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting, Chang led the group of military experts to the RD lab to assign tasks. Fang Ming, however, took his time, leading Fang Ming and the others to the RD Center's seminar room to explain the origins of certain principles and formulas within his design proposal. A handful of people sat in the seminar room while Fang Ming stood at the presentation podium, opening his design proposal. Fang Ming smiled. Academician Fang Ming, our development timeline is extremely tight. If you spend time breaking down the proposal now, we'll likely struggle to deliver a finished product within a week. The others shared his confusion. A week was already tight. Hadn't they already reviewed the proposal? Wouldn't it be better to start building first? Fang Ming shook his head and explained, no need to rush. Once you fully grasp my design proposal, you'll see that developing the finished product won't take a week at all. Well then, I'll listen to your lecture with great interest. Don't let us down. Fang Ming perked up with interest. Fang Ming smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. To be honest, Fang Ming's first impression of Fang Ming's development plan was absurd. Yes, downright absurd. The high-tech components were understandable to everyone, but actually implementing them? That was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Moreover, the complex theoretical formulas in Fang Ming's design, resembling hieroglyphics, gave off an especially unreliable vibe. His decision to back Fang Ming hadn't stemmed from genuine comprehension of the proposal's contents. Fang Ming had actually heard about Fang Ming's remarkable abilities from his old friend Yin Fangwei. That's why he came with an open mind, specifically to see what made this kid so special. Yin Fangwei was, after all, a top engineer at Northwest Aerospace. If he praised someone so highly, that person must possess something truly exceptional. With this in mind, Fang Ming and several other experts took their seats and listened intently to Fang Ming's presentation. At first, they dismissed what Fang Ming was saying, assuming it was just some made-up concept or formula meant to impress. But before long, they found themselves questioning their own understanding of reality. Through Fang Ming's analytical explanations, Fang Ming and the others suddenly realized that the seemingly absurd kinetic energy principles and mechanical construction concepts in the proposal were, logically speaking, actually coherent. These were no dullards. Once Fang Ming proved his points using existing scientific theorems and formulas, they fully grasped the brilliance of these design proposals. Chapter 69, Is this the final product? Even just some of the principles Fang Ming outlined could easily form the basis of a separate research paper. After Fang Ming's explanation, Fang Ming and the others felt as if a veil had been lifted from their eyes. They had initially harbored some apprehension, believing Fang Ming's proposals were too outlandish. But looking back now, outlandish? This is incredibly sound. These design concepts were nothing short of revolutionary technological weaponry. They were convinced that if the finished products were ever realized, everyone would be utterly astonished. Do you all understand the concept behind my proposal now? Fang Ming shut off the presentation screen and turned to Fang Ming and the others with a questioning look. Fang Ming and the others were already speechless with astonishment. Understanding it was a given, they even felt that after dedicating most of their lives to military engineering, they still hadn't reached half of Fang Ming's level. They felt truly ashamed. At the same time, they felt profound relief that they had chosen to join Fang Ming's D team. Had they sided with Chang, they would never have gained the insights they were now acquiring. The man who developed the Deep Blue satellite was truly extraordinary. They say practice makes perfect, and Fang Ming and the others were already itching to dive into hands-on development. Only through hands-on work could they truly test their new knowledge. Work progressed rapidly. Both teams, following their respective plans, steered the development process onto the right track. Yi Wushuang naturally learned that they had come up with two distinct approaches. He had no major objections to this, but instead wanted to see which side's weapon design would prove more outstanding. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The two major RD teams gathered once more in the center's main hall. Yi Wushuang stood before the crowd and clapped his hands. I hear you've produced distinct prototypes based on two separate approaches. Is today's meeting intended for me to serve as an impartial judge? We've encountered a slight disagreement with Academician Fang Ming regarding which final design should prevail. To ensure fairness, we've decided to let the test results of the prototypes determine the winning proposal. And Chang spoke first, his voice brimming with confidence. I can certainly serve as the arbitrator. But, you've actually developed prototypes? As Yi Wushuang finished speaking, she glanced sideways at Fang Ming. Fang Ming understood her meaning and nodded. Within a week, each design proposal will produce one finished product. We won't go back on our word. At this declaration, the veteran military engineers behind Chang visibly stiffened. Had Fang Ming's designs actually been developed into prototypes? And Chang's proposal had required the combined efforts of their entire team to barely produce a prototype within a week. How many military experts did Fang Ming have on his side? Less than 10. They knew full well how complex Fang Ming's development proposals were. Even with assistance from the base's weapons department RD team, it was impossible to complete every single proposal within a week, right? Fang Ming and the other veteran experts noticed the skeptical looks from Chang's group, but they didn't show much emotion. Others might not understand, but these veterans involved in the RD knew exactly what was going on. Under Fang Ming's guidance, the RD work was progressing exceptionally smoothly. They churned out a finished product every half day, with efficiency rivaling an assembly line. Without much discussion, Yi Wushuang arranged for the weapons testing phase to be relocated to Training Ground Number 7 at the Joshu Heavy Military Base. Since the first test involved firearms, numerous military RD leaders boarded special vehicles and followed the main group to the shooting range. The range still bustled with soldiers who had just stepped down from the firing platforms. Spotting the convoy of special vehicles approaching from behind, they immediately snapped to attention, lining up solemnly on either side. The doors opened, and several officers stepped out. Yi Wushuang descended first. Many soldiers held their breath upon seeing Yi Wushuang. Following Yi Wushuang was a tall, handsome man dressed in black military uniform. The soldiers present instantly held their breath as they noticed the gleaming gold stars on the man's shoulders. Special forces within the base might not know Yi Wuxuan, but they absolutely recognized this man. That stern, resolute figure was the backbone of the entire Jiushu heavy military base. Commander of the National Special Military District, leader of Xia Nation's most elite special forces Di Yang. Despite his high rank, he had faced death more than anyone else, repeatedly standing on the front lines. His overall combat prowess was unmatched, truly the king of soldiers within the nation. Following Di Yang, several transport vehicles disgorged rows upon rows of soldiers clad in training uniforms. Unlike the special forces on the training grounds, each of them carried an aura of grim and fierce intensity. The soldiers in training uniforms subtly formed a protective perimeter, shielding the special vehicles within their formation. Witnessing this display, the soldiers in the distance felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Dark Falcon. Xia Nation's most formidable special forces unit. The platoon leader supervising today's shooting drill stood rigidly at attention, his throat involuntarily clearing twice. Such a grand display. What's happening today? The commander and senior officers are all here. Surely an inspection doesn't require this level of pomp. Before the platoon leader could process his shock, Yi Wuxuan and Di Yang approached him. The platoon leader felt a wave of dread wash over him. He'd only taken a break to drink a bottle of water, surely he wouldn't be disciplined for that? Commander Yi, Commander Di. The platoon leader saluted them with a crisp, military-style salute, his voice booming. Yi Wuxuan stepped forward, patted the platoon leader on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "We're here today to borrow your training range for some weapon testing. It might take up a bit of your training time, hope that's okay?" "Not at all. Use it freely." Cold sweat beaded on the platoon leader's forehead. With the commander speaking, how could he possibly object? Their shooting drills certainly couldn't compare to the importance of this test. The phrase weapons testing piqued his curiosity. Why come to the firing range to test firearms? Fang Ming and the others stepped out of the special vehicle and, escorted by several officers, walked to the firing platform. Di Yang turned, glanced at the 2 rows of training soldiers, then approached the platoon leader. His tone was impersonal. "This range is temporarily under our control. You and your men retreat 10 meters back." "Yes, sir." The platoon leader immediately led the 2 squads of special forces soldiers to an open area 10 meters away. "At ease. Attention. Stand at attention for 1 hour." The platoon leader barked the order at his men before stepping aside, his gaze fixed intently on the nearby firing range. Di Yang turned and signaled to the Dark Falcon soldiers. In an instant, several soldiers unloaded large black boxes from the vehicle. Needless to say, these cases contained the technological weapons developed by Fang Ming and in Chang's research teams over the past week. Upon seeing the black boxes, Yi Wuxuan exchanged glances with Fang Ming and In Chang. Fang Ming and In Chang nodded simultaneously without hesitation. 2 Dark Falcon soldiers each placed a black crate on the ground and opened them, revealing their contents. In Chang's team had developed a black laser rifle resembling an AK-47. The barrel was long, with a semicircular laser emitter at the stock. The rear section housed several parallel high-voltage battery packs. This was the finished product of the ultra-high-voltage laser rifle. It possessed a distinct firearm-like appearance, with an overall thick and imposing build. As the group turned their gaze to the finished product developed by Fang Ming's team, their eyes collectively narrowed. This was the nuclear pulse pistol? Chapter 70, What just happened? This is the nuclear pulse pistol? Everyone except Fang Ming and Kong Ming was utterly dumbfounded. Inside the box lay an ordinary black military-style handgun. Both its appearance and components resembled a Glock. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Wuxuan's eyes, and Di Yang couldn't help but look surprised. The veteran military engineers behind In Chang all wore peculiar expressions, at a loss for words. They were utterly perplexed. If Fang Ming and his team couldn't develop a finished product, why not just admit it? Why resort to such confusing maneuvers? Using an ordinary handgun as a substitute? That was just too. Don't be surprised. This is the nuclear pulse pistol. Before they could dwell on it further, Fang Ming spoke up. And Chang and the others gaped, nearly convinced their ears were deceiving them. Good heavens! Is this what a national-level academician and chief developer of the Deep Blue satellite would say? Kong Ming and the other veteran experts, however, showed not a trace of embarrassment, remaining perfectly composed. Seeing this, the group exchanged uncertain glances at the Glock pistol. It was just an ordinary handgun, wasn't it? How could Kong Ming and the others remain so unflappable, wearing expressions of utter nonchalance? Had these old codgers been wasting their time developing stuff with Fang Ming, just wasting their breath? Kong Ming and his group seemed to have anticipated this reaction all along, silently shaking their heads. Few present recognized its true value. Then again, aside from the developers themselves, the others probably couldn't discern anything special about this pistol. Had they not participated in its design and development, they might have been just as bewildered. Academician Fang Ming, are you certain this is a nuclear pulse pistol? Yi Wuxuan's lips twitched slightly as he struggled to maintain his composure. Were it not for Fang Ming's status as a first-class national meritorious scientist, he would have cursed him out by now. Correct. This is the finished product. You don't seriously think this is an ordinary handgun, do you? Fang Ming took in the expressions on everyone's faces and quipped. The military experts, led by Yin Chang, desperately wanted to shout, "It clearly is." But for the sake of their professional image, they naturally refrained from such an unprofessional outburst. Academician Fang Ming, are you certain this pistol can withstand the upcoming test? Yi Wushwang asked again, this time giving Fang Ming ample room to save face. If Fang Ming had brought an ordinary handgun to puff himself up, the consequences during the test phase would be far from a mere joke. Fang Ming smiled confidently. No problem. Let's proceed with the test. Seeing Fang Ming's confident demeanor, Yi Wushwang felt uncertain. As one of the leading figures in Xia Nation's scientific research circles, Fang Ming shouldn't be fooling around with something like this. Though puzzled, she could only wait and see what tricks this Glock pistol would pull during the upcoming test. Yi Wushwang explained the testing details to Fang Ming and Chang and the others, instructing Di Yang to conduct routine checks on both firearms. Di Yang beckoned two test shooters from the Dark Falcon team to step forward, checking the gun's functions and usage methods. Detailed descriptions and instruction manuals for the firearms had been placed in the two cases beforehand. The team member inspecting the ultra-high-pressure laser rifle glanced over the manual before hoisting the weapon onto his shoulder and striding toward the firing platform. Meanwhile, the member examining the nuclear pulse pistol stared at the manual for a long time, seemingly unable to snap out of it. What's wrong? Is the manual too complicated? Di Yang frowned slightly and walked up behind the team member. Sorry, Captain. I think you should take a look at this manual. The team member immediately stood up and handed the manual to Di Yang. Di Yang accepted it without suspicion and began examining it carefully. After 10 seconds passed, his expression grew serious. He gestured for another team member testing the laser gun to set it down temporarily. He then summoned several Dark Falcon members to increase the number of dummy targets and the distance to over 100. Yi Wushwan watched Di Yang's arrangements, her expression shifting slightly. Could it be that the pistol developed by Fang Ming truly possessed some extraordinary capabilities? And Chang and the others were equally puzzled. Why did Di Yang suddenly request more targets after reading the manual? It was common knowledge that firearms were designed for concentrated damage within a small area. What was the point of setting up so many targets? Fang Ming and the others seemed to have seen through everything already, wearing smiles that held an air of inscrutable mystery. Step aside. I'll test this pistol myself. Di Yang said, his gaze fixed on the 100+ dummy targets in the distance. He picked up the Glock pistol and strode toward the firing platform. He gripped the pistol with one hand, muzzle pointing straight down, and glanced at the test shooter beside him. The tester immediately understood, cradling the ultra-high-pressure laser gun, disengaging the safety, and pulling the trigger. Boom! A brilliant white beam of high-energy electrons shot from the barrel, instantly shattering the dummy target 500 meters away, sending fragments flying everywhere. Not a single target remained where the beam passed. Counting them carefully, a full 30 dummy targets were obliterated in this manner. Witnessing this spectacle, the Dark Falcon team members were utterly astounded. The platoon leader and the training soldiers standing at the perimeter all widened their eyes in disbelief. Holy crap! What kind of gun is that? It's terrifying. That energy beam swept through like a mop, leaving nothing standing in its path. The trainees watched with wide eyes, itching to rush over and get a closer look at that marvel. Its power is just insane. This new weapon is a true battlefield beast. The veteran military engineers from the Anchang RD team were thoroughly satisfied after witnessing the actual test results. The ultra-high-pressure laser rifle truly lived up to its name. Deployed on the battlefield, it would undoubtedly become a super weapon. And Chang and the others now glanced over at Fang Ming and his group as if to show off. Fang Ming and Kong Ming merely smiled in response. The ultra-high-pressure laser gun developed by Yin Chang's team was indeed impressive, but compared to their technological weapon, it still fell short. At that moment, Di Yang slowly raised his pistol, aiming at the target 500 meters away. Seeing this, Yi Wushwang's eyelid twitched. Typically, a handgun's effective range was within 50 meters. 500 meters was the kind of distance used for testing rifles. Could it be? Before his thoughts could fully form, Di Yang released the safety and pulled the trigger. Silent. Nothing was expelled from the muzzle. Silence. The entire area fell into an eerie stillness. Just as Yin Chang and the others wondered if the gun had jammed, a brutal, oppressive feeling instantly enveloped everyone. Boom! Blinding flashes of white light erupted, trailing wisps of blue smoke. From near to far, every dummy target on the range was reduced to ash in the blink of an eye. Even the battle-hardened Dark Falcon warriors couldn't suppress their pounding hearts, every hair on their bodies standing on end. And Chang and his men were rendered speechless, their ears ringing. Yi Wushwang stood rooted to the spot, unaware that the military overcoat draped over his shoulders had fallen to the ground. The platoon leader and the Special Forces soldiers still standing at attention were all dumbfounded. What just happened? Chapter 71, This is Pure Artistry. Yet the entire firing range lay bare, with only a few iron poles supporting the dummy targets standing forlornly. A gentle breeze swept through, and the metal rods instantly disintegrated into a cloud of fine dust. And Chang and the other military experts stood with gaping mouths, their eyes trembling as they stared at the distant scene. What kind of unimaginable destructive force was this? Could Fang Ming and his team have truly integrated such complex technology into this tiny handgun? When they first reviewed the design principles of the nuclear pulse pistol, they had dismissed those intricate technological concepts as unfeasible. But now, Fang Ming and Kong Ming's team had not only produced a finished product, but during testing, this gun had revealed such terrifying capabilities. How could they not be stunned? After the test concluded, Di Yang glanced at the stunned Dark Falcon team members beside him, engaged the pistol's safety, and turned to walk away. This gun seems to have the ability to disrupt electronic devices too. He pressed a button on his communication device and addressed Fang Ming. Hearing Di Yang's words, the others quickly pulled out their phones and communication devices to check. Sure enough, as Di Yang had said, their devices either malfunctioned or lost signal. Fang Ming explained with a smile, "Before the test, I adjusted the gun's electromagnetic pulse power to a safe range. At worst, electronic devices might malfunction, but there won't be any hardware damage. Everyone, rest assured." Yi Wushuang nodded at Fang Ming with evident satisfaction. And Chang and the military experts behind him exchanged glances, their expressions grave as if deep in thought. After the simple attack test, the superiority of one firearm over the other was now abundantly clear. Some frowned on Chang's side, others spoke heatedly. After a few minutes, Chang, as the leader, approached Fang Ming. "Academician Fang Ming, will proceed with your development plan this time. I concede defeat wholeheartedly." His earlier confidence had vanished, replaced by humility. Fang Ming waved his hand lightly and smiled faintly. "You're too kind, Mr. Ren. There's no question of winning or losing. Aren't we all striving to advance our research? The testing isn't over yet. My design might not be the best. We'll simply choose the superior option moving forward." "Agreed." Impressed by Fang Ming's composure, Chang extended his hand for a firm handshake. At that moment, other veteran military engineers gathered around, their eyes fixed intently on Fang Ming. "Academician Fang Ming, as far as I understand, the harm caused by a nuclear electromagnetic pulse to humans on the ground is virtually zero. How was such a terrifying attack just now formed? Academician Fang Ming, you didn't install a miniature nuclear reactor inside this gun, did you? Academician Fang Ming, could you explain how you managed to miniaturize the electromagnetic pulse pistol to this size?" Facing the barrage of questions, Fang Ming glanced sideways at Kong Ming and the others. Kong Ming and the others understood his meaning immediately and shook their heads in unison. It was best for the primary developer himself to explain such matters. Seeing Chang and his group's eager expressions begging for answers, they couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. This was the consequence of choosing the wrong mentor. By following Fang Ming, they had gained invaluable technological insights. And now these old farts, who had looked down on their proposal earlier, were suddenly eager to learn? Their old faces were slapped hard. And Chang and the other military experts all fell silent, waiting for Fang Ming to explain the principles and mechanisms. Fang Ming didn't beat around the bush. He gave Di Yang a nod, retrieved the nuclear pulse pistol, and signaled for a table. Moments later, several Dark Falcon team members brought over a table. "The principle behind the nuclear pulse pistol is actually quite simple," Fang Ming said as he disassembled the barrel and pressed a miniature controller inside. With a clatter, the entire pistol expanded from small to large, its numerous components scattering out and spreading across the table before everyone. The unfolded pistol covered nearly the entire tabletop. The intricate circuitry and miniature chips dazzled the eyes. And Chang examined these intricate components, his eyes sparkling with fascination. "Academician Fang Ming, are the materials used in this pistol the same nanomaterials employed in the Deep Blue satellite?" he inquired of Fang Ming. The surrounding military experts were stunned. Was this the legendary new nanomaterial? Today's revelation had truly opened their eyes. The novel nanomaterials used to build the Deep Blue satellite possessed a folding and unfolding property alone that was enough to drive countless scientists in the materials field mad with excitement. By leveraging the folding and unfolding properties of this novel nanomaterial, complex nuclear pulse systems and various high-tech applications were integrated and ingeniously folded into a compact assembly. As the crowd examined the internal structure of the nuclear pulse pistol, resembling a blueprint, wave after wave of awe washed over them. 1 nanometer IC bionic energy circuits, miniature nuclear energy rings, nuclear pulse medium conversion devices. All those technological concepts they once dismissed as wildly imaginative in the design phase were now fully realized on this single blueprint. The principle is actually quite simple. You might know a bit about it. I developed the nuclear fusion battery at the Northwest Aerospace Base, right? Fang Ming pointed to the compact nuclear energy ring as he spoke. The others nodded. They had naturally heard about Fang Ming's development of the nuclear fusion battery at the Northwest Aerospace Base. However, the technology was so far ahead of its time that many struggled to fully grasp its implications. Now that Fang Ming mentioned it again, a sudden flash of insight struck them. Looks like you figured it out. Fang Ming smiled and explained, the nuclear pulse pistol is actually derived from our research on the fusion battery. By isolating the process of releasing radiation electrons from the energy reaction principle of nuclear fusion batteries and combining it with highly efficient energy conversion, I simulated natural lightning. The ultra-high voltage of lightning can penetrate many materials. Combined with a nuclear electromagnetic pulse, it enables single-target or group attacks, and even electronic detection and targeting. As Fang Ming explained, and Chang and the others gradually realized how superficial their previous understanding had been. Fang Ming's research proposal was undeniably cutting-edge in the realm of technological weaponry. Some of the theoretical concepts above were difficult for ordinary people to grasp. Yet once these foundational principles were grasped, revisiting the design blueprint revealed a masterpiece of engineering ingenuity. Simple, unconventional, and packed with cutting-edge technology. Superior design logic, meticulously arranged technological modules. Such mastery in R&D is truly formidable. After the first round of testing concluded, Fang Ming earned unanimous approval from the military industry veterans. Recognition aside, the subsequent product testing must still proceed. In the realm of high-tech firearms, and Chang and the others had witnessed Fang Ming's formidable capabilities. Yet they also knew that Fang Ming's development proposals were one more outlandish than the next. Without practical comparative testing, they couldn't rest easy. The second prototype tested was the nano armor developed by Fang Ming's team against the ultra-fiber bulletproof suit developed by Chang's team. And Chang and his group of veteran military industry experts still harbored a lingering sense of reluctance. After all, they had reviewed Fang Ming's nano armor design proposal, which emphasized defense and agility. While they hadn't delved deeply into some of the high-tech concepts, they believed no matter how they were combined, they couldn't possibly be that groundbreaking. Therefore, they were confident their ultra-fiber bulletproof suit would outperform the nano armor. Chapter 72, Does the platoon leader know lightness skills? Next test, one-on-one combat. Yi Wuxuan looked at Fang Ming and Chang. What do you think? As long as it tests the suit's performance, I don't have many demands. And Chang chuckled. I'm fine with it. Fang Ming readily agreed. If we're doing one-on-one combat, it'll allow the nanotech armor to maximize its effectiveness. I'll pick 2 people. Di Yang nodded, about to select personnel from the Dark Falcon unit. Yi Wuxuan waved him off. To ensure fairness in the test, we won't pick from your unit. Just find anyone to face off against you. A faint smile touched his lips as he beckoned to the platoon leader in the distance. Seeing Yi Wuxuan beckoning him, the platoon leader pointed at himself in surprise and uncertainty. Only after Yi Wuxuan nodded did he nervously jog over. You and Di Yang, Yi Wuxuan ordered, put on the test gear and engage in a one-on-one combat drill. Yi Wuxuan declared. A one-on-one combat drill with Commander Di? The platoon leader's eyes widened in disbelief. When Commander Yi had beckoned him, he'd imagined countless possibilities. But he never imagined it would be this explosive. Di Yangxia Nation's most elite special forces commander, the undisputed champion of the National Military District's individual skills competition. The National Military District competition was nothing compared to what truly terrified the platoon leader. Di Yang had won the individual championship at the Joshu Military Base Skills Competition 3 consecutive times. The military district competition featured few events, but the internal events at the 9 hub base were truly demanding. Events like jungle stealth assassination, fighter jet piloting, and nuclear submarine operation without exceptional skills, one couldn't even meet the entry requirements for the skills competition. Yet Di Yang had claimed the championship in this hellishly difficult competition 3 years running. Who in their right mind would dare challenge such a prodigy in one-on-one combat? Commander, may I decline? The platoon leader felt like crying. Damn it, he should have pretended to be blind earlier. No. Yi Wuxuan delivered the response without mercy. Platoon leader. Whoa, look at the platoon leader's face, worse than crying. We're done for. Extra training tonight. Quiet, quiet. The platoon leader is coming. The Special Forces soldiers still standing at attention watched with great amusement, wondering if Commander Yi had arranged some kind of punishment for their platoon leader. The platoon leader stepped before the formation, facing Yi Wuxuan and the others. Yi Wuxuan surveyed the sun-darkened faces of the Special Forces soldiers before him. Good work, everyone. You've trained hard. Now you can take a break and serve as spectators for our upcoming individual combat competition. He addressed the group, glancing sideways at Di Yang. Di Yang gave a wave, and the Dark Falcon team members, already prepared, immediately brought out box after box of mineral water. As the water was distributed, the Special Forces soldiers in formation looked utterly bewildered. Individual combat competition? Who against whom? Report. Commander Yi, is this an individual combat competition among the Dark Falcon troops? A soldier raised his hand and asked. Yi Wuxuan shook his head and replied, it's your platoon leader versus Di Yang. Whoa! The soldiers sucked in their breath, eyes wide as they stared at their platoon leader at the front. Had they heard correctly? The platoon leader was going to engage in a one-on-one duel with Commander D Yang, a legendary super soldier? Platoon leader, who gave you the guts? The platoon leader was at a loss for words, his eyes filled with resentment. Just test the equipment properly, why must you pull stunts like this? Are you trying to humiliate me? We are conducting tests on some technological equipment. During the upcoming confrontation, they will each wear 2 different pieces of gear. Yu Wuxuang stepped aside to make room for Fang Ming and Chang and the others. They're the equipment developers for this project, one from Fang Ming's D team, the other from Chang's D team. After a brief introduction, everyone immediately moved to the adjacent physical training area. Knowing his overall capabilities couldn't match Di Yang's, the platoon leader suggested to Yi Wuxuang that he wanted gear with better performance. Yi Wuxuang obliged, handing the box containing the nano armor to the platoon leader. But upon learning it was Fang Ming's team's creation, the platoon leader cried foul. How could Fang Ming's tiny team possibly develop any decent gear? He hesitated awkwardly, hinting that Yi Wuxuang should help him get the gear developed by the Chang team instead, promising to treat her to drinks afterward. But Yi Wuxuang wasn't having it. She kicked the platoon leader in the rear, telling him to get his own gear sorted out. As for Di Yang, he naturally took the ultra-fiber bulletproof suit developed by Chang and his team. After grabbing the boxes, the two headed into a nearby makeshift room to prepare. Before long, they emerged from the room. Di Yang wore a full-face armor helmet, his ultra-fiber bulletproof suit resembling a combat assault jacket, giving him a formidable appearance. In contrast, the platoon leader wore his original training uniform, not even bothering with a steel helmet. The only change to his entire outfit seemed to be his belt, now black. The Special Forces soldiers in the platoon leader's unit couldn't help but raise their hands to their foreheads. Sure enough, their platoon leader had been thoroughly outdone. Just look at Commander Di Yang's outfit, how dashing. Now look at our own platoon leader. After all that time inside, all you managed was a new belt? And Chang almost thought they were seeing things. Was that black belt actually the nano armor developed by Fang Ming and his team? Fang Ming, Kong Ming, and the others smiled silently. That belt was indeed the nano armor they had developed. Only they knew the belt's true brilliance lay beneath its surface. After shaking hands with Di Yang, the platoon leader took his place at the starting line of his respective track. The rules for this individual combat challenge were straightforward. Both contestants would navigate the obstacle course, and the first to reach the blue flag at the finish line would win. Of course, to test the gear's ballistic protection, the course was equipped with numerous rubber bullet machine guns firing continuously. The platoon leader pressed a button on the black belt in his right hand, his heart pounding in his chest. Was this nano armor really as formidable as the manual claimed? Bang! The moment the thought crossed his mind, the starting pistol fired, and both men charged forward simultaneously. The first obstacle, scaling 3 5-meter walls barehanded. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of rubber bullets flew toward them, but Di Yang remained completely unaffected, his speed unwavering. The platoon leader appeared slight, yet his speed was terrifyingly fast. The rubber bullets struck his body as if they had no effect. The Special Forces soldiers watching this scene grimaced. After all, enough rubber bullets could pack a punch comparable to live ammunition. How could their platoon leader, wearing no protective gear, move like lightning under this hail of rubber bullets? And didn't it hurt? Whoosh! Whoosh! The platoon leader and Di Yang became 2 streaks of motion, instantly reaching the first high wall. Di Yang used the wall's height to propel himself upward, then drove his right foot off the surface. With one hand braced on the top of the wall, he used the momentum to flip over the top. The crowd roared in admiration. Di Yang's movements flowed seamlessly, utterly smooth. The Special Forces soldiers under the platoon leader's command watched their commander scale the wall, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The platoon leader didn't use Di Yang's method. Instead, he bent his knees and leapt a full 5 meters into the air. His right foot touched the wall, and like a glider, he executed an astonishing mid-air double jump. The Dark Falcon troop stared in astonishment, utterly incredulous. The experts from the Anchang RD team looked utterly bewildered, their minds reeling. This, lightness skill? Chapter 73, The Terrifying Nano Armor. Only the man himself knew this wasn't lightness skill. The platoon leader's ability to perform such high-difficulty maneuvers was entirely due to the nano armor he wore. Others couldn't see the suit covering his body, but he himself could distinctly feel the intense changes occurring on his skin surface. According to the manual, the armor's material possessed inherent invisibility properties. Unless he actively revealed himself, the naked eye could not discern the armor's true form. Soon, the two reached the second obstacle. The 10-meter horizontal bar course. Under the barrage of rubber bullets, both the ultra-fiber bulletproof suit and the nano armor proved their bulletproof capabilities beyond doubt. Though Di Yang's gear offered no speed boost, he matched the platoon leader stride for stride thanks to his own physical agility. With a light leap, both grabbed the horizontal bar above. Once, twice. 2 figures swung like pendulums, darting swiftly through the horizontal bar course. Holy! The platoon leader's men nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. They knew the platoon leader's physical prowess well. Under normal circumstances, scaling high walls and traversing the bar in succession would never be accomplished so swiftly. But now, he was matching General D. Young of the base blow for blow. Even more terrifying was the double jump he'd executed earlier, a feat every man dreams of mastering. Keep in mind, their platoon leader was wearing a full set of training gear. To pull off such feats while carrying rubber bullets, was he some kind of superhero? The soldiers weren't fools, they quickly caught on to what was going on. Experts like Yi Wuxuan and In Chang immediately considered a possibility. Di Yang was the military genius of the 9 hubs. There was no way this platoon leader could have matched his physical prowess. And that was before he pulled off that astonishing double jump over the high wall. The only explanation was that the nano armor on his body was at work. Realizing the cause, the experts from In Chang's D team began to look at Fang Ming with a growing sense of curiosity and admiration. This was the first time they had encountered attire capable of invisibility and enhancing human strength. They were eager to understand the principles behind such technology. Fang Ming and Kong Ming naturally noticed the attention from the Anshang side, yet they maintained their enigmatic expressions, showing no intention of offering an explanation just yet. Yi Wuxuan smiled and refocused her attention on the competition. Di Yang and the platoon leader cleared the horizontal bar and immediately advanced to the next obstacle. Crawling under low fences, traversing muddy swamps. Finally, the two men reached the final stretch of flat ground before the finish line almost simultaneously. The officers' and soldiers' eyes lit up. They never imagined both could reach the finish line together. There was only one flag, and the path ahead was now clear of obstacles. Thus, Di Yang and the platoon leader had only one choice left: hand-to-hand combat. The Special Forces soldiers under the platoon leader's command watched the scene unfold, inwardly shouting, "Impressive." They never imagined the platoon leader could engage in a one-on-one duel with Di Yang, the god among soldiers. The Dark Falcon Special Forces soldiers instinctively swallowed hard. They had never witnessed anyone hold their own against the captain. Who would have thought that this minor individual equipment test would unexpectedly reveal a hidden dragon? But they couldn't rule out the possibility of gear boosting his performance. After all, if this platoon leader was truly that formidable, they would have noticed him long ago. The platoon leader and Di Yang exchanged a glance before simultaneously stepping back. "Commander D, how about we call it a draw?" The platoon leader, his expression guarded, proposed a compromise to Di Yang. "A draw?" Di Yang's calm tone carried a hint of doubt. The platoon leader sighed helplessly. It seemed there was no chance. He slapped his waist, and a layer of scale-like material instantly covered his entire body. Everyone's jaws dropped. Suddenly, the platoon leader was clad in a black combat suit, topped with a sharply angular protective helmet featuring a distinct pale blue visor. "Squad leader, that gear is insane. Holy crap. Unbelievable. Is that powered armor? Whoa. Sci-fi. So sci-fi. I knew it. With 2 sets of gear, there's no way the platoon leader would only have a training uniform. This thing kinda looks like those exoskeleton suits from the movies. So cool." The soldiers couldn't contain their excitement upon seeing the true form of the nanotech armor, erupting into murmurs of awe. Yi Wuxuan and Chang and the others were equally stunned by the platoon leader's transformation. "This is nanotech armor? Impossible. How could this technology even exist?" Weapons experts like In Chang wore expressions of desperate curiosity. They desperately wanted to dismantle the armor developed by Fang Ming and his team right then and there, dissecting its inner workings. Kong Ming and the others sensed the thoughts running through In Chang and his group, and for some reason, they felt a tinge of schadenfreude. Under normal circumstances, In Chang's research would be considered outstanding. But today, they were unlucky their test subject was the research led by Fang Ming. Even just looking at Fang Ming's design proposal, it was clear the technological sophistication of the two was incomparable. Now that the actual products were laid side by side, the outcome was painfully obvious. At the finish line, a flicker of surprise crossed Di Yang's eyes. Then, with a swift flick of his wrist, he delivered a roundhouse kick straight to the platoon leader's chest. The platoon leader clearly hadn't anticipated Di Yang's sudden attack and took the kick squarely. Yet Di Yang's vicious strike capable of shattering bones landed on him as if stepping on cotton. A smile appeared beneath the platoon leader's helmet as he growled, "Commander D, my apologies." A row of data indicators flashed before his eyes, and his body received combat assistance. His hands shot forward to his chest. Di Yang reacted swiftly, snapping his foot back. Despite the armor's boost, the platoon leader was still a split second too slow against Di Yang's seasoned experience. The platoon leader's hands met air, yet he seized the moment Di Yang retracted his foot to lunge forward with a sweeping kick, striking Di Yang's lower body. Di Yang's left leg faltered slightly. His eyes narrowed fiercely as he dropped into a half-kneeling stance, unleashing a punch. The platoon leader countered the move, deflecting Di Yang's fist with a palm strike. Crack! 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 Fists and feet clashed as the two exchanged blows in rapid succession, their movements lightning fast. Soldiers and officers watching from afar were stunned into silence. Unbelievable. This platoon leader was actually trading blows with Di Yang? Unbelievable. Yi Wuxuang stared intently at the nanotech armor, his eyes sparkling with fascination. Yes, in his eyes, if Di Yang was a nimble warwolf, then the platoon leader clad in that nano armor was a human machine with lightning-fast reflexes. He could tell the platoon leader's combat prowess fell short of Di Yang's, yet thanks to that nano armor, he was holding his own against Di Yang. And the two were locked in a fierce, deadlocked struggle. It was hard to fathom just what kind of enhancement Fang Ming's nanotech armor provided to its wearer. Commander D. Your suit is torn. Seizing a moment, the platoon leader shoved Di Yang away with a palm strike, creating distance before shouting. Di Yang's gaze locked onto the platoon leader. The protective suit covering his limbs and torso indeed bore numerous cracks and tears. He found it hard to believe he could be defeated by a piece of equipment. Yet the stark reality told him otherwise this time. He had truly been outmatched. With the advantage of technology, this seemingly unremarkable platoon leader had defeated him in this one-on-one combat match. Seeing Di Yang halt, the platoon leader strode forward and pulled up the blue flag nearby. Soldiers watching from afar, stunned to see their platoon leader claim the flag, erupted into frenzied cheers. When Di Yang returned to Yi Wuxuang and the others, Fang Ming stepped forward with a smile. Commander Di Yang, you've been through a lot. Di Yang shook his head, replying calmly, the equipment you developed is excellent and powerful. It will bring a leap forward in capability to our unit. Ahem. And Chang interrupted their conversation, leading the others to quickly gather around, awaiting Fang Ming's explanation. Fang Ming understood their thoughts and signaled the platoon leader whose tail was practically wagging in the air to deactivate the nanotech armor. After receiving the nano armor, Fang Ming exchanged a glance with Yi Wuxuang. Yi Wuxuang immediately ordered someone to bring over a long table. Fang Ming placed the nano armor's control unit on the table and jabbed it with a specialized disassembly tool. SSSSS. Black, mechanical scale-like objects instantly covered the entire tabletop. And Chang and the others watched in stunned silence, hearts pounding, faces frozen in disbelief. Chapter 74, Journey to the Lighthouse. Is this nano armor using technology similar to the Deep Blue satellite? And Chang asked Fang Ming, his face frozen in shock. Fang Ming nodded. Nanomaterial technology is a game-changer. Whether it's aviation, weaponry, or military-heavy industry, it's the undisputed direction for future research. And Chang pondered thoughtfully before asking, then how does this nanotech armor grant users superhuman abilities? He voiced the question on everyone's mind. Numerous eyes turned toward Fang Ming, who was still dismantling the armor. Fang Ming didn't keep them waiting long. He picked up a miniature, circular, pale blue energy device from the armor. This is? The crowd was puzzled. This is called the Nano Control Ring. It contains the bio-IC and energy fusion technology one designed. With it, we can achieve what you see in movies hiding or deploying the armor. Of course, the most crucial component is its internal nano-computer assistance system. Fang Ming swiftly explained the core functional principles of the nano armor to the group. After hearing his explanation, the military experts were deeply shaken. Yi Wuxuang, Di Yang, and the others were equally astonished. Especially Yi Wuxuang, he had only approached this with a trial-and-error mindset, never expecting Fang Ming to actually develop weaponry to such an extraordinary degree. It must be understood that science fiction and reality remain vastly different. The technological gear seen in movies would require scientists countless years to develop in the real world. Some things might even be beyond their capabilities to develop. Yet here, with Fang Ming, that impossibility had been shattered outright. Nuclear pulse pistols, nanotech armor. Equipment they dared not even dream of, Fang Ming had actually built them. This defies description as nearly extraordinary, it borders on the absurd. Fang Ming's scientific genius had long since outpaced the contemporary scientific community. He dared say that across the entire nation of Xia, there might not be a second researcher like him. The devastating nuclear pulse pistol and the nanotech armor resembling exoskeletons from movies already demonstrated Fang Ming's formidable scientific genius. This time, and Chang and the others had no choice but to concede. Even Commander Yi Wuxuang found himself deeply impressed by Fang Ming at that moment. In Fang Ming, he sensed a brilliance unlike any other scientist in Xia Nation. That Xia Nation possessed such a young scientist was truly a blessing for the country. Academician Fang Ming, this old man is truly impressed. Academician Fang Ming, your scientific prowess is unmatched across the entire Blue Star. Even over in the Lighthouse Nation, I doubt anyone could develop the technological weapons designed by Academician Fang Ming. That's hard to say. The Beacon Nation likely has its own military weapons design geniuses, but within Xia Nation, Academician Fang Ming is undoubtedly number one. Faced with the effusive praise from the military-industrial leaders, Fang Ming appeared slightly embarrassed, offering a sheepish smile. You seniors are being too kind. If we're talking about the entire Blue Star, the things I've developed probably aren't up to par. At this remark, the room fell silent. Look at what he's saying. The next generation 1 nanometer lithography machine, the next generation super nano satellite. If Fang Ming's research achievements weren't up to par, then what they developed must be scrap metal. This young man is being far too modest. Next, Yi Wuxuan led everyone in testing several finished products from 2 or D teams. Unsurprisingly, all of Fang Ming's designs proved superior. Following these tests, many at the Joshu Heavy military base came to know Fang Ming's name. His technological weapon designs drew countless military researchers from the base to observe and study them. In just half a month, Fang Ming, leading in Chang and others, refined and perfected the development plans, accomplishing various miracles once deemed impossible. When the Dark Falcon troops received their new equipment, they were utterly speechless. Indeed, their weapons were so technologically advanced that some of their capabilities made them question reality. If all domestic forces were equipped like theirs, the position of Blue Star's military superpower might soon shift to Xia Nation. Of course, the existence of these technological weapons and equipment was strictly confined within the 9-hub base. After all, this advanced technology was intended solely for the upcoming mission. June 24. Fang Ming boarded the special aircraft bound for Lighthouse Nation under the watchful eyes of Xia Nation's veteran elders and engineers. This is our nation's hero. Zhang Hao, director of the General Administration of Science and Technology, gazed at the sky and murmured softly. You should have stopped him. Kong Mingqing, standing beside him, shook his head inside. I couldn't stop him. Zhang Hao sighed helplessly. This was Fang Ming's own decision. If possible, he wouldn't have let him go outside either. The Lighthouse Nation won't let someone like him return to Xia Nation. Kong Mingqing lowered his voice, a look of sorrow flickering in his eyes. The military has issued a strict order: live together, die together. Zhang Hao exhaled heavily. Even if he stays within the country, we can't prevent the Lighthouse Nation from harassing him. With the colossus of the science cube looming, resolving this issue rests solely on Fang Ming himself. Ultimately, it boils down to our nation's weakness: we can't even protect a single talent. Kong Mingqing clasped his hands behind his back, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. A nation's development takes time. Zhang Hao sighed softly before falling silent. Behind them, Wang He, Sun Liangsen, and other researchers who had worked alongside Fang Ming watched silently as the special aircraft faded into the distance. Endless worries filled their hearts, accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness. Faced with foreign pressure, they sometimes had no choice but to compromise. If possible, it should have been the older generation of scientists who shouldered this responsibility and risk. But now, it had fallen to Fang Ming, this exceptionally talented younger generation, to confront it all in their stead. Grandfather, rest assured, I believe Fang Ming will return safely. Amid the crowd, Zhao Tingqian gazed at the sky with a complex expression as she spoke to Zhao Qianfeng beside her. I'm waiting for him. The project team is waiting for him too. Zhao Qianfeng knew that Fang Ming's journey back from abroad would be fraught with extreme danger. May he make it back safely. Finally, Long Jiaozhou, Chen Tian, and Gao Zhuang, the 3 doctoral assistants accompanying Fang Ming, had eyes brimming with worry. Fang Ming had only informed them of his participation in the science summit at the very last moment. Perhaps in Fang Ming's eyes, he truly regarded them as his students. When they requested to accompany him, he had firmly refused each and every one of them. The 3 were acutely aware of how grueling their mentor's journey would be, yet he had set off without hesitation. A deep sense of respect welled up within them. This, they thought, was the kind of scientist the nation needed. This is the hero our nation's scientific community needs. Time passed unhurriedly. On the other side of the ocean, the special aircraft swiftly entered the territory of the Lighthouse Nation. After soaring over oceans and mountains, the aircraft finally touched down smoothly on the tarmac of the Dazhou consulate of Xia Nation. Throughout the journey, Fang Ming had anticipated some sort of incident, but none occurred. Typically, the Lighthouse Nation displayed strong hostility toward foreign personnel entering its territory. After all, this was no commercial flight, it was a military aircraft belonging to the Xia state. Yet the Lighthouse Nation had shown remarkable magnanimity, permitting Xia's transport aircraft to traverse its airspace without incident. This was not characteristic of the Lighthouse Nation. After Fang Ming and Di Yang disembarked, the Lighthouse Nation promptly dispatched dedicated reception personnel. Guided by the reception staff, Fang Ming and Di Yang were directly accommodated in the most luxurious hotel apartments adjacent to the Dazhou Research Center base. After settling in, Fang Ming sat in the living room, watching Di Yang standing on the balcony, gazing into the distance. Di Yang, don't you think we're getting treated a bit too well? Fang Ming omitted formal titles, as per Di Yang's request. Without turning around, Di Yang replied indifferently. First courtesy, then business. No sooner had the words left his lips than the doorbell chimed from the entranceway. Chapter 75, The End. Di Yang walked over to open the door, only to find a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman standing outside. Hello, I'm Rosia, an advisor from the science department of the Lighthouse Nation. May I speak with Mr. Fang Ming? Rosia ran a hand through her wavy blonde hair, her gaze instinctively darting toward the living room. Hello. Fang Ming stepped behind Di Yang, lifting his eyes to appraise the Lighthouse Nation's science department advisor. Blonde hair, blue eyes, flowing curls, her features hinted at mixed heritage, a blend of Western and Eastern racial traits. From every angle, Rosea perfectly embodied the aesthetic ideals cherished in the East. Moreover, based on Fang Ming's understanding of Lighthouse Nation culture, Rosea was undoubtedly a top-tier beauty in her own country. Was the Lighthouse Nation sending such a woman to curry favor with him? Hello, Mr. Fang Ming. I've long admired your reputation. Upon seeing Fang Ming, Rosea immediately flashed a sweet smile and addressed him in somewhat unpolished Chinese. Fang Ming waved his hand dismissively and replied in fluent English. Ms. Rosea, no need for such formalities. I had no idea I was so well known in your country. A flicker of surprise crossed Rosea's eyes as she heard Fang Ming's impeccable English pronunciation. She gave an awkward smile and switched to English. Mr. Fang Ming, you may not be aware, but the new lithography machine and deep blue satellite you developed are groundbreaking technological achievements across the entire blue star. You may reside in Xia Nation and be unaware of your own fame. Fang Ming brushed off Rosea's flattery with a smile and changed the subject. What brings you here? Ms. Rosea? As far as I know, all our schedules remain confidential until the Global Science Summit begins. Luo Xia, smiling and squinting her eyes, hurriedly explained. Mr. Fang Ming, you misunderstand. My visit is at the request of Minister Brin. He wishes to invite you to lunch at the Lija Hotel. At the mention of Brill, Fang Ming paused, glancing at Di Yang. He clearly wasn't well versed in the situation in Dazhou. Brill, Di Yang explained, is the head of the Lighthouse Nation's Dazhou Science Division and also a member of the Lighthouse Nation's Council of Elders. Di Yang explained. Luo Xia glanced at Di Yang with surprise, seemingly not expecting this man to be so well informed about their minister. Please convey to Minister Buren that I still have research papers to organize and hope to engage in academic exchange with him during the summit. Fang Ming said somewhat sheepishly. Is that so? Very well, then. I wish Mr. Fang Ming a pleasant journey. Luo Xia appeared somewhat regretful but made no further comment. With a smile, he turned and left, closing the door behind him. After Rosea departed, the smile vanished from Fang Ming's face. He turned to Di Yang and asked, what do you think? Di Yang shook his head and analyzed. Judging by Rosea's attitude, the Lighthouse Nation is merely gauging your stance this time. Now that you've declared your position, things probably won't go smoothly from here on out. Fang Ming sighed. This was bound to happen sooner or later. I'm tired of playing along with them anyway. Don't worry too much, at least until the summit concludes. You're still safe. Di Yang walked back to the balcony, his voice calm. This summit, he said, will likely find me surrounded by wolves. Fang Ming gave a bitter smile. With your abilities and talent, why fear those scientists who merely borrow authority from others? After a long pause, Di Yang asked calmly. Fang Ming remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Global Science Summit arrived as scheduled. Dazhou, Science City Branch Exchange Hall. The interior resembled a grand banquet hall, its walls adorned with display screens showcasing the scientific achievements characteristic of the Lighthouse Nation. Prominent figures from the scientific community, dressed in suits or lab coats, flowed in and out. Many sat in the exchange zones, deep in academic discussions. Today, this venue truly gathered the world's foremost scientific luminaries. Glancing around, world-renowned researchers passed by one after another. For any ordinary person, attending a global summit of this caliber would be the honor of a lifetime. Soon, leaders from the Lighthouse Nation and scientific personnel began arriving. Space Agency Director Cohen, Chief Chip Developer Herloni, Science Minister Brin. Nearly every prominent figure in the Lighthouse Nation's scientific community was present today. Of course, alongside these figures, numerous researchers from the Lighthouse Nation's military division were also present. The scientists from the Lighthouse Nation's military branch wore somber expressions, many with faces twisted by madness and obsession, resembling a squad freshly released from a mental institution. Fang Ming and Di Yang had been waiting here for quite some time. Seeing this crowd, Fang Ming couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Wow! The Lighthouse Nation sure pulled out all the stops. He couldn't help but take a second look at the Lighthouse Nation military personnel. At first glance, they seemed mentally unstable, yet Fang Ming sensed something distinctly unusual about them. Di Yang frowned slightly and lowered his voice. Try not to provoke the military's scientific team. Our country also has its share of these fanatical researchers. They're all madmen. We have them too? Fang Ming suddenly recalled the secret base in the freezing wilderness where he'd been taken after the academic plagiarism incident. As Di Yang suggested, could Xia Nation's scientific sector also harbor individuals as fanatical as the military research team from the Lighthouse Nation? Just as his doubts deepened, Space Agency Director Cohen and Lighthouse Chip Research Chief Herloni, accompanied by several others, began walking toward their direction. Fang Ming's eyes narrowed. Trouble was coming. You must be the chief developer of the Deep Blue satellite? I'm Cohen, director of the Lighthouse Space Agency. I've long admired your reputation. Mr. Fang Ming. Cohen extended his right hand first, smiling broadly as he greeted Fang Ming. Hello. You don't bite the hand that feeds you. Fang Ming extended his hand and shook Cohen's. He studied the wrinkled, weathered face and couldn't help but think, this old man must be the mastermind behind the destruction of Xia Nation's Duji satellite. Mr. Fang Ming, you are truly a rising star. We look forward to your performance at the summit. Cohen knew he wasn't the main attraction today. His greeting was merely an excuse to see what the young man who had dealt such a devastating blow to Lighthouse Aerospace actually looked like. He stepped aside slightly, allowing Helani beside him to step forward. Just as Helani was about to speak to Fang Ming, a snake-faced youth behind him beat him to it. Had, you're Fang Ming? Not bad at all. You're quite something. Yavis licked his lips, his eyes flashing with blatant provocation. And you are? Fang Ming was puzzled. Who was this guy? Mr. Fang Ming, you may not know, but it was he who deciphered the core principles of the new lithography machine. A distant, aged voice carried over. Everyone turned to see a white-haired elder in a black suit walking slowly toward them. Ryan, Cohen, Herloni, and the others froze, clearly not expecting Ryan to show up at this moment. Hearing this, Fang Ming's expression grew solemn as he fixed his gaze on the snake-faced young white man before him. You probably didn't expect someone to reverse engineer your optical formula. Avis chuckled smugly. Indeed, I didn't expect it. But I'm quite curious, have you truly cracked my optical formula? Fang Ming narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold chuckle. Whether struck by the remark or not, Yavi suddenly fell silent, their eyes locked in a fierce stare, sparks seemingly flying through the air. End.